Chapter 001. Ah! Thief god, why are you playing me again? On the grass where the night wind was howling, a young man dressed in dark blue plain cloth was roaring and punching the large rock plate in front of him. The immature fist struck the hard rock again and again, and the red blood fell to the ground tickingly, silently soaking the green grass into a blood red. It's just that at this moment, the teenager seems to be unconscious, just shaking his fists mechanically again and again, as if to vent the endless anger in his heart. 7 years, a full 7 years of cultivation, it is not as good as my weak and sick body in my previous life. What kind of scion is this? If you want me to be born again in this world, why don't you give me the slightest hope? The hissing howl of pain almost exhausted the last of the boy's strength. Finally, as if completely resigned to his fate, Wang Chen, who had lost all his strength, collapsed to the ground with his eyes blank, allowing the splashing earth to stain his robe. 14 years into this world. Initially, when he learned that his identity after crossing turned out to be Sun Wukong's brother who had never appeared. The impact of rebirth is tantamount to heaven for Wang Chen, a person who has been plagued by illness all his life in his previous life. As a Dragon Ball fan, who wouldn't want to be one of them? I thought that they were all scions, and as the brother of Sun Wukong, I knew the development trajectory of the entire world one step ahead. In any case, he is confident that he can also mix into a first-line fighter who is not too much lost to Vegeta. But the harsh reality soon poured cold water on him. Because Wang Chen was sad and indignant to find that he still did not get rid of the disease in this life. The natural combat effectiveness is even a little less, and the first time the mother was born, she almost died directly because of the congenital deficiency. If it weren't for Bardock's great battle exploits, he would have let his eldest son soak in the sanatorium for several more years, and he was afraid that he would not even have the opportunity to come to this world, so he would have to be reincarnated again. Unfortunately, even if he luckily picked up a life, this weak body was still as if cursed, still riddled with diseases. With the destruction of Sion Star, when 7-year-old Wang Chen and Wukong, who had just turned 3, were sent to Earth together, the so-called healing became a joke. Wang Chen, who does not believe in evil, also tries to practice with Sun Wuhan with Wukong, wanting to rely on martial arts practice to get rid of his injuries. But when the two brothers began to practice together, but he was sad and indignant to find that he couldn't even run 100 meters away from his lungs, which was like a broken bellows, Wang Chen knew. The so-called martial arts probably have nothing to do with themselves. And that's exactly what happened. Even if the unwilling Wang Chen cultivated with Wukong for several years and spent 7 years polishing his body, the result was only to make him change from a half-dead sick ghost to Lin Daiyu. But this is no different from a sick ghost for a scion. Compared to Goku, who was already able to fly off the wall and smash the giant wood at this time, he was too much worse. In this Bun Mountain where beasts and dinosaurs are rampant, Wang Chen actually needs the support of his 10-year-old brother to ensure his safety. If you know this, maybe you will die at that time. No, I should not have been born in the first life. Godless eyes stared at the stars that seemed to be eternally radiating light and heat, and at this moment, Wang Chen had given up his final struggle. Maybe after tonight, he will try to leave Bun Mountain, go to the bottom of the mountain to find an errand, and then be an ordinary person in peace. Perhaps, he can also earn a wife book for the big stomach king brother who can't eat enough, so that his future sister-in-law and nephew don't have to suffer with Goku, a stupid brother who lacks roots. Now I am as small as the countless nameless stars in the universe to this world, right? Looking at the vast night sky, Wang Chen, who gradually calmed down, couldn't help but laugh at himself. The starry sky of the Dragon Ball world is largely the same as in the previous life. The zodiac signs that cross the ecliptic night sky and Orion, Lyra, Shiratori, and others scattered in the starry sky. The stars shining brightly together form the fantastic figures in the sky. However, the beautiful scenery that is rare in the metropolis is extremely ironic in Wang Chen's eyes at this moment. Because the stars that shone as hard as in his previous life seemed to remind him that he could never get rid of this fateful injury for eternity. Originally, because Wang Chen knew the characteristics of the Scion full moon turning into a giant ape, he would try to avoid looking up directly at the night sky on weekdays. However, at this moment, with his injured body dragged and his hands almost broken, what if he changed into a giant ape? Just like this, he had been lying quietly on the somewhat wet grass, and Yin Hong's blood was still flowing from his broken hands, continuing to soak the green grass. But at this moment, Wang Chen did not care about the pain coming from his hands. Because he was completely attracted by the brightest constellation in the night sky, like a Pegasus spreading its wings. That was Pegasus? P.S. Regarding the protagonist's many diseases, in fact, there is also a family history. Even Gaku has been in the nursery machine for 3 years, and he is the only Scion who has had a heart attack, and even his combat power is only a little bit when he was born. His brother Ratty, on the other hand, is a high-ranking warrior and is assigned to the Vegeta group, which shows that the Bardock family has this special baby. As for the other reason, it will be clarified later. And the protagonist is the same age as Ratty, but slightly older. According to the Dragon Ball negative manga, Gaku was sent to Earth at the age of 3, and Ratiji's information is 7 years old at this time. Chapter 002. If I can soar like you, some ghosts stretched out their right hand to grab the starry sky, and Wang Chen, who was still angry, suddenly calmed down, and stared at the sparkling Pegasus in the night sky. But what Wang Chen never expected was that when his 5 fingers clenched, the flapping heavenly horse fluttered its wings as if it had turned into a living creature, flapping its wings and flying towards him. Pegasus is alive. It was only for a moment of stunned, and the Pegasus that really incarnated from the starry sky had already passed through the chest of the star soul. Strangely, instead of feeling the slightest pain of being torn and penetrated, it was a spot of light floating in his chest, which was constantly emitting a trace of starlight silk thread integrated into his body, making Wang Chen feel an incomparably warm feeling. Not only that, as that little bit of starlight continued to integrate into his body, he even felt that his arm, which was still faintly painful, had begun to grow new flesh buds. Wang Chen even felt that even if he had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he had never felt as happy as he did now. Looking down with a deep curiosity, he found that the fluorescent light that flickered slightly in front of his eyes was like a miniature universe that had been condensed hundreds of millions of times, and countless shining stars were also surrounded inside. This is a universe? With endless doubts, Wang Chen couldn't help but reach out and hold the little fluorescence in front of him. Soon, when his 5 fingers touched that bit of fluorescence, an incomparably vast will also poured into Wang Chen's mind with the contact between the two. It's like a boat rolling in the mighty waves. Compared to the power and consciousness contained in that miniature universe, Wang Chen only felt that he was almost insignificant. No matter how hard he tried, he could only go with the flow in this wave of consciousness. But fortunately, although this consciousness is vast, it does not have independent thinking. Just after instilling the information contained in himself into Wang Chen's body, it was completely silent like the sun setting in the western mountains. At this time, Wang Chen was trying to digest the information coming from this miniature universe. Finally, when he woke up from the vast torrent of consciousness, Wang Chen discovered what kind of amazing thing he had obtained. That point of light like a small universe turned out to be a small universe containing the inheritance of the entire Saint Seiya world. From bronze to gold, to the 12 main gods of Olympus, and even higher Gaia, Apis, and even Saturn. Almost all the characters who have appeared in Saint Seiya can find each other's inheritance in the point of light. Coincidentally, because of the induction of Wang Chen and his guardian constellation, Pegasus, with the complete awakening of Wang Chen's own small universe, the Saint Seiya inheritance that had been sleeping in his spirit finally woke up. More importantly, Wang Chen did not expect that his guardian constellation was actually the Pegasus who carried the order of killing gods and repeatedly created miracles. The small universe, haha, turned out to be a small universe. God, you've finally opened your eyes. Others don't know the power of the small universe, but Wang Chen, who is also a Saint Fan, is extremely clear. As the source of the power of all gods and people in Saint Seiya, for Saint Seiya, as long as the small universe is not extinguished, even in the face of the sea of fire of the Knife Mountain, or the rain of bullets, it cannot harm the Saint Seiya who is protected by the small universe. Even a dying person, as long as he burns his own small universe, he can regain infinite vitality, and even surpass life and death. And for him, the sick seedling, the small universe containing infinite mysteries, is undoubtedly the best medicine to cure his body. Once, Wang Chen also thought about collecting Dragon Balls to make a wish to restore his body to normal. It's just that as a cosmic person, he can't expect Son Gohan to trust an alien of unknown origin and help him go up and down the mountain to Haiti to collect treasures like Dragon Balls. And even the Dragon Ball radar is something that Boomer will only develop in 2 years. In 2 years, he is a waste that has lagged behind Sun Wukong's progress by 16 years. Even if he cures his flaws with Dragon Ball, what will he take to chase his biological brother who is destined to become the strongest scion? But now it's different. With the inheritance of the small universe and the Saint Seiya world, let alone more than 10 years behind. Even if he starts practicing from Dragon Ball Z, he still has 100% confidence beyond everything. The scions with unlimited potential and the small universe of infinite possibilities, perhaps even the creator of Saint Seiya, Coronas, can't imagine what will be born when these two forces are fused. Holding the small universe that was still exuding a little light, Wang Chen put it into his heart without any hesitation. Like an obedient child, the small universe containing great power and inheritance soon completely submerged into his body along Wang Chen's chest and merged into his own small universe. Except for the scars that had been completely healed, Wang Chen at this moment could hardly see any difference from before. But he knew that as his own small universe continued to improve, the inheritance and power hidden in it would also be completely integrated with him. One day, he will rely on this power to reach a peak that he has never imagined. Chapter 003. The awakening of the small universe and the inheritance of Saint Seiya were undoubtedly a treasure for Wang Chen. Although he didn't know why the inheritance of Saint Seiya's power appeared in his body, none of this was important to a person who was extremely hungry for power. At this moment, Wang Chen had only one thought in his heart. That is, he wanted to see if the so-called small universe really had the power to turn decay into magic. The whole body seems to be full of power. It seems that the awakening of the small universe, my body has returned to a normal person. No, this should at least be the level of a normal scion teenager. Even though there was still only a trace of thin qi in his body, the relaxed feeling that he had never felt in his muscles and bones made Wang Chen understand. My body is really completely restored. If it is the power of the small universe, can it shatter this rock in front of you? Looking at the stone plate that was still stained with blood in front of him, Wang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to see to what extent the power of destroying atoms in the rumored small universe could reach. Concentrate all your spirits on one point, explode your own little universe, try to completely concentrate your mind and abandon all perception of the outside world. Gradually, whether it was the breeze blowing in his ears or the stars in the sky, he was left behind by Wang Chen. At the moment, there were only two things in his eyes. The rocks in front of you, and a small universe in the heart. Even the young Seiya can shatter with his bare hands, and I will definitely be able to do it if I also comprehend the small universe. The small universe that shone like a star, turned into invisible armor attached to the right arm in just a thought. With trust in his own small universe, Wang Chen's movement of shaking his fist hardly hesitated, and his clenched 5 fingers were instantly printed on the rock disc in front of him. What made him ecstatic was that as the fist and the rock made contact, the originally hard rock cracked layer by layer, and countless small rocks continued to fall with the transmission of the fist. It was as if it had been invaded by some inexplicable force. The rock-like protrusion standing in front of Wang Chen, as the traces of cracks continued to spread, the rock disc-shaped protrusion in front of him quickly shattered into many stones of different sizes. When the night wind blew by, these scattered rubble turned into dust flying in the sky together with the wind. Obviously, this is the power of the small universe that destroys atoms. It's so strong, just the small universe that has just awakened can destroy the combined arrangement of atoms, and this punch may not be able to hard connect even a strong person with more than 100 combat power. After seeing the destructive power of the small universe with their own eyes, almost no one could understand how excited Wang Chen's heart was at this moment. Although, he is not yet proficient in using this force. But just by virtue of this just awakening the small universe, his destructive power has surpassed Goku I don't know how many times. The microcosm that constantly burns and explodes in the human body. It turns out that this is the power of the small universe. Taking a deep look at the rock disk that had completely disappeared, Wang Chen could feel that his small universe was almost not consumed. In other words, the little universe consumed is not even as much as it expanded before. In other words, the small universe can be burned out. But at the same time as the burning and exploding, the small universe itself is constantly expanding, just like the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. The small universe is also constantly growing with the use of people. I just don't know what kind of chemical reflection the small universe and Qi can be born when they come together. With Wang Chen's mobilization, the thin Qi in his body soon flowed into the small universe all over his body along the meridians and cells around his body. What surprised him was that when two completely different energies met, instead of any incompatibility, the small universe very generously accepted a trace of breath in the body. Wang Chen even saw that the small universe that absorbed the breath actually burst out with unprecedented light in an instant. Then, with the automatic combustion of the small universe, the Qi that consumed most of the amount, but appeared to be stronger and stronger, returned to the body under Wang Chen's control and continued to flow. Obviously, in addition to being able to borrow gas to obtain fuller combustion, the small universe can also play the role of quenching the breath, making the breath more powerful and pure. Even, close to the divine power possessed by the god of destruction and the god of the realm. Seeing the reaction between the small universe and Qi with his own eyes, Wang Chen immediately decided to restart martial arts practice from tomorrow. Finally, with the power of having both the infinite possibilities of Sion and Saint Seiya at the same time, Wang Chen certainly would not be stupid enough to give up one of them. The small universe is harmonious, he doesn't plan to leave any of them behind. Chapter 004. Brother Wow, it's only been 2 years since you became so powerful, I can't beat you soon. But why did you hit me on the head? Grandpa said, I fell on the head when I was a child to be so stupid. Brother Chen, you still hit your head. In front of a hut on Bun Mountain, 12-year-old Wukong was covering his little head and rubbing it up and down, his small mouth deflated and full of grievances. It turned out that just 10 seconds ago, Wang Chen, who was fighting with little Wukong, missed a punch and hit his forehead, causing the smooth little brain door to swell out a big bag. So what Wang Chen didn't expect was that this old brother who would burst out desperately in the future without saying a word was now so childish. He was lying on the ground and not ready to get up. Haha, Goku, you guy, you want to fight with powerful people, and you are not ready to be beaten. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Perhaps because of his own big brother, the young Goku inevitably lacks some of the strength and resilience of living alone in the original work. However, Wang Chen did not feel the slightest pity for this. The little Wukong in the original book lost his father and mother since childhood, and finally had a grandfather who loved him, but he was accidentally trampled to death by his ape-like self, resulting in having to live alone in this silent and uninhabited deep mountain and old forest. If Boomer hadn't taken him out of Bun Mountain, perhaps Goku would really have been a mountain wild man without a wife and no children all his life, and was finally killed like garbage by his original eldest brother Raditz. Since he has been reborn as Wukong's real big brother, Wang Chen certainly can't watch his own brother alone. Okay, look at your aggrieved look and say that you are a scion. Today's training will end here. Smiled and touched Wukong's still somewhat red and swollen crab head, and the small universe belonging to Wang Chen silently infiltrated into little Wukong's forehead, dissolving the bruise for him. With the inheritance of the entire Saint Seiya world, if it is the application of a single will to the small universe, I am afraid that even Athena and Zeus do not have his high potential. Even if he was limited by the strength of the small universe and could not learn the inheritance of these gods for the time being, he had learned 10 to 10 by using the basic means of healing injuries in the small universe. Go wash your face, clean up and prepare for dinner. Perhaps seeing that Wukong was indeed a little too tired, Wang Chen did not force the other party to continue cultivating. However, Wang Chen, who unknowingly turned into a pet brother mad demon, suddenly felt that he seemed to have comprehended the feelings of the weasel god. Being a father and a mother pulls his brother up, and this sense of satisfaction and achievement is incomprehensible to ordinary people. It's just that compared to Wukong, who was elated when he heard about eating, and already seemed a little impatient at the dinner table, at this moment, Wang Chen came to the backyard with some bitterness and began to process the mountain-like wild ingredients. Fortunately, in the past 10 years, although the physical defects made his strength almost not grow. But as the brother of the king of big stomachs, Wang Chen, who is also a foodie, has made rapid progress in his cooking skills in the past 10 years. Because the buns are rich in wildlife, but they are far from the city, all the things in this area that fly in the sky, swim in the sea, drill in the soil, and there is almost nothing he can't eat. And as a martial artist, stir-frying 4 or 5 cauldrons at the same time was just a breeze for Wang Chen, not to mention that there was a small universe as a deputy. Therefore, even if there are 2 big stomach kings in the family, Wang Chen, who has all the means, does not have to worry. Soon, plates of dishes made of various beast meats were served to the table by his small universe that transformed into an invisible hand. Wang Chen, who remembers that life is also practice, uses his small universe almost all the time. Soon, when the lunch of the 2 big stomach kings was all served to the table by a pair of invisible hands, Wang Chen, who had been busy, could finally rest. However, compared to the hungry Wukong, who ignored the affairs outside the window and focused on eating happily, Wang Chen at this moment unconsciously began to wander the world. Unexpectedly, before I knew it, it had been 2 years. Perhaps the passage of time is really like a grain of sand in your hand, you can't catch it, you can't stop. At this time, 2 full years had passed since Wang Chen comprehended the small universe. In the past 2 years, relying on the power of small universe decay into magic, Wang Chen has grown from a waste with less than 3 points of combat effectiveness to a strong man who can smash tons of boulders with one punch. This was like a dreamy change, and even made Wang Chen feel a little unreal. Originally, in the first year, even if he comprehended the power of the small universe, Wang Chen, who was not proficient, was still pressed and beaten by the little Wukong. Because he lacked control over the small universe, he didn't dare to attack his own brother with the small universe that destroyed everything. But 2 years have passed, with the mixing of small universes and qi, Wang Chen is now like Zhang Xiaofan, who has cultivated the great Fanban Ruo and the Taiji Xianqing Dao at the same time, and his strength is getting stronger day by day. Up to now, Wang Chen can even easily suppress little Wukong by relying on his physique and qi alone, and his strength has not made much progress. At the same time, under his drive, Gaku at this time is almost several times stronger than his own who just appeared in the original work. I really don't know how those villains who are right with Gaku will react when they see these 2 brothers in the future. P.S. Dear, a shake of your little hand is a flower ticket. Your 0.1 seconds is the source of the author's writing. Chapter 005. Gaku is 12 years old, and I've been in this mountain for 9 years. Nowadays, simple asceticism has less and less effect on the small universe. Perhaps, I should consider taking Gaku down the mountain? The practice pays attention to the combination of movement and static, and the tension is moderate. The exercise of small universe and chi is also inseparable from this law. The accumulation in weekdays is practice, the burning during battle is also practice, and the outbreak between life and death is even more practice. With these 2 years of meditation and polishing day and night, Wang Chen's small universe has already accumulated a profound foundation. And now, he thinks he should look for an opportunity to explode the small universe. Coincidentally, just when Wang Chen was thinking about whether he should also end his life of ascetic cultivation in the mountains and go to see this great world, a blue car drove over from the mountain road in the distance. Squeak! With a sharp sound when the car braked, the car that had completed the braking action walked down a blue-haired girl about 15 or 16 years old with long braids. The girl was dressed in a pale pink skirt and carried a small blue bag. On the delicate face, a pair of sapphire-like eyes seemed to contain twinkling starlight. The person who came was Boomer, who was looking for the 7 Dragon Balls. Is Dragon Ball in this house? Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, you will be greeted by a slightly dilapidated hut. However, the smell of rice wafting from it fully indicates that this room is inhabited. Dragon Ball is already a thing of master, which is obviously not good news for Boomer. Because there is something in the master, it means that the other party will not necessarily agree to give the Dragon Balls to themselves. However, as a genius girl with an IQ of at least 200 or 300, although Boomer frowned slightly, he was not too worried. Whether it's money or jewelry, anyway, she has a way to obediently let these mountain villagers hand over the Dragon Balls. Carefully tightening the pistol pin to his waist, Boomer knocked lightly on the door of the cabin. With the sound of knocking on the door, Wang Chen, who was wandering outside the world, finally came to his senses and saw the girl standing in the pavilion outside the door. This outfit. Is it Boomer? That's right, Boomer in the original book came to look for Dragon Ball at about this time. However, the meeting of Boomer and Goku means that the magnificent story of Dragon Ball is about to begin. Thinking of this, Wang Chen opened the door with some expectation. Sure enough, it was Boomer, who was a little apprehensive standing outside the door. Hello, may I ask? Wow, handsome. Suddenly seeing Wang Chen behind the door, if it weren't for the restraint of a good tutor, Boomer almost cried out at this time. Perhaps it is the Bardock family's excellent face genes, and Wang Chen, who is almost the same age as Boomer, has grown into a beautiful teenager. The slightly straight-sword eyebrows showed a touch of arrogance and confidence, but the slightly thin lips and sharp eyes made Wang Chen's face look a little grim, plus a trace of hair hanging down on his forehead. Looking at his eyebrows, he has the demeanor of a 7-point Gogeta. What? I'm Boomer, who was about to open his mouth to ask Dragon Ball. Didn't know what to say at the moment. However, Goku suddenly saw Boomer coming in outside the door, and he was a little surprised. Hey, why is there a girl? Big brother, this is what you call a girlfriend? Rao is a lot of basic social knowledge that Wang Chen has made up over the years, but as the special ability of little Wukong, the divine theory is still the basic operation of this humble little brother. Cough, Goku, don't talk nonsense, people just happen to pass by. A little wordlessly knocked on the head of the goods, Wang Chen turned his head and said apologetically to Boomer. What, my brother has been staying in the mountains for so many years, and he has not seen anything in the world and does not understand the rules, so you should be a fairy tale. On the mountain? Have you 2 brothers been living in the mountains all this year? It's really hard to imagine life without computers, mobile phones, and even toilets and other modern items. Hearing that the 2 brothers Wang Chen have been living in this deep mountain and old forest, Boomer's heart can't even help but pity the 2 brothers. Not knowing that he had been regarded as an outcast left in the mountains by the other party, Goku didn't care about the tunnel. What's wrong with the mountain? The eldest brother often said that there is neither the hustle and bustle of a big city nor the disturbance of red dust, it is just an excellent place to practice. Practice? Is it something similar to an ascetic? However, have you 2 been staying in the mountains for more than 10 years just for the so-called practice? Boomer said incredulously. Boomer, who has never seen the power of martial arts, still has a stop in the degree of punching and kicking, and breaking bricks and tiles with his palms, and compared with guns, he does not look at it at all. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not intend to debate with her, but turned back to Wukong Dao. Gaku, don't you often say that Big Brother said that the move that you absolutely can't resist is bragging? Today, Big Brother will let you see the true power of the small universe. He knows that because of his own sake, Boomer can't easily trust a peer like the original book trusts Gaku, who is only 12 years old. In order to gain Boomer's trust, you must first show enough chips. And this bargaining chip is his almost omnipotent little universe. Chapter 006. Okay, Big Brother, you always say that the small universe is small and the small universe, but people can't understand the invisible things at all. Gaku, who had no heart and no lungs, heard that his eldest brother was finally ready to demonstrate the small universe he had said for so long, and Gaku couldn't help but applaud almost immediately. It just so happens that I haven't had time to try the move I just comprehended a few days ago, so I'll open your kids' eyes today. Leading the two to the courtyard, looking in the opposite direction of the mountain road, Wang Chen had already set up a posture. The clenched fists swiped along the trajectory of the 13 stars of Pegasus, and the invisible coercion slowly overflowed with the continuous condensation and burning of the small universe. Hey? It's a pose from such a distance, but there's nothing around here. Seeing this, Boomer was even more puzzled. She also thought that Wang Chen would find some rocks that were not too big or small and perform palm-crushing big stones or something. In Boomer's view, this is the limit that manpower can reach. But she never imagined that Wang Chen's target was not a rock at all, but the mountain he was facing. Pegasus. Meteor Fist. Soon, as Wang Chen continued to accumulate savings, he had sensed that his small universe was fully burning. The clenched iron fist struck forward without hesitation. As if in response to Wang Chen's wishes, countless starlight-like fists shot from the right fist one after another, streaking through the sky one after another. Boomer on the side didn't even see what was happening, just heard countless world-shaking roars in his ears, and the distant mountain peaks exploded as if they had received some indescribable attack, and countless stones shattered with fists scattered and collapsed. Immediately afterwards, even these scattered rubble was torn apart by the action of the small universe, and turned into grey ash with the weather. All that was left was the mountain that had been shattered by a punch that shattered nearly half of its body. At this moment, the fist of sound speed that hit hundreds of blows in an instant, this moment finally revealed its own fangs for the first time in this world that did not belong to it. Liar. Deceptive, right? Can humans shatter mountains with one punch? Witnessing the atom-destroying power of the small universe, Boomer's immediate reaction was to believe what he saw. However, the still rolling debris at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain peak that has disappeared half in the distance, are more powerful evidence than anything. Until this moment, Boomer suddenly realized what kind of power was hidden under the harmless appearance of the two young men and animals in front of him. Great, if these two brothers follow, you won't have to be afraid of any danger on the way to find the Dragon Ball. After seeing Wang Chen's small universe with his own eyes, Boomer has changed from simply trying to find a way to take the Dragon Balls to how to pull Wang Chen and the two brothers on his journey. Of course, whether someone's appearance is at work there, then only Boomer himself knows. Suddenly catching a glimpse of Boomer's expression, the corner of Wang Chen's mouth hooked a smug smile. He knew that his purpose had been completely achieved. You mean that this Dragon Ball is a relic left by your grandfather? Hearing the two brothers' explanations to Dragon Ball, Boomer held his forehead a little helplessly. The Dragon Ball turned out to be a relic left by the elders in other people's families, and it was obviously impossible to be easily coaxed by her. Buy with money? The two brothers were able to stay like ascetics in this silence for years, showing that they had no desire for money. Or with strong? That's even more unlikely. The power of a punch is more amazing than a missile, whereas the existence of her, a girl in the flower season, who has the courage to rob? Could it be that Miss Ben's first adventure is about to end when she reaches Bun Mountain? Looking at the 4 planets that emitted crystal light because of their resonance, Boomer bit his lip a little unwillingly. Perhaps seeing Boomer's embarrassment, Wang Chen said very understandingly. Actually, it's not impossible to give the Dragon Balls to you. Hey! Boomer was puzzled. This time the right to use the Dragon Ball is given to you, but in exchange. Boomer, your Dragon Ball radar will be lent to me to find the Dragon Ball again in a year's time. Because I want my loved ones to be resurrected more than so-called relics. Suddenly thinking of that kind old man, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little sad. In this life, except for his somewhat stupid little brother, and the Jaime and Bardock, who had only seen in the Sion Sanatorium. What Wang Chen is most concerned about in his heart is probably Son Gohan, who adopted him and Wukong. He knew that Goku would turn into a giant ape on the night of the full moon, and he had repeatedly told the other party not to look at the night sky, especially in the middle of the moon. But even so, in this mountain forest with almost no shelter, some things are really inevitable. Wang Chen also thought that if he cut off Wukong and his own tail every time before Goku's tail grew, wouldn't he be able to avoid this tragedy? The tail of the Scions may be really a little naughty. Just like shaving, as Wang Chen cut more, little Goku's tail turned out to be longer and faster, and in the end, it even reached the point where he could fully recover in less than half a year. 78 episodes broke 80 episodes and returned. So, Son Gohan, who couldn't bear to hurt his grandson again and again, rejected his proposal as in the original. Therefore, in the end, the ending of Sun Wuhan being killed by the giant ape Goku remained unchanged. Only Wang Chen, who happened to go down the mountain to buy things at that time, narrowly escaped. Over the years, he has been thinking that if he can awaken the small universe a few years earlier, he will definitely be able to prevent the irrational Goku from saving Son Gohan, and at the same time, it will not make Goku bear the guilt of killing his relatives in the future. And the reason why Wang Chen is so thirsty for power, perhaps Sun Wuhan's tragic death is also one of the reasons. After expounding his ideas, the best of both worlds was quickly agreed by Boomer and Goku. So, when the azure blue car started again, the people looking for the Dragon Ball had 2 more Scions with explosive strength. P.S. Dear dears, little hands shake, flowers I have, it really won't be too difficult ha, thank you for the 0.1 seconds you paid for this book, Mata. Chapter 007. From here another 1,200 kilometers west, while driving the car in the direction of the Dragon Ball radar, Boomer was in the mood to hum a ditty. Perhaps because of the addition of 2 bodyguards, Boomer, who has a great sense of security, seems to be in a very good mood. However, Wang Chen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, felt a strong sense of discord. What, Boomer? Since you're looking for Dragon Ball, don't you think it's faster to fly a plane? Finally, when the 2 brothers bumped up and down this rugged mountain road with the car for a long time, Wang Chen couldn't help it. More than 2 days had passed since the 3 left Bunzi Mountain. In the past 2 days, several of them spent almost half of their time in this car, which was completely different from the speed and passion he imagined all the way. Wang Chen really didn't understand that Boomer's small box was so complete with capsules. Why didn't he simply take out the plane directly, but drove hard in this mountain road? But he knew that Boomer, a genius, dared to fly a plane when he was 3 years old. At the same age, even Goku, a scion, still allowed fingers in the nursery machine. Haha, I knew Aiken, you would definitely ask this question. In fact, in my opinion, it is not only the Dragon Balls that are important, but also an irreplaceable memory of the process in between. Perhaps knowing that Wang Chen would definitely ask this question, Boomer, who had already been prepared, blinked his eyes and said mischievously. If it is really as Wang Chen suggested, maybe she doesn't even need to go out the door, just relying on the energy of the daughter of the richest man in the world, she can make a bunch of people willingly help her find the Dragon Balls. You must know that as a 16-year-old girl, going to the deep mountains and forests, deserts and seas alone, knowing the dangers hidden in this, even Boomer summoned up a lot of courage to make a decision. Perhaps, if you have him, you don't have to worry about this. Inadvertently glanced at Wang Chen, who was sitting on the right. For some reason, Boomer's face was a little red. Perhaps, in the heart of every adolescent girl, there is actually a powerful and handsome prince? Well, maybe I really don't understand. Hearing Boomer's explanation, Wang Chen had to agree. No way, the Dragon Ball radar is in Boomer's hand, and he is embarrassed to grab something with a 16-year-old girl, so he simply lets the other party play well. Anyway, no matter how long the time is, he believes that this Dragon Ball must be his own thing that did not run. Of course, the most important thing is that he also suddenly remembered. Without this journey to find Dragon Ball, without that strange adventure and memories, can Dragon Ball still be the Dragon Ball in our hearts? Goku, who has been quietly in the back seat, is very happy to see the scenery passing backwards outside the window. With their own feelings, the journey of the three returned to the previous calm. However, while driving, Boomer, who was driving the car, suddenly hit the brakes. After a squeak, when the car stopped, Wang Chen, who suddenly opened his eyes, thought that he had encountered an enemy attack, and subconsciously rushed out to protect the car behind him. What happened? With sharp eyes looking around, Wang Chen's small universe immediately covered a distance of 100 meters, monitoring all the wind and grass in the range. He knew that the Red Ribbon Legion and the Pirav group were all looking for the existence of the Dragon Ball, so he couldn't help but be careless. However, seeing the scene in front of him clearly, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched a little. Just because there were no vicious enemies in front of him, nor did he imagine aircraft cannons and traps. What appeared in front of the car was just a turtle of a staggering size. That. If you don't mind, can you give me a glass of salt water? Looking at Wang Chen, who was vigilant in front of him, he showed a cheeky smile with the turtle who was staring at him wide-eyed. The devil knows why turtles can show a cheeky smile. He looked at Boomer, who also got out of the car, and the two of them still gave each other a cup of cold white open with salt according to his words. Thank you so much, I almost thought I was going to die in this unfamiliar place. This year, turtles are difficult to do. The turtle, who drank all the salt water in one gulp and wiped a handful of non-existent sweat, thanked him. Wait, isn't this the decrepit boy raised by the turtle immortals? Only then did Wang Chen discover that the turtle in front of him that made him a little familiar was not the one from the turtle immortal family. After living in the world of Dragon Ball for 16 years, some of the episodes in the original book are a little blurry in his memory. However, Wang Chen did not forget this poor baby who was used by Wukong to practice the magic sealing wave dozens of times. Although it was a bit rude. But if you can you please give me a ride? Perhaps seeing the car in which several people were riding, the desperate turtle showed a touch of human shame. For a poor baby who has been lost for more than a year and happens to go in the opposite direction, what is thick skin? Chapter 008. I said, you don't have to step in. No problem, helping others is the foundation of happiness, so I will give you a ride along the way. Stopping Boomer, who wanted to refuse, Wang Chen immediately slapped his chest and accepted. Is it? That's great. When you return to the Turtle Immortal House, I will definitely let the old man repay you. Hurriedly waved towards Wang Chen, and the old turtle almost couldn't hold back his tears and sighed. There are still many good people in this world. Seeing this, Boomer, who was a little unhappy, quickly pulled Wang Chen to the side and whispered. Aiken, have you forgotten that we are still looking for Dragon Ball? Send this turtle home, can you make another big circle? Don't worry, take a closer look, the direction of the Dragon Balls on the radar, isn't there exactly one near the seaside? It won't be a long way to send this turtle home. What's more, Boomer, didn't you just say that the process of finding Dragon Balls is also a pleasure, so let's take a break. Seeing Boomer's somewhat reluctant look, Wang Chen immediately said what he had prepared. He knew that the turtle immortal also had a dragon ball in his hand, and this time he happened to take that dragon ball by the way. And looking at Wukong on the car, Wang Chen actually had some careful thoughts. Over the years of following him, although Xiao Wukong's combat effectiveness is much stronger than in the original work. But Wang Chen knew that if he only talked about cultivating the small universe, the entire Dragon Ball world should be unbeatable. But if you change to Qi cultivation, you have to give it to the guidance of the Turtle Immortal, a martial arts grandmaster. For the future of his brother, Kames Enya, and his party cannot fly. Of course, in addition to considering Wukong's future, Wang Chen has another purpose. That is, he wanted to see what kind of strength the Turtle Immortal, who was known as the god of martial arts in the early stage, had. Nowadays, when Wang Chen used his physique and qi alone against the enemy, his combat effectiveness was about 30. The words of the small universe are much stronger, and the comprehensive combat power is probably equivalent to a martial artist with a combat power of about 50. But if he uses gas as fuel to assist the outbreak of the small universe, how strong the power he can exert is that even he has no bottom. Especially the destructive power that the small universe is best at. I believe that even Goku and Vic at the end of the first part of Dragon Ball will never dare to use their bodies to hard attack their own combat skills. Therefore, Wang Chen was eager to know what level he had reached after these 2 years of diligent cultivation. There is no doubt that the Turtle Immortal is his best choice today. That's true, too. It seems that he agreed with Wang Chen's statement, and seeing that he said so, Boomer did not get too entangled in this issue. Because the car was not damaged by Goku like the original, the car that sat down with 4 people quickly continued on the road. In addition, it is only less than 120 kilometers from the seaside, with Wang Chen, a big master, Boomer, who does not have to worry about overturning at all, almost stepped on the accelerator to the highest and wantonly experienced the fun of drag racing. Soon, when the foaming old turtle got out of the car, several people had already arrived on a beach with a rippling sea light. "Wow, is this the sea that Big Brother said?" Suddenly saw the wide blue sea. The bumpy turtle had not had time to speak, and Goku, who was still in a state of full blood, couldn't help but fly out of the car, and a fierce sun plunged into the sea. Bah, bah! This sea water turned out to be salty. Ha ha, stupid, of course the sea water is salty, is it still sweet? However, Goku, who choked on a large mouthful of seawater, soon swam back to the shore because he disliked the fishy and salty taste, which made Boomer on the side couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Wang Chen's heart was slightly sour. In the past 2 years, he has only thought about how to practice hard and try to strengthen his little universe, but he has forgotten Goku's feelings. I forget that today's Goku is just a naive teenager who doesn't know anything about the world, and it is the age when he is curious about these things. Maybe I should have brought Goku out a long time ago and took a look at this big world. Shaking his head, Wang Chen suddenly felt a little grateful to Boomer. If it weren't for her, it might have taken me an unknown amount of time to realize the problem. Especially the original Dragon Ball, if not for Boomer taking Goku out of Bun Mountain, when Rataiji came to Earth 11 years later, his younger brother, who may not have a combat power of less than 100, would definitely not have survived. In any case, even if it is the biological brother of this body, if Ratty does not know each other, thinking of the somewhat chilling future, Wang Chen had already made up his mind. Whether it is Qi or a small universe, his own cultivation must not slack off for half a point. At that time, even the so-called brothers, or the so-called Scion princes and cosmic emperors, the guys who rushed to the earth to spread wilderness everywhere, have only one way to die. Not to mention Wang Chen, who was thinking about how to take care of those future bosses. The turtle at this time had already swam his body excitedly and ran away. It seems that he should have returned to the Turtle Immortal house. Sure enough, after a while, when the turtle appeared in everyone's sight again, a white-bearded bald old man who looked a little not in line with the high temperament also came to the beach at the same time. It is the turtle immortal who is known as the god of martial arts. Young man, thank you so much for saving my turtles. After jumping from the turtle shell for more than 10 jong from afar, he fell steadily to the ground, and the turtle immortal who was carrying dozens of kilograms of turtle shell arrived towards Wang Chen. Chapter 009. Where, we just happened to help along the way. Seeing that the turtle immortal thanked himself, Wang Chen also said politely. People are old and fine, but he knows that under the lewd old face of the turtle immortal, there is a hole in the heart of the world. Little Goku's practice still has to ask the other party, and it is necessary to establish a good relationship in advance. Speaking of which, your old man can actually carry nearly 100 caddies of turtle shell and jump more than 10 feet away, what a remarkable skill. Glancing at the wind and clouds and the light turtle immortal without a trace, and the sand beach under his feet that seemed to have never borne the weight, Wang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. As he expected, this martial arts god's realm and control of power were indeed much higher than his own. At the very least, if he lands from mid-air with a weight of 200 pounds without using the small universe, he will definitely splash countless sand and dust. Of course, don't look at him as old as he loses his teeth, this is the legendary god of martial arts. As if seeing Wang Chen's thoughts, the old turtle introduced with some pride. After following the turtle immortal for so many years, how could he not see that Wang Chen and Wukong were also people who practiced martial arts? Since they are all people who practice martial arts, it is much simpler to repay their own kindness. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not point to the idea of breaking the turtle, but praised the trend. Oh! It turned out to be the rumored turtle immortal, no wonder he had such extraordinary skills. Everywhere, it's just everyone's love. Speaking modestly, the old turtle's face turned into a chrysanthemum. Obviously, horse fart is common in all worlds. It's just that the other party's somewhat squinted eyes unconsciously swept up and down, but it made Boomer on the side frown slightly. Without a trace, he stepped forward to block Boomer and the turtle immortal, and Wang Chen handed over his hand again. They are all people who practice martial arts, and they have always admired the rumored god of martial arts. Since I am fortunate to see your real body today, I also ask the turtle immortal to give me some advice. Young man, you want to talk to me? Suddenly hearing Wang Chen's proposal that I don't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth, the turtle immortal was also a little stunned. Today's young people are very confident. However, the cultivation of being a martial arts master made Wu Tian not have the intention of looking down on Wang Chen. On the contrary, it was his love for talent that made Wu Tian can't help but want to try Wang Chen's skills. Soon, the two who had the same mind couldn't help but face each other. With the rise and burning of Wang Chen's small universe, an invisible momentum began to clash continuously around the two, stirring the surrounding airflow. Countless sand and dust rose up as if swept by a storm, and under the traction of the breath and the small universe, they turned into a barrier around the two of them. Seeing this, the turtle and Boomer and the others standing on the side almost subconsciously opened a distance of more than 20 meters, and only then dared to hide behind a rock and quietly watch the battle. Goku, who do you say will win? Seeing that the two began to face off, Boomer, who was hiding behind the rock, turned his head towards Goku with some curiosity and asked. In her opinion, Wang Chen, who can shatter the mountain with one punch, is better than this somewhat colored old man, right? I don't know, eldest brother has always taught me to learn to sense the strength of my opponent. But this old man doesn't look bad at all. Shaking his head, Goku also said that he couldn't guess the victory or defeat of the two at all. At this moment, with Wang Chen's burst of drink, he who was full of energy from the young man had taken the lead in taking a step. The still powerful aura in the body quickly turned into fuel, igniting all the small universes in the body. The invisible power burst out from the depths of the body, and Wang Chen, who was moving like a thunderbolt, came to the front of the turtle immortal almost in the blink of an eye and punched out, and the roaring fist even set off a booming sound in midair. Against the turtle immortals, he knew that he had to burn his immature little universe with all his strength, plus the cooperation of breath, in order to have a chance of victory. So fast, this young man is stronger than I thought. Suddenly facing Wang Chen's attack, the turtle immortal hurriedly stopped the arm in front of him, only feeling a strong attack, and some of his body couldn't help but retreat one after another. Thanks to his many years of martial arts training, his experience in on-the-spot response has been accumulated to the extreme, and only then can he pose as an iron plate bridge in front of Wang Chen's next whip legs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the experienced turtle immortal immediately kicked Wang Chen's chest, and then the force of the fist and foot contact opened the distance again. Even so, the turtle immortal's face did not have the slightest joy. Because, with the contact between the two, he even felt that a small part of the breath in his body was destroyed abruptly. Yes, partially destroyed. In the face of the small universe that destroys atoms, even the almost physical existence of breath will be forcibly shattered by the small universe with the contact between the two. That is to say, as long as he continues to be close to Wang Chen, even if he does not fall behind in the move, he will be defeated due to the destruction of the breath in his body. Even Wang Chen can even burn his own small universe through part of the breath of others, and then maintain his own state for a long time. For Saint Seiya, as long as the small universe can still burn, even if the body is broken, it can still exert good combat power. It seems that if you don't take out the hundreds of years of heritage of this old guy of mine, this battle is really difficult to say. Until this moment, the turtle immortal completely let go of his arrogance as a martial arts grandmaster, and began to deal with Wang Chen's offensive with all his strength. Soon, with the dark purple turtle shell behind it, it crashed to the ground. At the moment when countless sands and dust were set off, two figures as fast as the wind collided again. Chapter 011. I said, "Young man, do you really not consider practicing with me?" On the beach, looking at Wang Chen and his party who were about to leave, the turtle immortal who learned everyone's intentions said with some regret while handing over the dragon ball around his neck to the other party. After the previous fierce competition, he had seen Wang Chen's talent and potential with his own eyes, and even if he had not accepted a disciple for many years, he had to admit that he was a little moved. Unfortunately, he also knew that he didn't know anything about the power called small universe, and what he could teach Wang Chen was quite limited. Of course, Wang Chen himself knows this very well. "Sorry Wushan sensei, I have my own path. I hope you will understand this. But after this trip, I hope you will accept Goku as a disciple. Goku's talent is not worse than mine, but because of the lack of famous teachers to teach him over the years, so." The meaning of Wang Chen's words was naturally that the turtle immortal was the famous master. He has always been very clear that without the Goku taught by the turtle immortals, his path to martial arts is by no means as brilliant as the original. And it is precisely because of the teachings of the turtle immortals that the potential ability belonging to Sun Wukong himself has gradually been developed, allowing him to defeat one strong enemy after another. In fact, if there was no small universe, Wang Chen might not be able to win Wukong. But even he himself awakened a small universe that did not exist in the Dragon Ball world because of the inheritance of Saint Seiya. This miracle is simply impossible to replicate a second time. Goku. Indeed, his qualifications for martial arts training are not much worse than yours. I don't know where you two brothers come from. Looking back at little Goku, who was still a little dumbfounded, the turtle immortal even vaguely remembered Son Gohan, who was clamoring to enter his door wall, and his expression could not help but show a trace of love. With his many years of experience in martial arts, he can naturally see that Wukong's muscles and bones are the best candidates for martial arts. Especially just now, he actually saw this 12-year-old hairy boy with his own eyes, stunned to imitate his turtle school Qigong, and directly separated the sea level within a range of nearly 100 meters on the side. Since then, the turtle immortals have not had the slightest doubt about the talents of these two brothers. Fortunately, you young people have your own way, and I don't mix much with this old guy. But if you want to worship a teacher in the future, remember to come to Turtle Immortal Island in this sea." Waving his hand towards a few people, the Turtle Immortal did not do any more. Perhaps a force that existed in the underworld had already made him feel what kind of disciple he would accept. And at this time, after saying goodbye to the Turtle Immortals, because they got a Dragon Ball again, Wang Chen, who was in a good mood, did not rush to continue on the road, but strolled along this beach. Gaku, who followed behind, was happy to look at the seashells on the seashore, and from time to time he tried it with the mighty lobster. It's rare to come to the beach once, and he also wants to take care of Goku's mood. Walking on the golden beach, recalling the scene that almost refreshed his three views just now, Boomer, who was a little curious, couldn't help but ask Wang Chen. "I said Aiken, who won the duel between you and that old man just now?" Maybe in her heart, she didn't want Wang Chen to lose to an old man, right? Even if this old man's strength is a little too strong. "Oh, guess what?" Wang Chen, who looked at Boomer with a curious look with some amusement, guessed the other party's thoughts, and said with a smile. Of course, Wang Chen himself knew that although the duel between him and the Turtle Immortal seemed to be comparable, in the end, the Tianma Meteor Fist and the Turtle Sect Qigong were also destroyed at the same time. But in fact, his Tianma Meteor Fist still has to be superior. At the moment when the last two Qi energies annihilated each other, a trace of not weak fist strength still slashed through the side of the Turtle Immortal's neck along the gap in the airflow. If you think about that fist, if it is a few inches higher, the result is of course obvious. Humph! I see how powerful you are, you can't match Sister Ben Xiao's boxing technique. The immature fist rained down on Wang Chen's back. Seeing this, Wang Chen, who was shocked, of course, had to run away while begging for mercy from Boomer behind him. Perhaps as Boomer said, the journey itself is a precious memory. At the same time, it was on the beach where the two had fought before. Just like that, the three people stared at the three people gradually moving away on the beach, and when they looked back and glanced at the beach that had been flooded by the sea, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help but think of the scene of the previous duel between the two. Today's young people are really getting more and more powerful. The stunt he spent decades developing was broken by a 16-year-old teenager. To be honest, even if he was a martial arts grandmaster, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help but give birth to a trace of loneliness. Maybe he should also teach a disciple to come out and shame himself before the snow? Hee, old man, I'm not your opponent though. However, can you bear to beat up your brother? As if thinking of some brilliant method, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help but let out a burst of sinister laughter. He had even fantasized that after his own teaching, Wukong would defeat Wang Chen, the eldest brother, in the future. However, whether this is in Wang Chen's calculation, only he knows it. Chapter 012. After getting a Dragon Ball again, Boomer and Wang Chen, who were further away from their goal, soon embarked on their journey again. Because the car was destroyed by the aftermath of Wang Chen's fight with the Turtle Immortals. So for the next few days, Boomer had to take out a spare motorcycle to rush. As for the sad little Wukong, of course, he can only sit on the somersault cloud aggrieved and hurry. However, in his little head, maybe riding a somersault cloud in the sky is the most comfortable thing. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the next Dragon Ball is not far ahead of us. Exactly, there is a village in front. Let's go to the village and rest before continuing to hurry, maybe the Dragon Ball is in the village? While staring at the Dragon Ball radar, Boomer's hands did not forget to hold the handle to adjust the direction. I hope so. But just in case, let me go and see first. Gaku, you stay here to protect Boomer from leaving. Seeing little Wukong nodding obediently, Wang Chen quickly stepped forward with satisfaction and pushed open the gate of the village. However, what made him a little distressed was that in addition to a group of busy villagers, he also added a guy who should not have appeared in the Dragon Ball world at all. Wait, what do I see? That turned out to be an Iron Man 28, a very old classic robot anime. Some couldn't believe their eyes, seeing the 28th flaunting its might in the village, forcing the villagers to hand over their food and savings. He even had some doubts about whether this Dragon Ball world had gone some strange development route because of an extra one. But soon, with the message transmitted back by the perception of the small universe, he discovered that the so-called Iron Man 28 was not the huge robot in his memory, but a creature, a living person. A living person, how is it like the 28th? There is, of course, only one answer. That's this little cub is an oolong change. I was almost frightened by the wastewood of oolong, it's really, seeing through the real body of this number 28, Wang Chen was a little self-deprecating, but also completely relaxed his vigilance. If you have an oolong, can you still cut down yourself whose combat power is stronger than that of the turtle immortals? Ha ha ha, if my uncle Wolong can come to your village, that is to give you face. If anyone wants to hand in a little less, then don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing people. Unaware of the terrifying big man walking behind him, at this time, the 5-minute transformation time limit has not yet passed, and he is using his transformation technique to show off his might. Watching the villagers tremble like sieve chaff one by one, this made the oolong, which may not even have 3 combat effectiveness, very useful. However, this guy has been able to pretend to be here for so long, and the concept of time is surprisingly good. Looking at the watch on his hand, seeing that his transformation technique had less than 2 minutes left, Oolong immediately stopped these villagers from continuing to carry it, and instead took the huge body that transformed into a handful of tribute in front of him. There are still 2 minutes left in the transfiguration, it's almost time to go. Carrying a pile of fruits, grain, and belongings offered by the villagers, Oolong was already satisfied and was about to turn away. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Wang Chen, whose face was a little livid. It is clear that the combat effectiveness is so weak, but the ability to pretend is not small. This cheeky! Should you really say that you deserve to be a pig? Boy, what are you talking about? What pigs are not pigs? If you know me, get out of my way, don't get in the way of my Oolong King. Seeing that his Oolong King was here, and there were still people who dared to block the way, Oolong suddenly couldn't help but intimidate. Especially he also faintly felt that the man in front of him might know his true body. It's just that in the face of his fierce intimidation, the person in front of him not only did not have the slightest fear, but stretched out a finger towards him with a slight mockery. One finger. As long as you can resist a blow from one of my fingers, I will let you go. Chapter 013. Well, then don't blame me for chopping your finger alive. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, knowing that this person was determined to block his way, and Oolong, who was in a hurry to leave before the effect of the transformation technique ended, did not think much about it. In the current situation, either he was killed by himself, or he was killed by him. Anyway, you won't die if you break a finger, don't blame me. After gritting his teeth and making up his mind, Oolong's mind moved. After a hazy flash of light flashed by the transformed robotic arm, it quickly changed into a big axe flashing with a sharp cold light. The whistling sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, perhaps feeling the threat coming from Wang Chen's body, and the arms of the Oolong wielding the big axe were almost bruised. It's like it's already using all my strength. Hey? It seems that Oolong's transformation technique is not at all meritless. Feeling the heavy force coming from his fingers, Wang Chen couldn't help but have some improvement in Oolong's ability. Now it seems that although this transformation technique is only 5 minutes, in the transformation state, Oolong does seem to be able to have some ability to transform into form. In other words, this seemingly chicken transformation technique is by no means a false appearance. In fact, Oolong, who is also aware of this fact, is also full of confidence, waiting to see this self-sufficient guy in front of him be taught a lesson. But what he couldn't believe was that with the contact between the sharp axe and his fingers, there was not only a feeling of tearing flesh and blood. On the contrary, the big axe that he changed was knocked out of a huge opening, and as time passed, the fragmentation on this opening continued to deepen, until the entire axe completely turned into grains of sand that went with the wind. Obviously, the moment he touched Wang Chen's small universe, Oolong's transformation technique had been completely shattered by the power of the small universe. You. Pointing to Wang Chen, who still maintained his previous posture and was more like a delicate and dusty Wang Chen, Oolong only felt that his legs couldn't help but tremble like a sieve. Even if he is stupid, I am afraid that he knows that he has provoked a powerful existence that he absolutely cannot provoke. I said, if you can pick me up, I'll let you go. The star-like little universe continued to condense at the fingertips, like a sword formed by a ray of light, almost pointing directly at the face of the Oolong. Suddenly, under the action of the small universe, an invisible pressure pressed down like a large net, making Oolong only feel that his body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He even had the illusion that maybe the next moment, he would be killed by this seemingly ordinary finger. This stupid pig is too daring, right? So what made Wang Chen a little funny was that he was just bluffing before he could deliver a blow, and the frightened Oolong had fainted. And when he woke up again, it was already a different scene. The culprit was directly frightened, and of course Wang Chen did not mean to be polite with Oolong. After instructing the villagers who were also a little embarrassed and angry to tie up each other's 5 flowers, looking at the Oolong who had already tied up the 5 flowers, Wang Chen, who was surrounded by many villagers, held a kitchen knife borrowed from the villagers, and pointed at him with a bad face and threatened. Say, where did you hide all the girls in the village? In 3 seconds, maybe today's dinner will not be served with a table of roast whole pigs. During Oolong's coma, Wang Chen happened to make a deal with the villagers here. He helps the men control the Oolong and finds the girls who have been taken captive. In exchange, it is naturally the dragon balls in the village. Originally, in Wang Chen's opinion, this bold size was almost comparable to the Oolong of soybeans, and it was expected that it should be very cooperative. Who doesn't know where the other party's self-esteem comes from? As soon as he heard the 3 words little fat pig, Oolong couldn't help but jump to his feet. Don't call me little fat pig, my name is Oolong, Oolong, dark dragon. Dragon, your sister, dragon. Too lazy to listen to the Oolong BB, Wang Chen, who was a little impatient, suddenly slapped up. Looking at the silent appearance of the Oolong who rolled on the ground several times, he nodded with satisfaction. I advise you not to think about tricks, but I saw those villagers who hate you so much that they have their teeth itching, even the barbecue tools are ready. How delicious the roasted fat pig is to these villagers, I don't think you should want to experience it, right? Some sneered and hung down a layer of pigskin with a kitchen knife. Wang Chen's sharpening knife huo, there was a look of adding food if I didn't agree with me, almost directly scared Oolong to urinate. Only then did he come to his senses and realize what a powerful existence he had provoked. I can't beat and beat, I'm a coward, what else can I do? I'm also helpless. Helplessly, under the threat of the butcher knife, Oolong finally failed to bear Wang Chen's forced confession and said the location of his lair. Even the small vaults that he has looted around over the years have also chosen to confiscate. On the side, the villagers who learned the whereabouts of their children did not care much, and rushed towards the old lair of Oolong outside the village. It didn't take long for only Wang Chen and Boomer and his party to remain in this big square. However, Wang Chen knew that Oolong even wished that their parents would take him away. Just because of these guys who have been connived at by Oolong for a long time, they have long been immersed in the life of drunken gold fans. However, he is just a passerby, what are these people raised to do with themselves? Not bad, seeing that you are quite acquainted, I won't kill you. Last question, you obviously have the ability to transform into a technique. Why don't you use this power to make a serious errand? Finally, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask an answer that he had always wanted to know. With Oolong's ability, even if the transformation technique only has 5 minutes, it will not be too difficult to make money. Why not go to the big city to enjoy drunken gold fans, but nest in this small mountain village, become a mountain king who seems to be majestic, but in fact is dirt to the scum. Because I'm being hunted down. Chapter 014. What did you say? Suddenly hearing Wolong's explanation, Wang Chen thought that there was something wrong with his ears. I said, I'm being hunted down, big brother. Seeing Wang Chen's look of disbelief, the crying face finally couldn't hold back the grievances in his heart. Originally, as you said, I also thought about finding a job. After all, who wants to leave a prosperous big city and run deep into the mountains to pretend to be a king? But who knows? Su Yi saw Wang Chen's somewhat curious look, and the bitter water that had been hidden in his heart for a long time finally couldn't help but pour it out. If you don't listen, you don't know, and you are shocked when you hear it. Maybe even Wang Chen didn't expect that he had only been out for a few days, and the plot had already deviated from his memory. That's probably it. Couldn't help but wipe a handful of non-existent teardrops, and Oolong sighed sadly. After listening to his narration, Wang Chen was a little unbelievable. You mean that the Red Ribbon Legion has been hunting down powerful martial artists lately, as well as you strange people with special abilities? Of course, otherwise why would I flee to this small mountain village where birds don't? And as far as I know, these days the Red Ribbon Legion doesn't know what happened, and its strength has risen several levels. Many of the kingdom's cities were secretly controlled by the Red Ribbon Legion. And even many powerful martial artists were captured by the Red Ribbon Legion, and I couldn't help it, that's why. In this regard, even Boomer next to Wang Chen nodded in agreement. It seems that what Oolong said is not false. As if in response to Oolong's frustration, just at the gate not far from a few people, at this moment, there was a boom, and countless smoke and dust suddenly burst into the air. Immediately after that, several severed hands with blood flew over. What? I didn't expect that this village would suddenly be attacked, and while Wang Chen was still thinking about what Oolong said, the gate of the village had been completely destroyed by unknown armed forces. Immediately afterwards, a cold-faced man entered the village through the ruined gate. Discover the target Oolong and execute the capture order. Suddenly, he saw the Oolong beside Wang Chen, and the eyes of the godless man suddenly released a ray of essence. Dark skin, a little red cinnabar under wavy curly hair stands proudly at the center of his eyebrows. If you don't know who this person is, then when Wang Chen recalls the existence of the other party, that name will definitely not be too unfamiliar to true Dragon Ball fans. King Jaiba, what's going on with King Jaiba? What happened in front of him has almost completely surpassed Wang Chen's cognition of the plot of the original work. Wang Chen couldn't even figure out why the plot of the Dragon Ball world had changed so much. Oolong was chased and killed, and the power of the Red Ribbon was inexplicably expanded, and it had the momentum to sweep the world. Even King Jaiba, an existence that appeared at the 22nd Tianxia Martial Arts Conference, appeared in this village several years in advance. And his purpose is to hunt down Oolong. He has only come out of Bun Mountain for less than a week, and the biggest movement is just a fight with the Turtle Immortals on a secluded and uninhabited beach. How can the plot be so distorted? Wang Chen couldn't understand what exactly caused the development of the incident to be completely beyond his own estimate. None of that, though, seems to matter. Because he saw the existence of the Oolong, the Jaiba King, who looked cold, as if he did not have a trace of human feelings, had turned into an afterimage and rushed over. Gaku, stop him! Too lazy to think about how all this was caused, Wang Chen, who hurriedly covered Boomer's eyes, immediately called. He could see that the strength of this Jaiba King was at best around 40 points, and it was impossible to be an opponent of Gaku, who was holding a Ruyi stick and also had the physique of Sion. And for some reason, although this Jaiba King is fast, the whole person is more dull and witty. And this observation of his own has been quickly confirmed. Wukong and King Jaiba, who were sprinting towards each other, crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters almost in an instant. With the strength of his short stature and flexible body, Gaku almost avoided King Jaiba's right fist with a shake of his steps, and his young body jumped high and punched his opponent in the face. But unexpectedly, his younger brother, who has always been rough and thick-skinned, did not show the slightest joy of victory after smashing a punch into King Jaiba's head, but covered his somewhat red and swollen right hand and grinned. "It's so hard, it's so hard. Brother Chen, this man's head is made of steel." Some narrowly avoided King Jaiba's counterattack, and little Gaku, who was about to cry out of pain, began to become cautious. Naturally, the Jaiba king, who seems to be a little wooden in his movements and intelligence, can't hit the nimble little Wukong at all, but because the slightly stupid body is constantly teased by the little Wukong. It's just that Xiao Wukong, who has suffered losses, did not directly test the opponent's Jin-Tu with his fist this time, but directly pulled out the Ruyi stick behind him. The heavy strength combined with the indestructible Ruyi stick soon made the somewhat clumsy Jaiba king suffer. Especially when the little Wukong who jumped up in the air smashed down Huashan with a force, the tiger-like Ruyi stick smashed King Jaiba's head into a U-shape. But what made Wang Chen's face a little ugly was that among the scattered corpses of King Jaiba, sparks of wires appeared. This Jaiba king has actually been transformed into an artificial human. Chapter 015. Oolong, you said that the Red Ribbon Legion has been hunting down martial artists and special function people recently? I think I now know what happened to them when they were caught. Pointing to King Jaiba with sparks and lightning all the way, Wang Chen's voice was a little solemn. Obviously, the transformed Jaiba king has almost lost his sense of self, but has become a powerful killing tool. Could it be that Dr. Gro is starting to wield power now? Recall that the first time Dragon Ball appeared in Cyborg No. 8 was when Gaku fought with the Red Ribbon Legion after participating in the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Meeting. However, scientific and technological research is a gradual process and cannot be completed in one cluster. There may be leaps and bounds, such as the 16th Tishiru, but the most basic principles are still followed. Even in Dragon Ball, this logic rarely breaks down. Therefore, there is Cyborg 8, and naturally there is also Cyborg No. 1 to 7. But now it was King Jaiba who was transformed into an artificial human, which made Wang Chen feel a somewhat strange aura. He had a hunch that this strange artificial human Jaiba king he saw in the village would definitely not be the only one. If the Red Ribbon Legion is still capturing martial artists and collecting Dragon Balls, I think you will meet these artificial people again. However, although his heart was full of vigilance, Wang Chen was not too worried. After a battle with the Turtle Immortals, Wang Chen's small universe was raised to a whole new level. If you want to use the combat power of the Dragon Ball to calculate, then at this time, Wang Chen's combat power is fully opened, almost comparable to the old Vic who has not yet recovered his youthful state. Even in battle, he can rely on the small universe and the Scion physique to further become stronger. No matter how you Dr. Gro can open the hanging, you have to follow the basic law, don't you? That's right, Boomer. I just saw your clear look. Did you already know the movement of the red ribbon? Yes, otherwise why would I have to go to great lengths to find Dragon Ball? Miss Ben is so genius, what do you want that you won't make yourself? It's not because I heard that Dragon Ball can fulfill a wish, and I had the idea of trying to see if I could stop the Red Ribbon Legion with this wish. As if something strange, Boomer couldn't help but turn around and give Wang Chen a roll of his eyes. I'm really meow. After the three views in his heart were subverted again and again, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to scold his mother at this time. What original plot, that fucking I don't know which direction it floated to. He dared to say that if he still thought that he was the same as the original, he was ready to slowly train the seventh sense of Super Saiga for more than 10 years, I am afraid that Frieza would dare to come to Earth tomorrow to take his life. I thought that my small universe and Scion should be an invincible combination. Now it seems that it is just that your boy's difficulty has not yet opened. Still expect to slowly develop the economy, and directly beat the whole scene in the later stage? Wake up, stop sleeping. However, he is more or less a fierce person who dares to stuff a universe in his body, and Wang Chen's acceptance ability is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. No matter which direction the plot deviates, he has the confidence to not lose to others. Anyway, plus this Dragon Ball in the village, now there are 5 Dragon Balls. The rest, one in the Bull Demon King's Flame Mountain, while the other is in the hands of Pilaf. Wang Chen muttered secretly. According to the distance, the closest to here was of course the one in the Bull Demon King's hand, so Wang Chen quickly confirmed the next trip. He didn't know what kind of situation the Red Ribbon Legion was now, and he didn't know if the other party had begun to notice the Dragon Ball. But no matter what, even if the Dragon Ball is thrown into the toilet, it will not be left to this group of scum, God of God. Because of the incident of the artificial human attack, when several people set off again in the early morning of the second day, several people seemed a little cautious along the way. Especially Wang Chen, who is the backbone of the team, strives to maintain the perception of the 5 senses, always vigilant against possible attacks. After all, the tragic deaths of those villagers before are still vividly remembered. Who knows if a madman will appear on the side of the road to give you a missile. As for Wolong, it was left in the village by Wang Chen and others. First, Wang Chen didn't like this guy who always supported his hind legs to follow the team. Second, Oolong, who has the transformation technique, is completely the best coolie, and can help these villagers who have just suffered a great disaster rebuild the village quickly, and it can be regarded as his atonement for the girls who kidnapped other people's families. Of course, when he heard that Wang Chen and the others inevitably wanted to go right with the Red Ribbon Legion, Oolong also readily agreed to Wang Chen's proposal. However, somewhat unexpectedly, the road was very calm, as if everything encountered before was just an illusion. Akin, I heard that the Bull Demon King of Fried Bread Mountain is murderous and terrifying. Do we really want to ask him for Dragon Balls? Looking at the Fried Bread Mountain, which seemed to be burning with endless fires all day long, and even the heavenly dome seemed to be burned down, Boomer was a little worried. Perhaps even she didn't notice that she had unconsciously become a little more dependent on the person in front of her. Don't worry, the strength of the Bull Demon King is not so terrifying. Don't say it's me, even Goku won't be worse than him. The environment here is so sinister. Boomer, you just wait here, I'll bring the Dragon Balls out soon. Touching Boomer's azure blue silk with a smile, Wang Chen said very confidently. Of course, if they didn't have the fire in front of them that almost melted even the mountains and rocks, perhaps Wang Chen's words were still a little convincing. But as soon as he saw Qi Yan, who almost stained most of the sky red, this chick refused to let go. Chapter 016. Always unable to resist Boomer, who had a resolute attitude, Wang Chen helplessly brought the other party. Because there was an extra weak woman in the team, Wang Chen had to divide a small part of the small universe on Boomer's body to help her resist the invasion of heat. But in fact, he quickly rejoiced that he finally agreed to Boomer's decision to follow. Because in front of several people, a group of unknown soldiers with red ribbons on their arms had already surrounded the Flame Mountain at this time. If Boomer remained in place alone, it would inevitably lead to conflict with these soldiers. Continuing to look, in the ruins in front of the castle, the tall Bull Demon King was currently confronting a stout man with an explosive head who looked like King Jaiba. The huge Bull Demon King, with every step he moved, his Tarzan-like body turned back and caused the earth to tremble. The giant axe of the tiger and tiger makes people have no doubt that it has the power to tear the chariot with one blow. But in contrast, this martial artist who was somewhat like the Jaiba King did not fall under the wind at all, but his relatively small body was always able to burst out with a force that even the Bull Demon King could not match, making the mountain-like figure retreat. More than 10 meters away between the two, General Lan, dressed in a red ribbon uniform, was staring at the Bull Demon King with a cold glance at this time. It's just that like King Jaiba, at this time, whether it is General Lan, General Blue, or the explosive-headed man, they all have a cold look and a dull face. Apparently, both have been completely transformed by Drive GRO and can no longer be considered human. Red Ribbon Legion again? Damn, what a bunch of haunted guys. Seeing this, where does Wang Chen not know that the hand of this Red Ribbon Legion has reached the Fried Bread Mountain? The Bull Demon King can be seen by the Red Ribbon, except for the gold and silver treasures on the mountain, all that remains is the Dragon Ball. This Red Ribbon person surrounded and did not kill, perhaps because he was afraid that the Bull Demon King fish would break the net and throw the Dragon Ball into the flames, right? Looking at the standing expressions of General Lan and the soldiers, Wang Chen understood the other party's thoughts almost instantly. This Red Ribbon Legion wants not only martial artists, but even the Dragon Balls are also regarded as something in their pockets. Judging from the sphere of influence of the Red Ribbon, Pirav, who also holds the Dragon Ball, is afraid that he has been poisoned by the Red Ribbon. The reason why the other party has not taken down the Bull Demon King for so long, in addition to the Rat Thrower, there may be a second reason. At this time, the battle between the explosive-headed man and the Bull Demon King continued. Relying on the steel body of artificial people, the explosive-headed man was not afraid of the Bull Demon King's big axe, but instead repeated injuries for injuries, forcing the Bull Demon King to stand on the left and right. Seeing that the gradually invincible Bull Demon King was about to die, finally, Kiki, who had been hiding in the ruins, could not stand it. "Don't hurt my dad!" After a scream, as Kiki's immature little hand pressed on the helmet, an emerald green beam quickly burst out of it. Like a sharp sword that swept through 1,000 armies, in just a moment. Dozens of Red Ribbon soldiers were burned into ashes by the light. Unfortunately, General Lan, who had been prepared, easily avoided this blow that was enough to make people turn into ashes, but instead the gaze of the possessor of the ability to fix the body suddenly made Kiki, who had just exerted great power, unable to move. Seeing this great opportunity, several surviving soldiers immediately rushed forward, ready to grab Kiki so that the Bull Demon King could throw a rat. Seeing this, of course, Wang Chen would not make these dogs of the Red Ribbon Legion satisfied. "Gaku, Ruyi stick." "Okay." As soon as he heard Wang Chen's orders, Wukong almost didn't want to think about it. At this time, several hideous Red Ribbon soldiers were like vicious dogs pounced, and they pressed towards Kiki one after another. However, at the moment when they were about to grab Kiki, a long stick with a bright red body suddenly burst out at an unknown time, with a whistling sound of breaking the air, and the powerful Ruyi stick directly stabbed several people into rock sugar gourds. What man? Until this moment, General Lan, who was preparing to reap the results of the battle, suddenly turned around, and his godless eyes flashed with a cold light. Eyes with special abilities swept around under the analysis of electronic instruments, looking in the direction of the extension of the wishful stick. Soon, General Lan, who sensed Goku's existence, almost did not hesitate to cast his superpowers here to fix the other party, and at the same time rushed towards Goku, who could not help himself. Even though he lost his feelings as a human being after being transformed, as a soldier, General Lan's fighting ability and awareness were greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, he was facing Wang Chen, who was beyond the scope of common sense. At the moment when he fixed Wukong, Wang Chen, who had known General Lan's special ability first, had already arrived behind him. "I am the one who wants your life." Just a cold voice echoed in his ears, and before General Lan even had time to turn around, the whole person had completely lost consciousness. Chapter 017. This Red Ribbon Legion is really ruthless enough, even its own people have not let go. When he saw that General Lan, whose corpse was separated, and who had countless arcs like King Jiba, Wang Chen knew that the other party had also become the kind of reformed person who had no self-mind. Even General Blue, who was a high-ranking officer of the Red Ribbon Legion, was transformed into a weapon, and this thing made people feel a little wrong. Or is this not just the Red Ribbon Legion, but someone is making trouble in the name of the Red Ribbon Legion? Shaking his head, Wang Chenayu turned his head to look at Libut, who was fighting with the Bull Demon King. He recognized the explosive-headed man who looked like King Jaiba as the genius martial artist Libut who was killed by Wukong in the dragon set of the 22nd World First Martial Arts Association. And at this time, Goku, who had regained control of his body, naturally joined the battle between the Bull Demon King and Libut. With the alliance of this future son-in-law, Libut, who had previously gained the upper hand, was quickly defeated, and after being beaten in the head by Goku's stick, he then cut the Bull Demon King in half with an axe. Unsurprisingly, this man is also a reformed person without a mind. At this point, the Red Ribbon Legion brought by General Blue was finally completely destroyed. General Blue, Libut, plus the previous King Jaiba. I really don't know how many martial artists have already been poisoned. And now, these soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion are still looking for the Dragon Ball. It was becoming more and more unclear what the Red Ribbon Legion was doing, but for some reason, Wang Chen's heart inexplicably had a sense of urgency. It was as if there was an invisible force that reminded him to solve this strange Red Ribbon Legion as soon as possible. On the side, after seeing that these soldiers with red ribbons finally all fell, the Bull Demon King, who had been struggling to hold on, finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Ah, what a help! If it weren't for the little brother and a few of you, my old cow would be here today. It's a pity that my daughter is only 12 years old, and she hasn't had time to grow up yet. Looking at the beautiful Kiki on the side, the old cow suddenly couldn't help but start crying, and his words were full of sadness for a person pulling a child. Seeing this, even Wang Chen on the side couldn't help but mourn a little for it. If he let the Bull Demon King know that his daughter will marry a second product who does not know how to make money to support the family in the future, I really don't know if he will directly draw the big axe and fight with Wukong in front of him. Gee, it seems that I have to teach Goku well in the future, so that he can be kind to his daughter-in-law. For Kikai, Wang Chen certainly didn't have any ideas. Not to mention that the other party is still only a child the size of the 6th grade of elementary school. Moreover, after so many years of getting along, Wang Chen has already regarded Wukong as his own brother. How can he spoil his brother's marriage because he is a traverser? After a while, the Bull Demon King, who seemed to have noticed his gaffe, came back to his senses and looked at Goku and said curiously, "Little brother, I see that the stick you just held seems to be my senior brother's wishful bang. What is the relationship between you and my senior brother son Gohan? Oh, do you tell me about Grandpa? Brother Chen and I are both adopted children by my grandfather." Hearing the Bull Demon King's inquiry, Goku replied almost without thinking. It turned out to be a child adopted by senior brother Gohan. No wonder he has such strength at such a young age. Looking at Goku's little pudding-like body, which actually exerted a power that was several points stronger than himself, the Bull Demon King felt that the more he looked at him, the more pleasing his eyes became. Especially after personally experiencing the feeling of being cornered, even if he did not admit defeat, the Bull Demon King at this time also had a sense of twilight. Maybe he really should go back to the mountains and forests and enjoy the happiness of the world. However, after all, they had just met, and they didn't know much about all aspects of Goku's situation, so the Bull Demon King only had a vague intention of marrying Kiki to him. What's more, in fact, I want to observe what kind of person this husband who booked for his daughter is. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wang Chen on the side. Don't look at the normal battle, Wang Chen only shot out a hand knife, and there was not much performance at all. But that speed, which was faster than the wind, was enough to prove his strength. Speaking of which, why did the Red Silk Army travel thousands of miles here to surround you? Seeing the Bull Demon King looking towards him, Wang Chen asked a little seemingly casually. Probably, it's because of this Dragon Ball in my hand. Taking out the crystal clear Dragon Ball from his arms, the Bull Demon King's expression was quite solemn. At the beginning, it was just a few unruly reformers who came to the door and I cut them all in two with an axe. But later, there were more and more people in the Red Silk Army, and the result became the situation it is today. I thought it would probably be better to keep this beat in someone stronger than me. Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, the Bull Demon King said very sincerely. He also saw that this Dragon Ball was not only of no use to him, but a great scourge. This time, Wang Chen and Wukong rescued each other, and he was lucky enough to save a life. But next time? The Bull Demon King couldn't imagine what his long-dead wife would think of him if Kiki was hurt because of his greed. In this regard, Wang Chen naturally understood the mind of the Bull Demon King. With his strength, if the Red Silk Army had no positioning means, it would not be afraid of ordinary search soldiers. But if you hold the Dragon Ball, it's a lantern in the toilet, look for death. Don't worry, I'll help you get it with the Red Silk Army. I have decided that our next destination is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Taking the sixth Dragon Ball from the hands of the Bull Demon King, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Perhaps he didn't expect that his journey to collect Dragon Balls would be so smooth. At this time, Wang Chen almost couldn't help but want to set off immediately, and immediately got the last Dragon Ball in his hand so that he could resurrect Sun Wuhan, thus ending the regret in his heart. But before leaving, the Bull Demon King stopped him again. Little brother, if you meet a young man named Yamcha at the headquarters of the Red Silk Army, please save him by the way. Although this young man is a robber like me before, his mind is actually not bad. This time, he didn't tell me that the Red Silk Army was arresting people everywhere, maybe Kiki was captured by them. You mean, there's also a Yamcha who was also arrested? Hearing the words of the Bull Demon King, Wang Chen also felt that the development of events was really deviating more and more from the track he knew. The devil knows how Yamcha and the Bull Demon King got mixed up. It seems that the so-called original plot can only be used as a reference. Could it be, because both of them have done a trade? Or is it that because they are all wanted by the Red Silk Army, they have a bandit union? Nodding, Wang Chen didn't ask more about how the two got together. Anyway, saving Yamcha is just casual. Chapter 018. At this time, at the same time that Wang Chen and his party obtained the sixth Dragon Ball and then advanced towards the headquarters of the Red Silk Army, Dr. Willow, who was thousands of kilometers away in the southwest, also discovered their existence. Dr. Willow, those 6 Dragon Balls are moving towards us. Staring at the Dragon Ball radar in front of him, a robot dressed in a Red Silk Army uniform reported expressionlessly from the front. Oh! Interestingly, after collecting 6 Chi Dragon Balls, someone dared to rush here. He even knew that the last Dragon Ball was here? The old man, who was also staring at the picture displayed by the Dragon Ball radar and watching the 6 Dragon Balls actually take the initiative to move in the direction where he was, the old man with a head shaped like a mountain couldn't help but laugh. It is Dr. Willow who has been in control behind the scenes. If Wang Chen were here, he would definitely be shocked to find out. Today, the headquarters of the Red Silk Army, in addition to Dr. Naelo himself, is a human being, including the commander of the Red Silk Army, Commander Red. Except for Dr. Gro, who hid in nowhere, who was lucky enough to escape, all the high level of the Red Silk Army have been transformed into artificial humans. And among these people, one of them was silently hidden in the shadows, and even Wang Chen at this moment was secretly frightened. Very good, let me recycle all the newly modified artificial humans. We are waiting here for this group of self-conscious guys to come to the door. I would like to see what these guys who can't wait to find death can do. Waving his hand, he continued to keep an eye on the changes in the Dragon Ball radar, as if Dr. Willow was already full of anticipation. Could it be you two brothers? At a young age, I can defeat the blue generals who were transformed by me, the Scions. What a race that makes people jealous. Naturally, Dr. Willow will not be alone. With the small universe that was expanding at all times, Wang Chen also fearlessly led Wukong and Boomer towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Because he was eager to find the last Dragon Ball, this time, Boomer did not dwell on anything romantic or unromantic. After seeing the brutality of the Red Silk Army with his own eyes, if originally he only had a longing for Dragon Ball, now Boomer is desperate to stop the ambitions of the Red Silk Army. She knows very well that once the Red Silk Army occupies the world, as the chairman of the capsule company, her family will definitely be the first target to be cut. And at this moment, she had put all her hopes on Wang Chen. No problem, even if the Red Silk Army is powerful, Aiken will definitely not lose. With strong confidence in Wang Chen, Boomer just clenched the lever in his hand. Although the distance of thousands of kilometers is not short, if you are flying the most advanced aircraft of the capsule company, it is only less than an hour's journey. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, several people soon arrived not far from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Is this the Red Ribbon Legion? Looking at the base that looked like a castle complex, Wang Chen couldn't help but mutter. So far, neither he nor Boomer's aircraft have been attacked, which shows that the controllers of the base deliberately let them in. Ridius, think you can catch turtles in an urn? I don't know who is the urn and who is the turtle. Shaking his head, Wang Chen, who was holding Wukong, immediately prepared to jump directly. In any case, as the headquarters of the Red Silk Army, it was still too dangerous for him to risk Boomer going down with him. It's just that he only took half a step and was pulled by Boma, who switched to automatic driving. Aiken, you must be careful. Don't worry, in a few hours, I'll show you an intact me. The invisible little universe blessed on the body, leaving the two brothers stranded in mid-air. Goku, let's send them a big one first. Seeing that the person behind the scene was so big, of course Wang Chen would not be polite with him. As if he had a spiritual rhino in his heart, at the moment Wang Chen spoke, Wukong was very cooperative and had already put his palms together into calyxes, and put them on his waist together with Wang Chen's hands. Even at this time, both of them only had dozens of combat strength. But when Wang Chen and Wukong gathered chi at the same time, as a blue cyclone appeared in the palm, the blue cyclone that seemed to set off an endless storm was enough to make any martial artist frightened. Brothers together, its profit breaks gold. As Wang Chen's mind moved, the azure light suddenly burst out from the palms of the brothers, turning into a divine sword that fell from the sky and slashed into the ground. The turbulent wave of energy swept in all directions like a blue storm, but it erupted like a volcano. Almost in just a moment's effort, nearly half of the originally large castle has been reduced to ruins under the relentless destruction of the two brothers. Perhaps Dr. Willow did not expect that Wang Chen, as a martial artist, did not have the self-respect of a martial artist at all. Unguardedly, he invited June into the urn, but he didn't expect that he directly smashed the urn. Goku, you go down and get those captured martial artists out, I'll go and meet the mastermind behind the scenes. Pointing to a building in the castle that is still intact, Wang Chendao. As early as before he started, Wang Chen had already estimated where these captured martial artists were, and took the initiative to control the scope of the destruction of the turtle sect Qigong in the blow just now. In order to help Goku clear the obstacles in his path. Artificial people have no chi, but martial artists have breath, so any place where the aura with high combat effectiveness is concentrated must be a place where hostages are held. Of course, the reason why Wukong went to rescue these people, Wang Chen also had his own plans. Even if the current Goku has experienced a series of events, his combat effectiveness has increased to a certain extent. But in Wang Chen's opinion, Xiao Wukong, who only has 60 combat power now, is still not enough to join him in the confrontation with the people behind this scene. Come on, let me see who this mysterious existence that secretly controls the Red Silk Army is. After witnessing Wukong enter the cell smoothly and try to rescue some hostages, Wang Chen, who was relieved, turned around and looked at the group that appeared in the ruins at an unknown time. Chapter 019. Are you waiting for me? Jumping down from mid-air to the ruins that seemed to have been plowed by an explosion, looking at the somewhat strange-looking doctor who appeared in front of him, and the artificial people gathered around, Wang Chen frowned a little. Dr. Coley, also translated as Kekken. Willow only sent out such a waste that you can't pick on your shoulders and can't carry with your hands? Coley? I didn't expect you to know my incomplete assistant, it seems that you know more than I thought. However, the old man is not the waste of Coley. As if he had heard some extremely funny joke, the old man in front of Wang Chen suddenly laughed loudly. The old man is Willow, the most genius scientist in this world, but not the waste of coal. Willow. Isn't it Coley? So, you transferred your brain into the body of your assistant? Staring at the coal in front of him, or Dr. Willow, Wang Chen only felt a feeling of nausea coming from him. In the original book, Dr. Willow has always appeared as a brain, and Dr. Cole, who is an assistant from beginning to end, plans for him. After resurrecting Dr. Willow, Coley attracted Goku 12 years later, in order to help the other party occupy Goku's shell and obtain the so-called strongest body. But I didn't expect that Dr. Willow in his time and space actually directly seized Coley's body. For this Dr. Willow, to say that what impressed Wang Chen the most was the few subordinates created by Dr. Cole, who actually forced Goku after beating Vegeta to strike with all his strength, and even needed the Realm King Fist to defeat the other party. And he himself has a strength that is almost equivalent to Vegeta, or even stronger, which almost made Goku suffer at that time. To be honest, if it was the current Wang Chen against Dr. Willow at that time, he would only pull Wukong directly and run away without saying a word. However, after all, it is still 12 years early, I don't believe that this guy can have the same strength as Vegeta 12 years ago. Staring at Dr. Willow in front of him, Wang Chen had no intention of retreating. If he fled without a fight, how could he be worthy of his years of hard work? Transfer? Why do you have such stupid thoughts? How can a body worthy of my brain? I just controlled the body. After all, it is my assistant, and he is more or less outstanding among the Earthlings, unlike those wastes. Of course, this kind of garbage like Coley is certainly not comparable to your brothers. Right, Scion Wang Chen, and Scion Monkey King? The gloomy gaze stared almost non-stop. It was almost impossible to believe what he said about Wang Chen, and Dr. Willow's face was full of smiles. If it weren't for the fact that he found Bun Mountain some time ago because he was looking for the Dragon Ball, and then discovered Wang Chen and Wukong's flying machine, he wouldn't have known that there was a terrifying race of scions in this universe. The near-limitless potential ability, and the extreme growth after the near-death resurrection, this is simply the template for the strongest warrior in his mind, and there is no one. Because of this, his desire to occupy Wang Chen's physical body became stronger. The strongest body and the strongest brain, what kind of situation is that? Thinking of this, Willow, who controlled Dr. Coley's body, couldn't help but show a smile. That kid is also a scion. Maybe you can brainwash it first and store it later. Without thinking about the possibility of defeat at all, while ordering the two newest artificial humans around him to step forward to capture Wang Chen, Dr. Willow thought about how to deal with Goku's body. He believes that the artificial human he has transformed will not lose to this hairy boy like scion. Perhaps these scientists have enough confidence in their work. But this blind self-confidence often ends up being their own grave. So did Dr. Gro, Dr. Mew, and so did Dr. Willow. You seem to be very confident, can you tell me what is the source of your confidence? A demon-like whisper suddenly sounded from his ears, accompanied by a hazy light flashing in front of his eyes. The smile of Coley, who was full of confidence a second ago, has not yet dissipated, and the two transformed people who have been given great confidence by him have been separated. Until the two heads flashing with electric sparks rolled to the ground, the Willow attached to Coley did not come to his senses. Nearly 100 points of combat effectiveness, not bad, as a scientist of this era, you Willow is proud enough. However, I am not qualified to be my opponent. Obviously, Dr. Willow's so-called right-hand men are just two puppets that can fight back to Wang Chen. So in less than an instant, Dr. Willow's 2 men paid the price for my stymating his strength. And the next person to pay his price is himself. The old body that belonged to Dr. Coley could not resist Wang Chen's burning little universe at all. Just as he passed by without stopping, the raging little universe had turned into an invisible storm and completely shredded it, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh flowing with red blood. Idiot, I'm not just a scion. Without looking at Dr. Cole's body torn to pieces by the small universe, Wang Chen sneered and then stepped on the broken corpses all over the ground without hesitation and continued to move forward. He knew that compared to the puppet in front of him, the willow body hiding in the base was his real enemy. Chapter 020. In the dimly lit basement, Wang Chen's footsteps echoed in the basement made of metal. After solving Dr. Willow, Wang Chen continued to follow the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar without stopping, and quickly came to the underground laboratory hidden under the main base. He believes that Dr. Willow, who wants to steal his body, will never make a statement, if you don't open it, you won't open it, and mom won't come back. Such a stupid thing. In fact, Dr. Willow also quickly helped him open the door and let Wang Chen enter it. It's just that after he came in, he didn't see half a figure at all, but the long corridor in front of him that seemed to never end made Wang Chen couldn't help but frown a little. What trick is this guy playing? In doubt, Wang Chen was a little impatient and formed a calyx shape with his hands, ready to directly hit the turtle sect Qigong violently to open the way, first bombard within a radius of 100 meters. According to his estimates, at this time, the Qi of Wukong and those martial artists had left far away from the vicinity of the headquarters of the Red Silk Army, and now even if he made a big fuss, it would not affect the other party. Turtle Pai Qi. What people? Just when Wang Chen had accumulated the Qi in his body and was about to release the turtle sect Qigong to forcibly open the way, among the shadows around him, a pale yellow light was almost fleeting. Even though he had been prepared and turned his body sideways before the beam came, this yellow light, which was several times sharper than the blade, still cut his cheek. It's just that Wang Chen didn't care about the scars on his face, but looked at the figure that emerged from the shadows with some stunned. Are you peach white? Staring at the peach white that was no longer a bit human, Wang Chen suddenly found that he underestimated Dr. Willow. A powerful killer who is good at concealment and assassination has now been transformed into a breathless artificial human. Even if his 5 senses were greatly strengthened, he was almost hit by a peach in vain. It's hard to imagine, if Dobai's strength is a little stronger, can he avoid the previous fatal blow? However, since you have already appeared in front of me, you don't want to have a second chance. The small universe that burned like flames exploded on the soles of his feet, and at the moment when the metal ground shattered, Wang Chen, who was like a violent wind, had already arrived in front of Dobai, and without hesitation, he slashed away with a hand knife. The small universe condensed into a line, its power surpassed almost any divine weapon in this world, and the invisible edge did not even need to touch, and it had already torn the wall behind Dobai into a finger-wide crack. Seeing this, Dobai, who also held his own body of steel, was awe-inspiring, and controlled the right arm of the transformation long knife to meet him. Sonoras. Unexpectedly, with the contact between the small universe and the long knife, Wang Chen's hand knife not only did not cut off the peach and white weapon, but instead emitted a sound of gold and iron, which made Wang Chen, who was bound to win, a little stunned. Why, aren't you surprised? Suddenly, seeing the scion who had let himself lose one after another show a rare expression of surprise, Momo Bai suddenly laughed. It's just that this voice belongs to Willow. As early as when you fought against the old man called the Turtle Immortal, I began to collect information on the mysterious power in you. I admit that your atom-destroying power is really terrifying, even if you are a strong artificial human. It is not impossible to be killed with one blow under carelessness. But if you know your means in advance and choose materials with stronger atomic arrangements, the effect of the mysterious ability will naturally be greatly reduced. And soon, this power will belong to me. Perhaps thinking of some beautiful scene, Doubai's power suddenly increased a little, and he was stunned to force Wang Chen back several steps. Immediately afterwards, there was an attack like a storm. As he said, the specially transformed peach-white body is made of special metal, and its hardness is almost no less than that of diamond. More importantly, the arrangement of the atoms inside it is quite compact and solid, and even Wang Chen has the help of the small universe, he still can't tear this terrible defense. To be honest, if there was no blessing from the small universe, Wang Chen even felt that even the relatively poor bronze holy robe was almost this hardness. Perhaps he saw that Wang Chen's attack could not tear his body at all, and Doubai's attack became more and more bold. The arm of the transformation into a long knife slashed in front of Wang Chen again and again, leaving a sharp wind, easily tearing the ground made of alloy, leaving a series of scars intertwined with canine teeth. After several attempts to confirm that he was indeed unable to break through the peach and white defenses, even Wang Chen could not help but feel a little impatient. Hateful, the physical strength of artificial humans is almost infinite, and I will definitely lose if I continue to fight. While trying to resist the onslaught of Doubai and not fearing death, Wang Chen tried to think of countermeasures. Doubai's positive strength is not strong, and he is probably between Bozhong. But this almost unlimited energy physical strength, as well as the iron body that is as strong as a golden stone, is almost invincible. To be honest, even if he uses the Pegasus Meteor Fist, I am afraid that he will not be able to break through the peach-white steel body. Chapter 021. If only all the power could be concentrated in one point, that's right, a little. Thinking of this, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Because even the Meteor Fist had just been mastered, he had forgotten that Pegasus' strongest combat technique, the Pegasus Comet Fist, was actually a move condensed into a little by the power of countless Meteor Fists. And at this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time for him to comprehend the Comet Fist. The extremely sharp blade once again tore through the air and slashed towards Wang Chen's face, but he who had already taken a countermeasure in his heart rushed forward in the direction of Doubai. Morihan's blade was getting closer and closer. But when that little bit of cold light was about to pass, Wang Chen suddenly squatted down, so that the peachy white long knife could only cut off a few strands of hair. And at this moment, Wang Chen, who avoided Doubai's killing blow, came from the bottom up and blasted out his strongest fist. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless star-like fists rained down on Doubai's abdomen, and countless forces from the fists made Doubai's body throw into the air uncontrollably. But the result was the same as Wang Chen expected, even the power of the Tianma Meteor Fist could only leave white traces on the peach-white body, as well as a slight depression. Not enough. It seems that he had expected this result, and Wang Chen, who had been releasing the Tianma Meteor Fist, not only did not mean to stop, but burned his small universe even harder. The golden little universe even condensed into a roaring flame on his body, reflecting Wang Chen into a small golden man. The spirit of perseverance turned into countless starlight, which exploded on Doubai one after another, just like the falling galaxy in the sky. A true Saint Seiya will never know how to write the word abandonment. It's just that his behavior makes Dr. Willow, who is hiding behind the scenes, stupid. Idiot, what a wasted effort. I have been observing the damage rate on Doubai's body, and after seeing the figure of less than 1%, and then looking back at Wang Chen, who is trying to burn the small universe, Dr. Willow's heart is only left with a sneer. Hit, hit. When you idiot has exhausted my strength, I can still waste some less strength. As if he was happy to see Wang Chen's self-digging behavior, Dr. Willow did not intend to stop the other party, but faintly looked forward to it. But it didn't take long for Willow, who was originally confident, to sit still. Just because the damage rate on that screen is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 2%. 5%. 10%. 20%. In less than a few breaths, the breakage rate of less than 1% soared into the sky like a blowout. And the realistic picture on the screen is even more shocking. I saw that the artificial peach at this time was white, and it had long lost its previous murderous aura. The originally unbreakable body looked extremely tattered, and it was full of fist prints of different sizes trapped in it. Even with each blink of an eye, the metal-cast body will appear more broken. If it had been half a minute ago, perhaps Dr. Willow would have been able to control Dobai Baping to fight back desperately. But with the unprecedented expansion of Wang Chen's small universe, the power transmitted by each punch became stronger and stronger. So much so that now, the combat power is almost comparable to the transformation of the old Vic in vain, and has been completely reduced to a toy like a rag puppet. This guy actually improved in battle. No, it's not just the strength that has become stronger, but there are deeper changes. Wei Luo, who knew nothing more than in his heart that he had completely lost his life, had already given up his useless counterattack and turned to stare at Wang Chen at this time. Just because it was under his nose, the fist power that covered Dobai Base, whose body was constantly converging at a steady speed. Finally, when those countless star-like fists merged under Wang Chen's control, they turned into an incomparably condensed pillar of light and soared into the sky. That ultimate posture belonging to the Pegasus Meteor Fist also revealed its own fangs at this moment. Pegasus. Comet Fist. In my mind, the inheritance memories belonging to Pegasus have finally been fully integrated, and the power from the inheritance small universe has almost continuously integrated into the small universe belonging to Wang Chen. Almost every moment, his strength will continue to increase due to the expansion of the small universe. To put it bluntly, even if the great demon king of Vic regains his youthful strength and stands in front of him, he can tear the other party to pieces with the small universe alone. But this is not what Wang Chen is most concerned about. It turns out that this is the real meaning of inheritance and existence. It was only at this moment that he understood what the inheritance he had obtained meant. That was the hard work and fighting spirit of all sentient beings in the Saint Seiya world, and it was a challenge to the reign of the super god Coronas, including every mortal and god. No wonder, in my previous life, I was riddled with diseases and weak body, and it is no wonder that after reincarnation, even as a scion my body was still congenitally deficient. It turned out that it was not because my body after reincarnation was too weak, but because my body was too strong, so I let the inheritance small universe release more energy to transform. The stronger the physique, the more energy it will receive to transform the body, so no matter how I practice over the years, my body will always be unable to withstand strenuous exercise. The reason is actually because the body has been under the oppression of the inheritance of the small universe. Today, the mystery he crossed and the reason why he was reborn as a scion but still couldn't get rid of the curse point of the sick body have been enlightened. It turned out that he was not the weakest scion at all. On the contrary, it is precisely because his qualifications may be very good, so he can barely bear the slightest bit of energy leaked out of the inheritance small universe, so that he can transform his physique and obtain the ability to cultivate the small universe. Let me ask, apart from the scions with unlimited potential, what other race can better withstand this huge force? It's just that no one expected that the price of doing this would be nearly 40 years of his life combined. P.S. Regarding Dr. Willow, this person is from the strongest person in the Dragon Ball theatrical version of the world, in order to take Goku's body and become the strongest on Earth. Its biggest shining point is to get a group of subordinates with a combat power of close to 10,000, which makes the normal Goku very tricky, easily control Vic, and robots that are even stronger than Vegeta. Chapter 022. The comet fist that soared into the sky completely tore apart the body of steel that could not be shattered before. When the pillar of light broke through all the barriers and a ray of sunlight fell on Wang Chen, he suddenly returned from the inheritance. I really didn't expect that in that small universe, there was more than just inheritance. The ceaseless power in his body almost allowed Wang Chen to burst out with amazing power like the heavens and the earth shattering in an instant. Whenever Wang Chen's own small universe made a breakthrough, the inheritance small universe from the Saint Seiya world gushed out new power into it, allowing him to burn his small universe unscrupulously and transform endlessly in battle. At this moment, Wang Chen has full confidence. At this time, even if Dr. Willow is twice as strong as the transformation peach in vain, he is confident that he will completely kill him. After watching the play for so long, don't you plan to show up? Staring at the end of the passage that had risen completely, Wang Chen frowned slightly. He is not afraid of how powerful Dr. Willow is, nor is he afraid of any tricks of the other party. What Wang Chen was really worried about was that the other party would run away directly if he didn't agree with each other. Dr. Willow, who only has one brain left, has a breath intensity equivalent to an ordinary cat and dog at best, and he can't search at all. If the other party hides in the shadows to collect information again and again, while engaging in some moths, then Wang Chen will really be a little tricky. It's really not possible, just raise the whole area. I don't believe where else he can hide. Seeing that there was no movement at the other end of the passage, Wang Chen didn't bother to wait. The golden little universe was constantly rotating in the hand in the form of a cyclone, and the breath belonging to Wang Chen was poured into it like a stream, and it converged into a white sphere that was also constantly rotating in the cyclone. Because of the great growth of the small universe, even his own aura has almost doubled. He believes that when the two are combined, this bomb-like air bomb is no less powerful than a tactical nuclear bomb. Fortunately, I don't know if the desire and greed for the scion body overcame reason, or if Dr. Willow had too much confidence in himself. Before Wang Chen threw out the gas bomb in his hand, there was a clicking sound of metal device activity at the end of the passage. Immediately after that, there was a strong wind that broke through the air. Do all this useless stuff. He casually pulled away the mechanical arm that flew from afar, and the force transmitted from it made Wang Chen frown slightly. He really couldn't understand why Dr. Willow, who was almost no less than GRO in mechanical and artificial artificials, was so attached to the scion body. You must know that although scions have unlimited potential, they also need continuous hard practice, as well as life and death battles again and again, in order to have the opportunity to break through the confinement of potential again and again. It can be said that every time a scion breaks through the limit, he is playing with his life. Except for those two bugs in the sixth universe. Willow, a guy hiding behind the scenes to conduct research, does not want to use the advantages of artificial human immortality and indefatigability to conduct research, but instead looks at scions who can only become warriors. In a sense, this is already a crooked path. No wonder Dr. GRO was able to create Chiru and even the Super 17 monsters behind, but Willow could only fall in the scion chapter. Looking at the silver-grey robot slowly revealing at the end of the passage, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Unaware that Wang Chen had begun to mourn for him, his mind had completely shifted to Dr. Willow on the machine. The mechanical body that seems to be a little bloated, the moment it runs, it shows a flexibility that is completely out of line with its body shape. The distance of nearly 100 meters took less than half a breath to pass by, and the hands like giant pincers slammed down. After seeing the method of death with his own eyes, he decided not to give Wang Chen a chance to become stronger. Bang! The sound of collision like an earthquake suddenly sounded, and the invisible shock wave continued to spread and sweep in all directions. Then, countless smoke and dust rose up, filling the entire underground passage. When the hole in Dr. Willow's back exhaled a hurricane, allowing the fog-like smoke to disperse, a crater nearly 10 meters long and wide came into view. But what made Dr. Willow's face livid was that there was no trace of Wang Chen in that pit. Are you looking for me? The sudden sound in his ears made the shocked Willow immediately couldn't help but control the giant tongs in his hand to turn around and sweep. But the moment he turned his head, what came into his sight was countless brilliant lights. Bang! Bang bang! The punches from the Pegasus meteor fist rained down, exploding one after another on Dr. Willow's mechanical body, and one after another powerful forces overturned the huge body weighing several tons in just an instant. Row is how he struggled, and he couldn't stop the power of the small universe at all. The terrifying punch even pushed Dr. Willow upwards, straight through the ceiling made of alloy. When he came back to his senses, Willow had already risen into the air in one breath. Chapter 023. Boom! Another loud bang sounded, and the body weighing several tons crashed to the ground, bringing up a fierce wind. Looking at the breezy Wang Chen in front of him, Willow's heart was terrified. He knew that the other party had improved a lot in the previous battle, and he also tried to overestimate Wang Chen's strength. But in the end, he found that he still underestimated the other party. Is this the potential ability that scions have? Looking at Wang Chen, who was approaching step by step in front of him, Willow was a little discouraged. The results of his own decades of research are not as good as the breakthrough Wang Chen made in half an hour. What could be a bigger blow to him? It was not only Willow who was surprised, but also Wang Chen. Because what surprised him a little was that the Pegasus meteor fist he unleashed only left depressions on the opponent's metal body. You must know that after an expansion of the small universe, Wang Chen's Tianma meteor fist was several times stronger than before. But even so, the attack that should have directly shredded the other party only caused some painless scars, which really surprised Wang Chen. But upon closer inspection, he discovered the mystery of Dr. Willow. Just because the other party still retains some Scion Star words that have not yet had time to eliminate. So, did he find the spaceship that Gaku and I used when we came to Earth, and then used it as a prototype to transform his mechanical body? After figuring out the secret of Dr. Willow, Wang Chen also figured out why the other party actually knew about the existence of the Scions. The feeling is because in the process of searching for Dragon Ball, he found 2 remaining spaceships on Bunze Mountain, and read and deciphered the information inside. At the same time, he was also a little afraid. If Dr. Willow hadn't let Peach fight him in vain in the first place, but had personally piloted the Scion spaceship-modified robot against him, he might not even have had the opportunity to comprehend the Comet Fist. Don't look at the Scion round spaceship. People and animals are harmless, it seems to be very backward. But a spaceship smaller than a wardrobe has the energy to fly at high speed in space for a long time, and the solidity to easily break through the atmosphere. This defensive power, even Wang Chen can only sigh now. Unfortunately, even the most genius doctor can't estimate how much improvement a guy with both Scion physique and a small universe can get in battle. Anyway, defeat is defeat. Dr. Willow, obediently accept your fate. The cyclone-like air bomb reappeared in Wang Chen's palm, and with just a slight plug, he could enter it through the hole in Dr. Willow's body, and then exploded. No matter how bad Willow's luck is, defeat is defeat. He will not be like his brother with a mellow heart, who has repeatedly let go of life. Wait, I have the star map left by your science, which contains the distribution of stars in several surrounding galaxies. At the moment when the air bomb in Wang Chen's hand was about to be thrown out by him, Dr. Willow suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed. As if seeing his hesitation, Willow hurriedly hit the railway while it was hot. It's a star map from more than 10 years ago, but you know it. The stars in the universe do not necessarily change much for tens of millions of years. So the reference value of this star map is still very high. If you can save me a life, the technology in the spaceship and the star map recorded in it, I can return it to you. Interesting, you took our Scion star map and technology to blackmail its true owner. Seeing Wei Luo's rogue appearance, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile angrily. He found that he really underestimated the shamelessness of some people. But now it's in my hands. You can kill me, but then you'll never get this map and return to your home planet. Thinking that he had grasped the pain point of the other party, Willow's voice was a little meaningful. Just because he knew that the young man in front of him was already a little moved. As long as I can survive this time, I will be able to develop stronger artificial humans. Scion, your body is destined to be mine. Some fiery eyes still couldn't help but stare at Wang Chen, and after seeing Wang Chen's power, Willow's desire for the Scion body had almost been completely enchanted. Unfortunately, the self-righteous he did not expect that he did not understand Wang Chen's psychology at all. It is true that the star map in Dr. Willow's hand really made Wang Chen a little moved. But it's not for the so-called home star. It is because he knows that this small place of the earth can no longer bring him much improvement, and he can only make the small universe stronger faster by fighting against the countless masters in the universe. Sooner or later, he will leave the earth and go to the boundless starry sky. But even so, it doesn't mean he necessarily has to have Dr. Willow's star map. Don't forget, Dr. Willow has another thing on his hands that interests him. That's Dragon Ball. How can a yearly wish opportunity be free to meet his needs? Sorry, I think you really miscalculated. The cyclone in his hand condensed and formed at a faster speed than before, and before Dr. Willow could react, Wang Chen had suddenly stretched out his right hand. However, this time, Wang Chen did not use air bombs, but used the small universe as a shell, and condensed the breath into a sharp long sword after entwining it, and then pierced the human brain above the robot's head with incomparable accuracy. A pop sounded. With scattered blood flowers and brain pulp, the robot that lost Willow's control soon lost its voice, and Nyata's body fell silent like a piece of scrap iron. Perhaps Willow died without expecting that Wang Chen did not have half a nostalgia for the so-called home star, so that he even completely lost the opportunity to self-detonate, and buried the last possibility of counterattack. So, scientists are scientists, they have to be big and quite fighters. Shaking his head, after a long search in this dilapidated base. Holding the last Dragon Ball in his hand, Wang Chen immediately carried Willow's completely sleeping body and soared into the sky, turning into a flash of light and flying towards the place agreed with Boomer. Chapter 024. I said, Boomer, don't you really think about it more? On the outskirts of Zidu, in a compound belonging to the capsule group, looking at the Dragon Balls placed in the center of several people, Wang Chen asked a little embarrassed. After disposing of Dr. Willow's final threat, he handed Willow's body to Boomer, ready to take her home for the old man to see if he could try to parse the information in the mechanical body and read the star map that Dr. Willow said. Of course, if Boomer's father really found inspiration from Willow's body to build a spaceship that could travel space, it would be great. And he himself was a little impatient to pull Boomer and little Gaku and the others to the compound to prepare to summon the dragon. So, there was the previous scene. What else to consider? Didn't I say Yuakan, how can any girl let Dragon Ball help her find a lifelong partner? The other half of the wish, can that be the other half? It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied with Wang Chen's inquiry, and Boomer gave him a blank look a little unhappily. Just now, when Wang Chen asked if he really wanted to give up this wish, he unexpectedly asked himself if he really didn't have what he wanted, just like Prince Charming and the like. What kind of joke, has it been so long that he still doesn't know who the real Prince Charming in his heart is? Men are big pigs trotters, and what my mother said is really not false. A little breathlessly glanced at Wang Chen, and for this fool who didn't understand his mind at all, Boomer decided deeply. At least within 30 seconds, I definitely don't want to say a word to the other party. In this regard, Wang Chen had to smile awkwardly. He won't say anyway, if the plot hadn't gone awry, I'm afraid you wouldn't have spoken to me with another attitude today. Of course, Wang Chen didn't really get his brain out, and the wave of inquiries just now was just a temptation of his attitude towards Boomer, in order to find out what kind of smuggling Boomer was to him. Fortunately, judging from Boomer's embarrassed reaction, his relationship with Boomer has at least surpassed that of ordinary friends who don't know much, and even has faintly developed into a relationship between men and women. Otherwise, Boomer would not have put on the expression that this man is a big pig's trotter. Seeing that Boomer gave up this wish, of course, he would not pretend to play any excuses. Come out, Shen Long! Shouting at the crystal-clear 7 Dragon Balls, the 7 fluorescent Dragon Balls quickly responded to Wang Chen's call. At the moment when his words fell, a dazzling golden pillar of light rose up into the sky, like a golden ribbon with flashing arcs hovering in the sky. Then, when the golden light dissipated, what appeared next was a divine dragon wearing dark green dragon scales and looking a little hideous. Mortal, say your wishes. The scarlet dragon's eyes stared at Wang Chen in front of him, who was like dust, and the divine dragon said in that cold deep voice. If he hadn't seen the other party nodding and bowing in front of Beerus, Wang Chen would have really thought that the other party really didn't eat fireworks. However, he did not dwell on these little things, but asked to the dragon. "Excuse me, can you help me resurrect an old man named Sun Gohan, who used to be a martial artist living on Bunza Mountain?" Because he was afraid of making a fuss about resurrecting the man of the same name, Wang Chen described the identity of Sun Wuhan in detail. Hearing his request, Shenlong's eyes flashed a red light very cooperatively, making Wang Chen below faintly look forward to it. He knew that Shenlong was searching for Sun Gohan in the prefecture so that the other party could be revived. But after a long time, Shenlong's answer made Wang Chen frown a little. No, that mortal named Sun Gohan said that he had a good time in the prefecture, and considering that he was too old, he did not plan to be resurrected. What? Until this moment, Wang Chen remembered that a year later in the original work, Sun Wuhan told little Goku that he was very happy in the prefecture, and because of his age, he did not plan to be resurrected. It's just that I didn't expect that today's Sun Gohan still refused the opportunity to be resurrected. But if you don't resurrect Sun Gohan, what wish can you make? Teleportation? Immortality? But I have the inheritance of the small universe, and these things are not needed. After thinking about it, Wang Chen couldn't think of what wish he should make for a while. Earth's Dragon Ball abilities are too limited. Basically what Earth Dragon Ball can do, he can do in the future except for resurrection. Mortal, if you can't think of a wish, this time I will give up on you. Seeing that Wang Chen began to hesitate, Shenlong urged with some impatience. Seeing this, Wang Chen was also a little impatient. He had no doubt that if he really couldn't think of a wish for a while, this divine dragon would really leave with his legs. Ah, right. Suddenly, after being reminded by the name Gohan, Wang Chen suddenly thought of the future where Trunks was. He remembers Goku's figure collapsing due to a viral heart attack in that desperate future, and the grief of Gohan and Kiki at the bedside. As a person who has been plagued by illness for 40 years, Wang Chen certainly knows the horror of the disease, and he doesn't want Wukong to suffer from this. Especially in the case of extreme cultivation, even if it was himself, there was no guarantee that the small universe would not be invaded until it reached a certain level. LC is known as the strongest gold, and Ilias, who comprehends the eighth sense, is killed by Radamantis because of lung disease combat restrictions. Therefore, the first thing that came to Wang Chen's mind was to keep himself and his relatives and friends away from the invasion of these negative states. I decided that my wish is for me and those closest to me to be able to stay healthy forever, free from disease, poison, and so on. Chapter 025. In the sky, the dark clouds caused by the divine dragon, the lightning and thunder have completely disappeared with the departure of the divine dragon, and the night-like sky has returned to its former calm. After making a wish to never be affected by disease, the behemoth figure in the sky split into 7 and flew towards all parts of the world. But for convenience, when the Dragon Balls were scattered, Wang Chen still intercepted the 4 Dragon Balls including the 4 planets very hard. As for the other 3 Dragon Balls, Wang Chen, who failed to intercept, said that each bead was scattered in 7 directions at several times the speed of sound, and the concubines really couldn't do it. However, what surprised Wang Chen a little was that after Shenlong fulfilled his wish, while he felt the slight change in his body, he also found that the eyes of Boomer next to him were completely different from before. Only then did he come to his senses, and his desire to stay healthy forever with those closest to me proved his heart more than any words after Boomer experienced it firsthand. So looking at Boomer with a sweet face on the side, Wang Chen fell into a state of confusion. This eye information is a little bigger, hey? Unexpectedly, in the end, the wish that Dragon Ball fulfilled and what I originally thought turned out to be completely different. It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly found out. In fact, from the beginning, Dragon Ball is not a simple story of fighting monsters and adventures and then making wishes. On the contrary, during the journey, some people gain growth and partners, Gaku, others gain love, Boomer and Yamcha, and overcome their own flaws. In fact, their wishes did not rely on the divine dragon, but relied on their own hearts and efforts to complete their own transformation. Perhaps, these 7 Dragon Balls do have the ability to guide destiny. Looking at the 4 planets shining with red brilliance in his palm, Wang Chen couldn't help but think. Because the battle with Dobai Bibai made great progress in the small universe and Qi, Wang Chen was not in a hurry to practice anything next. Instead, he was ready to temporarily settle down in Boomer's house, ready to take advantage of this moment and a half of leisure, and first completely master his small universe and Qi, which had expanded several times. Anyway, he has already sent Gaku to the Turtle Immortal House to practice, and since his relatives are no longer here, the cabin in Bunzishan has lost its true meaning, and it is better to live in Boomer's house. At the very least, lest people run thousands of miles to Bunza Mountain to find him after deciphering Willow's remnants. But soon, when he came to Boomer's home and saw the son-in-law-like eyes of Boomer's parents, Wang Chen suddenly felt that he regretted it. "Ouch," I said. "Boomer, how could you run out for so long without saying a word?" It turned out to be looking for Went. "This is Boomer, what do you mean by boyfriend? Little Boomer, you have a good eye." Saying that, Mrs. Brive actually ran over and pinched the muscles on Wang Chen's hand, and turned around to reveal an expression that you would be very happy. Rao is Wang Chen has known the character of Boomer's parents decades in advance, and he can't hold the enthusiasm of the 2 elders at this moment. But fortunately, Boomer's parents are very easygoing, and do not have the slightest pride of being the richest man in the world. This made him feel a lot relieved about his temporary sojourn life. "Really, why do I have such parents?" Looking at his old and disrespectful mother, Boomer helplessly raised his forehead and began to doubt that he was born. Obviously, his own mother is in her 40s, but Boomer feels that only he is really getting old. Sometimes even Boomer himself wonders if one day when he is 70 or 80, his mother will still be a picture of never being 30 years old physically and mentally. Fortunately, Boomer's father, Dr. Brive, was not like her mother, but put on a very serious appearance and asked. "Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, what is the origin of the robot you asked Boomer to bring back before? Why does this robot have both Earth technology and alien technology on its body?" Pulling Wang Chen to his laboratory, Dr. Brive was very curious. Rao has not seen the product of this kind of high-end technology that combines both Earth and alien technology for so many years. Its energy technology and material structure are far ahead of the highest technology that the Earthlings can have. To put it bluntly, the robot brought by Wang Chen is almost enough to set off another mechanical revolution on the entire Earth. Well, probably because Dr. Willow used the raw material to make the robot, using the spaceship I was on when I came to Earth. Saying that, Wang Chen shook the monkey's tail behind him a little embarrassed. Since awakening the small universe, Wang Chen, who has full confidence in controlling the state of ape, has not chosen to cut off his tail, but allows his tail to grow. Maybe it's because of the stimulation of the small universe, or maybe it's because his vitality is more vigorous because of the divine dragon. In short, the tail, which used to be only half a finger long, has now returned to its original appearance. Chapter 026. Maybe I can also try to ape in a way other than the artificial moon, so that it is also an extra whole card. Thinking of this, Wang Chen added 3 more points of confidence to his future trip to the universe. Hey, it turns out that Aiken is an alien. On the side, the nervous Briff did not care about Wang Chen's identity and tail, but revealed a clear look. In that case, I know what the map in it means. It seems that the red planet in the center of the map should be your home planet. And this map should be a map of the Milky Way with your home star as the center. With the wave of Dr. Brive's hands, a cosmic star map spanning countless starry skies quickly took shape in front of the two. The fiery red planet in its center was even recognized by Wang Chen at a glance. It was Bardock who first transformed into a super race 1000 years ago to kill Zild, but 1000 years later it was destroyed by the planet of Frisia, the descendant of Zild, Vegeta. You mean the star map is not damaged? Well, maybe Willow also wants to explore the universe. The star map and a lot of information from the spacecraft are very well preserved. Pointing to the projection in mid-air, Briff said happily. Obviously, it contains not only star maps, but also many messages that will surprise him, a great scientist. And with the stroke of Dr. Brive's finger, Wang Chen soon saw many stars constantly twinkling in the screen. For example, the largest star in the Milky Way, Ui, such as the most massive star R136A1, and so on. Even with Brive's operation, Wang Chen also saw many parts of the extragalactic galaxy, which also appeared in the star map of the point in front of him. It seems that this star map is far more detailed than he imagined. That's right, after all, Scions are a race that lives by occupying planets, and it is not surprising that the star map is highly perfect. Dr. Willow's body still has a complete star map, which is simply good for Wang Chen. Because this means that at least in the Milky Way and even several surrounding galaxies, Wang Chen will not have an oolong event such as getting lost. Looking at Xiao Chen, your appearance, are you planning to go back to your home planet to take a look? Looking at Wang Chen, who was a little eager to try, Dr. Briff on the side suddenly said with some curiosity. In his opinion, a prodigal son who has drifted here from an alien planet will definitely want to return to his home planet after seeing the hope of returning home. Not for the time being, my strength is not bad on Earth, but if it is put in the endless universe, it is really not worth mentioning. Besides, planet Vegeta was already in smoke when I came, and even if I went back, I would only see a pile of space junk. Shaking his head, Wang Chen finally temporarily dismissed the idea of going to the universe for adventure. After a battle with Dobai and Dr. Willow, Wang Chen's small universe and aura almost expanded several times. But carefully calculated, it is roughly equivalent to the degree of more than 180 and more than 300 combat effectiveness. That is to say, even if Wang Chen fights for his life now, he may not even be the opponent of his second brother, Raditz, or a small soldier of the Frisia army. You said that you are a protagonist, you can't always appear and can't beat the soldiers of the Frisia family, right? What's more, I see that my uncle is very interested in this robot. It is useless to give this thing to me now, it is better to put it here to make the most of it. As if seeing through Dr. Brive's thoughts, Wang Chen immediately said with a smile. He knew that in his previous life he was just an ordinary undergraduate, and he had 6 tips for this technology such as mechanical research he didn't know anything. These high-tech gadgets have to be handled by Brive, a professional, to really make a difference. Hearing this, he was seen through his thoughts, and Brive's face turned slightly red, but in the end he nodded and agreed. As he said, after seeing Willow's legacy, there is hardly a scientist who has attained disciplines such as mechanics and materials science who is not moved. Dr. Brive, who had obtained Wang Chen's approval, immediately couldn't hold his hands and began to control the robotic arm in the laboratory, and began to further analyze and decompose Dr. Willow's remains. But I don't know if Brive has entered some workaholic mode, and even Wang Chen, who was very happy with him before, can't insert half a sentence. Seeing this, Wang Chen, who knew what character this old man was, did not see Mrs. Briff again. Perhaps, it's because Boomer also feels that his mother's attitude is too bad. How, aren't the two of them annoying? Looking at Wang Chen who came out of the laboratory, Boomer asked a little helplessly. Sometimes she is a little afraid that the big nerves of her parents will scare away her future partner. After all, no matter how you look at it, both of their brains feel a little abnormal. However, it is clear that Wang Chen is not the kind of person who will back down because of his neuroticism. Or rather, in a sense, his nerves were thicker than Brive's. Chapter 027. How come? I think the two old people are quite interesting. Looking at the somewhat speechless Boomer, Wang Chen said with a smile. Even Vegeta can integrate into the circle of the Boomer family, and successfully change from a murderous devil to a dead duck-mouthed tsundere, and he can also set off the two parents of others. Of course it's best if you think so. Looking at Wang Chen's indifferent look, Boomer breathed a long sigh of relief. How to say that it is also her two parents, if the two sides cannot get along or even have a conflict, Boomer, who is caught in the middle, will only feel very embarrassed. Pulling Wang Chen, who had just come to his home, Boomer took the initiative to take him around his mansion. Although as a two-life Earth turtle, Wang Chen was a little confused in the face of the top technology of the Dragon Ball world Earth. But perhaps because of the Brief couple and the villa's high degree of artificial intelligence, Wang Chen did not make any jokes. In this way, as a son-in-law similar to the door, Wang Chen finally truly settled down in the Boomer family. And this sojourn time, according to Wang Chen's estimate, must be at least more than a year. Admittedly, he did want to see something in the universe and improve his combat power as soon as possible to deal with the already elusive plot. But even if Dr. Brive is no matter how genius, considering that in order not to let the information and technology in Willow's remnants leak, he and Boomer alone will spend a lot of time analyzing the technical details. So taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Chen had time to stabilize his realm and breath, and at the same time master the inheritance of more constellations, so as to face those unknowable dangers in the universe. If nothing else, at least before the skill of vacuum survival is practiced, he will not play the life king of heaven. Temporarily settled in the room next to Boomer. When the sun had just risen on the second day, early in the morning, Wang Chen went to the ashram that Boomer had prepared for him, ready to start a new day of practice. Of course, Wang Chen is not simply exercising. Instead, it is ready to activate special abilities that only Saint Seiya with a small universe with a sixth sense can have. Foreknowledge of the future, manipulation of the five senses plus elements and gravity dominate M. The difference between having a small universe and not having a small universe is too big, right? Sitting in the quiet room prepared for him by Boomer, Wang Chen looked at the runes in front of him that indicated various superpowers one by one. When watching the animation before, Wang Chen didn't have much substantive feeling, at most, he just felt a little envious of the various abilities that these Saint Seiya had. But when the information in the inheritance crossed his mind one by one, Wang Chen said that he couldn't calm down. Because as the inheritor of the entire Saint Seiya world, Wang Chen was surprised to find that he was able to awaken all the superpowers among Saint Seiya. In other words, his skills follow the example of Fa Ye to play with wind and rain, and he can manipulate mental power, gravity, and pause time like a wizard. In the end, if you don't feel too enjoyable, you can also wave a fist as big as a casserole to smash people's heads. Tell me, why is this product so infuriating? Every time you fully master the inheritance of a constellation, you can randomly awaken a superpower. Admittedly, the superpowers in Saint Seiya do not work against enemies similar to the small universe. But if he changed to the Dragon Ball world, at least before reaching the God realm and possessing divine power, Wang Chen's superpower could almost eat all opponents who did not have the protection of the small universe. And now, he is about to awaken his first superpower. How do you feel? A little nervous? A little nervously penetrated his mind into the inheritance part of the small universe, feeling the Pegasus inheritance that seemed to be integrated with himself. Wang Chen suddenly felt a little nervous. Although he is not a magic master like the king god of the Eastern realm, he likes to rely on ability to fight. But if the awakened superpower is strong enough, it is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Wang Chen, who is now very insecure. Like a kaleidoscope of constant change, when Wang Chen's mind moved, the 13 stars of Pegasus in front of him immediately burst out many points of light projected in front of him, and then began to change rapidly. With the complete integration with the inheritance small universe, Wang Chen's small universe is now almost divided into two distinct parts. Part of it was his own growing newborn little universe, just like the same at this time. The other part is the inheritance small universe from the Saint Seiya world, which is slowly integrating into Wang Chen's own small universe with Pegasus as the handover coordinates. I think that if one day he can comprehend all the inheritances, or if the small universe is strong enough, as long as he swallows this big cake that has been put to his lips, he can at least reach the level of being close to the super god Coronas. Ah, there you have it. As the speed of star map transformation in Pegasus became slower and slower, the pattern that appeared in front of Wang Chen became clearer and clearer. Finally, when the trajectory of the 13 stars finally stopped changing, a pattern that he had never seen before condensed in front of Wang Chen. P.S. This book will not become a Dharma flow, even if the awakening elemental system, or the flow of neon power, it will only be used to improve life, or to support it. True masters have always used their fists. It's a big deal to pull out the first 100-second self and the last 100-second self, and beat people, with Pegasus Meteor Fist Sai together. Chapter 028. So, what kind of ability is this? Looking at the pattern that stopped in front of him with some doubts, Wang Chen, whose curiosity once surpassed the cat's, couldn't help but stretch out his finger. Soon, when his fingers touched this mysterious pattern, a warm current that seemed to respond to his doubts flowed from the pattern, making him instantly understand the meaning of this pattern. This is Star Refining Body? At first, when he heard this name, Wang Chen thought that he had gone to the wrong set and obtained the exercises of the fantasy world. But in fact, when he carefully examined the information in it, Wang Chen found that the role of the star refining body was very different from what he initially imagined. As one of the abilities of the Saint Seiya, the star refining body itself does not have any fancy effects, nor does it have any cultivation realm like the exercises in fantasy novels. The biggest role of this star refining body is to transform its own small universe by constantly communicating with its guardian constellation and absorbing the power of the stars from the sky, so as to better temper its own body. As he continues to cultivate the planet Chen's body, the fit with his guardian constellation will become higher and higher. In addition to being able to assist in exercising and improving his physique, Wang Chen can even draw the power of the guardian constellation in battle to obtain blessings. It can be said that this is a super auxiliary ability that can attack and defend, and its practicality is far better for Saint Seiya than the so-called mental power and elemental manipulation. Even according to the records of the inheritance memory in Wang Chen's mind, the successive generations of Capricorn Asuras were able to practice the Holy Sword by relying on their superpowers similar to his star refining body. After each Saint Seiya reaches the sixth sense, if he can stimulate the superpower of exercising his physique, he will be selected by the upper echelons of the holy domain for cultivation, and then the best one will be selected from it. Those who stand out from it are the next generation of Capricorn candidates, who always practice the strongest meaning of Capricorn, the Holy Sword Excalibur. But even losers often become candidates for power type Silver and Bronze Saint Seiya because of their different physiques. It's like shields, Saint Seiya and Hercules, and so on. This is making a lot of money. Silently dispersing the inheritance pattern in front of him, Wang Chen only felt that he couldn't contain his excitement. According to the description of the inheritance, after reaching a certain level, the ability of the star refining body can even rely on extremely powerful bodies to survive in outer space, without relying on any foreign objects. This is simply an ability tailored for his alien journey. You must know that in the Dragon Ball world, there are really many opponents like Frieza and Bu who love to lift the table. With the ability to survive in a vacuum, coupled with the invincibility of the 100 poisons obtained by the previous Shenlong wish, Wang Chen no longer needed to be afraid of despicable means such as poisoning and exploding stars, which could be described as all his worries. Enduring the excitement in his heart, Wang Chen immediately couldn't help but sit down cross-kneeled, and began to communicate the 13 stars of Pegasus in the starry sky according to the guidance of the star refining body. Soon, as the soaring Pegasus echoed Wang Chen's small universe, he was pleasantly surprised that Pegasus in the starry sky really seemed to be responding to himself, spanning countless light years of distance and transmitting an extremely gentle, but completely different small universe from himself. And with the contact with this special small universe, Wang Chen could feel that almost every cell in his body was cheering with the flow of this small universe. It can be said that as long as he starts the moment he activates this ability, every inch of Wang Chen's flesh and blood will continue to become stronger with the flow of the special small universe. At least it has increased the strength of nearly 1%, and this star-forging body is really effective. Trying to clench his right fist, the explosive airflow between his 5 fingers made Wang Chen understand that the enhancement of his physique was not some so-called illusion. It is different from the small universe that Wang Chen usually uses for fighting, and it is not like inheriting the small universe. After being guided by the 13 stars of Pegasus, Wang Chen's small universe itself will be transformed into this special energy that can quench the physique. This meant that no matter how strong Wang Chen became, this star's ability to refine his body would not lag behind. Because its essence is to use the Guardian constellation to transform the nature of its own small universe, so as to turn its own small universe into fuel for strengthening the body. Of course, although he has acquired the passive ability to exercise his body with the help of the stars, Wang Chen will not fall behind in his daily practice and exercise. Not only because the practice of transcending the limit can strengthen the body faster, but more, in fact, Wang Chen hopes to surpass the limit again and again to hone his will. Without a strong will, a Saint Seiya cannot be called a Saint Seiya. He didn't want to inherit all the inheritance of Saint Seiya, but his inner cultivation was as vulnerable as the golden shame of Dismask. Therefore, even with the ability of the stars to refine his body, Wang Chen's physique was almost stronger than a day. But whenever the morning sun had not yet risen, he still came to the compound without a thunder to start a new day of practice. And this situation continued until one day months later. P.S. The so-called star refining body is actually the ability to justifiably make the protagonist more durable, so that the protagonist can open the hang and pave the way for the Capricorn killer holy sword. It seems to me that to be knocked down to get up, to be knocked down to get up, until the enemy falls, this ability that even the gods can be annoyed to death is the most pressing power of the Saint Seiya, isn't it? Chapter 029. What? You said you've completely understood the technology inside. Looking at Dr. Willow, who had been disassembled into parts of different sizes in the laboratory, Wang Chen couldn't believe it. He had thought that in a few months, Briff would be able to follow the Scion spaceship as a model and get a spaceship that could almost fly into space. But who would have thought that early this morning, Dr. Brive sent someone to tell him that he had completely mastered all the alien technology in this spacecraft. Although he knew that Brive should be the top master in mechanics and space science, he could completely understand the technology of the Scion spacecraft, and Dr. Willow just used the Scion spacecraft, but it was not at all difficult. If Willow originally created a metal body, and then just incorporated the Scion spaceship into his own machine body on the spot, then Dr. Briff is equivalent to starting from every screw to every metal plate, from materials to energy to structure and intelligence, filling the huge scientific and technological gap between Earth technology and Ziffa people, and single-handedly filling the gaps and differences in the technology tree. Now Wang Chen understood why the old man in front of him was able to develop such an artifact as a portable capsule. In a sense, Dr. Brive can be called a scion in science. I knew it was the right choice to give the ship to you. Looking at the string of flashing data on that screen, Wang Chen was very happy. Although in front of Brive, his level is almost no different from illiteracy, and he can't understand what this dense string of data means. But he knew that if Briff really understood the mystery of the Scion spaceship, it would definitely be much simpler to create a finished product with the other party's financial resources and technology. Actually, it can't be regarded as the credit of me alone. Hey! Wang Chen was a little surprised. When I first got the pile of wreckage, I was confused at first. After all, the technology used by aliens is fundamentally different from the technology on Earth. However, with the help of an old friend, the work is much easier. Old friend. Hearing Briff say this, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. As far as he knew, Dr. Brive's friends should not have a scientist comparable to him. Or the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, excluding Dr. Gro and a few people, there is only one boomer who can compare with Brive. It seems that he saw Wang Chen's doubts, and a certain bare-assed alien on the side couldn't sit still. It's been super elite. Salted egg-like eyes, purple skin-like clothing, and a joyful Galaxy Patrol uniform. This strange-looking comer is none other than another manga protagonist under Master Akira Toriyama, Galaxy Ranger Gok. It's just that although when Gok appeared, he was already very careful about his pose. But looking at the appearance that was somewhat similar to Ultraman, Wang Chen smiled facelessly. Who else should I have this ability? I didn't expect it to be the Galaxy Patrolman. Why, this time you don't need others to repair your spaceship, but instead help others repair spaceships. It seems that you know a lot. Looking at Wang Chen, who seemed to know a lot of his details in front of him, Gok couldn't help but become vigilant, trying to remember whether he knew each other. Finally, seeing the tail behind Wang Chen's butt. As if remembering something, Gok couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, I remembered. You are the two scions who fell to Earth 9 years ago. After the last encounter with falling to Earth, Gok struggled to make up for the basic knowledge of the spaceship. So when I happened to pass by Boomer's house, I helped Brive. But if he knew that it was actually a scion spaceship that he helped dissect, I am afraid that the wreckage left by Dr. Willow had turned into ashes at this time. Yes, a blessing for your failure in work. The spaceship that Goku and I were riding on at that time was not shot down. Speaking of which, should we calculate this account? Looking at Nagok with a smile, who had touched the pistol on his waist, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little afraid. He knew that the reason why Gok came to Earth 9 years ago was to shoot down him and Goku, who were banished to Earth in advance. If it weren't for the fact that Gok accidentally peed on ties in order to show Boomer's sister how he urinated with his head, and then was pushed into the sea by the angry ties, I am afraid that he and Goku would have turned into ashes in the sky. Thinking that he and Wukong almost dangled outside the ghost gate, Wang Chen felt a little uncomfortable. The invisible small universe overflowed with Wang Chen's mood changes, turning into invisible cold rays flying up and down, making the surrounding air can't help but ring. The coercion like a river of stars made Gok, who was still ready to pull out his gun, instantly become a coercion. Because he was very sad to find that he didn't seem to be Wang Chen's opponent at all. Chapter 030. Well, what? In fact, if I knew that you were a strong person, I would not have made a move even if I had the opportunity. Comparing the gap between himself and Wang Chen, Gok offered his knee very sensibly, and instantly transformed into Wang Chen's leg pendant. Looking at Gok's shameless smile, even Wang Chen, who was a little annoyed a second ago, couldn't help but be a little funny at the moment. Your level of horse fart is really worthy of the elite. He didn't really want to kill Gok, he just felt unhappy and wanted to tease him. After all, Gok is also a friend of his sister-in-law Tai's, and it can be said that he is half of his own. Second, there are many experts in the Galaxy Patrol. It seems that the best of them can even kill the normal empty shell after the power conference. Even if this is already the most far-fetched plot kill, Wang Chen does not want to try his head in the Galaxy Patrolman's black technology firearms, which is more iron. But he knew that for every 100,000 flies on Earth, there was a reconnaissance rocket of the Galactic Patrol. And Gok, this product has accidentally opened the extermination bomb, thereby directly eliminating the record of all human beings on a planet. But even so, his punishment was nothing more than a scolding. The devil knows what crazy thing he would do if the short-guarded Galactic King knew that he had killed Gok. Most importantly, he is actually asking for the Galaxy Patrol now. After more than half a year of practice, Wang Chen has successively mastered the inheritance of the battle skills of the White Bird and the combat skills of the Draco constellation after the inheritance of Pegasus. Of course, he also awakened his second sixth sense superpower, material control, and the third ability, teleportation. However, at the first time he got material control, Wang Chen didn't think about how to use it in battle, but something popped up in his mind. A thing that was almost equal in importance to the Saint Seiya to the brothers. Holy vestment. As an inheritor who inherited all Saint Seiya, how could Wang Chen tolerate that he, the only Saint Seiya in the Dragon Ball world, did not have his own exclusive saint clothes? You are so thrifty, will the bandai who sells the myth of holy clothes cry? A Saint Seiya without holy clothes is simply a naked criminal without clothes. With this thought, Wang Chen quickly tried his second ability. The essence of the so-called holy robe is made of 3 materials, orichalcum, gamanium, and stardust sand, and gives the main god armor. Unfortunately, although the Dragon Ball world does not have these 3 substances, Wang Chen, who has awakened the control of matter, can use the elements of the Dragon Ball world to reforge it out of thin air according to the memories of successive holy robe forgers, and forcefully change the atomic arrangement of the material to construct the 3 major materials for casting the holy clothing. The Kung Fu paid off, and after a few days of trying, Wang Chen, who also inherited the memory of the Mu Continent Saint Robe Forger, soon tried to condense the first material, silver star sand, according to the inheritance. Immediately afterwards, he spent several days constructing 2 materials, Olihagong and Gamanion. Having obtained the materials for casting the holy robe, Wang Chen of course couldn't wait to start casting his own Pegasus holy robe. So it took another month and experienced a series of stumbles that were not enough for outsiders. With the guidance of the memories of the previous generations of holy robe forgers, Wang Chen actually created a fetish that should not exist except for the Dragon Ball world, his Pegasus holy robe. But the good times did not last long, and Wang Chen, who successfully forged the Pegasus holy robe, was very sad to find that although the Pegasus holy robe he had painstakingly forged was extremely strong, there was no way to bring him the slightest blessing. It turns out that Saint Seiya also wants to fight backstage. Looking at the lifeless Pegasus holy robe in front of him speechlessly, Wang Chen suddenly felt the urge to cry. Only then did he slow down. The reason why the holy robe was able to bless the strength of the wearer was not only the 3 god-level materials that cast the holy robe. On the contrary, the protection of the Lord God to which the fighter belongs is the true source of the power of the holy robe. Unfortunately, although Wang Chen obtained the inheritance of the entire Saint Seiya, Wang Chen, who is now incomparable to even the Silver Saint Seiya, cannot touch the small universe inheritance of God in the inheritance. The so-called divine power contained in nature was temporarily out of touch with him. Damn, I didn't expect that I actually forgot the most crucial divine power. Wang Chen knew that the reason why there was such a difference between the holy robe he forged and the original Pegasus holy robe was actually because only the small universe of gods in the Saint Seiya world could give the holy robe real life. Only the holy robe of life can change and evolve according to the wishes of the wearer, and provide it with the protection of the guardian constellation. As far as Wang Chen knows, in the Dragon Ball world, in addition to the supreme controller of the king, there are only the realm king gods in each universe. Coincidentally, the Malou detained by the Galaxy Patrol headquarters happened to be the existence captured by the great realm king god at the sacrifice of his divine power. If you can go to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, maybe you have a chance to obtain a trace of the divine power of the great realm king god. So, looking at Gok, who was stunned in front of him, Wang Chen smiled a little unkindly. Chapter 031. Gark, right? I'm interested in your Galaxy Patrol, and if you can introduce me, it's not impossible to forgive you. Looking at Gok, who had begun to tremble in front of him, Wang Chen didn't bother to scare the other party anymore, and said like a gentle wind and rain. It's just that he didn't expect what kind of uproar his words caused in Gaki's heart. You're going to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Gok was a little unbelievable. Didn't he know that the Galaxy Patrol and Frisia and his gang were natural rivals? Now the two forces, who have been unaccustomed to each other for countless years, almost all the time can't wait to tear each other alive. Whoever called the Realm King God on their side as the backstage was the ruler of the galaxy on the bright side. The other party is the foundry nominated by the God of Destruction, the Emperor of the universe who acts recklessly in the galaxy. Naturally, the Galaxy Patrol and the Scions, the former #1 lackeys of Frisia, did not look right. But soon, Gok came back to his senses. Since the extermination of the Scions, the Galaxy Patrols wanted for the Scions has been completely cancelled. In other words, Wang Chen's current identity has changed from a prisoner to a civilian? Well, it's not impossible to take you to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, but what you just said can really be fulfilled. Looking at Wang Chen, who was smiling in front of him, Gake, who was already frightened, said carefully. Although he does not have any combat power detection devices on his body, his experience as a Galaxy Patrolman for many years, coupled with the eyesight that even Frost's movement trajectory can capture. Gark knew best in his heart, but the strength of Wang Chen in front of him at this time was definitely an existence that was beyond his reach. This kid really has some eyesight. Secretly observing Gark's expression, Wang Chen's heart moved. Indeed, after a year of cultivation, Wang Chen, who had successively mastered the inheritance of the two major constellations, had already increased his actual strength, not combat effectiveness, to nearly 2000. But being able to find out your approximate level of strength without relying on combat effectiveness detectors. Galaxy Patrol Police, sure enough, all of them are talented elites. Quietly raising his vigilance against the Galaxy Patrolman, Wang Chen rose towards the direction of the Turtle Immortal House after calming Gake's emotions. He decided to go to the Karanta before heading to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. You must know that whether it is the super divine water in the Karanta or the immortal bean that can restore the dying, it is a life-saving fetish for him to this trip to the universe. After seeing the level of the Galaxy Patrol, considering that he only has an instantaneous movement of less than 10,000 meters, no matter how confident Wang Chen is, he has to make more preparations at this moment. It's amazing that I simply pretend to be a few hundred immortal beings, and when the time comes, eat one teleportation a few times. I really don't believe in evil. The speed of the sixth sense, which exceeds the speed of sound several times, looks even more terrifying under the addition of breath. Like a ray of starlight that streaked across the sky, in just a few minutes. Wang Chen had already crossed thousands of kilometers to reach the Turtle Immortal House. Hey! Brother Chen, why are you here? Looking at Wang Chen who fell from the sky, little Wukong, who was following the Turtle Immortal cultivation, ran over very happily. Of course, Wang Chen also noticed the somewhat ruffled Yamcha next to Wukong, and the slightly lewd little bald Klin. Klin and Yamcha, I didn't expect that these two still worshipped under the Turtle Immortals. I really don't know if there is really a so-called destiny. Glancing at Klin and Yamcha, who were a little curious, Wang Chen sometimes really wondered if there was really a pair of invisible big hands controlling everything in the world. Perhaps, only the existence of the super god Coronas can touch or even jump out of the long river of fate, right? However, although he doubted the existence of fate in his heart, Wang Chen did not show his doubts in the slightest, but turned his head and smiled. Goku, is the Turtle Immortal Senior there? Grandpa the Turtle Immortal? He's in the house. Goku pointed to the Kames Enya road on the side. Looking at the Turtle Immortal House that was calm on the surface, but in fact had an undercurrent inside, Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, I knew that this old man must be fine and hid in the hut to watch action movies. With his ear power, of course, he could hear the quiet sound coming from inside. Touched little Goku's crab head, encouraging the other party to follow the Turtle Immortal to practice, but must not follow the other party to learn any strange habits. Seeing little Wukong nodding in agreement, Wang Chen was satisfied and pushed open the door of the Turtle Immortal House. It was just that he was a little surprised that while he was talking to Goku, the TV had jumped to the normal channel, and the adult magazines and CDs that he had thought he would see were all gone. It seems that the Turtle Immortals have not eaten dry rice in vain this year. Hey, Aiken, why are you here? Looking at Wang Chen who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Turtle Immortal was very happy. Since accepting Gaku, watching that little man grow stronger and stronger day by day, the sense of achievement in the heart of the turtle immortal can be described as almost bursting. Even his other two disciples were also a lot more diligent because of Wukong's stimulation, which made the old man very gratified. So when they met, they couldn't help but greet each other. Chapter 032. Where, if it weren't for your advice, Gaku wouldn't have grown so quickly. Hearing the praise of the turtle immortal, Wang Chen was also very happy. From the contact with little Wukong just now, he had already seen that his younger brother's strength had become stronger in this year's practice. If the practice of light on breath, I am afraid that even he himself may not be able to say that he can win the other party steadily. And little Wukong's ability to grow so quickly is largely due to the old man in front of him in Wang Chen's opinion. However, Aiken, you came to my turtle immortal house when you were not practicing in the western capital. Is there something wrong? Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, the turtle immortal was a little puzzled. Exactly, I came this time to ask you about the location of the Kalanta from the turtle immortal senior. Kalanta? So that's the case, you want to meet the Karin immortals? Hearing Wang Chen say Kalanta, the turtle immortal with a hint of nostalgia on his face couldn't help but ask. He still remembered that if he hadn't struggled to climb the Karin Tower 300 years ago and obtained the guidance of the Karin Immortals, he might have been bullied by his senior brother for many years. At this time, hearing that Wang Chen was actually going to Kalanta, the turtle immortal couldn't help but say immediately. The place of the Kalin Sanctuary is just. Aiken, if you see the Karin Immortal, don't forget to help me say hello to him. The turtle immortal couldn't help but instruct. Although he didn't know why Wang Chen was looking for Karin Tower, Wu Tian did not have the slightest doubt about whether Wang Chen could climb the Karin Tower. Don't look at others who are more than 300 years old, but their eyesight is not decreasing but increasing, and at a glance, you can see that Wang Chen's strength must have advanced by leaps and bounds after a year has passed. It was really not easy for this old immortal to hide his strength in front of him. Okay, I'll definitely help you convey it to the Karin Immortals. Wang Chen, who got the location of the Karin Tower and couldn't wait to forge the true holy robe, of course, flew to the distant Karin Holy Land again. But what surprised Wang Chen a little was that when he arrived at the Karin Tower, the Karin Immortal on crutches looked like he had been waiting for a long time. From the very beginning, I have felt a powerful aura from a distance. Young man, why did you come to my Kalanta? Looking at Wang Chen floating on the Karin Tower, although Carlin, whose eyes narrowed slightly, did not show hostility, the slightly trembling muscles still inevitably exposed his psychology. He was in fear. How the hell did this young man practice? His aura at such an age was much stronger than that of Vic back then. Taking a step back without a trace, the wild perception belonging to the feline family sounded alarm bells in the heart of the Karin Immortal almost all the time. Although he had already informed the heavenly god and Bobo above the temple, in the face of Wang Chen's unfathomable strength, the Karin Immortal did not have a trace of confidence in his heart. I heard that the Karin Immortals have a lot of immortal beans that can instantly heal injuries and restore physical strength, as well as super divine water that can stimulate the potential of the human body. Hey? How do you know about Sendu and Super God Water? Hearing that Wang Chen's intention was actually for the super divine water and immortal beans, the cat immortal was a little stunned. Knowing the existence of his Karin Immortal, it was only the little colored ghost who drank the elixir of immortality 300 years ago, could it be? I just went to the Kames Enya in the next place, so. It turns out that the little satyr told you back then. Hearing the name of the turtle immortal, the Karin Immortal immediately relaxed his vigilance, secretly rejoicing that the person who came was a friend and not an enemy. If Wang Chen had malicious intentions, he would not have said that the Karin Tower and the Heavenly God Temple would be bloody today. Young man, if you want fairy beans, I can give you some. Anyway, I have saved a lot over the years. However, although the super god water has the ability to stimulate potential, that thing is a highly toxic thing, you. Unfortunately, I just asked Shenlong last year for a wish that is invincible, so, hearing the kind reminder of the Karan immortal, Wang Chen smiled. Since he is an acquaintance of the turtle immortal, then Wang Chen is naturally half of his own, and the Karan immortal does not have any thoughts of self-cherishing. Especially after seeing the other party's strength, the Karan immortal did not blot too much, and soon turned around and took out a large handful of immortal beans from his room, as well as a small bottle containing super divine water. Maybe the future of the planet depends on these young people. Looking at Wang Chen, who did not hesitate to pick up the super divine water and pour it up, the eyes of the Karan immortal showed a touch of gratification. To be honest, ever since the two unidentified spaceships fell in the sky 9 years ago, Carlin had been feeling a sense of unease. He didn't know when this already ill-fated Earth would face what kind of calamity it would face. And whether it was him, or the heavenly god above his head, or the hairy boy back then, he was already old at this time, and he had no ability to provoke the beam again. But at least if the new generation of the Earth can be stronger than the next generation, it may be able to add a little more vitality. Chapter 033. Soon, as the super god water began to slide down Wang Chen's throat, Wang Chen felt a slight pain, which came with the contact between his body and the super god water. But because of the ability of the divine dragon, the poison of the super divine water was completely decomposed by Wang Chen's stomach before he could take effect in his body. On the contrary, it was because of Wang Chen's super physique that the super divine water that had lost its toxicity was better absorbed. Like a warm mountain spring turning into his heart, Wang Chen, who drank the super divine water, not only did not feel any pain, but an indescribable warm current was flowing to Zhou's body. And his own breath is almost unimaginable to ordinary people. 210 combat effectiveness from the very beginning. 230 combat power. And then to 260. Even 300 combat effectiveness. Almost every second passed, Wang Chen's combat effectiveness would gain a lot of improvement, enough to be worthy of his own years of hard practice. It's just that although the growth of the breath is rapid, what really surprised Wang Chen was not the improvement of combat effectiveness. He was really happy that as his breath continued to rise, his little universe began to burn and boil sharply as if it had been added to the fuel fire. Like a balloon that was about to be filled with hydrogen, Wang Chen's small universe began to expand rapidly. It can be said that even he himself could not have imagined that a cup of super god underwater belly could actually improve his own small universe. By the way, I forgot that the small universe also belongs to my own potential. It seems that after the transformation of inheritance, this body and my soul have completely adapted to the existence of the small universe and truly turned it into a part of myself. Originally, Wang Chen was still a little worried that the power of the scions would one day conflict with the small universe of Saint Seiya, so he had to stop the development of one of them. But now it seems that Bardak's 7-year repair warehouse for him, as well as the transformation of body and soul, perfectly avoids this hidden danger, and perfectly merges the power of the small universe and the scion into one. By the time Wang Chen came back to his senses, the power in his body had changed drastically. Nearly 400 combat power, and a small universe comparable to 2000 combat power. The power in the body that boiled and tumbled like magma seemed to erupt from every inch of skin, dyeing the clouds in the sky red. To put it bluntly, he has now evolved from his stupid younger brother Rataiji to the sword god Naba. The distance of teleportation has increased by almost several times. It seems that my qualification for cultivating the small universe is slightly higher than the qualification for cultivating Qi. However, the practice of Qi has fallen a lot behind the small universe, and it seems that the practice of Qi must be strengthened again. Feeling the breath in his body that was squeezed a little by the small universe, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown a little. Just like elements of equal strength and quantity can produce more violent chemical reactions. Several battles have fully proved that the closer the aura and the strength of the small universe are, the stronger the power Wang Chen can exert. The intensity of the breath fell so much to the small universe, which has seriously affected Wang Chen's strength. However, as far as he knew, whether it was the great elder after him or the old realm king god sleeping in the Z divine sword, its ability belonged to one of the potential development. Even if he could really find someone to help these two, it would only further open the intensity gap between the atmospheric breath and the small universe according to the base. It's a pity. The most urgent thing is to find a way to try whether we can get the divine power of the great realm king god and give life to the holy robe. Wang Chen dared to conclude that if he really let Gark come back a year, this timid guy was afraid that he would never return to Earth again. Therefore, although he also wanted to quickly increase the intensity of his breath, but he finally caught the other party once, and he did not dare to be careless. Always locked in Gake's breath, fighting a small universe that was more than twice as powerful as before, Wang Chen, who was more than 10 kilometers away in an instant, only flashed dozens of times, and then returned to the courtyard of the western capital. It's just that when he landed, before he could see the surrounding environment clearly, a graceful figure suddenly flashed out from behind and put his arm around Wang Chen's waist. "Do you have to go?" Since Gok's mouth heard about the relationship between the Scions and the Galaxy Patrolman, Boomer, who learned that Wang Chen was going to go deep into the tiger's den, almost couldn't sleep. So the moment Wang Chen returned home, Boomer couldn't help but rush up. For most of the year, it may just be like a white horse crossing the gap for the world. But for a pair of young people who already have a good impression of each other, this period is actually not a short time, but it can be a bridge for two people to walk together. Now he can't help but start to be afraid that she will never see Wang Chen again. "Sorry, Boomer. I can't fly to this trip to the universe." As a traverser, Wang Chen knows best what kind of strong enemies the future Earth will face. Vegeta, Frisia, Sharu, Bu, and even Beerus, the god of destruction, and the assembly of forces that are about the survival of the 8 universes. One strong enemy after another, he had to do his best to increase his strength, so that when he really faced a critical moment in the future, he would not leave regrets. Chapter 034. In the sky, the spaceship belonging to Gok has risen into the boundless starry sky with a long wave of air. Obviously, Boomer did not bother Wang Chen, who had made up his mind, in the end. However, before leaving, in order to avoid worrying about his daughter-in-law, Wang Chen still comforted the other party and said, even if there is a case, he can use Dragon Balls to resurrect himself. According to his words, "I have Dragon Balls, who am I afraid of?" Gark, the headquarters of your galactic patrol is afraid that it is some distance from Earth, right? Looking at the stars speeding by outside the window, Wang Chen suddenly remembered something. In the Galaxy Patrol comics, only the scene of Gok flying to the moon and leaving the Earth appears. Coupled with the fact that nearly 17 years have passed since he came to this world, the memories of his previous life have long been blurred, and Wang Chen subconsciously ignored the distant distance between the two. So only then did he remember, if this spaceship is like Goku who runs the Snake Road, what if it runs for a few months? Of course, even my spaceship will have to fly for half a month to reach Earth. Hearing Wang Chen's inquiry, Gok replied very casually. But he didn't expect that his answer was met with Wang Chen's white eyes. "So, what are we eating on the road?" Looking at the empty cabin, Wang Chen suddenly felt the urge to hit someone. Even if he is not jealous and directly roasts Gok to eat, I am afraid that he can only top a meal or so. Damn, is Senda going to accept the Yachai Lobe style waste from here on? Looking at the hundreds of immortal beans that he had asked for from the hands of the Karin immortals in the bag around his waist, Wang Chen's heart was full of heartache. The effect of one immortal bean for 10 days is afraid that for the big stomach king of the Scion people, it is not 1 in 10. Wouldn't it take at least 10 immortal beans this time? Suddenly, Wang Chen felt that Gark on the side was becoming more and more delicious. I have eaten all the exotic beasts on Bun Mountain, and I have never eaten this kind of beast. The malicious gaze swept up and down, as if thinking about which part to start nibbling on the meat that was more tender. In the end, if it weren't for the fact that he still wanted him to lead the way, Gok's life or death would really be irrelevant. Seeing this, remembering the topic about food just now, Gyak, whose face had turned green, hurriedly said, "What, in fact, there are many galactic patrol strongholds and supernumerary personnel in the galaxy, you don't have to worry so much." As if to win Wang Chen's trust, the spacecraft that had flown near Pluto docked directly in a ring-shaped crater on the back of Pluto, and took out a bunch of food prepared in advance. With sufficient food guarantees, Wang Chen, who had put aside his worries, soon embarked on a journey with Gok again. Immersed in a meditative state along the way, like a long rainbow spaceship, countless stars are left behind every second. Finally, after spending less than half a month, Wang Chen and Garqi finally arrived at a spaceship like a microphone in a donut shape. It was only to Garker's great embarrassment that he found the headquarters of his spaceship and was stunned for a long time before someone reluctantly opened the cabin. "It seems that you are not very well treated. Are you interested in learning some real skills from me?" Following Gark into the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol Police, looking at the somewhat contemptuous and playful looks of those Galaxy patrolmen around him, Wang Chen's heart suddenly moved. In his opinion, being able to see the movements of Chao Sekong Bei clearly, Gok's eyesight is really good. Maybe one day, this little Buletin Dian who looks like Ultraman can really become a generation master? "What, will you teach me?" As soon as he heard Wang Chen's words, Gark almost instantly abandoned his previous fear of him. "Of course, in fact, we don't have any big feuds, do we?" In fact, at this point, Wang Chen also thought clearly. The inheritance of the small universe was able to protect him from reincarnation, and he abruptly avoided the eyes of angels and gods, and brought his soul to the Dragon Ball world. "If I think that if Gark really dares to do it, he and Goku will not really have an accident. Instead of thinking about something that has not affected you at all, it is better to focus on your own interests." Perhaps because of Wang Chen's promise, Gok, who was bent on getting rid of the current embarrassing situation, was just like beating chicken blood, and soon got the opportunity of the Galaxy King in front of him. And of course Wang Chen was happy about this. Whether it is the intelligence or backstage of the Galaxy Patrol, or the resources, it is a big help for him. If nothing else, just by virtue of the great Realm King God daring to hand over Maluo to the Galaxy Patrol for detention, it is enough to prove its strength. On the contrary, it is not too easy to make Gok stronger. First send it to the Turtle Immortals to teach, and then a bottle of stock is afraid that the super god underwater belly calculated by the cylinder. It is great that you can still find the great elder, I don't believe you are not convinced? And what he has to pay is a little verbal mention and guidance. Interesting, it seems that it feels good to take the energy of the Galaxy Patrol into your own hands. Chapter 035. Quietly keep in mind the plans to master the Galaxy Patrol. Soon, Wang Chen put his mind down again on the divine power of the great Realm King God. Compared to the help brought by the Galaxy Patrol, he undoubtedly wanted to have his own holy clothes. Perhaps the holy robe can't bring a huge increase to the shapeshifter like the Super Scion. But for Saint Seiya, the holy vestment, which can lead to the potential small universe and provide great protection, is still an existence that cannot be ignored. To be honest, as far as the current Wang Chen is concerned, he really can't reach the realm where he can fully exert the potential small universe without clothes like Resistance Seiya and SS Purple Dragon. I just don't know how different the holy robe forged with the divine power of the great Realm King is from the holy robe of Athena Giguo. While he was thinking about the holy robe, when he heard that a scion had come to the Galactic King at the headquarters, he also quickly came to the hall where Wang Chen and Gark were. Of course, at the same time came a group of galactic patrolmen who were waiting for them. Looking around left and right, Wang Chen did not see Myers, who had hit the normal empty shell decades later, thinking that the other party should not have joined the team. Today's Galaxy Patrol, looking at the entire headquarters, there are only a few guys with an aura of about 3,000, which can be regarded as a little strength. No wonder the Galaxy Patrol can only fight guerrilla, and there are not even a few masters who can handle it now. Also, if there are really so many masters in the entire galaxy, it will not be the turn of the Kinnet team to be arrogant. There was no one in the Galaxy Patrol who could threaten his existence, which made Wang Chen very relieved. This is the case in the Dragon Ball world, and perhaps many years have passed, and there will not be too many existences beyond 10,000 in the universe. But in the same way, maybe one day you will suddenly find that dozens of strong people with hundreds of millions of combat power have blocked your door. Or maybe a powerful laser gun has beaten you into a sieve. It seems that this kind of thing that makes ordinary people seem a little illogical and balanced, but there are too many in this world. Without the strength and luck to crush everything, it is really difficult to move an inch in the Dragon Ball world. It seems that you are the rumored Galactic King? Well, JJ is quite a lot. Looking at the small JJ with more than a dozen sticks under the Galaxy King, Wang Chen only felt a chill. Thinking that every time Wukong thought that he shook hands, he actually grabbed the other party's thing, Wang Chen no longer wanted to see the lower body of this goods. Scion, why are you here for my galactic patrol? He didn't care about Wang Chen's ridicule of himself, and the octopus-like face of the Galaxy King was full of formulaic expressions. If Wang Chen hadn't clearly known the temper of this goods, as well as the weird body that was all JJ, I was afraid that he would have fooled him. I said, I came for Mora, do you believe it? What did you say? The word Su is Malo actually appeared from an unknown Scion population, and the Galactic King looked very surprised. Of course, to be precise, I actually came to seek a trace of the divine power that belonged to the great realm King God. After all, he dared to look around with a smile, and Wang Chen quietly began to improve the power of his small universe. Perhaps the word Malo is too deeply rooted in people's hearts, and at the moment he talked about these two words, almost all the galactic patrolmen had involuntarily pressed the handle of the gun on their waist, and there was a tendency to start without saying a word. Impossible. When pigs fly. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and I think I will agree, but the seal left by the great realm King God must not be lost. As soon as he heard Wang Chen's proposal, the Galaxy King almost didn't think about it, so he categorically chose to refuse. What kind of joke, if it weren't for the remnants of the great realm King God's remnant divine power strengthening the seal every year, I am afraid that the seventh universe would have already been turned into a purgatory on earth by the demon head of Malo. For this unscrupulous fellow, maybe even the soul in hell will be devoured by him. But Wang Chen, who had expected it for a long time, did not care about the decisive attitude of the Galaxy King at all. I know that the seal of the great realm King God cannot be lost, but no matter what, Malo is going to break the seal after all, isn't it? If my guess is correct, the seal of Moro can only last less than 30 years, right? After carefully calculating the time after the power conference, Wang Chen came up with a number very confidently. To be honest, according to his estimates, the existence of Malo was at least close, and even reached the level of the god of destruction. This is only a minimum estimate of the power that the other party has. Such a strong man is locked up in the prison of the Galaxy Patrolman, and he doesn't believe that the other party will not sit on pins and needles. Sure enough, as soon as he heard that the time of Malo's breaking was actually from the mouth of a scion, the Galactic King was a little flustered. With extremely divergent thinking, he had even begun to wonder if the time and place of Malo's breaking had been known by many ill-intentioned guys. Scion, what the hell do you want to do? I mean, what if I'm sure that when Malo breaks the seal more than 20 years later, I'll completely destroy him? Looking at the cold sweating Galaxy King in front of him, Wang Chen said categorically. Chapter 036. You think I'll believe your? Scion, it seems that after so many years, your arrogance and ignorance have not changed in the slightest. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the Galaxy King was very disdainful. If he really had this kind of strength, how could he sit idly by and watch Vegeta Star be destroyed by Frieza? Already too lazy to talk nonsense with Wang Chen, the Galaxy King waved his tentacles and was ready to let the Galaxy Patrolman present drive away the other party. But just when the galactic patrolman rushed up, ready to drive out this uninvited guest who spoke wildly, an incomparably strong small universe burst out. Athena, Zeus, Apollo. Even the small universe of gods belonging to Apis and Saturn burst into incomparable brilliance at this moment. The brilliance of the small universe that belonged to the Lord God and the half-super god almost contained the earth-shattering power that completely burned the 12 universes. The powerful coercion even reversed the surrounding gravity and time and space, and for a while, everyone except Wang Chen felt that even their own thinking was completely torn apart by this force belonging to God. If it weren't for Wang Chen's efforts to suppress the outbreak of the inheritance small universe as an inheritor, perhaps the power from the inheritance would have completely shattered the entire seventh universe. After all, even the power of a single Lord God has already reached or surpassed the level of a single universe. Facing this group of ants that despised the inheritor, the will of the gods hidden in the inheritance had obviously been a little angry. Even as part of the heritage, God still regards His Majesty as something not to be offended. Phew, I didn't expect that I would also have a day to pull the tiger skin and pull the flag. Looking at the galactic patrolmen who were completely calmed by the inheritance small universe, Wang Chen was not the slightest bit happy. After all, these people are in awe of the gods headed by Saturn, not himself. However, he was really able to release the coercion that belonged to the inheritance, and to be honest, Wang Chen also felt very lucky. Indeed, today's Wang Chen simply could not mobilize the divine power from the inheritance of the small universe. Correspondingly, because their own small universe and inheritance small universe have been partially due to each other. In a sense, as long as Wang Chen temporarily separates his own small universe from him, the inheritance small universe located in Wang Chen's heart is his strongest shield. How do you think this force is stronger and weaker than the demon Luo? Looking at the Galaxy King in front of him, Wang Chen's face was full of confidence. He believed that no matter how strong Mo Luo was, he would not be able to fight against this inheritance small universe that added up to even greater than the Great Priest. However, in order to prevent the Galactic King from being directly crushed into ashes, Wang Chen only leaked a trace of the power of inheriting the small universe, and then wrapped it with his own small universe again. Only at this time, the Galaxy King and the others who reacted looked at Wang Chen with a look of horror. Indeed, even the Mo Luo who was in his complete state back then did not have such amazing power. Recalling the power that was almost enough to make heaven and earth collapse, the Galaxy King no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect to Wang Chen. Recalling that terrifying power, which was only the tip of the iceberg of the inheritance of the small universe, the Galaxy King only felt powerless. Indeed, Mo Luo does not seem to be the opponent of the future Wang Chen. But correspondingly, this guy's terrifying thing is even far better than Mo Luo. Very good, you hand over a part of the Great Realm King's divine power, I will help you get Mo Luo in the future. I think the Galactic King will not be stupid enough to refuse this deal, right? Walking in front of the Galaxy King with a smile, Wang Chen's expression did not show the slightest impatience. But the trace of coercion that remained on his body made the Galaxy King hurriedly summon a few trusted Galaxy patrolmen, and asked the other party to quickly bring the divine power of the Realm King that he was keeping. Soon, a somewhat jade-like box was handed over to him. Back then, in order to prevent the great Realm King God from breaking the seal, he separated a part of himself and handed it to the Galaxy Patrol for us to use to strengthen the seal. And he himself returned to the Realm King God realm to recuperate his injuries. But after 10 million years, there is only so much divine power left in it. Pointing to the jade box in Wang Chen's hand, the Galaxy King said with regret. Sure enough, when Wang Chen opened the box, there were only a dozen golden rays as thick as spider silk left inside. Of course, even if it was only a dozen strands of divine power, Wang Chen could still feel in it a huge power that was enough to destroy him countless times, as well as the unique life brilliance that belonged to the Realm King God. It's a pity that these divine powers can't all be taken away. Full of regret, he carefully drew a trace of power from it, looking at the dozen or so divine powers left, it was impossible to say that Wang Chen was not moved at all. But he also knew that the more these divine powers he obtained, the faster Mo Luo would break the seal. Greed is always the fastest shortcut for mankind to death. P.S. Regarding Saturn and Coronas, the two are just set to be very close, but it doesn't seem to be a person bluntly. So for convenience, Coronas, who is higher in the B grid, is set here as the only supergod. Saturn is a semi-supergod. Chapter 037. Okay, I only need this trace of these divine powers. After extraditing the divine power of the Realm King in his hand to the inheritance small universe along his fingertips, and suppressing it through the boundless coercion in it, Wang Chen handed the box back to the other party. It is true that the power of the divine power is extremely powerful, so strong that Wang Chen cannot even touch the seventh sense that is called the smallest universe. But Wang Chen also believes that one day his own strength will definitely surpass the true master of this trace of divine power. Seeing this, the Galaxy King, who did not dare to breathe on the side, hurriedly took it with apprehension. He was really afraid that Wang Chen would be too greedy, and he took away all the divine power inside in one go, leaving only his group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. At that time, he will have something to rely on and not be afraid of Mo, but his own people will not be so lucky. Once Mo breaks the seal, the first thing to do after recovering his strength is to kill the Galaxy Patrolman. Not bad, Count you honest, you didn't play any tricks that are not honorable. Nodding towards the Galaxy King with satisfaction, Wang Chen's mood was almost good. With divine power, it means that he can give life to the Pegasus Holy Robe and become a true Saint Seiya, instead of the current half-hanged man who can't check much with naked Ben. Now that the divine power has arrived, Wang Chen is too lazy to talk nonsense with the Galaxy King. After just instructing the other party to find a solid quiet room for himself, Wang Chen couldn't wait to come to the venue prepared for him by the Galaxy King. No one knows what will happen when the Realm King's divine power and holy robe are fused. In case of precautions, Wang Chen, who did not want to make trouble on the earth, must have chosen the dead deist friend immortal poor Deo. Finally about to be born, my Pegasus Holy Robe. In the quiet room cast from unknown alloy, the lifelike Pegasus Holy Robe has appeared in the center of the quiet room at an unknown time. It's just that there is no real life-giving reason, the Pegasus Holy Robe at this time is just the appearance of Pegasus in the decomposed state, and it is impossible to dress at all. In other words, unless Wang Chen was willing to pick up the Holy Robe one by one and put it on his body, today's Holy Robe could only be regarded as an incomparably strong ornament. But from this moment on, as the divine power of the great Realm King God flowed out from Wang Chen's fingertips, it turned into a drop of golden water and merged into the Pegasus holy clothes. Accompanied by a ripple-like pattern, it rises from the center of Tenma's eyebrows. As the only Saint Seiya in the Dragon Ball world who could resonate with Pegasus, Wang Chen could almost hear the faint heartbeat in the holy clothes. Like the bell ringing at the dawn, with each breath that passes, Pegasus garment's response becomes stronger. Pegasus holy clothes actually came to life. Quickly put his palm on the helmet of the Pegasus holy robe, and in the case of zero contact, Wang Chen could feel it. Whenever the divine power of the great Realm King circulates in the holy robe, as the divine power of the Realm King continues to decrease, the vitality of the Pegasus holy robe becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, like a newborn baby, the sacred robe of Pegasus, born in this world at this moment, is like a nursing baby, slowly absorbing the small universe that belongs to him. Seeing this, Wang Chen of course spared no effort to instill his own small universe into it, containing a trace of vitality that was born with great difficulty. Only at this time, Wang Chen, who was interested in whether the divine power of the Realm King could really work, let go of his heart. Yes, I forgot that Pegasus in the Dragon Ball world was also created by the Realm King God, so the holy clothes that live with Pegasus can certainly respond to the great Realm King God who created Pegasus. Seeing the new birth of the Pegasus holy robe with his own eyes, and feeling the small universe that became more active with the contact with the holy robe, Wang Chen's confidence became more sufficient. Fortunately, although there is no Athena in this world, there is a special existence such as the king god of the realm. Until this moment, Wang Chen can be regarded as having really reached a state of perfection and can truly exert the power of the small universe. However, this can also be seen that the king god of the realm in charge of creating planets and life, just refers to the fat man of the king god of the 7 universes. The setting of this new supplement is too awesome, its strength and ability are not necessarily inferior to the Lord God. I don't know if it's the reason why the Holy Robe doesn't need too many small universes to activate. When the Realm King's divine power is completely exhausted, Wang Chen consumes less than half of the small universe. From today onwards, I can truly be regarded as a Saint Seiya. Staring at the Pegasus in front of him who seemed to want to soar, Wang Chen's slightly narrowed eyes were full of smiles. Although his appearance was no different from before, Wang Chen knew that the Pegasus holy robe in front of him had truly gained a new life and had life just like him. And as the holy robe fights and is injured with the Saint Seiya, this Pegasus holy robe will also evolve with him along the trajectory he has taken. Until one day, the Pegasus holy robe, which is soaked in the blood of countless gods, will also bloom with a brilliance beyond the gods. Pegasus. Born in a pool of blood, soaring in the sky. The more brutal the battle, the more you can spread your wings and forge ahead. This is the Saint Seiya of Pegasus. Also, the Holy Robe of Pegasus. P.S. I will send the image of the Pegasus Holy Robe to the work-related. Interested partners can take a look. The book generally takes the form of SS, Resistance, and Sanctuary legends. After all, the holy clothes in the legend of the Holy Domain have helmet type, mask type, and semi-cover type, suitable for all types of fans. Chapter 038. Having witnessed the birth of the sacred robe of Pegasus, Wang Chen did not hold back his curiosity about the holy robe at that time, and put on the holy robe and punched it out casually. Of course, the price is that the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol has opened a big hole, and the remaining undiminished fist strength has even destroyed several meteors in one breath before slowly dissipating in the boundless starry sky. Seeing his destructive power that had multiplied several times, Wang Chen immediately wisely chose to stop and install a good baby. Helplessly, the Galaxy King, who could not afford to provoke this uncle, could only obediently swallow this bitter fruit, and honestly sent someone to play a stitch to mend for another 3 years. At this time, Wang Chen came to the cabin of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters dedicated to issuing tasks. No way, who said that at this time, he was already a little eager to try his current strength? In Wang Chen's opinion, except for Frisiakun and the Realm King, as one of the giants in the galaxy, there is really no place where intelligence can be obtained more than the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Stop the internal war of the Sager Star Stake Man, or reclaim the fruit pie snatched by the pineapple head. Should I say that it is indeed worthy of the Dragon Ball world, and the ability to choose a name has broken through the sky? Looking at the names crossed on the bulletin board, Wang Chen suddenly felt that his appetite was about to be hooked. Compared to the names of the Boomer family that are all underwear, the names of some cosmic criminals and races are probably not more bizarre. Plus the refrigerator Frisia, the Scion, Wild Vegetable Man, and the Vegetable Vegeta brothers, Vegeta and Table, symbolizing wild vegetables. Well, now he is 100% sure that the names of everyone in the Dragon Ball world are controlled by an invisible will, Akira Toriyama. Hey? With that, to a planet controlled by Frisia to assassinate Gudu of the Kainuit team? Gudu. I remember this ugly product should be the weakest one in the Kainu team? After thinking about it carefully, a stocky figure with 3 eyes finally popped up in Wang Chen's mind. In his impression, Gudu, who does not rely on superpowers, can only be abused by Gohan and Klin of about 1313, and the combat power of this product is probably less than 10,000 or so. Especially since this is more than 10 years ago in Dragon Ball Z, Gudu's strength will only be weaker than the original. And if his strength explodes at full strength, even if he doesn't wear holy clothes, he won't be much worse than Naba. That is, with a total combat power of less than 3000, against the normal Naba of 4,000. Good, that's it. With teleportation and the protection of the Holy Robe, Wang Chen was not afraid that he would be unlucky to meet several other members of the Kinnet team, but was full of expectations for the upcoming battle. Superpowers? I'm sorry that Wang Chen also has this thing, and the quantity and quality are 3 times that of your girl. Are you angry? After quickly receiving the task from the report office of the Galaxy Patrol, Wang Chen didn't even bother to see what the reward for the task was, so he hurriedly pulled up Gark and prepared to leave. Hey? You said you were going to assassinate Gudu of the Kainuit team? As soon as he heard Wang Chen say that he was going to assassinate Gudu, Gark almost spurted urine from his forehead in fright. 9 years of training has only allowed him to reach the combat strength of more than 1000s, and of course, he can't help but feel a pang of weakness when he hears the reputation of Team Kainu. What is Gudu? I dare to kill Maluo, and I am afraid of a Gudu? Gok, to be honest, if you don't even have the courage to do this, I suggest that you can already give up this matter of practicing with me. Looking coldly at Gok in front of him, Wang Chen's words were undoubtedly equivalent to pouring a basin of cold water. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Gark, who came back to his senses, couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. Say. That's exactly what I said. As he said, if he didn't even have the courage to face Gudu, how could he be qualified to practice with this adult? Soon, forcing himself to throw away his fear of the Kainu team, Gark chose to follow Wang Chen. But this time, he and Wang Chen were not on the incomparably old spaceship they came. I just wanted to send away this plague Galaxy King early, and even gave Wang Chen and Gok the latest spaceship that was just ready for mass production. Like a bursting volcano, riding the latest research results of the Galaxy Patrol, Wang Chen and Garki left under the incomparably kind gaze of the Galaxy King. Perhaps Gudu did not expect that he would lose his life nearly 10 years in advance because of someone's whim? Because it was the latest spacecraft, Wang Chen and Gake, who were nearly several times faster, took less than a few hours to reach the planet guarded by Gudu. 1. A planet called Tana. I heard that the natives of this planet have mastered a technology that can consume energy to increase the strength of materials, so they will be targeted by the Frisia army. Looking at the endless desert in front of him, Wang Chen thought to himself. It seems that such an inch-and-nothing environment can still be targeted by the Frisia army. I am afraid that the special ability described by the intelligence is at least 80% more likely. Chapter 039. Interesting, the ability to consume energy in exchange for material strength? Really dozed off to the pillow. Before he had the ability to obtain divine blood, Wang Chen's holy robe did not dare to be broken every day like Xiao Qiang. After all, without enough materials and background support, the frequent shattering of the holy robe not only could not increase the strength, but would weaken the life of the holy robe itself. This can be seen from the fact that Mu and Athena did not hesitate to spill blood to repair the holy robes of the 5 small powers, as well as the strength of those holy robes that remained unchanged for almost 10,000 years in silver. Flying low along the navigation system of the Galaxy Patrol, soon Wang Chen and Gok came to the only inhabited place in this desert. A battle fortress made entirely of metal. What people! Seeing the spaceship carrying Wang Chen and Gark rushing all the way over, the Frisia army in charge of guarding the door immediately shouted in unison. However, it was the light gun in the hands of Gok and Wang Chen who responded to them. In Wang Chen's opinion, he and the Frisia army had nothing to force at all. Him and you're done. The dazzling yellow light cut through an arc-shaped trajectory in mid-air, like a flashing machete. Perhaps the Frisia, who has always been arrogant, could not have imagined that in the base guarded by Gudu, there were still people who dared to charge directly single-handedly. Unfortunately, the Frisia army, whose single-person quality was completely incomparable to Gark, just subconsciously raised his hand and shot a few beams, and was shot by Gossi one after another through the throat. Abandoning his fear of Frisia and Team Kinut, Gark, who was almost god-level in his eyes, finally showed his true strength at this moment. When the two rushed to the gate, they questioned the two earlier. "Well done, Gark." Without looking at the several Frisia soldiers who had completely laid down on the side, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he did not forget to casually throw a punch and tear the gate in front of him to pieces. The power of the small universe that exceeds the speed of sound several times is almost comparable to the power of meteor falling. Where, since you have decided to follow in your footsteps, you must have a corresponding awareness. Some fanaticism watched the fist that surged forward like a wave, and even pierced nearly half of the base, and Garki's voice couldn't help but be a little more excited. Although when he came, Wang Chen had already said that he could not practice the small universe. But after seeing the potential and strength of the other party with his own eyes, where can Gark, who is extremely eager to become a true elite, manage so much? Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless azure points of light shot continuously from Wang Chen's fist towards the sky, and then fell densely like raindrops, like a meteor shower falling from the end of the sky. For a time, as countless explosions sounded from all over the base, the flames that soared into the sky occupied almost all the field of vision in front of them. Of course, although Wang Chen's attacks were dense, each punch was almost precise in the place where the Frisia army gathered. However, he is still counting on the special ability to use energy into material strength from the survivors of this planet. What kind of person dares to make trouble at the base where Lord Ben is sitting? Finally, seeing that the entire base was about to be directly destroyed under Wang Chen's attack, Gu Du, who had been hiding in the shadows, could not sit still. And the sharp-eyed Wang Chen, at the moment when the other party appeared, glimpsed a young man who looked like a shark and had sharp thorns on his wrists and ankles, and was being restrained by Gu Du's neck. "Sir, he is the native of Tana Star. According to intelligence, this may be one of the last remaining clansmen in Tana Star." Oh! As soon as he heard Gark say this, Wang Chen's eyes immediately froze. That is, he wants to snatch people from Gu Du? Thinking of the sad future where his holy clothes were shattered by various strong enemies, Wang Chen's brain didn't even spend a fraction of a second, and the whole person had disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already come to Gu Du. What? The three eyes were still trying to stare at Gu Du in front of him, and he didn't even have time to react in the slightest, and Wang Chen's fist, which was harder than steel, had been firmly printed on his face. Gu Du, who was smashed in the face by a punch, could even feel that the muscles of his face were gradually deforming with the penetration of the fist, and the broken cheekbones were concave layer by layer. With the blessing of the holy robe, Wang Chen's small universe was much stronger than before. With the powerful destructive power that destroyed the atoms, the green-skinned Gu Du had not even reacted, and the whole person had already flown out for miles. And as the short body flew out upside down under the action of the fist, Wang Chen, who was holding the shark man, had already come to Gok's side in a flash. "Take him and leave, and I'll do the rest." The order was given in an unquestionable tone, and Wang Chen didn't even give Gark the slightest chance to make a sound, and the whole person once again soared into the sky in the direction where Gu Du flew away. Helplessly, Gark had to obediently obey and pull the unconscious shark man onto the spaceship. Chapter 040. On the endless wasteland, two figures, one tall and one short, are facing off in a somewhat funny but serious atmosphere. The natives who belonged to the Tana Star had already left the Tana Star with Gark. And he himself remained in place, ready to deal with the enemy in front of him, Gu Du. Although the figure in front of him is extremely ridiculous, even ugly. But Wang Chen still did not dare to have the slightest contempt for Gu Du's power. In the end, no matter how bad this guy is, he can also be selected for the Kinnet team. Damn, this guy has superpowers like me. Without capturing the slightest trace of Wang Chen's movement, a trace of clarity rose in Gu Du's heart, which had been completely vigilant in his heart. In Gu Du's opinion, Wang Chen must have relied on some special ability to suddenly appear in front of him. And this ability, 9 times out of 10, is either speeding or teleportation. No matter what ability you are, I don't believe I can't stop you. Gudu, who was too lazy to use his own flesh to test back and forth on the edge of being beaten, and couldn't figure out the details of the other party, chose to use his superpowers very cleverly. Time paused. With that ugly nose twitching violently, at the moment when Gudu completely stopped breathing, Wang Chen felt an invisible force spread from his body almost in the blink of an eye. Soon, just as Wang Chen was about to throw his fist again, he was already uncontrollably frozen in place by the invisible force. But what made him feel fortunate was that although the power of time standing still was not absent for him, the tenacious little universe in his body still survived the invasion of this force. But even so, Wang Chen did not show the slightest appearance of being able to move, but like a cosmopolitan of cosmos, he let his fist stop abruptly in the air. Stop, stop! Looking at Wang Chen, who was motionless, Gudu was very happy. No matter what the opponent's strength is, if you are trapped by your own time pause, you are not allowed to slaughter yourself? This trick, he almost tried 100 spirits. But what made him very angry was that although Wang Chen was already motionless like a sculpture, the trunk that can be controlled by his own power can only knock Wang Chen into the air. After that, it was completely shattered by the small universe attached to it. Correspondingly, Wang Chen, who was protected by the holy robe, was unscathed. Gudu, who did not believe in evil, even blasted out several qigong shots in a row towards Wang Chen, but in addition to a series of deafening explosions and the ever-enlarging craters in place, Wang Chen, who was located in the center of the pit, was still unharmed. Damn, where did this freak come from again? The feeling of heat coming from his chest made Gudu, who had been holding his breath for nearly a few minutes, very uncomfortable. But even so, Gudu was not completely dead. He also had a secret technique that he had never used before, a deadly ray shot from those two strange eyes on his forehead. It's just that perhaps because there are still more than 10 years from Dragon Ball Z at this time, Gudu's move is not very proficient, and can only shoot a range of less than 10 meters. Soon, with cautious steps, Gudu was already within 10 meters of Wang Chen. Seeing this guy who almost killed himself directly, Gudu's strange eyes growing on both sides of his forehead almost instantly lit up with Senran green light, ready to kill Wang Chen directly. But what made him extremely shocked was that Wang Chen, who was still sculpting before, had disappeared in front of his eyes. It's now. Diamond Star Fist. The low sound like the announcement of death suddenly sounded in his ears, and Gudu, who suddenly woke up, did not understand that he had stepped into the trap prepared by Wang Chen. Unfortunately, Wang Chen would not give him even the slightest chance to resist. Freezing chi like the breath of the underworld continuously radiated from Wang Chen's fist, turning into a transparent gauze robe that shrouded Gudu's body. Soon, the ice on Gudu's body, surrounded by frozen air, became thicker and thicker, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a coffin cast of solid ice completely sealed it. Because there is a huge gap of nearly 4 times the combat power, even Wang Chen's Diamond Star Fist cannot instantly take Gudu's life. But Wang Chen, who keenly captured that the other party needed to rely on holding his breath to achieve, dug a trap for Gudu that was enough for the other party to dig his own grave. Aren't you surprised that your ability to pause time is actually useless to me? Looking at Gudu, who had been completely frozen by the diamond stars and almost faced the desolate situation of directly suffocating to death, Wang Chen said very comfortably. Unfortunately, I won't tell you why. Just quietly watching Gudu's face turn from green to blue, and then from cyan to purple, until he completely lost his breath in a suffocation, Wang Chen only felt a little funny. Who would have thought that the famous Kainuit team members would die of holding their breath? You must know that although he also inherited some of the warlike character of the Scion, Wang Chen is different from Vegeta's fast-lying Scion. That is, unless circumstances do not allow it, he never does anything that he is not sure of. The small universe has a fairly strong resistance to special abilities including time stopping, which Wang Chen knows very well. You must know that in the second season of Saint Seiya Resistance, stopping time is the instinct of every fighter above level 3. But then, don't you have to honestly fight with the Saint Seiya? It was precisely because of the small universe's ability to resist the ability of time suspension that Wang Chen dared to pull Gark and run to Gudu's trouble. If chi comes from life, it is a change in the force of life. The small universe, then, is a vast force from the universe itself. And the universe includes time. Chapter 041. Gudu, who was frozen by the Diamond Star Fist, returned directly to the west in front of Wang Chen without exception. It wasn't until he saw with his own eyes that the other party had lost his breath and felt the vitality of the other party completely disappearing, that he left with peace of mind. Following the guidance of the Galaxy Patrol Police's special communicator, Wang Chen quickly found Gark and Shark Man, who left first. Before leaving, he also released another Pegasus Meteor Fist to completely destroy the Frisia military base here. How is this person still saved? Looking at the Shark Man lying next to Gaki, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask with some worry. Originally, he also thought of using Gudu's war slag as a touchstone for himself. But when he heard about the special ability of the Tana Starman, Wang Chen didn't bother to entangle with this waste like Gudu. Compared to a Gudu, Wang Chen was more concerned about the special ability of this Tana Starman, whether it could actually play a role in his holy clothes. It seems that there is still a breath, maybe that guy from Gudu also wants to learn the secret art of Tana Star, so he deliberately left the other party's life. Whew, that's good. Come, feed him this fairy bean, and wait for this person to wake up. Take a fairy bean out of your pocket and give it to Gok and ask him to give it to the Shark Man. Watching the other party's gradually steady breathing, he was relieved to get Wang Chen and sat on the side, waiting for the other party to wake up. Speaking of which, Pegasus' holy robe is even stronger than I thought. Recalling the battle with Gudu just now, to be honest, Wang Chen did not expect this holy robe to be so powerful. Although the Pegasus Holy Cloak could not bless the Diamond Star Fist belonging to Shiratori, the power of this frozen chi fist could not be fully exerted. But even so, the small universe, which was incomparably high because of the Holy Robe, still made Wang Chen feel the importance of the Holy Robe. Especially in the previous battle, in order to play a good sculpture, Wang Chen abruptly contracted the small universe in his body without moving. But even so, with its incomparably strong strength, the Holy Robe abruptly blocked Gudu's attack with almost 4 times its combat power. To put it bluntly, wearing the Holy Robe, he is completely able to defeat more than 2 naked self at the same time. But that's not enough. With the Dragon Ball increasing several times a year, if the strength of the Holy Robe cannot be rapidly increased, I am afraid that it will be completely destroyed before it is too late to be reborn. At that time, where can I find the divine power of the great realm king that is comparable to the Lord God? Thinking that the Dragon Ball world could not move after a few years, the progress speed of the normal battle before the Super 1 and 2 was super, Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Normal Goten and Trunks Corner 18, GT Normal is greater than Z Super 3. This is not to mention that after comprehending the realm of God, Super Blue and Jinfu directly have more than 1 yuan of combat effectiveness. But in contrast, if the Holy Robe wants to open and hang, it either relies on divine power, or divine blood, or it is to directly comprehend the bug-like Omega Small Universe. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of the 3. Only the recent divine power divine blood may be able to ask for the first poisonous milk of the 7th universe, the Eastern Realm King God, in the future. But in his opinion, the slight power of the Eastern Realm King God may not even be able to fight the 4 dream gods, which is really a shame among the gods. Use the blood and divine power of the Eastern Realm King God to open and hang Imam. Don't make a special holy robe for poisoned milk at that time, and wish people a smile everywhere every day, and all the best. Shaking his head, Wang Chen had to sigh helplessly. As far as he knew, the poisoned milk of the Eastern Realm King God was almost certain to be effective. A mouthful of poisoned milk before the death of the future world, hard milk out of the black sky, pit the entire world of Trunks. Even the whole king had to pay the price of wrestling when he faced the casual poisoned milk of the Eastern Realm King God. In a sense, this product seems to have mastered the strongest power in the Dragon Ball world. Sir, he seems to be awake. Not to mention Wang Chen's rich psychological activities, Gok, who had been carefully observing the Shark Man's expression on the side, suddenly exclaimed. Looking back, what came into view was the scene where the Shark Man opened his eyes. Wasn't I caught by Gudu? How could I be here? As far as the eye can see, there is a boundless desert, which makes the Shark Man, whose memory is still stuck in the moment before he fell into a coma, very puzzled. Isn't it obvious that Gudu died and the base of the Frisia army was destroyed by us? That's why you're in this place. Pointing to the remains of the base that was still flying Mars in the distance, Wang Chen signaled that he could look back. Sure enough, what came into view was a long line of smoke and dust soaring into the sky, and the fire that had not yet dissipated. In order to prevent the other party from believing what he said, Wang Chen also very intimately pulled the Shark Man to teleport to the place where Gudu was frozen into an ice sculpture, and saw with his own eyes the distorted and dead Gudu. Until this moment, the sluggish-looking Shark Man was able to come back to his senses and kneel directly to the ground facing Wang Chen. Thank you, Lord, for this blood vendetta for our Tana Star. P.S. Regarding the power of the poisoned milk of the King of the Eastern Realm, I really can't help but kneel. This mysterious force from the east, from Chuanwang, Zizikong and Zamaz, down to Dopula and Bu, were brutally killed one by one. It is really worthy of being a group of poisoned milk, realm king gods, belonging to the east, the origin direction of the power of poisoned milk. This strength is much more powerful than Zeus's ultimate power. Those who want to know the details but are not afraid of dying of laughter can knock down the 6 big characters of Eastern Realm King God Poisoned Milk in beta by themselves. Chapter 042. Ahem, kneeling is not necessary. I heard that your Tana Star has a secret technique that can rely on energy to strengthen material strength. Lord is here for my Tana Star's secret technique. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the Shark Man was immediately wary in his heart, and he doubted whether Wang Chen was Frisia's subordinate. However, when he thought about it, he couldn't help but secretly scold himself. If Wang Chen was really Frisia's person, how could he personally kill Gudu, a member of the Kainu team? Even if this is a bitter meat plan, it is not too out of line. Now in the entire Tana Star, there are only a few survivors left, including him. Wang Chen, as his benefactor, helped the countless wronged souls of Tana Star to avenge his blood revenge. Could he still give nothing in return? Thinking of this, the Shark Man, who was relieved in his heart, hurriedly said. In fact, the secret technique of our Tana Star is a secret technique that uses the relationship between matter and atoms to produce effects. Adults should also know that all matter is made of atoms. The secret technique of our Tana Star, in addition to using energy to temporarily build channels among each atom, thereby improving the compactness and smoothness of arrangement between atoms to achieve the effect of enhancing the matter itself. What's more, the occult technique can also strengthen and enhance the atoms that make up matter themselves while consuming a lot of energy. Oh, you said enhanced atoms. As soon as he heard the Shark Man's narration, Wang Chendang even conceived the perversion of this secret technique. Doesn't it mean that even a weak thing like water can be strengthened to a point comparable to a golden stone by relying on the power of the secret technique? With an extremely curious mind, Wang Chen soon couldn't help but ask about the specific cultivation method of his secret art. In this regard, the Shark Man who figured it out did not mean to cherish himself, but told the other party all his knowledge about the occult art. After a long time, Wang Chen, who had completely memorized the secret technique in his mind, saw with his own eyes that the Shark Man had consumed energy equivalent to hundreds of combat power, but strengthened stones that were dozens of times harder than steel, and he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Yes, this secret technique is indeed magical. No wonder your Tana Star was plundered by Frisia's army. What do I think? Why don't you gather all the survivors of Tana and let the Galactic Patrol help you find a planet that can survive? As for the Tana starmen who have mastered this secret technique, they can consider joining the Galaxy Patrol. How? You mean joining the famous Galaxy Patrol? As soon as he heard the 4 words of the Galaxy Patrolman, the shark man couldn't help but light up his eyes on the spot. Just now he wondered why the logo on Gok's shirt felt familiar to him. It turns out that it is the exclusive emblem of the Galaxy Patrol? Why, is the Galaxy Patrol famous? A little puzzled looked at Gok, and Wang Chen was a little puzzled. In his opinion, in addition to intelligence and resource advantages, isn't the Galaxy Patrol itself a group of rotten eggs and rotten sweet potatoes with a combat effectiveness of less than 5k? Ahem, my lord. In fact, apart from you, even Frisia himself does not dare to despise our Galaxy Patrolman. The Galaxy Patrol is not without masters, but because considering that the seal of Maluo is becoming more and more loose, most of the existence of tens of thousands of combat power among the Galaxy Patrol has been dropped to the Prison Star Town Guard seal, so. Hearing Gark's explanation, Wang Chen understood why the Galaxy Patrol had not been eradicated by the Frisia army after so many years. All the masters of the feelings ran to the area where Maluo was located to sit, in case the big devil broke the seal in advance, so the experts of the Galaxy Patrol would not be able to free their hands. Fortunately, I didn't directly move to snatch the Realm King's divine power at that time, otherwise I am afraid that it will be directly cooled now. Thinking that he had actually slipped through the ghost gate, Wang Chen felt a burst of happiness. The trick of pulling the tiger skin and pulling the flag was still good before tearing the face. But if you really fight, the stronger you are in the background, the heavier the mind of others to kill you. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about the chilling result, riding on Gark's spaceship, Wang Chen and the Shark Man and the 3 quickly returned to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. After letting the Galaxy King arrange the survivors of the Tana Star, Wang Chen, who got the secret technique of the Tana Star, was too lazy to waste time with the Galaxy Patrol and directly pulled Gark back to Earth. It happened that there were still nearly 3 figures of immortal beans in his hand, and Wang Chen, who was not lacking in energy at all, was already ready to start strengthening the holy robe. As a Saint Seiya, and as a troublemaker scion, Wang Chen certainly wouldn't think his holy clothes were too powerful. Soon, after accompanying Boomer Wen for a few days, Wang Chen, who had calmed down, stepped into the special cabin where he usually retreated. But what he didn't expect was that his retreat at Boomer's house lasted less than a week before it was suspended by the arrival of someone. Just because the person who came was no one else, it was his brother's mentor, the Turtle Immortal. Chapter 043. Hey? Why is your old man here? Looking at the Turtle Immortal who appeared in front of him, Wang Chen was very curious. In his cognition, except for the world's first martial arts conference, or the birth of the Vic Great Devil, the Turtle Immortal has almost never left the Turtle Fairy House a few times, but he is the ultimate otaku in the real world. Alas, not for my apprentice. You mean Gaku? Of course, Aiken, you still don't know, right? In a few days, it will be time for the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Association to begin. Is that the tournament that gathers many martial artists every 3 years to compete? As soon as he heard the Turtle Immortal say that the world's first martial arts conference, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little interested. Every time the so-called martial arts meeting is held in the original work, a batch of strong people will surely emerge. From Tianjin Rice to Bojack to Bu and Jillian. It can be said that the emergence of the Budokai can almost be regarded as a precursor to the appearance of a strong enemy. But then he came back to his senses, and this was not the era of more than a decade later. The strength of the opponents who appeared in this era is very doubtful. As if catching a glimpse of his somewhat disapproving look, the Turtle Immortal smiled mysteriously. Hehe, I dare not say anything about the others, but don't underestimate the strength of Gaku now. Maybe now he has caught up with your big brother. Interesting, are you saying that Goku's strength is close to mine? Hearing the turtle immortal say this, Wang Chen was suddenly a little curious. Although he had only met Goku a month ago and had seen his brother's strength. The Kaisayans are inherently unreasonable beings. If you really want to say that little Wukong's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds this month, it is not impossible. Of course, remember when you came to ask me about the location of Karanta a month ago? At that time, I wondered if my 3 disciples could also let the Karin immortals guide them. Unfortunately, my 3 disciples all went to Karanta without saying anything, especially the kid Wukong, who drank the super god water. With a smug smile, the turtle immortal's heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Not counting Wang Chen's BT, just the current strength of his 3 disciples, if it were placed 300 years ago, they would have been able to beat the legendary Vic Great Devil. But looking back, this pride turned into a solemn sigh. I'm old, and I can't beat you young people. But in any case, as their master, at least I hope that someone can let them understand the truth that there are people outside the world, and don't be complacent because of the momentary strength. Having also experienced the era of youth and frivolity, how could the turtle immortals not know what kind of results would be caused if a few people had their mentality swelled due to the multiplication of their strength? You can't see, 5 years have passed since the time of Dragon Ball Z, and Goku and Vic are only in their early 400s? I see, your old man has said this, I will definitely not help with this favor. Nodded, Wang Chen did not shirk. To be honest, he also wanted to go to what level Wukong, who had experienced a year of cultivation and then took the magic medicine of super god water, had reached. After bidding farewell to the turtle immortals, Wang Chen, who had calmed down again, returned to the daily experiment. Finally, when the sun rose again, she looked at the date prompted on the electronic calendar and determined that the martial arts conference was today's Wang Chen, and soon held Boomer and said goodbye to her parents, and flew towards the venue of the martial arts conference. But what surprised him a little was that when he came to the sky above the venue, he was greeted by a tidal crowd. Hey, how can there be so many spectators and players in this martial arts conference? Unlike the stage that was more than 10 and 20 meters square in his memory, the martial arts club ring that met Wang Chen's eyes was almost expanded by more than 20 times, and it was estimated that the length and width must be at least 50 meters. In addition to the final ring, even the ring chosen by Hai is more than twice as large as the original one. Could it be that it was because the Red Silk Army used martial artists to artificial people before, so that the military also recognized the strength of martial artists? After thinking about it, Wang Chen still felt that the reason why this martial arts conference would be so fanfare was because of the influence of the Red Silk Army and artificial humans before. If nothing else, just to say that the Jiba King he saw at the beginning, his steely and iron-boned, but fast as the wind, was already comparable to a first-class killer. Not to mention the strength of the transformation of Dobai, even the great demon king of Vic was secretly frightened. I think that with the intervention of ZF and the military, this time the martial arts conference will also emerge more and stronger masters than before. Only in this way will it be convenient for ZF, who has suffered a loss once, to better encircle those powerful martial artists. It's a little interesting, maybe this time in the martial arts conference, there will really be 1 or 2 interesting guys. Of course, Wang Chen also appreciates ZF's emphasis on the holding of the martial arts conference. Only by letting the world see the power of martial artists will Satan, a reputation fisherman, not be like a clown. Admittedly, given Satan's character and role, he doesn't hate this tease very much. But as a martial artist's pride and dignity, Wang Chen did not allow anyone to tarnish it. Chapter 044. Hey! Brother Chen, you are also here. Su is the reason why Wang Chen did not deliberately hide it. Little Wukong, whose strength was advancing by leaps and bounds a year ago, soon felt the breath belonging to Wang Chen and Boomer in mid-air, and hurriedly trotted over with the child. Looking at the little Wukong, who seems to be 1 meter 2 meters tall forever, Wang Chen was also very happy to pick up his little brother. This kid really doesn't feel like he has grown up. To be honest, the memory has always been Z and Chao's 1.8 meter 8 Wukong, and looking at the small size of 1 meter 2 now, Wang Chen feels that there is some contradiction. But turning his head, he caught another glimpse of Yamcha and Klin following Gaku. The breath in the body has almost swelled more than 10 times, and these two seem to have undergone a lot of exercise and practice. As soon as he saw Yamcha and Kellen, Wang Chen knew that this trip to Karantat, the three of them must have advanced by leaps and bounds. It's just that although through daily contact, Wang Chen roughly knows that Wukong's progress must be not small. But today's little Wukong, after being guided by the Karin immortals and even the heavenly gods, his breath has long been extremely restrained and calm. To be honest, before he really fought a battle, he couldn't fully figure out how far little Gaku had progressed. By the way, Brother Chen, are you here this time also to compete? Looking at Wang Chen, who was nearly half taller than himself, little Wukong was very curious. Although he is a brother, Wang Chen's image of being extremely powerful all the time still makes a trace of battle intent burn in Xiao Wukong's pupils. It seems that no matter how the growth experience changes, the Monkey King is still the Monkey King. Of course, you are here, can I, who is an older brother, still be a spectator off stage? This time, I came to test the results of your practice. Touching little Wukong's crab head with a smile, Wang Chen couldn't help but look forward to little Wukong's strength. Yamcha on the side, after seeing Wang Chen's face clearly, came over with gratitude and wanted to thank him. Only then did he remember that Yamcha was also one of the victims of the Red Ribbon Legion's wanton search for martial artists. Thank you so much. If you hadn't rescued us martial artists together with Gaku at that time, I'm afraid that several of us would, thinking of those artificial people who were cut off by half and directly put machinery in their heads, Yamcha couldn't help but feel a chill. In this regard, Wang Chen just smiled and said, "It's just a matter of going along anyway." After greeting a few people, Wang Chen, who was a little bored, signed up, and pulled Boomer and little Wukong to wait on the side. But I don't know why, although a few of them just stood quietly in place, waiting for the start of the martial arts conference with peace of mind. But even so, Wang Chen keenly captured a trace of coldness in the air. It's as if someone is spying on you. Interesting, it seems that there are still enemies coming to the door? I just don't know if it's Dr. Gross artificial human or something else. Because the person hiding in the shadows seems to be very good at constricting his breath, and the other party's gaze is not fixed on him all the time. Therefore, Wang Chen did not find out for a while whether he was hiding in the shadows. So he simply ignored it and patiently waited for the start of the game. He believed that the moment the rat was exposed, it was the moment the other party died. Because the contestants are far more than before, this time, the primary selection of the Budokai is almost divided into 8 small divisions, and the final game of the center is surrounded by a 9-square grid pattern. Even so, judging from the atmosphere where everyone wants to participate, there are at least tens of thousands of participants. After all, this time, in order to be able to screen out a group of powerful martial artists, the military and ZF have laid down their blood. The first place alone is enough to have a prize of 300 million. And the top 100 bonuses add up to 3 billion. Even if these money are only equivalent to a number for Wang Chen, there will be brave men under the heavy reward. Therefore, just when he came, Wang Chen saw at least a dozen figures whose combat effectiveness was comparable to, and even surpassed, King Jaiba. Even familiar faces such as Nagi, Ronin, and the big dinosaur Kiro who spit sticky glue have appeared, thinking that these people are all here for the military reward. As Wang Chen thought, perhaps the military also thought that because of the bounty, there must be many people who fish in troubled waters. Ahem, in order to ensure that the conference is conducted efficiently, I hereby inform all martial artists who came to participate in the competition, the first process of the conference strength test. All the competitors were guided to a special boxing testing machine for testing. Those who have a value of more than 1,000 pounds will be promoted. So is because there are so many people. This strength test selection competition, which originally began only in the Majin chapter, was opened nearly 20 years in advance. Obviously, what the military needs is a martial artist who can truly kill more than one enemy, or even 100, or 1,000, not some ordinary kung fu enthusiasts. Chapter 045. Under the guidance of the organizer staff, the participants participated in the test one by one, and typed numbers of different sizes on the machine. But as Wang Chen expected, not to mention the data of 1,000 pounds, even 500 pounds can only be hit by a few people. So just this first hurdle made more than 90% of the contestants completely reduced to spectators outside the venue. Seeing that less than 100 people remained in the 8 contestant areas of Nordic University, the organizer's face suddenly turned blue. I hope there are real strong people here. Not to mention that the ZF personnel, including Wang Chen, Kellen, Yamcha, and Turtle Immortals, and even Namu and others had a very smooth first round of assessment. Especially the big dinosaur Kiro, who likes to show off, even smashed the machine that tested strength directly into thin with one punch. At the same time, because the number of contestants shrank significantly due to the first test, Wang Chen finally figured out the guy who was secretly peeping at him. A man with 3 eyes, and a small dot floating in mid-air. So it seems that the news that the headquarters of the Red Silk Army was destroyed by me has spread, so that Tianjin Rice Master and Apprentice regarded me as a murderer. I didn't expect Willow's pot to be carried by me. Looking at the Tianjin Rice with hidden hostility in his eyes, Wang Chen suddenly had the feeling that he was sitting at home and the pot came from the sky. Of course, he didn't bother to explain to Tianjin Fan who I didn't kill. If some people really don't know how to be evil, Wang Chen doesn't mind getting some blood on his hands. Because most of the contestants were screened out, the tournament once seemed a little empty. Officials, who are not prepared to let this last long, announced the start of the next round of selection. With only 100 people, it was naturally much faster. As the loudspeakers near the center ring sounded, under the random assignment of the system, everyone found their opponents. Unfortunately, Wang Chen's opponent in the first round was the big dinosaur that looked a little hideous. Killing. My opponent is your little toothpick. Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, Qi Lang showed a vicious smile full of disdain and said provocatively towards Wang Chen. Although after entering the 100, almost everyone can share more than hundreds of thousands of bonuses. But in his opinion, wouldn't it be better to repair this kid in front of him and get more bonuses? I have to say that looking at the strength of the opponent in Dragon Ball has really become a norm. Humph, boy, it's your misfortune to meet me. This top 100 tournament will stop you. Noda's body roared like a heavy chariot, weighing hundreds of kilograms with a speed that did not match his stature at all. Every time Qi Lang took a step, Wang Chen could even feel a slight tremor coming from the ground. No wonder it seemed to him as if he had won the game. With nearly 70 combat strength, coupled with the extraordinary strength of the gel, Kiro's strength is only below a few people. But unfortunately, for Shang Wang Chen, this strength is not even different from ordinary people. Unfortunately, it may be you who are unlucky today. Shaking his head, Wang Chen watched indifferently as Qilang's heavy body got closer and closer. Finally, when the two were less than a meter apart, Kiro, who had been smiling viciously, also raised his right arm unceremoniously, ready to directly sweep Wang Chen in front of him off the field. But before his arm could even be raised in the air, a severe pain came from his chest, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably for tens of meters before crashing down. Looking up, he found that Wang Chen, who was still motionless in place, was still only the calm appearance before. The difference is that Wang Chen seemed to snap his fingers at that moment just now. Yes, just snapping your fingers. But even so, at an absolute speed beyond the speed of sound, the incomparably small but incomparably condensed hurricane still completely swept Qilang's huge body away. Now that he knew that the other party could spit gel in his mouth, how could he let that slimy thing touch him? Not only did Wang Chen quickly solve Qilang, but in several other divisions, Wukong, Yamcha, and others also solved their opponents one after another, and the whole process was full of ease and comfort. However, the Turtle Immortal still disguised himself as Jackie Chan as always and participated in the competition under a pseudonym, which surprised Wang Chen a little. It seems that this old man is also a little unwilling to be lonely. Soon, as the number of competitors in the first division of Nordic University was reduced by half, the entire competition area appeared even more empty. But in the face of this situation, no one was disappointed anymore. Just because of the strength shown by many martial artists in the competition, it made the audience sitting in front of the TV all over the world boil. In order to enhance the authority and popularity of the world's first martial arts conference, the official strength has deliberately opened the global broadcast. I really didn't expect that we could also exert no less power than guns, or even stronger. Looking at the strong fitness shadows on the screen that are as fast as the wind but can smash boulders with their bare hands, many people who have been paying attention to the game can't help but marvel. Su Yi saw some familiar figures appear on the TV, and some people were extremely glad that they had not touched some of their neighbors. I used to watch them humming there, and I started practicing early in the morning, and I thought it was all a joke. Who thought that these people usually do not show mountains and do not leak, but the strength is actually so powerful. Of course, more is the great power shown by these people at this time. I decided, tomorrow I will send my son to Doran Temple to learn martial arts, and no one will stand in my way. For a while, the whole world was boiling because of the strength of the martial artists. Chapter 046. Yes, it seems that the strength of martial artists has begun to gradually penetrate into the hearts of the people. Looking at the audience around him who were extremely boiling, Wang Chen was also very happy. Of course, he wasn't happy for himself. Thinking that in the original work, Wukong and others had spared their lives many times, and even were tortured and killed by enemies to protect the earth, but in the end they were picked up by Satan, a guy who fished for fame, Wang Chen felt a chill in his heart. Obviously, even if the official and ZF do not do this, he will use his own energy to create momentum for the martial artists, so that these people will not suffer the same as the original. As the competition continued, the more than 40 contestants who were screened in the first round, except for some who were seriously injured and could not continue the competition, the remaining 30 or so began the next round of selection. As these figures stepped into the ring again, many spectators who were impressed by the previous match couldn't help but shout their idols at this moment, as if to add strength to it. Of course, Boomer is no exception to one of them, shouting Wang Chen's name loudly at this moment. Just to prevent some guys who don't open their eyes from stumbling and looking forward to her, Wang Chen very intimately used the small universe to create an invisible barrier for her. Soon, when the names on the screen began to flash again, the third round of selection once again took Wang Chen's turn. But this time, his opponent was just a martial artist whose strength seemed to be good. Wang Chen didn't even give the other party a chance to talk nonsense, so he ended the battle in the moment he started. However, unexpectedly, Wang Chen, Wukong, Turtle Immortal and others have been fighting against those martial artists they don't know, and there has never been a situation of infighting. Perhaps because the official personnel also saw the strength of several people, they specially arranged them as seated players to the end. It was not until the final 8 that 8 people, including Wang Chen, met one after another. Wukong vs Namua Chenglong vs Yamcha Klin vs Dumpling Wang Chen vs Tianjin Rice. The above are the opponents of the quarterfinals. Klin still didn't say anything about dumplings, but why did Tianjin Rice just come with me so coincidentally? Looking at the 3 eyes that showed a fierce color at that moment, Wang Chen suddenly smiled. If he meets a Turtle Immortal, maybe this old man will persuade him to put the other party on the right path. But if you change him, that's really your life or death, it all depends on my mood. You say, didn't you force these 3-eyed boys to death? Unlike Wukong, the fierce aura coming from Tianjin's rice body did not mean to converge at all. With just one glance, he could see that the other party was at least close to the level of the original Old Turtle's full burst, that is, nearly 190 points. He was even stronger than himself at the 22nd World First Martial Arts Conference. Thinking that Tao Bibai's death should have increased the training of the Tianjin Rice Master brothers a lot. Even with this anger, it was vented on him. With the suppressed anger in his heart, Tianjin Fan soon came to the ring, and with his height of 187, he seemed to look down on Wang Chen, who was slightly shorter because of his age. Today, let me take revenge on Uncle Junior. Looking at Wang Chen, who seemed to not put himself in his eyes at all, Tianjin Fan was very annoyed. Of course, some of this is for revenge, and some is for venting the grudges of hellish practice, perhaps only he knows it. In this regard, Wang Chen was unimpressed. What, your uncle? Don't say that I didn't kill him. Even if I kill it, with your little strength, it seems that it is not enough to see, right? There was no response to Wang Chen's words, and Tianjin Fan's silence continued almost until the moment when the referee shouted the start of the game. But the referee's voice was still transmitted in mid-air, and Tianjin Fan, who had moved first, had disappeared in place, and the whole person was like a cheetah rushing towards Wang Chen. Obviously, at this moment, the speed of Tianjin Rice has already exceeded the speed of sound by a lot. However, in his opinion, the incomparably fast speed was no less than a turtle crawling for Wang Chen. Just a tiptoe tap of the ring, when Tianjin Fan came to the place where he stood before, all he left behind was a slowly dissipating afterimage. Idiot, this level of strength also wants revenge? I'm afraid you're here to give heads. Between the electric light and flint, Wang Chen, who flashed behind Tianjin Rice, almost did not hesitate to turn around and kick out, and his heavy heel was like a sweeping axe, slashing heavily into Tianjin Fan's waist. With an insignificant bone-cracking sound, Tianjin Rice, which was bowed up like shrimp, had already flown out upside down. Immediately afterwards, it was Wang Chen who pursued without hesitation. He was too lazy to confront an unruly martial artist like Tianjin Fan, so Wang Chen also unceremoniously punched him into his lower abdomen. In Wang Chen's opinion, even if his attack did not have a small universe, the breath in his body and his constantly strong physique alone were enough to make Tianjin Rice completely lose its combat effectiveness. But not long after, looking at Tianjin Rice, who was struggling to get up, Wang Chen felt that he seemed to have miscalculated. Chapter 047. I said we have that much hatred, as for you working so hard. Looking at Tianjin Rice, who was covering his waist and lower abdomen, and his legs were trembling almost all the time, Wang Chen was very puzzled. With this kind of injury, even a warrior with a combat power of more than 190 is afraid that he will not be able to win against the previous hero. It stands to reason that Tianjin Fan, who has seen the gap in strength between the two sides, should not be so stupid to guess. You're wrong. The reason why I didn't admit defeat was not for my uncle's hatred. Perhaps seeing Wang Chen's doubts, Tianjin Fan, who was still a little trembling, continued. As a martial artist, as long as I still have the strength to stand up, I will never give up easily. Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, Tianjin Fan's eyes were full of determination. Perhaps as he said, although he was already very reluctant to stand up, in the face of Wang Chen, whose strength was far superior to his own, Tianjin Fan did not show a trace of fear. Just like in the original work, he knew that after the use of the magic sealing wave, the user would exhaust his physical strength and life, but he still practiced repeatedly without hesitation, just to be able to get rid of Bike. It was as if when facing Shailu, the new Qigong cannon that burst out of life again and again. He is truly a hot-blooded man second only to Goku in Dragon Ball, and a warrior who carried out martial arts to the last moment. In the face of Tianjin Rice's unyielding fighting intent, Rao's Wang Chen is also a little touched, no longer lazy and casual before. At the very least, he hoped that when he sent the other party down, he could let this venerable martial artist retain his last dignity. Soon, Tianjin Fan, who knew that he was unable to move because of broken bones, made a move. Dong Dongbo. The 5 fingers, which seemed to be shining with golden yellow fluorescence, were like 5 sharp blades, and they slashed down with the fall of their palms. Even Wang Chen did not expect that under his own pressure, Tianjin Fan actually made a breakthrough on the spot, and at the same time merged several cave waves into one. In terms of its current power alone, this style has surpassed Wukong's turtle sect Qigong. Soon, the moment the ring made of brick and stone came into contact with the golden light, the entire ring exploded. Countless bricks and tiles shattered under the power of the cave waves, turning into countless arrow-like scattered stones. And more smoke and dust were carried up with the backhand of Tianjin Rice, and were sent into the air by the residual finger force. But this smoke and dust happened to be what Tianjin Fan wanted. Taking advantage of this sudden cover of smoke, thinking that Wang Chen's vision had been restricted, Tianjin Rice immediately jumped into the air. With his strength, even if I do my best with this Qigong cannon, I may not be able to cause fatal injuries at all. But even so, this is my final chance. Tianjin Fan knew that the Qigong cannon was his last resistance. If even the Qigong cannon can't help Wang Chen, let alone other moves. Therefore, after hesitating for less than a moment, Tianjin Fan put on a triangular shape with his hands in front of him, and his eyes were fixed on the ring. Qigong cannon. Almost without hesitation, he unleashed the strongest lore that required consuming life to unleash. Like a galaxy falling from the sky, in this type of Qigong cannon, Wang Chen seemed to feel an amazing power far more than the burst of a volcano. That amazing aura roared, and it was even as unstoppable as the collapse of heaven and earth. You must know that even the second-order Shalo was briefly suppressed by this move. How could he have the slightest contempt for him? Good to go. Without hesitation, he clenched his right fist, which seemed to be influenced by Tianjin Rice, and Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. At this moment, Wang Chen, even the small universe in his body burned to the maximum along with his breath, and in the universe that exploded like a river of stars behind him, there was a shadow of Ying Long with wings on his back flying. Lushan Sheng Long Ba. Soon, as Wang Chen's clenched right fist struck out, the Ying Long that appeared behind him also soared into the air. The breath rushing like a tidal wave, with unrivaled might. But in an instant, as the divine dragon that soared for 9 days rose from the bottom up, the Qigong cannon that was still irresistible before was actually like butter, like a knife and fork, and it was easily torn apart by the divine dragon that soared into the air. The divine dragon soaring in the 9 heavens of the galaxy arrived almost instantly, and at this moment, looking at the dragon shadow that had come to the front, Tianjin Fan almost couldn't help but close his eyes full of despair. But what surprised him was that the moment when the aura like a rising dragon penetrated through his body, what he felt was not a heart-wrenching pain, but a warm breath, which was flowing from his chest to the surroundings. There is no such thing as an explosion, and there is no such thing as flesh and blood. When the shocked Tianjin Rice fell to the ground, he actually felt that his body was indescribably happy. Could it be that that blow was transformed into the aura of healing injuries after tearing the impact of the Qigong cannon? Looking at Wang Chen, who had regained his calm in front of him, Tianjin Fan's heart set off an uproar. It can control the breath in the body so subtly, and transform the nature of qi to the extreme. No wonder, he is not Wang Chen's opponent at all. From the beginning, the two of them were already standing on different levels. Unexpectedly. To be able to do this. I am indeed far inferior to you, and I am convinced of this game. Towards Wang Chen in front of him, Tianjin Fan, who had 3 points of gratitude and 3 points of admiration, stumbled off the arena a little. But at this time, his heart was full of admiration for Wang Chen, without the slightest resentment and unwillingness. Because in Wang Chen's body, he saw the possibility of further martial arts. Chapter 048. I wasted so much energy to cultivate you. Off stage, looking at Tianjin Rice, the crane immortal who only wanted to take revenge immediately couldn't help but scold. because he didn't expect that his disciple would be so vulnerable. But the words of the crane immortal had just been transmitted into the air, and as Wang Chen handed over a fierce look, the anger suddenly receded like a tide, leaving only the fear that rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he remembered that the other party was a fierce person who had torn the Qigong cannon head-on. Compared to Tianjin Rice, you are the real waste, crane immortal. Without bothering to look at the crane immortal who was like a jumping beam clown, Wang Chen suddenly felt that he had some realization in his heart. No wonder Tianjin Fan will eventually become a member of the Z Warriors, using his own voice to pursue martial arts and protect the earth. Even in the face of Bu, who absorbed Wusheng's, he was able to block a blow for Dandy with a Qigong cannon. And the crane immortal is also a generation of grandmasters, but he can't even compare to one toe of the turtle immortal. Is the heart that never gives in the key to determining whether the martial arts have reached the end. Looking at the cowering figure of the crane immortal who secretly left the scene, Wang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With the end of the battle in Wang Chen's ring, in the other 4 rings, Wukong and Klin, who were far stronger than the original, easily solved Namu and Dumpling. Instead, the turtle immortal named Jackie Chan fought with Yamcha for a long time before he was able to win. I have to say that the intensity of this martial arts conference is even comparable to the 23rd World's first martial arts conference that Vic first appeared in 6 years later. However, with the withdrawal of the 4 people of Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, the progress of the competition reached the final 2 levels, the semifinals. Soon, the remaining 4 on the field decided their opponents in their respective order. However, in view of the excessive consumption of Jackie Chan players, the next event is still Wang Chen's game. And his opponent is Klin, who has a bitter face. Seeing this, seeing the little bald head's faintly reflective dazzling light, Wang Chen smiled a little unkindly. Haha, little bald head, your opponent is actually me. That. So what, anyway, whether it's Goku or Jackie Chan, aren't they all better than me? As if resigned to fate, Klin's face was also very distressed. Among the 4 people present, he was the weakest, but the match was against Wang Chen, who was likely to be the strongest. What else could he do? I'm also desperate. However, although he had already guessed the result of the competition in his heart, since he stepped into the ring, he could not disgrace his mentor. Give full play to your greatest strength in the competition and pass on the prestige of the Turtle Fairy Flow. This is Klin's reward for the Turtle Immortals. Soon, he adjusted his somewhat lost mentality and settled in the ring as the 2 of them stood in the ring. In the face of Wang Chen's invisible oppression, Klin's momentum also involuntarily began to boil, and the whole person was like a lion ready to pounce on his prey at any time, and he never saw his previous cowardice. Did this kid also grow up at some point? Looking at Klin, who was waiting in the ring without the slightest discouragement, the eyes of the Turtle Immortals disguised as Jackie Chan were very gratified. Whether it is Yamcha, who fought to the end, or Klin, who is now tenacious and persistent, or Wukong, who has extraordinary strength, he is worthy of his most proud disciple. Haha, I can receive these 3 disciples in my life, it is really a waste of this life. It was not only the Turtle Immortals who were also infected by Klin, but Wang Chen on the side couldn't help but be a little impressed by it. Just like the previous Tianjin meal, he also wanted to see what kind of power Klin could exert under extreme circumstances. Come on, little bald head, let me see the power of your so-called strongest earthling. Silently staring at Klin in front of him, Wang Chen also put on the posture of a turtle fairy flow. Soon, as the chi machine between the 2 dragged each other, as if he had found some opportunity, the whole person stepped heavily under his feet and flew towards Wang Chen. Unlike the Turtle Immortals who once fought, perhaps because they knew the gap between the 2, the Klin attack that came to Wang Chen was very fierce. With each punch swing, Wang Chen could hear the explosion caused by the explosion of air. After just a few handovers of punches and feet, the entire ring sank several meters because of the overflowing punches of the 2. But even so, Klin, who had been hit hard by Wang Chen 3 times, was not discouraged in the slightest. Even if he was occasionally hit by his casual counterattack, he quickly cheered up. For a time, almost the entire ring was the figure of Klin moving around, and countless afterimages almost covered the entire ring. Multiple afterimage fist. Laughing at the afterimages around him that seemed to be enough to fake the real thing, Wang Chen shook his head. Didn't Old Man Turtle teach him that the afterimage fist is ineffective against me? Just when he thought that Klin had made a faint move, a trace of danger suddenly rose behind him. Looking back, the one who brought him a trace of dangerous chi was actually the figure of Klin condensing the turtle sect Qigong. Immediately afterwards, in the hands of the countless afterimages that almost surrounded him layer by layer, they also began to condense the turtle sect Qigong. P.S. Brothers, the flower ticket goes up. Chapter 049. Countless turbulent air masses appeared in this afterimage, and the turbulent air flow was like a small black hole, almost completely filling the entire ring. At this moment, even Wang Chen could not determine which was true and which was false based on his 5 senses alone. It's a little interesting, the little bald head is worthy of being an expert in playful operations. Soon, those Klins who were holding azure air masses in their hands made movements one after another, and countless blue pillars of light were pushed out along with their palms, flying towards Wang Chen with an indomitable momentum. But he knew that 9 out of 10 of these pillars of light were goods with only a trace of breath remaining. So in the face of this overwhelming turtle school Qigong, Wang Chen simply closed his eyes and gave his body and mind to his 6th sense that he polished day and night. Rao is how the external situation changes, my heart is like water. Pillars of azure light crisscross the ring, bringing up countless smoke and rubble. But Wang Chen, who was located in the center of this killing formation, was always like a shadow, and no matter how these afterimages changed and how fierce his chi was, it was difficult to hurt him in the slightest. Occasionally, a trace of energy approached, and it was also broken by his finger. When all the remaining aura in all the afterimages is exhausted, except for the exhausted Klin and the shattered ring, Wang Chen, who was at the center of the residual turtle sex Qigong killing moves, was still unharmed, and even the corners of his clothes were spotless as before. Damn, can't even this level of afterimage fist help him? Seeing that the situation he had carefully created was shattering in an instant, Klin couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. In the end, he and Wang Chen were not opponents of the same level at all, and the outcome of this battle was already doomed from the beginning. What's more, the fusion of the afterimage fist and the turtle sect Qigong had consumed 9 out of 10 of the breath in his body. In a hurry, seeing that Wang Chen seemed to be ready to end the battle, Klin, who was a little unwilling, also wanted to release the last turtle sect Qigong. However, as the flashing Wang Chen came to him, and then grabbed his arm, this last resistance became a joke. Bye-bye little bald head. Just a random throw. The irresistible force has completely thrown Klin off the sidelines. Looking at Wang Chen, who seemed to be unable to even warm up on the field, the physically and mentally exhausted Klin only had time to show a wry smile, and the whole person fainted uncontrollably. And this game has completely come to an end. True. It's incredible. As a disciple of Turtle Immortal Flow, the turtle sect Qigong that player Klin had just had hundreds of doppelgangers had made us unimaginable. But unexpectedly, this player named Wang Chen easily defeated the Klin player, and if you look closely, he doesn't even have the slightest damage to the corners of his clothes. Looking at Wang Chen, who slowly walked off the ring, the host with a golden back and black sunglasses was almost impossible. After presiding over the Martial Arts Association for so many years, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful martial artist as Wang Chenai and others. It's really thanks to this product that after experiencing so many inhuman wars, it can still come to the Majin Bu chapter. Can't help but glance back at the host who is explaining hard, and Wang Chen also had to secretly give a thumbs up. Of course, the host is not the only one who is excited. As long as all the spectators who witnessed this unprecedented duel could wait for the game to start directly in the next second. In their opinion, the difference in strength between Qin and Wang Chen was so great, it still allowed them to enjoy a visual feast that they had never seen before. So what kind of showdown will be between Jackie Chan and Wukong next? In the mood of great anticipation of the audience, the Turtle Immortal and the little Wukong quickly stepped into the ring. It was only in view of Wang Chen and Qin's wrath on the ring, and the battle between the two had to abolish the restrictions outside and inside the arena. As the two stood at opposite ends of the broken ring, the entire arena became audible. Because no one wants to interfere even the slightest bit with this long-awaited victory or defeat for hundreds of millions of people because of their own reasons. But compared to Goku's fighting spirit, the Turtle Immortal at this time couldn't help but beat a little drumming in his heart. To be able to practice to this point at only 13 years old, should I really be his younger brother? Inadvertently glanced at Wang Chen on the side, and while the Turtle Immortal was extremely pleased, his heart was also full of bitterness. To be honest, he really wasn't sure if he could defeat Goku. A year ago, Goku was just a small short man, and his combat power was only 60. But after a year, although his height has hardly changed, the breath in Goku's body is now nearly 10 times stronger than before. At this time, to what extent he had cultivated, to be honest, even the Turtle Immortal himself, who was a mentor, did not know. I really don't know what Goku has experienced in this month. With the mentality of giving it a try, the Turtle Immortal adjusted his posture. Seeing this, the little Wukong in front of him also slammed on the ground with the soles of his feet, and punched out towards the Turtle Immortal with the raging wild sand. Chapter 050. The power on the fist rushed with the wind, making the Turtle Immortal, who was already a little apprehensive before, even dare not be careless. However, the unreasonable little Wukong did not seem to be prepared to give the Turtle Immortal the slightest chance, and the two small fists were punched out one after another like phantoms, forcing the Turtle Immortal to use all his strength to parry. With a dull collision, the two who kept fighting quickly destroyed the already fragmented ring even more violently. But to Wang Chen's surprise, although the Turtle Immortal could only barely parry, he was stunned and survived in the face of Wukong's strong attack. Of course, Wang Chen also saw the doorway on Wukong's body casually. Still wearing weights? It seems that in this month's time, Goku has not just drunk the super god water. Although the air currents around him became extremely chaotic as the two clashed, it was not difficult for him to judge just by the sound that Goku made every time he fell to the ground. At this time, Goku must be bearing a weight far beyond his own weight, so that he must consume most of the breath in his body to resist this gravity. The powerful fist like a brute slammed into the waist, but was grabbed by the Turtle Immortal. With that wave of chi that swept in all directions, the Turtle Immortal who grabbed Goku's right arm actually squatted violently to avoid his left hook, and then slammed his left elbow forward to attack the front door. Caught off guard, little Goku almost ate this merciless elbow blow. But what made the Turtle Immortals completely unbelievable was that Goku, who had eaten his elbow hard, was not harmed at all except for the reddish nose, but he was directly collapsed by Goku's reflexive Iron Mountain in shock. Immediately after that, there was a turbulent blue pillar of light. I didn't expect that the old man would one day be knocked off the ring by his stunts. Some of the bodies were completely lifted off in an instant, and they flew upside down tens of meters away with the chi wave that rushed into the sky before they could fall to the ground. Obviously, he has completely lost. Not only was Wukong directly knocked off the ring with Turtle Pai Kigong, but even the disguise on his body was completely destroyed with the overflowing chi, revealing his true face. It's really incredible. It turns out that this old and strong Jackie Chan player is actually the god of martial arts that we know well, known the master of the Turtle Immortal. Looking at the Turtle Immortal who slowly stood up from the audience, the host was obviously very excited. Even the legendary god of martial arts did not hesitate to participate in person. What better advertising effect than this? Almost as soon as his words fell, the whole world fell into a boil. Compared with the unknown Wang Chen and Wukong, this Turtle Immortal who has lived for more than 300 years and has been standing at the top of martial arts is obviously more eye-catching in the eyes of the world. No one would have thought that they would actually see this legendary who seemed to stand forever at the world's first martial arts meeting that they had never paid attention to. But in the same way, for the little Gaku who can easily defeat the turtle immortals, everyone no longer just worships, but transforms this worship into admiration. In a small body, there was such a powerful power hidden. And at the age of only 12 or 3, he directly defeated his mentor? Dear audience, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe that this 13-year-old Wukong player would be able to defeat his master, the martial arts god in our hearts, the turtle immortal. And as far as I know, the Wang Chen player who competed with Tianjin Rice and Klin players just now is actually the brother of Sun Wukong players. Do they all have excellent genes beyond ordinary people? Looking at the two brothers Wang Chen with fiery eyes, the host with a big back only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. After so many years of holding the Budokai, he has never seen the champion and runner-up of a single competition be won by a family. And the two brothers in this family are far better than the former gods of martial arts? So which of the equally powerful Wang Chen and Wukong can win? In an instant, billions of pairs of eyes stared at the ring almost unblinkingly from this moment, frantically shouting the names of Wang Chen and Wukong in their hearts. Similarly, Boomer, who had been invited to the VIP table by the organizer at this time, also looked at Wang Chen on the stage with burning eyes, and his eyes were full of adoration. Obviously, in front of the global public, Wang Chen has proved his excellence with his powerful strength, and also proved Boomer's vision of people. Soon, Wukong and Wang Chen, who had almost no physical exertion, just rested casually for a few minutes before stepping onto the ring under the attention of everyone. Looking at Wukong, who was standing in front of him like a little adult, Wang Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because if it had been a year ago, he would never have imagined that Gaku would fight with himself in this posture. Chapter 051. Gaku, remember the last time we met was more than a year ago, when we first met Boomer. At that time, I can still bully your height with my size and hand length. But I didn't expect that in a year, you would grow to this extent. Looking at the little Wukong in front of him, Wang Chen's heart was very gratified. Although because of him, little Gaku has changed slightly from the original. But in the same way, Sun Wukong will always be the Sun Wukong, and he has not deviated from his true heart because of his appearance. Hehe, at that time, I thought I would not be able to beat you in my life. Similarly, looking at Wang Chen, who was once regarded as an eternal opponent, little Wukong was also very excited. Since Wang Chen's sudden rise 3 years ago, his strength has almost penetrated into little Wukong's heart at all times. It can be said that Wang Chen, even if he is his brother, is the target of his life. And now is the time to test whether you have achieved your goal. Very tacitly laid out their usual starting style. Although neither of them made a move at the first time, with the continuous confrontation of chi machines between Wukong and Wang Chen, an invisible force field began to act between the two. Soon, under the urging of this invisible force, an incomparably turbulent storm actually set off around the place where the two were standing. Compared to the battle against the turtle immortals, whether it was Wang Chen or Wukong, they were much stronger at this time. Quick, everyone retreat! And what about the protective shields prepared by the military? Hurry up and open the shield! Soon, as the momentum of Wukong and Wang Chen continued to collide, the storm that rose up like a tornado forced almost all the spectators to flee away from the arena. Even the military, which is the organizer behind the scenes, has to pull out the latest technology at the bottom of the box at this time. As a translucent light blue light curtain rose, like eggshells that knocked Wang Chen and Wukong upside down, calm returned to the outside of the field. But before they could rejoice, the two people who were facing off moved. Just 2 earth-shattering explosions set off, and all the spectators who were staring at the arena only saw a burst of flying sand and stones where the two stood before, and there were at least a dozen explosions in midair. Obviously, even if they have not used their full strength, Wang Chen and Wukong at this time are far beyond the limit that the human eye can capture. In just a split second, Wang Chen and Wukong in midair had already completed more than a dozen collisions far beyond the limits of the human body. Almost every punch was thrown, and its raging punch was like a bombardment that exploded, setting off endless winds and waves. But the result of the confrontation between the two made Wang Chen frown slightly. Perhaps because Wang Chen had to practice Qi and the small universe at the same time, with the strength of the Qi alone, he was already far behind little Wukong. If his current combat strength is probably in the early 400, then little Gaku has increased to at least 500, far beyond his big brother. Even at this time, little Gaku was still wearing a weight that could suppress his own combat effectiveness. Because of this, Wukong looks so confident when challenging Wang Chen. Unfortunately, the victory or defeat of the battle is not simply determined by combat effectiveness. Looking at little Wukong, who had some bursting self-confidence, Wang Chen smiled indifferently. In his view, the gap in combat effectiveness is indeed a gap that cannot be ignored, which determines the outcome of the battle. But conversely, physical strength, endurance and rhythm control, and inner strength are all indispensable elements in battle. Obviously, the turtle immortal also wants to pass on this understanding to Gaku through his own hands. Soon, it seemed that he thought that he had eaten Wang Chen, and after Xiao Wukong's punch failed, not only was he not the slightest bit discouraged, but his body turned sharply in mid-air, and his furry tail streaked through the air with a trace of dangerous aura. It was like an incomparably sharp sword blade cutting through the void, but wherever the tail swept, whether it was smoke and dust in the air or stones, they were all split in two by this incomparably compressed breath. Even the tail is connected to this extent. Could it be the mention of the heavenly gods? Kanken avoided Goku's sweeping attack, but was slammed into the ground by Goku's punch immediately after him. While the smoke and dust scattered, Wang Chen couldn't help but start admiring little Wukong. However, not long after, as a clear blue light flashed in the sky, Wang Chen, who hurriedly jumped out of the pit, looked at the sinkhole that had been bombarded again by the turtle sect Qigong and had become bottomless, and his brain couldn't help but leave a trace of cold sweat. Gaku, this kid, don't you know how light and heavy it is when you fight? As if in response to the irritation in his heart, the little Wukong in midair dissolved the turtle sect Qigong at the same time, and the whole person also swooped down. Like a roaring Stuka fighter, the surging storm even made him a little unable to open his eyes. Obviously, in order to defeat Wang Chen, Wukong at this time has almost used his full strength. Chapter 052. Seeing this, Wang Chen flew back almost at the fastest speed in his life, and jumped away from the place in a fiery manner. But with a deafening and earth-shattering noise, the unforgiving Gaku did not stop his attack, but then pushed out with both palms of smoke. Immediately afterwards, a golden arc of electricity burst out from Wukong's palm, completely enveloping Wang Chen not far away. This turtle old man, even taught this trick. Caught off guard, Professor Yang's electrotherapy was slapped, and Wang Chen almost couldn't help scolding his mother. You must know that the turtle immortals of 139 can withstand even the power of thunder and lightning. So at this time, Xiao Wukong, who has at least 500 combat power, how powerful can he exert with the shocking palm of all nations? At the very least, Wang Chen felt that the title of Thunder King should be awarded to Wukong. Fortunately, although Wang Chen was covered with Dao golden radiance electric currents all over his body, his powerful physique did not make him lose his ability to resist. So in little Wukong's somewhat panicked eyes, Wang Chen forced the most powerful Wangguo's shocking palm to directly throw little Wukong in front of him to the ground. At this moment, the two brothers enjoyed the fun of a handful of electrical materials together. At the same time, they endured hundreds of millions of volts of electricity, and Rao was a scion with tenacious vitality, and they were also electrocuted for a while, so they had to turn over and collapse to the ground. But taking advantage of the gap between the two to stop, the professional host, who can almost be called the strongest in history, began to understand again. Son, I really didn't expect that Sun player had just summoned thunder and lightning out of thin air from the palm of his hand. And the most terrifying thing is that Wang Chen actually resisted the invasion of thunder and lightning. Looking at the two brothers who were a little difficult to get up for a while, the big back host only felt that everything in front of him had far exceeded his understanding. He even suspected that the two people fighting on the stage at this time were not people, but gods. Of course, regardless of the victory or defeat of the two. After these rounds of competition, the power of martial artists will definitely penetrate into the hearts of the people. Before this, almost no one thought that a group of martial artists could exert more destructive power than high-tech weapons. The figure that was as fast as the wind combined with the amazing destructive power that was enough to destroy the mountains and mountains. Just like the other world's description of the Saint Seiya, his fists can cut through the sky and his feet can kick the earth. If Satan still wants to jump out and pick up cheap in the game of Shuru like the original, just the smelly tomatoes and rotten eggs of the masses can pile him up alive. Soon, with the advantage of being far superior to little Wukong, Wang Chen only lay on the ground for less than 2 breaths before turning over and jumping up again, flying towards little Wukong, who also fell to the ground. Hey, Gaku! This one is a pit yourself. In mid-air, looking at Wukong, who fell to the ground, seemed to be a little difficult to move, Wang Chen's face couldn't help but show a hint of cunning. In his opinion, he finally occupied the advantage of physical strength. And Wukong recovered his state one step ahead of him. The outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning. But what he didn't expect was that just when he came directly above Gaku and prepared to throw it out of the field, little Wukong, who had his eyes closed, suddenly exploded a blue light in the palm of his right hand. Then from the reaction force of the turtle school Qigong, Xiao Wukong's originally immobile right arm soared into the air and directly hit Wang Chen's chin with a punch. Lying groove, what did the Tenjin Dog Day teach you? Return my innocent and cute brother. Suddenly eating a weakened version of the heaven and earth penetration fist, the move to kill bike, Wang Chen only felt a sharp pain in his jaw, and the whole person had risen uncontrollably into the air. The shouts that followed made him even more shocked into a cold sweat. Turtles! I don't know when little Gaku, whose palms formed into a calyx, almost used his last strength. As countless breaths were poured into his palm, Wang Chen could even see the protruding green tendons on his arms. This kid, is it so obsessed to win me? Looking at the little Wukong who seemed to be desperate, Wang Chen began to become solemn. Anyway, if the previous battle between the two of them was just a joke, then this blow to the turtle sect Qigong is enough to see little Wukong's determination. Pi! Countless air currents continued to converge in Xiao Wukong's palm along with the azure light mass, like an earth-shattering storm. The raging air flow was even like an invisible blade, tearing everything around it into pieces of various sizes. Seeing this, even Wang Chen had to raise his spirits to deal with this unprecedented turtle sect Qigong. No way, anyway, your boy's life is very big. Helplessly, Wang Chen in midair had to raise his right arm and prepare to smash this blow to the turtle sect Qigong. Of course, after all, it was his own brother, and Wang Chen's small universe only burned to 1/10 of the degree, and he no longer improved his strength. But even so, the power of the small universe bursting with nearly 400 combat power as fuel is enough to destroy any existence with a combat power of less than 1,000. Gas. Soon, as Wang Chen's small universe continued to improve, little Wukong's aura savings also reached the last moment. Work. Pegasus Comet Fist. Along with the arms stretched out at the same time, 2 pillars of light that reached the heavens and the earth formed almost at the same time, dyeing the entire heaven and earth a deep blue. Chapter 053. Countless turbulent auras burst out from Wukong's palm, like a curtain of light that rushed straight to the sky, moving forward with the momentum of destroying the world and destroying the earth. Almost every second passed, as the Tianma Comet Fist and the Turtle Sect Qigong continued to collide, the ground where little Gaku was located would be violently dented. The so-called shield specially customized by the military did not even hold on to a face, and turned into flying ash in the continuous confrontation of the two shock waves. The turtle immortals, who had the foresight to do so, led the audience on the field to flee into the distance early on, which was able to avoid a catastrophe. But even so, looking at the doomsday-like venue behind them, everyone couldn't help but swallow heavily. Wang Chen and Wukong's moves collide with each other and wear out, and they can still exert such power. So what if the two in their heyday directly launched towards the city with their own stunts? No one dared to think about the consequences of these two people being angry and unleashing their battle skills towards the city, and everyone just silently noted the appearance of Wang Chen and Wukong, always reminding themselves not to provoke these two strong people who were already inhuman. But no one knew that at this time, when Wang Chen and Wukong were fighting with all their strength, in a large private airship, a green strange man was sweating coldly because he felt the breath that burst out when Wukong fought with Wang Chen. If the turtle immortal or Wang Chen were here, they would definitely be able to recognize this green-skinned weirdo. It was the Vic Great Demon King who had brought endless panic to the world. Damn, it's only been 200 or 300 years, and such a powerful martial artist has been born. Two undisguised breaths came from the venue, and the coercion like a mountain made him feel like pins and needles. From the time Clin and the others appeared just now, Vic was already very scared. Because he found that even Tianjin Rice's combat effectiveness was very close to his old self. And the strong people who appeared later, such as Clin and the Turtle Immortal, were even stronger than their younger selves. When Wukong and Wang Chen fought, this worried emotion completely turned into fear. Then, His Royal Highness the Great Demon King of Bike, are you all right? Looking at the cold sweating Gundam figure on the high platform, Piraf, who had been laughing on the sidelines, suddenly gushed with infinite regret. Even if he was an oolong, he was afraid that he knew the movement from the Martial Dao Society, and he had already scared this so-called Great Demon King. Damn, why did I believe in this ghost guy's evil? Thinking that he didn't listen to Mai and Ashu's dissuasion and forced this Vic Great Demon King to be released, Pirav couldn't help but want to slap himself. This so-called Vic Great Demon King does not have much ability, and his temper is not small. Just because Ashu and Mai bumped into him a few times for themselves, his two loyal subordinates were reduced to ashes by his move. Even Pirav himself had to follow this moody demon for precariousness. If you don't get it right, even you will die in his hands one day. No, I have to find a chance to escape. Looking left and right, a plan came up in Pilaf's mind, which knew everything about the spacecraft. This spaceship is his own property, and if he wants to find an opportunity to set up automatic operation, and then take the opportunity to skydive, there should still be a glimmer of life. Just as Pirav was thinking about how to escape from Bike's side, the old devil, who had been pondering something, suddenly spoke. Go, those martial artists will let it go first, let's go to another place. Go. Where to? Heavenly God Temple. Looking at the somewhat trembling Pilaf, Vic revealed a weird smile. Not to mention the strange Vic Great Devil, the battle between Wang Chen and Wukong is still continuing at this time. Because his body is lying directly on the ground, the chi in Goku's body does not need to be used to maintain his movements and resist the weight on his body. Therefore, at this time, he has undoubtedly exerted his greatest strength. But even so, looking at the light curtain that fell from mid-air, like the 9 days of the galaxy, Wukong's heart was full of loss. I didn't expect that after practicing hard in the Heavenly God for more than a month, I still couldn't catch up with him. I really don't know how Brother Chen practiced this year. In particular, he was helpless to find that Wang Chen, who was completely helpless at the moment, only exposed a very small part of his strength. Looking at Wang Chen, who still had a relaxed face in the sky, little Wukong, who was gradually depleted of breath in his body, had to helplessly prepare to stop the infusion of breath and prepare to admit defeat. He believed that Wang Chen in the sky would also be able to see his thoughts and stop in time. But what made him a little shocked was that just when the fist strength and chi were about to annihilate each other, the top-down Pegasus comet fist suddenly shrunk in a large circle, like a steel nail piercing through the breath of the turtle school Qigong. And as it crossed the gap revealed by the comet fist, the turtle school Qigong that was wrapped in the past from all directions exploded directly in front of Wang Chen. Accompanied by two booming sounds, the two people who were hit by the turtle pie Qigong and the Tianma comet at the same time were quickly drowned in a burst of explosive smoke. Chapter 054. What? Aiken and Gaku actually hit each other at the same time? Looking at the picture transmitted by the satellite, I don't know when the turtle immortal who had left the place for hundreds of kilometers, and a huge wave instantly set off in his heart. He originally thought that this competition should end with Wang Chen defeating Wukong with a little strength after a contest like releasing water. But I never expected that the result of the battle would be a defeat for both. No, Aiken has always been mature and steady, and it is impossible to fight with Wukong for life and death because of the battle of Qi. And with his strength, he is completely enough to control the whole field. After thinking about it, the turtle immortal still chose to believe Wang Chen. Because he wouldn't believe that the other party would appear to die with Gaku. Just like the turtle immortal thought, the reason why this situation occurred was completely because of Wang Chen's expectation of the special physique of the scion in his heart. He knew the improvement brought by the scion healed after being seriously injured, and naturally he followed the trend in the fight with little Gaku. In order to make this scene more realistic and further improved, Wang Chen didn't even tell anyone about the plan. Of course, Wang Chen, who had completely given up his defense, was inevitably seriously injured when he was hit by the incomparably violent turtle sect Qigong. You must know that unlike when he fought against Gudu, he did not wear the Pegasus holy robe at this time. With the defense of the physique alone, it is impossible to resist this blow turtle sect Qigong. So when he also landed on the ground and lay aside, little Gaku also smiled. Ahem, Brother Chen, you are really ruthless, even beat yourself. Although the two sides did not pass the Qi beforehand, by this time, Wukong almost understood Wang Chen's intentions. As early as when he was a child, Wang Chen popularized the physique and characteristics of the two of them as scions with him. Therefore, Gaku at this time certainly knows exactly what the other party is doing this for. He took the fairy bean that Wang Chen handed to his mouth, and with a warm feeling passed from his throat to his whole body. Along with that, it swelled a lot again. If you are seriously injured casually, your combat effectiveness has more than doubled. Taking out a detector from the Frisia army from his waist and putting it in his ear, Wang Chen quickly saw the combat power of him and little Wukong at this time. 1207 and 1132. The former is Xiao Wukong's combat power in a weight-bearing state, and the latter is Wang Chen's own combat power after recovery. Of course, because his small universe was more restrained than the breath, 1132 was just Wang Chen's cultivation achievement in the Qi Dao. As he exploded the small universe, although the little Gaku on the side could only feel a hazy feeling, the detector that only detected the energy intensity accurately displayed a number. 2677. The growth of the small universe is less than 2%, and it seems that the bonus for scions to heal after serious injuries is almost nothing for the small universe. Shaking his head for some naive thoughts, Wang Chen sighed softly. It is true that the small universe is now part of his physical potential, and he is no longer separated from each other. Kosayans. Or many years later. Under the action of the small universe, the scion genes that gradually adapt to this force will produce mutations for the small universe, such as the scion exclusive free extreme work state. But now, fear is not the time yet. When there is no attempt to use breath as raw material, how far can the small universe expand? Looking at Boomer and his group, who began to cautiously approach Boomer and his party after seeing the battle subside in the distance, the two brothers waved at them very happily. Soon, under the leadership of the Turtle Immortal and Klin and others, these already frightened staff members dared to come closer together and admire the results of this battle. Really? I really can't believe that the venue that originally covered several acres turned into a ruin. Is this really human power? Looking at the venue that seemed to be ravaged by nuclear bombs in turn, the host with a big back almost couldn't close his upper and lower teeth. Of course, this is the power of martial arts. I think all of you who have seen it should know it in your hearts. Also looking at the boundless ruins, Wang Chen was very sure. Although before starting the game, he did not expect that this battle would affect such a large area. But now it seems that the effect is unexpectedly good. With him and Gaku, this is not an advertisement, but it is better than advertising promotion. Wang Chen was almost certain that from now on, an unknown number of people would embark on the path of cultivating martial arts. Especially the Turtle Immortal stream to which little Gaku and Klin belong. I am afraid that if the Turtle Immortals just refuse those who want to worship the teacher, they have to refuse to be soft. How about Tianjin Rice? Do you want to consider joining them and opening a martial arts hall together so that more people can embark on this path? Looking at the Tianjin Rice that was a little embarrassed to step forward, Wang Chen said with a smile. Join the Turtle Fairy stream. Hearing this, Tianjin fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Not only those audiences, but the earth-shattering battle between Wang Chen and Wukong also ignited his passion as a martial artist. However, after a moment of silence, Tianjin fan finally decided to stay in Hexian Liu and continue to inherit their Hexian Liu's martial arts. After all, no matter how inferior the character of the Crane Immortal is, in Tianjin fan's heart, the other party is his mentor. Chapter 055. Wang Chen didn't care too much about this, but turned his head and looked at Wukong again. Speaking of which, Gaku, this month has improved so much, it should be the gods of heaven guiding you to practice, right? Yes, although the old man looks very strange and fierce, he is very good. For more than a month, he and Bobo guided him. Su Yi thought of the green skin and tentacles of the god, and little Wukong couldn't help but laugh. In that case, I have to visit the Heavenly God Temple when I have time. Unlike the original, the current little Gaku is not the orphan who has no relatives. As his brother, Wang Chen had to visit and express himself no matter what he said. Soon, after hearing that Wang Chen was going to visit the Heavenly God Temple, the curious boomer couldn't help but ask to go forward. Ignoring the organizers who still wanted to run over to present the award, just after reporting the name of the capsule group, Wang Chen pulled Boomer and little Wukong together, and rose into the sky with a somewhat disappointed expression on the other party's somewhat disappointed expression. Aiken, is the Karantire you said really that tall? In the rapid flyby, Boomer, who was under the protection of the small universe, looked at the clouds that were constantly moving away, and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Even with today's technology, the tallest building in the human world is not more than a kilometer. It's hard to imagine that the height of the Karan Tower actually requires a martial artist of the level of the Turtle Immortal to climb for days and nights. Hey, Boomer! As the connection point between the heavenly temple and the earthly world, of course, the Karan Tower cannot be easily speculated with current science. When we get there, you'll see. As someone who had also climbed the Karan Tower, Wang Chen knew best how tall this tower, which was only hugged by 3 people, was. At least when he stood at the top of the tower, his sense of the 13 stars of Pegasus in the universe was almost twice as strong, and he had almost entered the range of the middle layer of the atmosphere. It is hard to imagine how this tower, which is at least 100 kilometers high, can be maintained for hundreds of years. Because of the thin air in the sky and the reduced resistance, the speed was almost the largest, and Wang Chen and Wukong were quite close to the Heavenly God Temple. But before the two of them approached the Heavenly God Temple, an incomparably huge, but full of evil thoughts aura actually burst out from the temple, and the burning dark purple aura almost broke through the clouds. Strange, how could the Heavenly God Temple erupt with this aura? What is even more strange is that in Wang Chen and Wukong's somewhat incredible gazes, along with the appearance of golden thunder, the sky turned into pitch black for no reason. Someone is summoning a dragon. Boomer, I remember that the Dragon Ball was not placed in the secret room of your capsule group. How could it appear here? I don't know, it stands to reason that with the level of security there, unless it's a master like Aiken, you shouldn't be able to take the Dragon Ball. After thinking about it, Boomer couldn't think of a reason. Gravity traps everywhere, high-temperature lasers on the lookout. With the security strength of the capsule group's special secret room, to put it bluntly, even the turtle immortal can directly shoot it into a sieve. It's hard to imagine that under this security measure, someone can still snatch the Dragon Ball? Goku, let's accelerate. No matter who is summoning the Dragon Ball, beat him up first. Stealing something and stealing it to his own house made Wang Chen very angry. Thanks to the other party, he just took the Dragon Ball and did not harm the people of the capsule group. What if the person who stole the Dragon Balls took advantage of his absence to kill the Boomer family? Even if Dragon Ball can bring people back to life, the pain of death is something that no one will want to experience. Not to mention Wang Chen, who was a little annoyed. At this time, in the Heavenly God Temple, the destination of the three, after a flash of scarlet light flashed in the pupils of the divine dragon eyes that were winding in the air, it collapsed into a petrified Dragon Ball again. Apparently, this summoning of the existence of the divine dragon had fulfilled his wish. However, although the place where the dragon was summoned was in the Celestial Temple, the person who could grant the wish was not Tenjin himself, but Bike. Or rather, Vic, who has assimilated the gods. Humph, stupid god. You and I are one, and you even want to separate me so that you can get the position of god. Now it's okay, you and I are one again. Gently flicking his chest, the face of the Vic Great Demon King was full of pleasure. Even he didn't expect his plan to go so smoothly. Perhaps the gods did not expect that he would have the courage to take the initiative to find him, so that he did not check for a while that he was attacked by himself. Unlike the assimilation of other nemesis, the Great Demon King of Vic and the Celestial God are relatively easy to assimilate because they are already one. Of course, he was able to completely fuse the heavenly gods, and it was not entirely his own strength. It seems that this world is already in our pocket, right? Mr. Carrick 2? Chapter 056. Of course, Your Majesty, the Great Demon King of Vic Lord. Looking at the villain in front of him, the Vic Great Devil, who was extremely respectful on the surface, felt that he was very miscalculated in his heart. Even he didn't expect that the biker combat power that had assimilated the heavenly god could expand by more than 10 times, almost far beyond himself. You must know that Vic in his previous old age is only about 220 points, and he is completely a bed bug that can be crushed to death with one finger. But now? The bed bug that will be crushed to death by a finger is afraid that he has become himself. As a result, Bike, who was much weaker than himself before, is now anti-customer oriented. At this moment, Vic's original plan has obviously been revealed. He first infiltrated the Heavenly God Temple and secretly released Carrick II, a powerful existence with a combat power of nearly 1,000. Then, with the help of the other party's power, he joined forces to defeat Bobo and Tenjin, and used Carrick's ability to demonize others to forcibly assimilate the controlled celestial god. If people's good intentions can only be adhered to, then people's malice is a negative emotion that can be constantly brewed and amplified like a flood. Therefore, relying on hundreds of years of accumulation, old Vic perfectly suppressed the heavenly gods in the struggle of personality and gained control of the body. At this point, with the combat power that increased by more than 10 times after assimilation, Vic became the big winner of this raid. With the power and knowledge of the gods, old Vic recalled the scattered Dragon Balls almost immediately, and allowed the dragon to restore his youth and return to its heyday. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Wang Chen's variable, his nearly 3,000 combat power at this time would almost be enough to sweep the earth and turn the entire world into purgatory. Hateful, it seems that I can only make plans after the demon fierce star is close and my strength increases again. Comparing his combat power of only about 1,000 with the breath of Bike, Carrick II gave up his plan to go against the water on the spot. As the same deceitful devil, Carrick certainly would not willingly submit to Vic under his command. And the demon Fierce Star, which can increase the strength of the demon Fierce Star family by dozens of times, is his last hole card. He believed that with the power of the demon star, the final owner of this land would definitely be himself in the end. It was not clear what was in Carrick's heart, and at this time, Vic was very confident looking down at the earth that had longed for him for nearly 300 years. And his first move to rule the world is to get rid of Wang Chen and Wukong. I didn't expect that just 200 or 300 years had passed, and such a powerful martial artist had already appeared on the earth. It seems that this time, I must not tolerate the continued existence of these bugs. The originally flat chest swelled several times, and in the somewhat shocked eyes of Carrick on the side, Vic, who was originally a little thin and tall, soon became a bloated fat man. Not long after, as the large protrusion in the chest and abdomen continued to advance, as Vic opened his blood basin and mouth, a demon egg that was still stained with countless mucus quickly spit out of his mouth. Immediately after, the second one. The third. It wasn't until the 10 demon eggs on the ground were gathered that Vic rubbed his throat that was almost bursting, and looked at the 10 demon eggs that were still rolling with pleasure. In his opinion, although the aura of Wukong and Wang Chen is strong, it is at best about 2% of him. And the children who he spit out by using the ability of the Nemesis people one by one have at least the strength of his count, which is enough to slaughter Wang Chen and his gang who previously shocked him like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. All he has to do is wait for these demon cubs to help him fight the mountain. Soon, as Vic spared no effort to consume a lot of physical strength, along with a fairy bean, those demon cubs that he directly spawned from his chest and abdomen also began to break through their eggs. A demon race that looked like him was born from the demon egg, and swallowed all the shells of the eggs he was born into. After all the energy contained in the egg shell was absorbed by their respective owners, these hideous-looking demons finally grew to the height of adults. Even if the later few demon clansmen were only 1000 combat power because of their insufficient foundation. But the firstborn Tambourine, the demon who killed Klin, has a combat power of nearly 2000, and he believes that this power is enough to sweep all directions. Go, my children, let me kill all the martial artists in this world. Looking at the demon cubs with an incomparably blazing breath at the bottom, Vic Kerr's expression was very fierce and happy. What followed was a cruel scream, and a series of terrifying figures soaring into the sky. P.S. In the original work, Carrick too came to take revenge from the demon murder star, but considering that the time point of the appearance of this product should be before and after the second part of Lati, for the sake of plot development, it was specially changed to be sealed in the heavenly temple by the demon seal wave. Chapter 057. Gaku, do you feel it? In mid-air, looking at the direction of the heavenly god temple where an ominous aura came, Wang Chen suddenly had an uneasy feeling. It stands to reason that there should be nothing on earth that threatens his existence. But since the previous breath exploded, Wang Chen's heart became more and more premonition that something big was going to happen. After several times the entire earth, who else can achieve this level except for the bug of Majin Bu? Thinking about it, Wang Chen suddenly remembered another short figure that looked a little like Bic. Demon Star Clan, Carrick 2. Dozens of times the bonus, even if most of this is Carrick 2's boast to himself, only relying on the other party's 1000 combat power to increase tenfold, I am afraid that it is also a little tricky. The most important thing is that once the combat effectiveness is increased to more than 10,000, he must be prepared for Carrick 2 to explode directly in anger. Not daring to delay for half a moment, tightly protecting Boomer in his arms, Wang Chen and Wukong's speed was 3 points faster, like 2 stars passing by in the night sky. But before he could fly far, more than 10 whistling air currents flew in front of him. Dark green skin, hideous appearance, plus devil-like bat wings. The one who came was none other than the 10 demon cubs that Vic had just born. Although compared to the Tambourine who took the lead in front, the 9 demon cubs in the back all had a feeling of wilting and malnutrition. But the 10 people who added up to nearly 10,000 combat power released their breath to their heart's content, and the ink-black aura swept the entire sky like a violent wind, as dark as the night descended. The tambourine of the demon? Could it be that the breath from before was not Carrick II, but the great demon king Vic Lord? In fact, even Wang Chen never expected that Vic and Carrick II, who could not be beaten with 8 poles, would join forces to become a heavenly god. But whether it is Carrick II or the great demon king Vic is a threat that cannot be ignored. Gaku, you leave first with Boomer, I'm going to the heavenly god temple to find out. With his eyes fixed on the 10 demon races in front of him, Wang Chen quickly made a decision. Because in his induction, as the breath of the heavenly god temple returned to its heyday, many demon races with amazing combat power were bred by it. Thinking of how many demon races could be created by the Karin Immortal's immortal beans full of several jars, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a tingling in his scalp. Obviously, there are a few jars of fairy beans to the bottom. As long as the Vic Great Demon King is not afraid to burst his throat, I am afraid that it will not take a few days to give birth to an army of low-level Scion warriors. It is true that the demon race, which has an average combat power of only more than 1,000, is almost extinguished to him. But if this number is enlarged to hundreds, thousands, or even thousands, let alone whether he can solve them one by one. Just the harm these people have caused to the earth is already a disaster that can destroy everything. I know, Brother Chen, you must be careful. Seeing Wang Chen, who was resolute, the sensible little Wukong also knew that now was not the time to be angry. In his spare time, Wang Chen did not remind him that settling his family well was definitely the most important preparation before the war. It can be said that Wang Chen's education over the years has largely made up for little Wukong's lack of common sense for people. Therefore, little Gaku obediently pulled Boomer and flew towards the martial arts venue, hoping that the Turtle Immortal and the others would increase their combat power. Seeing that the target in front of them was about to slip away from under his nose, several demon races led by Tambourine would certainly not agree, and they stretched out their palms to prepare to release Qigong to intercept Wukong. But before a few people could make a move, silver-white translucent chains had burst out from nowhere, binding several people and even people with their hands layer by layer. Your opponent is me. Nebula chains. The invisible little universe was like a piece of cold and sharp blades, and with the moment the nebula chain made contact with its body, it tore through one after another profound scars. In the face of Wang Chen's sudden outburst, the 9 demon races that followed did not even survive a breath, and turned into flying ash in the endless chain offensive. Only the most combat-ready Tambourine can barely support a breath or two by relying on the defense of breath. But as Wang Chen continued to accelerate, when he approached the temple again for a distance, the tambourine that he dragged all the way also disappeared after being torn to pieces. Although he solved the 10 demon race powerhouses including Tambourine in an instant, Wang Chen's brows did not mean to open up. Because in his perception, more than 10 demon races with nearly 1,000 combat power are rapidly approaching. Why is it endless? Is this big fighting for fairy beans and treating himself as a fertility machine? Looking at the small black dots that were constantly approaching in his field of vision, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to scold his mother. He was really afraid that Bike's brain was too good and played a doppelganger and spit-out move. At that time, before the fairy beans run out, these demon cubs will be processed like an assembly line, and I am afraid that even he will have to die alive. P.S. There is something wrong with the state today, only 2 more. Chapter 058. In fact, Wang Chen's concerns are not groundless. At the moment when he used the nebula chain, he felt the Vic Great Demon King from the coercion of the small universe almost instantly. It is said that there is great terror between life and death, and there is great opportunity between life and death. As a person who has been overcast by the devil seal once, how could Vic spare his life? Therefore, in his somewhat shocked gaze, these more than 10 demon races who came to him actually chose to self-detonate. Damn, he is relying on these demons to buy time. Almost instantly, Wang Chen understood Vic Chen's intention to create these demon cubs. With a bad heart, he summoned the Pegasus Holy Robe almost immediately, and the small universe firmly protected Joe's body. Vic with a combat power of 400 can still penetrate the defense of Ratzi by relying on the magic light-killing cannon hole. And now standing in front of Wang Chen are more than a dozen demon races with thousands of combat powers. Obviously, even if he put on the holy robe and burst out with all his strength, facing the chi wave bursting out by the self-explosion of more than 10 demon races at the same time, Wang Chen could not break through in a short time. As he expected, while he was dragged down by these demons, Vic, who had a bad heart, also opened the mode of crazy vomiting at the first time. Although this appearance of laying eggs while cleaning up his belongings, and from time to time having to stuff a handful of fairy beans into his mouth, made the great demon king of Vic feel that he almost lost face. But in comparison, his life is obviously worth more than face. Damn, where the hell did this guy come from? Thinking of the vast sea-like aura coming from Wang Chen, Vic, who still did not dare to stop his movements, had to secretly curse in his heart. He also thought that after assimilating the heavenly god, he would be able to easily pinch the other party to death. Now it seems that if he really appears in front of Wang Chen, I am afraid that he will not be able to hold up a few breaths. The breath was as vast as a river of stars, as if an invisible big hand had pinched his heart. So much so that he even did not hesitate to damage the origin, once again spawning more than 10 high-level demon races of the same level as the tambourine, and used human sea tactics and self-explosion to win a glimmer of life for himself. In addition, several of them did not hesitate to detour and chase Gaku and Boomer from several directions. That should be foolproof, right? After thinking about it, Vic, who still felt unreliable, was busy spitting out several demon cubs. Pull Carrick too, who does not yet know what happened. Soon, along with several demon races were born from his blood basin. The Vic Great Demon King did not wait for them to eat the eggshell, so he ordered these demon cubs to blow themselves up as a mother. Thundered. With the sound of explosions like thunder breaking through the sky, followed by a hurricane-like wave of air and shock waves. With the impact of these demon cubs' self-explosion, the Vic thrown high was almost 100 meters in an instant, like a kite with a broken line. After a few breaths, the impact of the self-explosion weakened, and he turned back to kill all the demon cubs who were chasing Gaku. When Wang Chen finally arrived at the heavenly temple, he was greeted by nothing but pieces of fallen rubble and ruins, and Vic and Carrick too had disappeared without a trace. Damn, how could this Vic be so cunning? Glancing left and right at the ruins around him, but there was no trace of Vic, Wang Chen almost couldn't help but scold his mother. Let it go. But what made him happy was that perhaps because the Karin immortal was able to cultivate immortal beings, Vic did not kill the cute old man, but locked him up in the temple. But because he suffered the impact of the aftermath of the demon cub's self-explosion, the cat fairy at this time had already scorched hair, and the whole person was curled up in the ruins and dying. Fortunately, Wang Chen arrived in time, and the cat immortal who swallowed a fairy bean eased up and talked to him. The heavenly god temple, ruined. My fairy beans are gone. Looking at the broken brick and rubble, the cat immortal suddenly couldn't help but feel sad. Hundreds of years of hard work have been ruined, and this kind of mood is really not enough for outsiders. Similarly, catching a glimpse of Bobo's corpse on the side because he was too late to clean up, there were already some fragments at this time, and Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. I really thought that this visit turned into a funeral. No way, even he never imagined that Vic would be able to take advantage of the chaotic aura of his battle with Gaku to take the opportunity to raid the celestial temple. Immediately afterwards, another series of fire-like operations snatched a ray of life under him. After assimilating the heavenly god, I have to say that the wisdom accumulated over hundreds of years is really the already cunning Vic and becomes even more terrifying. Sure enough, the world of Dragon Ball seems peaceful, but it is actually one of the few high-risk worlds in anime. Many times, Wang Chen has been thinking. If in childhood, Vic did not leave an arm for Gaku, and the period beginning with Z, Rataiji came to Earth with Vegeta. Earlier, what would have happened if his younger brother had not become a lovely little Gaku because he hit his head, but had always presented himself as a scion Kakarot. With the arrival of him, a person who does not belong to the Dragon Ball world, too many possibilities have begun to ferment gradually, and the development of this world has long deviated. The future is obviously far from everyone's expectations. P.S. I don't know if you like this high-energy magic change plot. If you don't like it, when it comes to the Z paragraph in the later stage, I will try to fit the original book. Honestly, like the few examples I've given, the world of Dragon Ball is really full of too many uncertain possibilities and room to expand the story. Therefore, in a few years, works such as Dragon Ball AF and even Super Dimensional Brawl will be born. If I had always followed the original, I would have written it much more easily, but don't you old iron think it's quite boring? Chapter 059. Finally escaped. Looking in the direction of the Heavenly God Temple, Vic, who had finally escaped, took a breath, and hurriedly stuffed a fairy bean for Carrick too, who was used as a meat pad by him. Even he didn't expect that he could think of using the self-detonating airflow to send him a ride at the moment of 1,000 shots, but he took the opportunity to converge his breath and fly away. Under the interference of the incomparably chaotic and violent aura, I am afraid that Wang Chen does not even know which direction he left from. Even so, when falling from a height, in order to prevent his breath from leaking, Vic tried to endure himself not to use the slightest chi to fly, but used the unlucky egg Carrick 2 as a meat pad, which landed safely. Ahem, I almost planted it on a hairy boy. Wiping a handful of cold sweat on his forehead, pulling Carrick 2, who had healed after eating fairy beans, Vic almost didn't even have time to shoot the dust on his body, and the whole person fled away into the distance again. After absorbing the memories of the gods, Vic also learned where the spaceship that the gods took when they came to Earth landed. It won't be long before the entire human world becomes full of wanted warrants for him. If there is such a case, if he exposes his whereabouts, I am afraid that he can only take that spaceship to escape to the universe. At least until he gave birth to enough demon cubs, he didn't dare to provoke Wang Chen anymore. Humph, one day I will tear you to pieces with my demon army. During the wild run, he did not forget to turn around and glared at the Heavenly God Temple fiercely, and Vic, who was annoyed in his heart, could not help but speed up his feet by 3 points. As he said, even if Wang Chen is strong, he can be 10 with 1, or even 1 as 100. 10 is not enough for 100, and 100 is not enough for 1,000. Carrying nearly a pot of immortal beans, he believed that it would not be long before the person who needed to hide would no longer be himself. Naturally, the point where Vic is most complacent is also the point that Wang Chen is most distressed about. Although he didn't know it, there was also a Carrick beside him who could gradually increase his combat power as the demon star approached. But the countless demon cubs that Vic may have given birth to alone are enough for him to drink a pot. Not to mention anything else, just dozens or hundreds of strong people with more than 1,000 combat powers, and a magic flash on the earth collectively, can send everyone except him to the western sky. Therefore, at this time, Wang Chen was very worried that after Vic, who had already been completely frugal, was forced to rush, he would do something like Frisia to directly lift the table. The great demon king of Tangbik is just a shrunken turtle at the critical time. After thinking about it, Wang Chen couldn't think of a way to find the other party in a short time for a while, so he had to settle the Karin immortal first before making plans. After all, in his opinion, even if he didn't use the breath in his body, with the strength of the current human army, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with the current Vic at all. It's a big deal that as soon as the other party's heart goes to the deep mountains and old forests, or hides in the wilderness for a period of time, he can come out with enough demon cubs to sweep the world. Fortunately, perhaps because of time, Vic did not take away the Dragon Balls that had been turned into stone. This means that if things come to the most critical time, at least a year later, he can rely on the dragon to save everything. And in fact, things weren't really as bad as he thought. Every time Vic gives birth, the breath in his body becomes extremely unstable, and every time a new demon race is born, it is also an extremely painful thing for him. In other words, in order not to let me discover his breath, the Vic-breeding demon race must become very careful and have to slow down his speed. To be honest, Wang Chen at this time was really extremely lucky, and he brought Wukong to the Heavenly God Temple as soon as he took Wukong after the game. After all, in addition to the super divine water and the immortal beans of the Karen tab below, the Heavenly God Temple also has another divine object, the existence of the Spirit Time House. It was also his own that he came quickly and did not give Vic time to go in. Otherwise, if you really want to let him enter the spiritual time house with a pot of immortal beans, and then come out with tens of thousands of demon cubs who have cultivated for 4 months, I am afraid that he can already be directly led to the neck and killed? Shaking his head to shake out this unrealistic and terrifying conjecture, with the cat immortal who was still a little soulless, Wang Chen immediately prepared to bring it back to the capsule group along with the remnants of the Dragon Balls and Fairy Beans. As for the Celestial Temple, he planned to have some reconnaissance devices from the Boomer faction spread all over the place, intending to use it as a trap to lure Vic into the bait. I think that without using gas, even Vic will not have time to kill a horse gun. After making all the preparations, as a milky white aura rose up, Wang Chen quickly jumped down from the Heavenly God Temple and flew towards where Boomer and the others were. But just a few hundred meters away from flying out, Wang Chen slammed his head and said in surprise, "Hey? How did I forget that kid? Isn't it good to leave the matter of finding Vic to a professional person?" Chapter 060. Suddenly remembering the existence of these galaxy patrolmen of Garki, Wang Chen suddenly became determined. If nothing else, the fact that there is one monitor of the Galaxy Patrol in every 100,000 flies on the Earth is enough to bring Wang Chen a lot of help. After all, no one knows if a pink poop on the side of the road will also have a camera installed in it. It's just that he didn't expect that a chess piece that he had just buried idle had come in handy so quickly. Sure enough, a high-risk world like Dragon Ball, no matter how many preparations you make, it is not much. At this time, Wang Chen was extremely glad that he was not directly slaughtered by Gok on a whim. If there is no funny-looking little man, let alone whether he can get the divine power of the great realm king god. Just now, Vic, who has entered the assembly line spawning mode, can't cope with it himself. Because in order to prevent himself from using the Galaxy Patrol one day, Wang Chen certainly did not forget to take away several Galaxy Patrol police's communicators when he left. Quickly dragged Boomer to the compound of the Zito capsule group and began to look for the communicator he had left behind. Little Gaku and the others went to Karin Tower under the leadership of the Turtle Immortals, preparing to ascend the temple that had turned into ruins. According to their words, it is to deal with the demon cubs of Bike, and these martial artists must not stand idly by. Even Tianjin Fan, who was about to leave before, was obligated to join the 5 people in the group of 5 people in the group of Turtle Immortals after hearing about the existence of Bike. Come to think of it, what can make the strength of several people grow by leaps and bounds in just a few days, in addition to the super divine water that returns to the west with one mouthful? I am afraid that there is only the biggest bug on the Heavenly God Temple, the Spirit Time House. It just so happens that Goku's words in the Celestial God Temple can also prevent Vic from coming back and robbing the Spirit Time House. After thinking about it, Wang Chen also agreed to the proposal of several people. Came to the quiet room that he used to cultivate on weekdays, rummaged up and down his memory for a while, and not long after, a somewhat round bun appeared in his hand. "Hey, Gark, are you kid there? So what? Adult, you open a public channel, how about giving me a little face?" Looking at the colleagues around him who looked a little strange, Gok's salted egg-like eyes couldn't help but show a hint of resentment. Because of the merit of following Wang Chen to assassinate Gudu and bringing back the Shark Man, after this year, Gark has long been not the former galactic patrolman at the end of the crane. On the contrary, because the Galactic King is hindered by Wang Chen's face, now Gark has become one of the captains of the Galaxy Patrol like Myers in the Super, and he commands hundreds of supernumerary personnel in the series, which is really not prestigious. However, This had just been less than 10 seconds after putting on the captain's posture, and he was directly broken by Wang Chen's voice. "Don't worry so much, I need you to mobilize the power of the Galactic Patrol to help me find someone on Earth. The sooner this is done, the better. Otherwise, if it's a little later, your galaxy patrolmen will be besieged by hundreds and thousands of demon cubs with thousands of combat power, and I don't care." Without paying attention to the little depression in Jiake's heart, Wang Chen hurriedly transformed the appearance of the great demon king of Vic in his mind into a small universe. "See? It's this bad-skinned old man, hurry up and use all the resources of your galaxy patrolmen on Earth to help me find him as fast as possible." Pointing at the vicious Vic Great Demon King on the side, Wang Chen's tone was very solemn. It's not that he's too impatient. Rather, for every extra minute that passed, Vic could give birth to more demon cubs. Once the number of demon cubs is increasing, I am afraid that even if I find the location of Vic at that time, I will be invincible with 2 fists and 4 hands. Especially the uneasiness in his heart, which was still ringing madly like a twilight drum and morning bell. In addition to Bike, there must be some danger that he does not know is approaching. Saint Seiya's sixth sense is thousands of times sharper than ordinary people, and this ominous feeling is definitely not out of nowhere, shook his head and suppressed the impatience in his heart, and the helpless Wang Chen had to put his hope on the galaxy patrolman. Seeing this, Gok also quickly threw away the slightest dissatisfaction in his heart and helped Wang Chen contact the Ministry of Supervision responsible for monitoring various planets. "I think that with the power of the Galaxy Patrol, even if this old boy Vic can hide, I am afraid that he will not be able to escape the rummaging of countless mosquitoes and rats in this nature." But even he didn't know that just as the Galactic Patrolman jumped up and down looking for Bike, a dark star had gradually approached the Earth. Its name is Demon Star. Chapter 061. The Demon Star is finally starting to approach. Looking up at the sky, the invisible gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds. Looking at the dark planet that was gradually approaching the Earth, Carrick too couldn't help but show a sinister smile on his face with his back to Bike. Every point that the Demon Star gets close to the Earth, Carrick, as a Demon Starman, becomes 1 point stronger. In just a few hours, Carrick's strength has more than doubled, and his combat effectiveness has exceeded the 2000 mark, and it won't be long before he can surpass Vic on the side. "Wait, soon I'll make you pay." The resentful gaze swept hatefully over Bike's side, but because of the increasing number of demon cubs around, Carrick too had to restrain the hatred in his heart. Of course, as a demon race, Bike's power will also be improved by the proximity of the Demon Star. But compared to him, a pure Demon Star clan, this improvement is only a drop in the bucket. Let you be arrogant for a while, and then soon, you and him will be my stepping stones. Recalling Wang Chen's initial outbreak of shock, Carrick too still couldn't help but feel a little palpitating at this time. In his opinion, it is undoubtedly the best ending for Vic and Wang Chen to end up by themselves after consuming each other and losing both. Although because it cannot leak breath, the production speed of Bach is greatly reduced. But after a few hours of production, Vic's Demon Cub also reached a nearly 3-digit level. Compared to the previous fast food waste, the Demon Cub that was slowly swallowed by Vic is now more powerful. That appearance that is riddled with demonic chi, but condensed, really makes people have to be shocked. Of course, at the cost of the birth of these demon races, Bike's face that had finally regained his youth appeared a touch of old age at this time. Sendul was able to regain his strength and heal his injuries, but he was unable to restore his lost origin. With a large number of demon races left, Vic has undoubtedly overdrawn his life. Fortunately, as long as I can crush that hateful earthling, I can snatch back the Dragon Ball. With the idea of relying on the Dragon Ball to regain his youth, although his body has become extremely weak, Vic still insists on swallowing one fairy bean after another into his belly. At the same time, feeling the gradually increasing magic power in his body, Vic, who thinks that his chances of winning have increased greatly, welcomes the arrival of the Demon Star. After all, in his opinion, the greater the demon star improved his strength, the higher the possibility of defeating Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen at this time was a little unsteady compared to the confident Vic and his gang. Because several hours have passed, Wang Chen, who has been waiting for a long time, still has not waited for the whereabouts of Vic and the others. Haven't found it yet. After watching the pieces on the screen turn red, I still find nothing. Because the monitors of the Galaxy Patrol covered birds in the sky and mosquitoes on the ground, Wang Chen thought at first that he would be able to find the existence of the other party soon. But hours passed, and there was no news of Vic's location. My lord, even if there are more monitors, there is such a large area on the Earth. It will take time to check piece by piece, looking at Wang Chen, who was extremely anxious. Gark on the other side of the galaxy was also helpless. So many disappeared, and Vic didn't know how many demon cubs were born. I just don't know how much time has passed, and to what extent Wukong and the others who are practicing in the Spirit Time House have cultivated. Thinking that he was now completely racing against time, Wang Chen's heart couldn't help but feel a little irritable. Initially, he didn't think about entering the Spirit Time House with Gaku to practice. But thinking that before the strength of Demon Bu, the Spirit Time House could only enter 3 times in his life, Wang Chen had to hold back this thought. Area 1302. Area 1765. None of the Area 2431. Hey? Pregnant. The monitor shows that Area 1403 has a group of green-skinned weirdos who have just spotted our monitor. Transmitting footage of a damaged monitor, Gark suddenly made a discovery. Found it. Seeing those familiar figures coming from the screen, Wang Chen almost couldn't resist holding the communicator and kissing it. According to the speed of Vic this assembly line operation, the more time passes, the more demon cubs there are. Can he not be in a hurry? The intelligent AI that quickly let Boomer stay in the Heavenly God Temple hurriedly notified Wukong and his party who were still practicing, and Wang Chen didn't even have time to say hello, and the whole person rushed into the sky along the direction that Gok came. The power from the small universe was urged by Wang Chen to the extreme of the extreme, and in the sky, an almost fleeting white light tore through the layers of white clouds and moved forward, like a shooting star flashing in the night sky. It can be said that even he himself could not have imagined that in the case of an all-out explosion, his speed could reach this level. With his speed, which was now as high as Mach 10, Wang Chen, who had been guided, arrived at his destination in less than 10 minutes. But with his arrival, golden rays of light also rose from the dense mountains and forests. Chapter 062. In the sky, dozens of magic flashes rose up into the sky, and golden pillars of light continued to meet and merge in mid-air, like a large golden net. Even Wang Chen didn't expect that he had just arrived, and his butt was not covered with heat, and these demon cubs had already been prepared. Look, it is not an accident that the monitor was destroyed. Helplessly, looking at the large net that kept gathering and seemed to be completely wrapped in him, Wang Chen had to wave his right fist to meet it. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The protection from the Pegasus Holy Robe made Wang Chen not need to worry about the slightest damage on his body, and he fought forward against the golden light. On the contrary, countless meteor-like fists burst out from the right fist, like the Milky Way falling in the 9 heavens. With a booming sound, just one breath passed, and several demons were killed, exploding into miserable stump limbs in midair. But correspondingly, more demon cubs also took advantage of the gap between attacks. Just the moment his Tianma meteor fist stopped, there were already no less than a dozen demon cubs who were killed in front of them under the cover of heavy smoke. Their shattered bodies seemed to be scattered and shattered, and green blood fell from the sky, like a real bloody storm. Obviously, this is another self-detonation that has been planned for a long time. And because of the proximity of the demon Fierce Star, the combat effectiveness of these dozen demon cubs has almost increased to nearly 2,000. This wave of chi surrounded him, and Wang Chen even felt that his internal organs couldn't help but boil. Damn, this Vic really dies. Seeing that more demon cubs pounced on them again, followed by the black press, Wang Chen only felt cold sweat. Fortunately, just before the bodies of those demon cubs gushed out a dark light, intending to self-detonate again, Wang Chen also thought of a way to deal with it. Frozen ring. In mid-air, countless crystalline ice rings bloomed with Wang Chen as the center, freezing those demon races who still wanted to pounce on the self-explosion into ice slag. Despite the rumbling explosions, there was still a lot of noise. However, after a distance of tens or hundreds of meters, the impact that was weakened by the ice ring was no longer able to shake Wang Chen's body. I just see how good you can be. The merciless Tianma meteor fist flew again, and under the angry blow, the dense fist strength was almost more than nearly 30% denser than before. The endless fist that stretched like a rain curtain was like a baptism of the earth, and it completely plowed the entire ground plane. Seeing that there were already an unknown number of demon races killed under Wang Chen's heavenly horse meteor fist. From time to time, he even blasted out a blow to the Lushan ascending dragon overlord swimming in the sky, allowing the dragon-shaped phantoms to hover around. With several dragon-shaped phantoms protecting his body, Wang Chen simply gave up his defense around him and concentrated on slaughtering. It is true that Vic can indeed produce a lot of fairy beans with a pot. But correspondingly, Wang Chen, who had the foresight earlier, also carried a lot of fairy beans on his body. He wanted to see if these demon cubs were enough to kill themselves. Soon. Hold on a little longer. Looking at the demon race that was slaughtered by Wang Chen, and the Vic who was angry because of his continuous production after being forcibly controlled by himself. Perhaps even Wang Chen could not have imagined that the great demon king of Bike, who he had worked so hard to find, would in turn be controlled as a slave by Carrick too. Even the many demon cubs under his command actually fell into the hands of Carrick too. It's just that the more demons Vic gives birth to, the weaker his life breath becomes. This point of accumulated loss, even 10 or 100 immortal beings cannot make up for it at all. As a result, the combat effectiveness of the demon race gradually slipped from nearly 2,000 at the beginning. Later, the combat power of those demons who intercepted Wang Chen was afraid that many did not even reach 1,000. Seeing that the troops that had been accumulated with great difficulty had been slaughtered by Wang Chen by nearly half, and there were only less than 3 figures left in the demon race all over the mountains, Carrick only felt that his heart was dripping blood. But as the power from the demon star became stronger and stronger, Carrick II's dwarf-like body could no longer suppress the power, and was forced to transform into a dark blue giant more than 2 meters tall. Feeling the powerful power in his body, the pleasure of selflessness has made him gradually forget everything. It's this power, my strength is still growing. It won't be long before you kill that human being. Under the increase of the demon star, Carrick's combat power has almost swelled several times. Because of the gravitational pull on each other, the closer the demon star gets to Earth, the faster the two planets get closer together. Correspondingly, the faster Carrick's strength will increase. When nearly half of the sky was covered by that dark behemoth, Carrick II's combat effectiveness had also increased to an unprecedented level. And Wang Chen, who had broken through countless demon interceptions, finally came to Carrick. P.S. There are still 2 monthly passes left, it seems that this month is stable. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 063. I just said why these demon cubs didn't escape, it turned out to be because of your order. Looking down at Carrick 2 below, Wang Chen's eyebrows jumped. At this moment, he finally understood where his foreboding came from. Press the combat power detector in his ear to detect the strength of the other party, but the amazing number detected by Scott in his ear made Wang Chen can't help but scold secretly. Damn, combat effectiveness 12,416? That's less than a day. This mountain demon cub alone is enough for him to drink a pot. If it weren't for the dozens of fairy beans on his body to spare, I'm afraid even he would be tired. But Wang Chen, who finally killed the target, suddenly found that this character's combat effectiveness was still so high? To be honest, even he really didn't think that the most difficult battle since he came to this world was because of two garbage that he had never looked up to. And this guy is still rising in combat effectiveness over time. Seeing that character's combat effectiveness changed from 12,416 to 12,537 after only a few seconds, Wang Chen couldn't sit still. Lushan dragon flying. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the first time he noticed that Carrick's strength was still rising, Wang Chen had already dived towards the other party first. The body that exceeded the speed of sound tore the surrounding air, and countless fires continued to surge around, like a meteorite falling from the sky, falling with the momentum of the sky falling. During the swoop, there were also silver chains condensed from the small universe around his body, adding another bit of power to him. Despite Andromeda's heritage, he only mastered a portion of it. But in a hurry, Wang Chen couldn't care less. Burst magic light cannon. Seeing Wang Chen rushing towards him regardless, Carrick also unceremoniously raised his hand and shot a rich black light straight into the sky. At the same time as him, there were more than 10 elite demons who were faithfully guarding him. Although he already had full confidence in his heart to crush Wang Chen, the accidents that the other party had brought him repeatedly had made Carrick dare not despise him for half a point. But looking at the appearance of more than 10 demon blast waves that seemed to converge in midair, Wang Chen's eyes showed a hint of joy. Immediately afterwards, the whole person accelerated again. "It's you who is waiting." Nebula chains. In the moment before the convergence of more than a dozen bursting magic light cannons, as Wang Chen's mind moved, the silver chain that circulated the small universe suddenly flew up from around his body, turning into a layer of constantly rotating vortexes. Not good. What Carrick too did not expect was that as the angle of the nebula chain was constantly adjusted, the bursting magic light cannon that hit the chain was actually bounced back by the rotating nebula chain, and collided with the magic light cannon of Carrick too in the center. When he came back to his senses, the magic light wave that should have been a help had already collided with his attack, turning into a roaring wave of qi. And at this time, Wang Chen was less than a foot away from him. A loud bang spread in all directions. Hit by Wang Chen's frontal blow, Lushan dragon flying, only to hear countless clicking bone-cracking sounds. Carrick too, whose chest cavity was sunken, was already loaded into the side of the mountain like a baseball that had been pumped away. The same move will not play a second role against Saint Seiya. Looking at Carrick too, who still wanted to fight in a group, but in turn lost a handful of rice, Wang Chen, whose dragon-shaped phantom had begun to dissipate, was full of happiness in his heart. But as an even bigger and more evil aura rose from the ruins, Wang Chen's face became solemn again. Obviously, not only himself, but also Carrick too also kept a lot of fairy beans on his body. It seems that this is about to evolve into a protracted war. Suddenly looking up at the approaching demon star in the sky, Wang Chen's heart suddenly had a plan. Not to mention Carrick and Wang Chen who are fighting. For most of the day, in addition to Wang Chen trying to find Bike's whereabouts, little Wukong and the others in the Spirit Time House were not idle. Under the leadership of Wukong, several people's enthusiasm for cultivation is also very high, and they can't wait to immediately increase their strength and go to fight with those demon cubs outside. Especially Xiao Wukong, who was the strongest among several people. Now his combat effectiveness has nearly doubled compared to before. What? Brother Chen has already found the Vic Great Devil? Hearing the report of the intelligent robot that entered the time house, little Gaku and his group were immediately shocked. They also didn't expect that while they and the others were still practicing, Wang Chen had already found Bike's lair first. I think he also understands that dealing with Vic can no longer be delayed. This time, I will definitely not drag Brother Chen's hind legs again. Clenched his immature fists, Xiao Wukong, who had already soared from the heavenly god temple, had a firm look in his eyes. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 064. Damn, the demon star is so close, and the power of Carrick II has become stronger and stronger. Wiping a handful of red blood left at the corner of his mouth, looking at Carrick II, who still seemed to be fine, Wang Chen couldn't help but scold secretly in his heart. Almost half an hour had passed since he fought with Carrick II. Wang Chen also did not think that before Carrick II's combat power grew to a certain extent, he would first burst out with all his strength to kill him. But helplessly, the other party's combat power was more than 4 times his, and he carried many immortal beans on his body that could be used to heal injuries. So much so that in the later stage of the war, he was actually suppressed by Carrick's stronger and stronger combat power. Why, are you afraid? Afraid that I'm getting stronger every moment? Looking at Wang Chen, who was already panting, Carrick II's expression was very proud. In the end, because of the demon fierce star, Wang Chen, whose strength was getting worse and wider, was already exhausted. Almost every move, Wang Chen needed to spend a lot of mental and physical strength to confront him. This increasingly deteriorating battle situation made him struggle harder every second that passed. It was because the number of immortal beings was getting smaller and smaller, so that Wang Chen did not dare to use this one of the few healing treasures at will. Of course, in fact, Carrick II's heart was not as calm as he appeared. No matter how large the increase in the demon star is, it is only to develop the potential of the demon race itself, not to improve infinitely. And Wang Chen in front of him, the whole person is really like a bottomless pit, constantly improving his strength in battle. So much so that by now, he had even begun to fear. What if he has raised himself to the limit, but Wang Chen still continues to become stronger? Demon slash. Not daring to imagine the incomparably terrifying future, Carrick, who was pressed against his unease, raised his hand and cut out a pitch-black arc of thunder. But the blade-like pitch-black thunder still came to Wang Chen, and Wang Chen, who had already been prepared, had already jumped into the air. Countless rain-like fists shot densely towards the earth, as if to completely suppress Carrick II. With the help of the reaction force of this fist, Wang Chen's speed of ascending into the air was 3 points faster, and he was getting closer and closer to the demon star in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, as if sensing that the distance between himself and the demon star was close enough, countless azure dragon-shaped phantoms suddenly appeared around Wang Chen. Lushan 100 Dragon BA. As if in response to Wang Chen's roar, hundreds of dragon shadows raised their heads to the sky and let out a deafening roar, swimming towards the dark stars in the air. Although the dragon shadow transformed by each small universe is far less powerful than the real Lushan ascending dragon overlord. But when the hundreds of dragon shadows roared in unison, no one would doubt the power of this move anymore. Damn, don't think you're going to lift the table. It seemed that he realized that he was too late to stop Chu Tianhao from destroying the demon murder star. Originally, Carrick II, who had finally broken through the interception of the meteor fist and rose into the air, not only did not shoot to destroy the hundreds of dragon shadows that soared for 9 days, but overlapped his hands and prepared to aim at the ground. What? In mid-air, Wang Chen, who was about to destroy the demon star with a bang, secretly said something bad in his heart the moment he saw Carrick II. He didn't expect that Carrick II had such courage that he gave up the unrealistic obstruction at the first time, and instead used a move to surround Wei and save Zhao. However, when he was about to move to stop the other party, a black air mass flashing with a golden arc had already appeared in Carrick's hand. Super violent magic wave. Like a sword of judgment that fell from the sky, the pitch-black aura that surrounded the golden arc instantly streaked across the distance of the first 100 meters and fell straight to the ground. Feeling the amazing energy that was thousands of meters away, but still enough to shake his heart, Wang Chen didn't even have any doubts. Maybe it only takes less than a breath, and when Carrick II's super explosive magic wave hits, the entire Earth will turn into dust in the universe. The premise is, Wang Chen does not move this move instantly. At the moment of the attack, Wang Chen's figure appeared on the ground again, facing the super explosive magic wave that fell from the sky. Nebula chain. A roar that resounded throughout the heavens and the earth sounded. When countless silver-white chains continued to emerge on Wang Chen's body, they were like a copper wall and iron wall blocking in front of him. With the moment when the roaring 100-dragon tyrant in the sky hit the demon monster star, Wang Chen's nebula chain also met the explosive magic wave of Karak 2. Bang! It was accompanied by a loud noise and sound wave that swept in all directions. In an instant, one after another distorted black and white light had already occupied heaven and earth. Chapter 065. What? Actually blocked it. The explosive magic waves that fell from the sky scattered in all directions, like a cloud of ink, plowing one bottomless ravines after another in this desolate land. The silver chains from top to bottom stopped this aggressive black light like an eternal nebula. Under the interplay of completely different demonic chi and the small universe, countless turbulent energies constantly collided, almost dividing the heaven and earth into black and white like waves of tides. But what shocked Karak 2 was that his unreserved blow was actually helpless to get Wang Chen, who had just broken out of the 100-dragon tyrant, and his breath had not yet returned. Obviously, under his own pressure, he actually squeezed out more potential. You are a small strong, can't you fight to death? Looking at Wang Chen, who had blocked the explosive magic wave by relying on the nebula chain, Rao was how much Karak 2 could endure, and at this time, he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and vomit it out. Even if he can calculate it, I am afraid that he will not be able to calculate how resistant Wang Chen, who has the potential of both Scion and Saint Seiya, can resist pressure. The more brutal the battle, the more potential can be unleashed. Whether it is being a Scion or a Saint Seiya of Pegasus, bursting out more powerful in desperate situations has been imprinted in the genes and souls of both. Su was responding to Wang Chen's fighting spirit, and the 13 stars belonging to Pegasus in the sky also burst into invisible brilliance. It was as if there were invisible hands that were fueling him. Under the terrified gaze of Karak 2's eyes, the nebula chain belonging to Wang Chen not only did not collapse, but became more and more high. At the same time, Wang Chen's right fist, which had been closed at his waist, was actually brewing a thrilling aura. No, it won't. Even if he loses the demon star, he can't compete with me. Completely unable to accept Wang Chen's strange ascension, the fear that Karak 2 had barely suppressed earlier broke out again. Without the ascension of the demon fierce star, what would he use to fight against such a monster with endless power enhancements? The doubt and denial of self in my heart, as well as the fear of Wang Chen, swept in wave after wave, and even the movements on my hands were half a minute slower. But this half-point made the pervasive nebula chain find an opportunity, and the nebula virtual image gathered by the chain pushed up again. I think it won't be long before this battle turns back to Wang Chen's victory. But at this moment, Karak 2 suddenly caught a glimpse of the demons on the side who were standing in place because they had lost Vic order. Initially, he also thought that if these demons were not conscious and only acted as puppets who could only fight, it would obviously be more conducive to his manipulation. Unexpectedly, because of this, he actually ignored these decisive combat powers. Haha, I just see how you alone can resist my thousands of troops. During the confrontation, countless demon races burst out all their own demonic chi, gathering their power into the super explosive magic wave of Karak 2. Many demons with weak combat effectiveness even rushed to Wang Chen's body without fear of death and launched suicidal attacks one after another. The nebula chain, which originally had the upper hand, was suppressed again by the black light in an instant. Knowing that he would face destruction as soon as he defeated the earth, this terrible result made Wang Chen unable to free his hand to fight back, so he had to resist the self-explosion of the demon race again and again, and he didn't even have the opportunity to eat a fairy bean. But Wang Chen, who realized that it was not a way to go on like this, made a very bold move. That is to actively withdraw your own defenses. I saw that the white nebula that was frozen with the black light in the air actually collapsed under Wang Chen's manipulation, and retransformed into silver-white chains that swirled and flew. Immediately after his heart, these chains flying in mid-air changed again, transforming into a silver-white lotus. Petals after petals began to close continuously, enveloping all the demons who were ready to self-detonate, as well as the ultraviolent demonic waves in the sky, except for the undefended Wang Chen with his arms crossed in front of his chest. It seems that he is actually going to engulf all the aftermath of the explosion. A bang sounded. With the black light that occupied the entire sky, the moment the nebula chain collapsed, countless waves of self-explosion and the black light that sloped down from the sky also ran through Wang Chen's chest at the same time. Just looking at the demon star in the sky that was hit by the 100 dragon tyrants, Wang Chen, who was wrapped in nebula chains, just showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and was completely engulfed by the raging shock wave. He believed that the Pegasus holy robe and his physique that had been practicing for many years would definitely be able to win a glimmer of life for himself. But correspondingly, the demon killer star is not necessarily as resistant as him. The end of this game will definitely end in his own victory. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 066. Demon Murder Star. Ruined? Looking at the demon star in the sky that was shattered by the bombing of the 100 Dragon BA, Carrick II, whose strength had begun to fall not to rise, panicked. Only then did he come to his senses. His purpose was to surround Wei and save Zhao, not to die together. Completely focused on killing Wang Chen, Carrick II forgot that his true source of power was the demon star in the sky. Without the increase of the demon star, his combat power that has swollen to the extreme will continue to fall. So much so that even the original Vic Great Demon King was far more powerful than him. It's all you. It's all you fucking shit. Realizing that his mind was being used by Wang Chen, Carrick II became angry almost instantly, raised his millstone-sized fist and smashed it towards Wang Chen in the ruins. However, before Carrick's fist fell, Wang Chen had already swallowed the fairy bean one step ahead. The so-called battle is not to give the enemy the slightest chance. It seems that you still do not understand this truth. He clenched Carrick's fist full of irritation, but Wang Chen's face was full of mockery. The newborn cells seemed to be letting out bursts of cheers, making his body seem to rise up with endless power. The more severe the injury, the closer the body is to death, and the stronger the strength will improve after recovery. As the characteristics of Science and Pegasus Saint Seiya became more and more integrated, even Wang Chen's small universe began to be affected. To put it bluntly, Wang Chen at this moment was not only not the slightest weak and unsupportive, but became stronger because of this Jedi counterattack. Now it's your turn. Driven by the burning little universe, Wang Chen's fist was as fast as a burst of electric light. Carrick II, whose strength began to decline, only felt a pain in his chest, and his dark sapphire green body had splattered more than a dozen pools of dark green blood. No, it won't. How so? Holding the bleeding chest and retreating, Carrick II's brain had already become a pot of porridge. He did not expect that the situation, which was obviously a big deal less than a minute ago, would be reversed so quickly that he could not accept this cruel reality at all. But obviously Wang Chen, who had just suffered the pain of almost falling apart, would not be kind enough to let him slowly come back to his senses. Like a leather ball that was kicked wantonly, Carrick II's originally robust figure had begun to show countless irregular distortions, as if the whole person's muscles and bones had completely fallen apart. Obviously, these strange distortions are the result of Wang Chen's punch after punch. Almost every punch fell, Wang Chen could hear a heart-rending scream. The newborn scion cells burst out a vast breath like a river, and they were continuously injected into Wang Chen's small universe. With the infusion of these breaths, the vast river of stars hidden in his body also burst into more and more brilliant light. From a distance, it was as if Wang Chen's body was burning with flames. Obviously, if the breath and the small universe exist separately, it can only be regarded as nuclear fission. Then at this moment, he is a star-level humanoid nuclear fusion reactor. How powerful is a fusion reactor like Fist? At least looking at Carrick 2, who was spread out with dead dogs on the ground, it was enough to see the average. But just when a flash of light flashed in Wang Chen's hand and was about to directly cut off Carrick 2, a dark red vortex that suddenly appeared in the sky attracted his attention. Hey? How could a dark red vortex appear in the sky? As if sensing Wang Chen's doubts, Carrick 2 suddenly laughed miserably, his eyes full of resentment and pleasure. Hee, I'm dead, don't think about it. Obviously, the vortex in the sky that is constantly swirling, like a black hole, is the hellish vortex that Carrick 2 exerted his last bit of strength. As the strongest and final move of Carrick 2, the attraction brought by the vortex of hell was impossible for even Carrick himself to resist in his heyday. Especially with the energy that continues to overflow after the collapse of the demon star and the bonus of chaotic gravity, the suction power of this infernal vortex becomes even more terrifying. Therefore, he believed that it would not be long before not only Wang Chen, but all the creatures on the entire earth would enter the hell vortex to be buried for him. It seems that you still don't understand. The biggest difference between me and you is that I will try my best to take the entire battle situation into my own hands. With a sharp force, he stomped on the head of Carrick 2. At the same time that his brain pulp was scattering like melon flesh, Wang Chen, who was dragging the remnants of Carrick, had already thrown it into the still expanding hell vortex. Because of the loss of their master, the demons on the side who had completely lost their minds howled wildly, condensing one after another demonic energy cyclones. But when the strength increased again, this kind of attack that could only tickle Wang Chen had already disdained to pay attention. But he didn't bother to pay attention to it, but it doesn't mean that others can stand idly by. Just when these demon cubs, who were already less than 100, wanted to stir up trouble one last time. In the distance, 5 incomparably brilliant azure light masses roared in, turning countless demon cubs into flying ash. Gaku, you're really a little late. Laughing at Wukong and the others flying in the sky, Wang Chen just felt a burst of roaring qigong flying by, and the surroundings vainly tried to attack. Someone helps him solve these fish that have slipped through the net, of course, Wang Chen will not idly refuse. With the addition of Gaku and the others, those last demons could not bring the slightest threat. And looking at the vortex of death that was getting closer and closer, Wang Chen set up a posture without hurrying. The tightly clasped 10 fingers wrapped around countless frozen chi, which together gathered around Wang Chen's fists to form a treasure bottle-like ice sculpture. Aurora Execution. With the mouth of the bottle that seemed to contain endless frozen chi open, in an instant, the icy freezing gas gushing out from the mouth of the bottle almost drowned everything in the sky. Countless colorful aurora-like freezing air will pour out from the mouth of the bottle, freezing everything it touches. Even the hellish vortex in the sky that swallowed everything like a black hole was completely frozen by the freezing gas close to absolute zero, turning into an ice lotus like a heavenly dome. Tomorrow is finally on the shelves, and the time to be judged has come. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 067. Phew, after all, it is a gold level move, but relying on the inheritance of Shiratori is still too reluctant. Because he was far from reaching the level of the 7th sense, after making this strongest aurora execution, even Wang Chen was instantly drained of all the small universes in his body, and the whole person collapsed to the ground like a salted fish, and he didn't want to move for half a minute. As for the demon clan who were still scattered and fled, he was given full power to Gaku and the others who rushed to clean up the mess. Who told Gaku that these people take over too quickly? He really didn't want to continue to knock on a fairy bean and continue to burst his liver after exhaustion in a big battle, when he couldn't lift his hands and feet. Fortunately, because even Kamiao himself is only close to absolute zero, but he still cultivates this type of Aquarius stunt. Therefore, after continuing to lower the standard, this incomplete Aurora execution has no other shortcomings except for the large consumption and weak power, which is enough to be regarded as Wang Chen's strongest hole card at present. After all, the Hell Vortex is not a black hole, and it does not need absolute zero that freezes all atomic electrons. Looking at the sky that had been completely frozen, as the small universe dissipated an ice lotus that disintegrated into atoms, Wang Chen, who was lying on the ground in a large figure, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the turmoil brought by this demon race, the Earth has almost faced the crisis of destruction 3 times and 5 times. But at least with his efforts, the planet that attracts the most hatred in the universe has survived without risk. Wait, did I forget something? Looking at the ice lotus in the sky that had disintegrated almost half of it, Wang Chen suddenly seemed to remember something. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and suddenly slapped his brain and said regretfully, "Lying Groove, forgot that there is a vomit machine bike." Hurriedly jumped up from the ground with a grunt, and Wang Chen chased after Bik's breath almost in a fiery manner. But when he and Gaku and the others who had cleaned up the demon race came to the Vic Great Demon King, the ambitious Nami Nemesis had already lost his breath. It's just that from the mucus at the corner of the Vic Great Devil's mouth that has not yet dried up, and the decaying breath like dry bones on the other party's body is enough to see that at the last moment of his life, Vic, who broke free from the control of Carrick II, still gave birth to his last offspring. That is, the Vic II we are familiar with in the original work. But what really surprised him was that around the Great Demon King of Bike, there was not only demonic chi, but also another neutral and peaceful aura. If he remembered correctly, he should also know the owner of this chi. Just because, it is the breath of the heavenly gods. The second generation of Vic who absorbed the energy of the demon star and all of Bike's life and power. With a little sticky body and a little hot mucus, Wang Chen suddenly couldn't help but look forward to it. Celestial God, Carrick II, plus the residual power of the Vic Great Demon King and the Demon Fierce Star, how strong will this Vic II, who is several times more blessed than the original, become? It's kind of interesting, maybe in a few years. This greenskin family will have to pop up another bug. Looking in the direction in front of the Great Demon King of Bike, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little interested in Bike. Of course, he didn't intend to kill the newborn Vic directly. Not to mention that Vic was not a wicked person in the original work, and the newborn Vic at this time may also have a part of the heart and breath of the gods. Just considering the existence of the Dragon Ball, Wang Chen would not kill it at will. But let him let go of this blank piece of paper like a newborn Bike, Wang Chen felt a little unwilling. If nothing else, the level of the Nemesis as a nanny, that is really first class. In case, if he and Boomer had children in the future, wouldn't this be the best babysitter available? The level of Vic with children, but the recognized first-class level in Dragon Ball, I am afraid that even Gohan's mother Kiki is not as professional as Vic in the later period. Part-time Vic itself also has good combat power, and can act as a powerful combat force and bodyguard at critical moments, which is simply the best choice among nannies. It's just that perhaps because of the self-protection of the newborn life, Wang Chen, who could not detect the breath of Vic, had to give up the idea of tuning the best nanny in the future in advance after some fruitless search. I just don't know how strong the newborn Vic who assimilated the heavenly god and absorbed so much energy can become in the future. After thinking about it, Wang Chen still did not force the matter of finding Vic too much, but turned his head and flew towards Boomer, who had been waiting for a long time. How strong Vic will become, he can't say. But at least he believes that whether it is 3 or 5 years, the strongest person will only be himself. No one noticed that just as a few people left, behind a big tree was still quietly relying on a giant egg surrounded by blue and white light. When Wang Chen and the others completely disappeared into this airspace, a turquoise arm also drilled through the eggshell at the same time. Vic. Tenjin, silently reciting the 2 names that inexplicably appeared in his mind, and little Bike, who was even only half a meter tall, looked at the sky that had regained its blue and fell into confusion. P.S. Lying groove, 2 monthly passes came in the last few days. Well, since I said that the monthly pass also came before the shelf, it must be added. Welcome to the National Day 7-day long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 068. Zidu, in the compound of the capsule group. Including Wang Chen, Wukong, Kellen, Yamacha, Tianjin Rice, and Turtle Immortal, and a group of 5 people all gathered here at this time. And the Dragon Balls recovered from Vic also lay quietly in the center of several people. At this time, nearly a year has passed since Carrick II was killed. Because Carrick II was pressed by Wang Chen step by step from beginning to end, there was no time to care about other reasons, whether it was the Western capital or the Earth, almost did not suffer much damage. Therefore, after surviving this dangerous crisis, the Earth soon returned to the peace of the past, and only the ice lotus in the sky created by Wang Chen was remembered by the world forever. It's just that although in the eyes of ordinary people, this disaster has been completely past and gradually forgotten with the passage of time. But the crisis brought by Carrick II was a wake-up call for Wang Chen and others. That is, they are far from strong enough. Including Wang Chen himself, after the Battle of Carrick II, he couldn't help but put away that more or less trace of complacency. The world of Dragon Ball is full of too many possibilities. A Carrick II, who had never been put in his eyes, and the Vic Great Devil, who had a combat power of only 260 points, almost brought a crisis that almost perished. Who can guarantee that Frisia will not cultivate 4 months in advance, or that Babadai will bring Dopura to Earth tomorrow to find Majin Buu? Under the urgent psychological trend of countless former enemies, Wang Chen urgently needs strength. But just practicing on the Earth can no longer satisfy the desire of several people for strength, especially after a year of cultivation, but the strength has not been improved as expected. Therefore, after the restoration of the Dragon Ball, Wang Chen couldn't wait to gather Wukong and the others, ready to go to the cultivation holy place in his heart, the Realm King God Realm. Are you all ready? Looking at Wukong and the others who were already eager to try, Wang Chen reminded again. Initially, he thought that his teleportation was not inferior to Jebit, and he thought that as long as he awakened his mental power, he could have both the characteristics of teleportation, Jebit, and long-distance search teleportation, Goku. So go to the Boundary King Star and his party, in his opinion, with his own teleportation can do it. But after a year of practice, with the mastery of the Andromeda and Phoenix inheritance, Wang Chen, who awakened Nian power, a Gamal man, made a sad discovery. He didn't seem to have felt the chi of the Realm King at all, and he didn't know the coordinates of the Northern Realm King Star at all. No matter how powerful your teleportation is, you must know what coordinates of the place you are going, right? In addition, now, Vic and Tenjin are no longer alive, and if you want to go to the place where the King of the Realm is, you can only rely on the Dragon Ball. Come out, Shenlong. The 7 round Dragon Balls rose up with Wang Chen's breath, turning into a turquoise divine dragon hovering in the sky. When the 2 huge dragon eyes flashed a hint of red, the divine dragon who was high above finally lowered its head and looked down at Wang Chen and his group. Hey? It's you again. Looking at the several figures that had changed slightly, but were still somewhat familiar, Shenlong couldn't help but be a little curious. Say, what wish do you want to make? Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one. Let's move a few to the Northern King's Realm King, can you do it? Looking at the confident divine dragon in front of him, Wang Chen suddenly felt a little apprehensive in his heart. What he was most afraid of was that even the divine dragon would not be able to move his people to the Realm King Star. According to the setting of Dragon Ball, the Realm King, Yellow Spring, Heaven and Hell all belong to the upper celestial realm of the universe, while the Realm King God Realm is independent of the universe and has an area of 1/10 the size of the Yellow Spring plus the present world, Realm King God Realm is not equal to Realm King God Star. Realm King God Realm, Wang Chen didn't think that ordinary divine dragons, or even that Mizing divine dragon, had any way. But whether they could be moved to the Realm King Star, even Wang Chen didn't know if the divine dragon could do it. If even the divine dragon can't help, then Wang Chen can only try to see if after 3 or 4 years, Vic who has grown into an adult has inherited the ability of the heavenly god. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the 2 words of the Realm King, the divine dragon, which was still full of majesty before, suddenly turned into a bitter melon face. Because in a sense, the Realm King is 2 levels higher than the Earth's celestial god, that is, the maker of the Dragon Ball. You said you were going to the Realm King. Just now, he was still making a big fuss and blowing a bullish dragon for himself, but at this time he only felt that his old face was pumped painfully. Yes, we have something important to do when we go to the Realm King. Can't you just change your wish? For example, become the most handsome and rich in the world? Poor Baba's little eyes flickered, and the dragon, who was not embarrassed to admit his incompetence, continued his efforts. If Wang Chen can change his wishes by himself, it will undoubtedly be the result that can save his face the most. But obviously, this is just a luxury. Faced with Shenlong's proposal, Wang Chen and the others rejected Shenlong's proposal very righteously, and bluntly said that they must go to the King of the Realm to meet the King of the Northern Realm. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 069. Okay, I'll get it blunt. Due to the limitations of the celestial god's abilities, I can't send you to the Realm King without the permission of the Realm King. Nanny? Can't you ask the King of the Realm himself about this kind of thing? The point is, Lord Realm King is sleeping now, who dares to disturb? After all, the work and rest time of the Lord of the Realm King and you are inconsistent. The short dragon claw wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with great effort, and the divine dragon suddenly felt that it was really difficult to do. Originally, the people of this world liked to play the death god dragon with him, and almost every year they had to make a bunch of strange wishes. From a pair of fragrant girl panties to resurrecting billions of lives on the planet in one go. When the wisher is in a bad mood, he will even directly reimburse him, the benefactor, with a Qigong launch. Now Wang Chen's goods let him provoke his superiors. You say, how is it harder to be a dragon than to be a human? Hearing Shenlong's explanation, Wang Chen's faces suddenly became a little difficult to see. Obviously, they also knew that not to mention whether the divine dragon dared to wake up the Realm King, just whether they would suffer the consequences of the Realm King's anger by doing so was already worth weighing by several people. They are going to worship the teacher, not kidnap. Damn, class concepts are really dead. He knew that the divine dragon was actually able to affect the existence of the Realm King level, otherwise the Northern Realm King would not be nagging every year to let the divine dragon resurrect him. However, the hierarchy between the heavenly god and the Realm King limits the exertion of the power of the divine dragon, so that the divine dragon, whose class concept is deeply rooted in his brain, does not dare to trespass, such as the performance when facing Beerus. Just when a few people hesitated, the divine dragon in the sky couldn't sit still. Which? If you still can't think of a wish in a few minutes, or will you think about it in a year's time? What kind of service are you? Believe it or not, I went to the grave of the gods to give you a bad review? Hearing that Shenlong was still kicking his nose and eyes, Wang Chen almost couldn't resist going up and kicking him. But in a short period of time, it was really difficult for him to think of any way. Hey, there you go. I can't move up teleportation, just because I haven't felt the breath of the Realm King. Find him to ask for the coordinates of the Realm King, Shenlong is sure. But just let me feel the breath of the Realm King, there should be no problem, right? After thinking about it, Wang Chen felt more and more that this plan was very feasible. Even for his pitiful face, bah, this green loach has to be weighed. So the king, who cleared his throat, said, "Okay, my wish is to let me feel the breath of the realm king, you can always do this. If the dignified Shenlong can't even do this kind of thing, you can pack up and go back to your hometown as soon as possible. I don't think Super Shenlong will recognize you as a useless relative." Sure enough, as soon as he heard that Wang Chen despised himself so much, Shenlong's face immediately surged with a cloud of shame. Especially after hearing the name of the super divine dragon, the divine dragon showed a touch of nostalgia and yearning on his face, and he was stunned. After a flash of red light in his eyes, the 5 dragon claws had already grabbed a somewhat thin mass of energy and threw it in front of Wang Chen. This cargo didn't even bother to say another polite word, and its huge body completely collapsed, turning into 7 petrified dragon balls and flying into the sky. Its speed was so fast that even Wang Chen, who couldn't catch up, couldn't help but want to scold his mother. Yes, the timid is still a glass heart. This wave counts, you run fast. Throwing the intercepted dragon balls to the ground, and then looking at the 2 dragon balls that had disappeared into the sky, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Intuition told him that if he made a wish again next time, this awkward Sundara dragon was afraid that he would strike directly. But what made him happy was that this breath belonging to the Realm King finally reached its hands. Holding the breath from the Realm King, Wang Chen quickly spread his mental power, turning into an incomparably condensed thin line that constantly strafed in the northern galaxy. There you have it. It seems that although the so-called Northern King sounds tall, it is actually in the upper space of the northern galaxy. And not very far from Earth? It didn't take long for Wang Chen to capture the breath of the Realm King. After comparing the distance between the 2 sides that was not too far, Wang Chen was very happy. Obviously, the distance between Uranus and Earth is more of a kind of spatial isolation. It is as if between the upper and lower compartments of the refrigerator, no matter how they move inside, they cannot enter the upper or lower floor. But if you remove the partition, the distance between the 2 is less than half a finger width. Following the pull of the 2 breaths of the same origin, Wang Chen, who said goodbye to Boomer, soon pulled Wukong and several people and disappeared in place. A hazy brilliance flashed, and several figures appeared again on the small northern realm king. Well, 10 times the gravity of the earth, the body suddenly sank downward, and Wang Chen, who had just landed on the ground, only felt that the center of gravity of the whole person was a little unstable due to the change of gravity. However, years of practice made him adjust his posture again in less than half a breath. On the side, Tianjin Fan and the others, except for Wukong, who is more talented, the rest of the people, even if their combat effectiveness has increased to more than 1,000, they are still embarrassed in the face of the coercion of 10 times gravity. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 071. In order to prevent the situation that the king star is too small, there are really no more than 7 or 8 people. The clever Boomer soon let Wang Chen, who returned home that evening, bring a suspended capsule house and many daily necessities, which made several old men who could only sleep on the lawn very grateful. Wang Chen, who was idle and had nothing to do, began to try to master the stunt of the Realm King Fist. Listen, the so-called Realm King Fist is actually a technique for using the breath in the body. This technique allows you to push your physiological limits while also placing an exponential burden on your body. So in essence, the Realm King Fist is the same as the Qigong waves we usually use, except that these explosive energies do not act on the enemy, but on themselves. Hearing the explanation of the Realm King, Wang Chen suddenly had a glimmer of understanding in his heart. In a sense, the Realm King Fist can be regarded as a special internal skill or secret method similar to the heavenly demon disintegration Dafa. It is precisely like this, although the aura launched by the Realm King Fist is extremely violent, the speed and power of the flow will also be accelerated several times, but after all, it is not a move used to kill and injure, so the user can still withstand its powerful load in a short time. So that's it. Obviously, the principle of the Realm King Fist is the same as Wang Chen guessed. It belongs to a means of converting and manipulating the nature of the energy in the body. In the final analysis, the Realm King Fist is just to transform the aura of the attack class into the breath of the auxiliary class, and use this more violent energy than usual to increase itself, so that the user can improve the efficiency of energy use in a short time. Because of this, too ferocious energy will also damage the user's body from the inside out, making it impossible for the user to withstand the pain caused by using the Realm King Fist for a long time. It is not so much that the burden caused by the use of the Realm King Fist is aimed at the limbs and torso, but rather that this burden mainly comes from the oppression of the 5 internal organs and the 8 veins of the strange meridian. Gaku will suffer from viral heart disease in the artificial human chapter, which is probably related to the long-term high-load battle. Wait, the star refining body has no distinction at all on the improvement of physical strength, which means that the Realm King Fist I cast may be stronger than someone of the same level. Thinking of his initial awakened sixth sensibility, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. For ordinary people, the problem of difficult to exercise the 5 internal organs is nothing to him. In addition to the hardest bones of the human body itself, whether it is his skin muscles or the heart, lungs, and kidneys inside, its strength is not much different under the action of the star refining body. Without a strong body inside and out, how can one support the practice of the Capricorn Holy Sword? Of course, how many times the Realm King Fist can withstand also involves a problem of adaptability and tolerance. With the same physical strength, of course, those who often use the Realm King Fist are more able to withstand the energy that bursts like fire. Holding a trace of the Realm King's Fist, he quickly began to practice according to the guidance of the Realm King. Although in his opinion, the move of the Realm King Fist may be able to be learned directly by relying on the Dragon Ball. But in contrast, he believes that the speed of self is faster. Scions have always been a big bug. Realm King Fist. A trace of red chi continued to emerge from Wang Chen's pores, like flames connected together. According to the transformation method taught to him by the Realm King, the blue aura in Wang Chen's body that was as blue as an ocean soon transformed into a magma-like crimson under the action of the Realm King's Fist. More and more red chi flames were transformed, and the chi flames that burst out of his body even rose up like torches, dyeing the sky red. Even Wukong and Tianjin Fan and the others who were practicing on the side couldn't help but turn their heads a little sluggishly, staring at Wang Chen, who suddenly broke out. Just because with the blessing of the Realm King Fist, Wang Chen's power in a single round of breath has reached the level of nearly 20,000. This level of breath is like a dream for several people. However, in the increasingly powerful blood-colored chi-wrapped, Wang Chen, who had successfully used the Realm King Fist, was not satisfied with his current strength. He also wanted to see how far his limits could go. Twice. Thrice. 5 times. Almost every second passed, the blood-colored aura surrounding Wang Chen's body became thicker and thicker, like a pool of blood surrounding his body. Until the surrounding aura was almost condensed, like a huge crystal, Wang Chen, who seemed to have touched some limit, suddenly drank. Realm King Fist. 10 times. A boom resounded in the sky. One after another blood-colored chi waves were transmitted in all directions with the burst of the crystal, and the already small Realm King star was even more overwhelmed by the burden of this blood-colored chi and began to disintegrate continuously. Even the Realm King did not expect that this move, which seemed to him to be amazing, would one day exert such amazing energy. Tenfold Realm King Fist, this was a level that he had never dared to hope for. Section. This is the first time to use the Realm King Fist, and it can be used to this extent. Even he couldn't withstand the breath that was constantly radiating from Wang Chen's body, so he flew back to the place where Tianjin Fan and the others were standing, and jointly supported a barrier to protect his body. However, the embarrassed Realm King was not the slightest bit angry in his heart at this time, but instead showed a look of relief. The powerful control of the breath, as well as the solid steel-like body that is not bad, plus this comprehension ability beyond ordinary people. It can be said that Wang Chen is simply the strongest descendant of the Realm King Fist, and there is no one. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. The Realm King Fist that I painstakingly created was actually played by him to an unprecedented extent. This must be fate, it must be fate. Looking at the increasingly turbulent blood-colored Qi, the Realm King could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He almost didn't dare to guess what Wang Chen's future would look like. At this time, in the heart of the King of the Realm, there is only one kind of satisfaction and achievement that is not alone. Especially in the state of the tenfold Realm King Fist, although Wang Chen also gritted his teeth. But in the slightly trembling muscles, there is another incomparably restrained, but more vast power than the breath. That was a small universe that belonged to Wang Chen. Obviously, the tenfold Realm King Fist is still not his limit. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 072. Can't ordinary Realm King Fist enhance the power of the small universe? Wang Chen, who was shrouded in the arrogance of the tenfold Realm King Fist and his ability was correspondingly improved, did not have the slightest satisfaction. It is true that the tenfold Realm King Fist, that is, the combat power has increased by 9 times on the original basis. But this improvement is only based on the improvement of breath. No matter how powerful the Realm King Fist is, it is just a move of the Dragon Ball world, not a move created for the small universe. Unlike Super Saiyan, or Mystic Gohan, which stimulates potential, the essence of the Realm King Fist is just a use of breath. In other words, this move is extremely heaven-defying to the Dragon Ball natives, and it is impossible to have the slightest impact on Wang Chen's small universe in any way. Without the blessing of the power of the small universe, where can Wang Chen's strength be improved tenfold? What's more, in the state of the tenfold Realm King Fist, the physical consumption is more than 10 times greater than usual. The coercion, like the fall of the heavenly dome, instantly turned invisible, and after the surrounding blood-colored aura dissipated, Wang Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle fiercely. Obviously, the effect of the Realm King Fist on him was not as good as he thought. Or rather, this is simply chicken ribs. In the case of the small universe and the breath being equal, Wang Chen would have been able to exert the power of the two that was several times stronger. On the contrary, it is the state of the tenfold Realm King Fist, which can only improve the breath, not to mention, the consumption of physical strength is also very terrifying. The most important thing is that he can only use the breath, which is another fierce weakening for Wang Chen, who is accustomed to more powerful and more varied constellation battle techniques. It can be said that for him, the strength of the tenfold Realm King Fist can even be regarded as not rising but falling. Wait, if this furious breath can be transmitted to the small universe, intensifying the burning and explosion of the small universe. After thinking about it, Wang Chen felt that this method was extremely feasible. Indeed, according to the thinking of fairy novels, if such a violent aura is poured into something like Danshan, the user must have gone crazy at the first time. But what is a small universe? If the small universe burns to the extreme, it will be the Big Bang, a thing that is hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than a nuclear reactor. Even if the breath is thousands of times more violent, can it be controlled by its own small universe? With great confidence in the small universe, Wang Chen soon began to try for the second time. However, this time, due to the fact that the Realm King Star was destroyed by his furious aura, Wang Chen did not use the amazing power of the tenfold Realm King Fist again, but tried it from the most basic King Fist. Of course, even if he can really help the small universe accept the Qi of the Realm King Fist, and let the small universe once again use the blood-colored Qi of the Realm King Fist as fuel, Wang Chen may use his full strength at the beginning. Little by little, try again and again. In this way, when Wang Chen was also immersed in the deeper cultivation of the Realm King, time was passing little by little. Taking advantage of this unique environment, in addition to his mastery of the Realm King Fist, Wang Chen did not fall behind in exercising his basic skills and physique on weekdays. Gravity practice is not only for Goku, but also for himself. Especially during the year of waiting for Dragon Ball, he was not idle. After trying to find that the gravity chamber was of great help to the improvement of Qi, Wang Chen specially asked Boomer to help him create a gravity field generation device with him, so that he could practice gravity on any realm at the same time. Under the superposition of the gravity of the realm King Star itself, I believe that hundreds of times the upper limit of gravity is enough for Wang Chen to make great progress. I have to say that having a virtuous helper can really make him worry a lot less. The sun and the moon reincarnate, and the stars turn. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen and his party had spent 3 years on the realm King Star. Of course, with the help of the cheating-like ability of teleportation, Wang Chen's 3 years are actually almost no different from his commuting routine in his previous life. Almost every day at nightfall, he would use teleportation to return to the western capital on time, and then enjoy the nutritious meal prepared by Boomer, without the slightest appearance of space travel. Later, even Wukong and others were thoroughly taught by Wang Chen, making an appointment about when to go to work and when to leave work every day, and the days of outings were really uncomfortable. Another 3 years have passed, so isn't it time for a new session of the world's first martial arts association? Looking at the calendar hanging high on the wall, Wang Chen, who was about to go to the realm King Star to continue his practice, suddenly thought of the once world's first martial arts association. Originally, a year ago, the organizer of the first martial arts association of the world had come to the western capital, hoping that several of them could participate in the 22nd First Martial Arts Conference of the world again. I don't want a few of them to join the military, just hope that Wang Chen and others can appreciate their faces and come to the martial arts venue to go through the scene, and these people will be obediently offered by the prepared bonus. However, Wang Chen suggested that the organizer postpone it for another year on the grounds that the time had not come. Because he also keenly felt that an aura that was still a little green, but already very powerful, was still growing. Therefore, this world's first martial arts association, which was originally held every 3 years, was delayed to the 4th year. Coincidentally, today is the time for him and the military to open the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Dao. Did it take an extra year to grow? I just don't know how much Vic has been raised today, and how it is compared to Carrick 2 back then. After thinking about it, Wang Chen still decided to pull Wukong to participate in this martial arts meeting. His intuition told him that Vic, who had completed his transformation at this time, might also appear in this martial arts meeting. In any case, it is also a combat power with unlimited potential, and Wang Chen will not let the threat of Vic in his backyard, the earth, care. Finding the ready contact from the room, Wang Chen quickly dialed the phone number of Tianjin Fan and the others. As soon as they heard Bike's name, several people who had been practicing for 3 years immediately became very interested, and they all said that they wanted to come and see it. Especially the little Wukong, who missed Bike, was even more excited to jump 3 feet tall. This kind of enthusiastic attitude couldn't help but make Wang Chen a little embarrassed. Gee, I really don't know what expression will be on Vic when he encounters a group of opponents of the realm King Fist. I couldn't help but mourn for Vic in my heart, and after cleaning up, Wang Chen also pulled Boomer to the venue. Only this time, he no longer went as a contestant. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 073. Hey, Brother Chen, aren't you going to participate in this competition? Looking at Wang Chen, who was just standing quietly on the side, without the slightest intention of participating in the competition, little Wukong looked very surprised. He also thought that with such a good opportunity to compete, Wang Chen would also compete with him. No need, I've been cultivating together for 3 years on the Realm King, I know exactly what level you are, and I don't need to use this kind of ring match to test anything. Shaking his head, Wang Chen of course rejected Wukong's proposal. Because he has more to do than the false name of the number 1 in the world. Considering that the combat effectiveness had long exceeded the scope that Scott could measure, Wang Chen had not tried to use his full strength at all these years, and he did not know what level he had reached now. It was only a rough estimate that his chi and small universe at this time should be around 20,000 to 30,000 respectively, which was more than 7 or 8 times stronger than 4 years ago. Therefore, in his opinion, instead of spending time dealing with these people who know the roots, it is better to go to the universe to experience. With his current strength, apart from the Frisia family, the 7th universe should already be a rare opponent. Naturally, the cosmic experience that he had thought about but had not practiced was also put on the agenda by Wang Chen. But Gaku, don't think that without me in this match, you will take the throne of the championship. Among the contestants this time, there is one person's strength that may not be lost to you. Glancing at the tall figure in the crowd in a colorful robe without a trace, Wang Chen's mouth couldn't help but bring a touch of teasing. At this time, although Vic was still wearing heavy robes as in the original, Su was influenced by both Tenjin and Vic at the same time. Judging from his calm face and the breath on his body, Wang Chen did not feel the slightest trace of evil or benign. So, this is a plus or minus offset. Attributing Vic's transformation to the fact that the heavenly god was also assimilated, Wang Chen didn't bother to care. Now that he has decided to go to the universe, the battle with Vic naturally falls on little Gaku. He believes that with the Realm King Fist as a whole card, even if Vic jumps around, he will not be Goku's opponent. In 3 years, he has even mastered 10 times the Realm King Fist without relying on his ability to cheat. Should I say that it is really worthy of being shrouded in the aura of the protagonist? As before, Wukong was almost always one head ahead of Wang Chen himself in the practice of breath, even on this realm of King Star. Therefore, to say that Wukong will really lose to Bike, Wang Chen himself cannot believe it. In fact, the reason why Wang Chen left Vic to Wukong to solve also has his own ideas. The more he accepted the inheritance, the clearer Wang understood the existence of the so-called fate. In the world of Saint Seiya, there is obviously a destiny and a destiny one. One of the most special examples is its own guardian constellation Pegasus. From the time the first generation of Pegasus injured Hades' true body in the mythical era, this generation of reincarnation of constellations and Saint Seiya, that is, Seiya's countless past lives, including the first horse constellation. Pegasus except for the Light Tooth is one person. Has already borne the fate of killing God again and again. Because of this, Pegasus throughout the ages has been able to create miracles again and again, killing all the so-called gods who are high above. So much so that when it came time to face Saturn, all the gods had fallen. Pegasus of Saint Seiya world, Monkey King of Dragon Ball world. Giving Vic to Wukong is undoubtedly the best way to deal with the other party, which Wang Chen is absolutely convinced of. Just looked at the adult-sized Vic and then at Wukong on the side, Wang Chen suddenly had a strange feeling welling up in his heart. How do you have a sense of déjà vu at the end of the first part of Dragon Ball? Because of 1 year in the Spirit Time House, plus 3 years on the planet. Today's little Wukong has long grown into a beautiful teenager. From the perspective of Wang Chen, a traverser, the scene of adult Wukong to adulthood today is incomparably similar to the 23rd World First Martial Arts Association in the original work. Is it because of the super divine water? Comparing the almost similar height between himself and Wukong, Wang Chen wondered if it was the stimulation of super divine water that made Wukong, who was originally slower developing, also keep up with his pace in height. It is worth mentioning that because of Wang Chen's education over the years, although his mind is still simple, little Wukong, who has left the ranks of idiots, married Kiki a year ago and gave birth to a big fat boy. Not surprisingly, even years ahead of schedule, his first child was still called Gohan. After waiting for Kiki to say goodbye to Boomer and outside the venue, Wang Chen quickly took off and flew towards the top of the venue. There, Gark, who had already prepared the spacecraft, had been waiting for a long time. There was a slight delay. Didn't make you wait for a long time, did you? Looking at Gake, who was already ready to go, Wang Chen said a little embarrassed. Obviously, in his opinion, instead of traveling aimlessly in the universe, it is better to take a ride with the Galaxy Patrolman, right? Sorry for Wang Chen, of course Gark was busy and did not dare. Where, the subordinates can get to this point all rely on your promotion, how dare they think about this with you? He couldn't be clearer that his current achievements actually came from Wang Chen. It is precisely because of the importance that the headquarters attaches to Malo that the Galaxy King treats Wang Chen so courteously, and even does not hesitate to mobilize the power of the Galaxy Patrol several times to wipe his ass for him. And he himself is just a product of Aya and Wu. Speaking of which, what is your goal in going to the universe this time, my lord? Of course, the goal of our trip to the universe is name-seeing. Pointing to the turquoise planet in the cosmic star map, the spaceship on which the two were riding suddenly flew out like an off-string arrow. After so many years, the small universe has long been inseparable from his body and has become a part of him. Now, too, it's time to rediscover your potential. P.S. About Kiki, honestly, although I understand Kiki's hard work. But just thinking that Kiki at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z is a tigress feeling, I know that even if Goku is very good at making money, the nature of this product will not be deviated. Don't forget, before Dragon Ball Z, Monkey King often accompanied his wife and children at home. Didn't Kiki still become that look? Especially thinking of the theatrical version of number 13, Kiki didn't care about Goku's life or death, and only thought of letting Gohan do his homework, and she didn't feel this character in her heart. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 074. In the boundless starry sky, the Galaxy Patrol spacecraft rode a golden arc. Unlike the one at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, the distance between Namex and Earth took even the spaceship on which the gods were riding took a month. Therefore, Rao is Wang Chen and Gok on the most advanced spaceship, and when the two arrive at Namek, several days have passed. That mimesis. Speaking of which, now that Mizing should not have been targeted by Frisia, right? Watching the spacecraft gradually break through the atmosphere of Namex, and the turquoise ground is gradually visible, Wang Chen thought to himself. Just in case, he must also be prepared for Frisia to come to Namex. Nowadays, he is not stupid enough to fully believe the so-called original plot. This is, after all, a real world, not a drama in which the actors rehearse according to the script. Except for the breadth of combat power of about 30,000, the combat effectiveness of the rest of the people is about 23,000. It seems that Frisia should not have noticed the planet yet. Wang Chen, who had carefully detected the breath on Namex, and did not detect Frisia's breath, breathed a sigh of relief. It is not that he is timid and cowardly, but Wang Chen and even Frisia have a combat power of up to 530,000 in the first stage. How terrifying it is in the early stage. To put it bluntly, if the opponent's brain is pulled out and exerts all his strength, he can't even use teleportation to escape. Because there were no outsiders coming all year round, plus Wang Chen and Gake's spaceship landed directly near the location of the Great Elder. Therefore, Nialu, who was in charge of guarding the Great Elder, soon appeared in front of Wang Chen and Garki, looking at the two with a wary face, looking like he would start without saying a word. In contrast, the Great Elder who had been sitting in the room waved his hand very casually, signaling Wang Chen and Gok to enter. Ahem, Niru, don't be so nervous. These two gentlemen did not have malicious intent. Soon, under the guidance of Niru, Wang Chen and Gok also entered the house where the Great Elder lived. What came into view was the Namex Great Elder, who was almost 10 heavier than himself. Compared with the perspective of God who reads comics, Wang Chen, who sees it with green eyes, can undoubtedly feel the visual impact from the behemoth. Is this and this not postpartum sequelae? Finally seeing the true face of the Great Elder who had only been seen in the comics, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little frightened. If nothing else, just the size of the other party, he believed 100% that all the clansmen on the Nemesis star were actually born of the Great Elder. Oh, it turned out to be someone from the Galaxy Patrol. As a hobby and nemesis, the Galaxy Patrolman and the Great Elder have also dealt with each other several times, and the Great Elder naturally knows the origin of the gram. "Young man, why are you here for our nemesis?" "Of course, I came to help me stimulate the potential in my body. I believe that in this universe, except for the mysterious realm King God, only you have such ability. And, of course, the one next to me." Pointing to Gark on the side, Wang Chen suddenly suggested. "He is not a ruthless man, nor is he the kind of white-eyed wolf who crosses rivers and tears down bridges. Over the years that Gok has followed him, he has almost always been responsive to his own needs, and has never lost his duty once." It was also with the help of Gok that Wang Chen was able to find the whereabouts of the great demon king of Vic in the shortest possible time, so that the earth avoided the fate of being occupied by the demon race. That being the case, of course, he also had to think about the future for his little brother. It's just that although Wang Chen has good intentions, his thoughts are undoubtedly quite excessive in Niru's opinion. "What kind of joke? You can do whatever you say. Can you call as much as the Great Elder is your subordinate?" Obviously, for Niru, who valued the Great Elder more than the sky, any proposal and action that might damage the other party's hair would be stopped by Niru without hesitation. What's more, as he said, the Great Elder was not his subordinate, and he had no power to summon others at will. By Niru. Fortunately, the Great Elder, who was the Right Lord, did not have the slightest stinginess like Niru, but agreed to Wang Chen's request very kindly. "All right, Niru. I'm not as old as you think, and stimulating the potential of two people is just a little bit of energy. It's just a big deal to rest for a while. Especially this. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a scion who was exterminated a few years ago? I heard that the legendary Super Scion is known as the strongest warrior in the universe. Although I don't know if this is really the case, if my nemesis encounters a strong enemy in the future, it is an existence like Frisia, please ask Mr. to help me with it, okay?" Deep eyes stared at Wang Chen in front of him, and the Great Elder's voice couldn't help but take on a bit of solemnity. Obviously, the Great Elder who possessed the magical ability had a faint premonition that the Namex would one day confront Frisia. "It's done. I didn't expect Frisia's name to be so useful. It seems that even the villain has his use value." Wang Chen, who secretly gave Frisia a thumbs up, and smiled in his heart, immediately took Gark forward a few steps, ready to accept the Great Elder's head touching and killing. But Wang Chen's footsteps had just taken a step, and an uninvited guest came to him again. "Great Elder, I know that all your decisions are the survival and reproduction of our clan. But as your escort, I must make sure that this man has the qualifications to drain your energy." Standing between Wang Chen and the Great Elder, Nialu, who had a livid face, suddenly cut to the chase. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had disobeyed the Great Elder's order. "You want to fight me?" Feeling the breath of Nialu, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little interested. The combat power of about 30,000 is much higher than that of Goku under the current normal state. This level of strength is comparable to Vegeta when Z killed Shang Bo. In other words, at this time, which is nearly 8 or 9 years before the early days of Dragon Ball Z, I am afraid that even the Kainuit team can only win Niru at this time. It just so happens that I also want to see the power of the combative nemesis. Following Nero out of the house where the Great Elder lived, Wang Chen and Nero soon came to a clearing in the distance to stand. He also wanted to see how much strength this strong man in the original book had at all had time to perform. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 077. Hug, sorry. I can only help you get here. No, it's me who should say I'm sorry. Looking at the elder of the Great Elder's even older face, and the decaying aura that had begun to appear around him, Wang Chen was also very guilty. He also didn't expect that the potential development in the original work, which was just a drain of energy, almost drained the Great Elder directly. In the end, he and the fundamental Great Elder were not related. How could he let him pay such a huge price for himself? Could it be because of an ethereal super scion legend? Great Elder, don't worry, since I have received your kindness, I will definitely not let anyone threaten namixing. Receiving great favors for no reason, Wang Chen certainly would not be that ungrateful person. I think that for the Great Elder, being able to reproduce here safely is the best reward for him. Fortunately, before he returned, Gok had already completed the development of his potential, and his strength had skyrocketed several times. Otherwise, with the other party's almost desperate state, Wang Chen really did not dare to open his mouth to let the Great Elder consume any more energy. Maybe when I raise my seventh sense above and get the inheritance of the Libra-Tong Tiger suspended animation method, I can help him. His own small universe almost let the Great Elder be drained directly, which made Wang Chen a little unexpected. But with it, it is also an extremely significant improvement. The power of the small universe has increased almost tenfold. I'm afraid I can't try to slaughter Frisia now. The first stage of Frisia is only 530,000 combat power. With Wang Chen's current strength, with full firepower to cooperate with the Realm King Fist, I am afraid that it only takes an instant to kill Frisia. But after thinking about it carefully, Wang Chen still gave up his plan to directly provoke the tiger's whiskers. No. If I go to Frisia's trouble now, with my strength, there is no guarantee that everything is foolproof. What's more, although the first stage of Frisia only has a combat power of 530,000, his physical strength is a solid level of 100 million. If the snake does not die, I am afraid that it will suffer from it. Now that he is full of battles, his firepower is less than 20 million. The Frisia family, on the other hand, also has the Kurdish king with a combat power of nearly 100 million, and Kvira, who has a combat power of 470 million. Once it aroused the vigilance of these two people, it would not be good for Wang Chen's future actions. Instead of directly fighting Frisia head-on, why not start with his minions first? In that case, let's start with Frisia's henchman. He took out a fairy bean from the pouch and took it down for the comatose Nialu, and the severely damaged body quickly returned to its original state. Just seeing the state of the Great Elder's anger like Gossamer, Niru, who had just recovered, swallowed back the word thanks on his lips. Looking at the other party's angry look at him, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. So what? If I say I'm going to borrow Dragon Balls, you're not going to rush over and hit me again, will you? Sorry, you really got it right. Silently enduring the anger in his heart, Niru finally did. Because at this time, Wang Chen's strength had already far exceeded his imagination. However, compared to Nialu, who was annoyed at his poor strength, the Great Elder was as open-minded as ever. That's it, Niru. Although Dragon Ball can't be used rashly, it is also to prevent evil people from taking advantage of it. Since this Mr. Wang Chen has a need, give the Dragon Balls to him. With the approval of the Great Elder, the nemesis quickly followed. Not long after, 7 huge Dragon Balls that were a little larger than a human head had gathered in front of them. After a strange language that belonged to Namix sounded, along with the sky that fell into the night, a figure that was several times more majestic than the Earth Divine Dragon had appeared in front of the two. Surrounded by thicker golden thunder, a huge body like a mountain peak, it seems that it can set off a hurricane at any time. Only the ugly face makes people unable to compliment. Say, foreigner, what exactly is your wish? Without looking at Wang Chen, who was looking forward to something, Nero said a little angrily. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not annoy the other party's attitude, but said seriously. If I wish, first, I want no less than 2 cubic meters of Kazan steel, and second, I want as stable a carry-on space as possible to store things. Finally, what is the ability of a person who knows the other party's name to know where the other party is now? After thinking about it, Wang Chen quickly decided on the 3 urgent needs. The purpose of storage space is to prevent food or tools from being damaged in the survival of the universe. If it weren't for the lack of strength of the Shenlong dragon, he even wanted to open up this so-called storage space into a pure land where people could survive, so that Boomer and the others could hide in and take refuge when strong enemies attacked. And the third wish, of course, is to prevent Shailu's kind of guy who hides in the shadows. Foreigner, you really dare to say it? Enduring the nameless fire in his heart, Nero quickly conveyed Wang Chen's meaning to Shenlong. But soon, the recovery of the divine dragon made Wang Chen's brows frown slightly. Sorry, Shenlong said that your third wish is too involved, and even he can't do anything about it. If you insist on fulfilling your third wish, this standard must be lowered to finding people who are less than 1% of your strength, and must consume a lot of qi. 1%? Isn't that a chicken rib? Upon hearing this condition, Wang Chen instantly exploded. Sure enough, unless it is a super divine dragon, although the ability of the first two divine dragons is not weak, it is really too sweet to have too much expectations. The ratio of 1% is really difficult for Wang Chen to accept. Not to mention that it is used to prevent sneak attacks, just as it is used to find people. This ability makes him extremely disgusted. In that case, you will directly know the location of the other party, and you will be able to sense the other party's breath once as long as you know the other party's name, right? After taking a deep look at Wang Chen, Nero quickly conveyed his meaning for him again. This time, Shenlong did not disappoint him. With the red light like an earth dragon flashing in the pupils, the huge mountain-like body quickly disappeared again, leaving only 7 dragon balls that had turned into stone. At this time, Wang Chen also obtained the ability brought by the wish of the divine dragon. Nearly the size of a football field. The inside is almost a chaotic carry-on space. As soon as the mind moves, you can search by name and feel the power of the breath of others. And the last wish. 2 lumps of Kazan steel nearly 1 meter square. Chapter 078. Sir, you made such a big wish with dragon balls. Metal, what the hell is it for? After the dragon disappeared, Gok, who had been waiting patiently, also walked over quickly. Just looking at the 1 meter square giant metal block on Wang Chen's shoulder, Gok couldn't help but be a little curious. Don't. Wang Chen, what kind of spaceship is this going to build? But the amount of these 2 cubic meters alone is afraid that it is not enough at all, right? Hehe, don't underestimate this piece of metal. This Kazan steel is one of the hardest metals in the 12 universes. The 12 hardest metals in the universe. At first hearing Wang Chen's evaluation of Kazan steel, Gok was also a little unbelievable. But since it popped out of Wang Chen's mouth, no matter how much he doubted, he would not question Wang Chen's thoughts and cognition. Kazan steel. I just don't know what kind of strength the metal obtained from this composite will be if Kazan steel is mixed into the holy robe. He didn't care if Gok believed what he said. Wang Chen just silently stroked the 2 pieces of Kazan steel in front of him, and he couldn't help but be a little curious in his heart. The holy robe is originally made of metal that only the 3 gods are qualified to use, and each material is exceptionally strong in addition to its own characteristics. As for the 2 pieces of Kazan steel in front of it, they were the strongest metals handpicked by the great priest as the power assembly arena. The 4 materials were mixed together, and even Wang Chen didn't know how strong the new holy robe he was about to create would be. Although the Pegasus holy robe has endless potential, the foundation is only bronze after all. If you want to fight with Frisia, with the current Pegasus holy vestment, also with Wang Chen's heart, the silver-white Pegasus holy robe also appeared beside him. Just looking at the soaring Pegasus holy robe in front of him, Wang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Rao is the secret technique he got from Tana Star to improve the strength of the material. But no matter how much the Pegasus holy robe is improved, in the absence of divine blood watering, it is still more than 1 level lower than the golden holy robe, referring to the original Pegasus holy robe. Even the purple dragon during the Galactic War can be broken. Compared with the golden holy robe, it is simply the gap between wood and gold titanium alloy. If the Pegasus Holy Robe is broken, where can he find another copy of the divine power of the great realm King God? So after thinking about it carefully, Wang Chen still decided to cast the golden holy robe of Sagittarius. Bronze, after all, just bronze. Without the divine blood, the bronze holy robe really couldn't withstand the battle that was now getting more and more intense. But his so-called refurbishing is not to abandon the Pegasus holy robe, but to use Kazan steel to recast a Sagittarius gold holy robe. Once the Pegasus holy robe is broken, he will temporarily transfer the life of the Pegasus holy robe to the golden holy robe, preserving this little hard-earned fire. Until the day when the blood of the gods is full, let the god-killing heavenly horse reappear in the world. It's just that even Wang Chen didn't expect that the casting of this golden holy robe took nearly half a year. It's not just the fusion of materials, it requires him to make countless attempts. Just pulling Sagittarius, one of the zodiac signs, resonates with the holy robe, and requires him to spend a lot of small universes for both sides to establish practice. If it weren't for the fact that the small universe had obtained more than 100 times the improvement it had received, Wang Chen would not have been able to complete this Sagittarius golden holy robe at all. It's done, my Sagittarius golden holy robe. Although there is no infusion of divine power, this Sagittarius gold holy robe is still like the previous Pegasus holy robe, lacking the blessing of the wearer. But just the golden brilliance reflected from the holy robe was enough to move him. The fusion of Kazan steel and Olahagong is even more perfect than I could have imagined. It seems that once this golden holy robe is born, it may be stronger than the real golden holy robe. A little fondly touched the Sagittarius holy robe in front of him, and Wang Chen suddenly had a premonition in his heart. If nothing else, before he is enough to kill the gods, he will fight in this Sagittarius holy robe at the apex of the holy robe. Now that the golden holy robe had been cast, Wang Chen was not prepared to stay here for a long time. After saying goodbye to the Great Elder and his group, he and Gok left Namekus on the spaceship they had arrived. Gark, do you galactic patrolmen have specific information about the occupied area of Frisia, especially the Kainuit team? After being idle for so much of the year, it's almost time to move. Wang Chen said. Since the threat from Frisia, a strong enemy, made the Great Elder very worried. Then Wang Chen, who accepted his love, also hopes to be able to share it for him. Hey? What is this for, my lord? Of course it is. A little gift for Frisia. After some operation, looking at the red light spots that gradually appeared on the map, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth showed a hint of teasing. Who in this universe is better to be his target than Frisia? First of all, let's start with this so-called Team Kinnet. In the dark starry sky, the spaceship belonging to the two of them rode a comet-like arc. Although the intelligence of the Kainuit team was difficult to obtain even the Galactic Patrol after Gudu's assassination. But another piece of information belonging to the Scions undoubtedly entered Wang Chen's sight. Because Frisia didn't go out of his way to kill them, if he guessed correctly, there should be other Scions in this galaxy besides the Vegeta trio and the wandered Broly father and son. The planet that Wang Chen is going to at this time is one of the planets where intelligence indicates that there may be Scions. If Frisia knew that there was a powerful Scion who was looking for other fellow Scions and was ready to rebuild Vegeta Star, would he directly send his henchman Team Keen out? In this regard, Wang Chen was very curious. After driving in the universe for nearly 3 days or so, following the cosmic star map transmitted by the Galactic Patrol, Wang Chen soon arrived at a planet as full of color as inferior jade. According to the intelligence of the Galaxy Patrol, this low-value planet called Dallas is being hunted by a Scion squad at this time, ready to be sold to the Frisia army. Are you sure there are still Scions on this planet who are attacking the indigenous forces? Looking at the strange planet that was as calm as stagnant water. And even the powerful aura was difficult to feel a few times, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little suspicious. This kind of garbage-like planet, is there really a Scion coming back to attack? This, I don't know if you ask me. Facing Wang Chen's inquiry, Gok could only smile bitterly. Forget it, let's go down and take a look first. Wang Chen, who also shook his head and was not prepared to report that he had much hope, could only use a dead horse as a living horse doctor. A cluster of crimson flames swirled around the spacecraft, and as a fiery red meteor crossed the atmosphere, the two soon landed on the land of Dallas. P.S. The picture shows the Sagittarius Gold Holy Robe, and the covered version will be uploaded later in the relevant part of the work. Chapter 079. Combat Effectiveness 1403. Combat Effectiveness 1627. The entire planet seems to have the highest combat effectiveness of these two. Taking out the combat effectiveness detector that had been idle for a long time, Wang Chen quickly found two readings that could still be seen. Since the scions, and even the powerhouses of the entire universe, will hardly use and hide their breath, then these two data with a combat power of more than 1,000 should be that the scion warriors who came to attack the planet did not run. Ordering Gark to follow quickly, Wang Chen was already wrapped in a cloud of qi and soared into the air, flying towards the location indicated by the detector. But Wang Chen obviously did not expect how terrifying the combat power he and Gok showed when flying would be for two scions who were about the same level as Raditz. Battle. Combat Effectiveness 20,0002, Combat Effectiveness 2W3. Harris, isn't this Dallas planet we attacked the lowest level planet, so that there will be people with such high combat effectiveness? Sensing the huge value that suddenly appeared in the detector, a dark-skinned scion couldn't help but exclaim. For these small soldiers who have been living for Frisia all year round, even more than 2,000 soldiers need to look up. But now the low-level planet he attacked would actually have two existences with more than 20,000 combat power at the same time? His companion, named Harris, was much calmer in comparison. Don't panic, David. This number of combat power is obviously Lord Shambo and Lord Doria under Lord Frisia. Two adults suddenly descended on this planet, maybe they found something, or something to find the two of us, you and I. Wait. Without waiting for Davide to answer, Harris got into his chair. It's just that his heart is not as calm as it seems. Are the masters of these two combat forces really Shambo and Dodoria? Perhaps because the external combat effectiveness was exactly the same, Wang Chen did not expect that he and Gok would be regarded as Shangbo-he by these two scions. Without letting the two who were in a state of apprehension wait too long, Wang Chen and Gak, who rushed with nearly 20,000 combat power, soon arrived in front of a palace. But as the figures of the two appeared in front of the two scions, looking at the strange appearance, the two were like falling into an ice cave. Yo, I still live in the palace. It seems that the two of you have enjoyed it since you arrived on this planet. After seeing the environment of the two scions clearly, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth suddenly couldn't help but show a bit of teasing. These two scions obviously received orders to attack the planet Dallas, but when he and Gok descended on this planet, they obviously felt a large number of weak indigenous breaths. In particular, he also saw many natives with earthy grey skin on the side, but a somewhat similar appearance to the Earth's humans. Thinking about it, they are afraid that they have the intention of becoming the emperor here. No wonder at this age, the combat effectiveness is only less than 2,000. It seems that these two people, like my second brother Raditz, who bullies the soft and fears the hard, belong to the waste of waste. However, even if it is waste, it has its use value. Unlike Wukong, these bullies are afraid of hard, cruel and easy to kill. But they are contaminated with arrogant and lascivious garbage like earthlings, and Wang Chen did not put it in his eyes at all. In the final analysis, who can be a relative and friend, and who can only be his own stepping stone, Wang Chen's heart is divided by men-irking. I didn't expect that the scions who were once famous in the universe were all exterminated, and you two trash were able to get away with it. Yes, yes, how can our brothers compare with you? He didn't dare to refute Wang Chen's half a sentence. Rao was that what he said almost devalued the two of them, and Harris and Davide had to quickly bow their heads to show respect. But Harris's lowered eyes couldn't help but show a trace of resentment. In his opinion, the two of them should be good emperors in this Dallas planet. Why should they whisper to a person who does not know your origin? Especially when I heard Wang Chen's next sentence. That's it, no matter how bad it is, you are still one of the few remaining bloodlines of my scions after all. If you two are willing to join me in rebelling against Frisia's rule. What? You said to fight Frisia? Upon hearing Frisia's 3 words, the two were immediately shocked. With all due respect, this is so unscrupulous. No matter how powerful you are, you can't, holding back the idea in his heart that he wanted to break Wang Chen's brain open to see if there was water inside, Davide almost instantly straightened up and retorted. But as soon as the words got stuck in his throat, Gark on the side was already kicked out. Sometimes, asking doesn't necessarily mean you really have a choice, don't you understand this? Yes, it's all my companion who doesn't understand things, don't mind. Davide, who had quickly kicked Gok into the wall, pulled out and apologized when his mind was more active. Harrison. Seeing this, Wang Chen's complexion also seemed to ease a little. In that case, you guys should pack up first, and we will set off after the next group of companions also arrive on the planet Dallas. Saying that, no matter what reaction the two had, he left the hall with Gok, leaving only the two with gloomy faces. It seemed that seeing that the two had walked away, Davide, who finally got up from the ground, quickly lowered his voice and asked Harris. Hey, do we really want to listen to these two weirdos and rebel against King Frisia? Are you stupid? Who doesn't know that those who oppose King Frisia have always died and never lived? Then you are. Hearing what Harris said, Davide on the side was a little puzzled. Could it be that he is still ready to make a move with Wang Chen? Who said that we must have to be with these two people of unknown origin? Don't forget what he just said. A powerful scion is openly rebelling against Lord Frisia's authority and is still recruiting troops. You said that if we both reported this news to the nearby Kinnit troops, you said that Lord Frisia would be happy and give us this planet? Quietly passing an encrypted message out of the detector, Harris's face couldn't help but show a smug smile. Rebellion against Frisia? He didn't want to become cosmic dust so early. Chapter 081. Sensing Wang Chen's gaze, Gok, who was also clear in his heart, also stepped forward quickly and faced Likum, who was provoking. Soon, the two who were completely out of the same level in figure and appearance were already standing in front of each other. Little man, just like you, Su is Gok's small man is too confusing. Looking at Gok who only has 20,000 combat power, Likum can't help but laugh immediately. But soon, when Gok raised his hand and streaked through his face with the rays bursting from the beam gun in his hand. With a trace oozing from the blood, Likum, who was frantically sounding with alarm bells in his heart, no longer dared to underestimate the other party. This gun was actually able to kill and injure his body. Wait, you're a galactic patrolman. In a hurry, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the symbol on Gok's shirt, and Likum, who came back to his senses, was suddenly shocked. Compared to the scions who have always been despised by the Frisia army, the name of the Galaxy Patrol is obviously easier for the Kainuit team to take seriously. Not only Likum, but even Ki Niu on the side quickly reported Frisia. Fry, King Frisia. Not only was one of those two people a scion, but the other small man seemed to be a galactic patrolman. Oh? Is it the annoying guys of the Galaxy Patrol? Hearing the report in his ears, Frisia was also a little surprised. In his impression, the Galaxy Patrol had always dared not confront his army head-on. But now, the Scions have joined forces with the Galaxy Patrol. This extremely abnormal situation inevitably made Frisia, who had always been suspicious, unable to help but feel his heart beating wildly. Could it be that they have already understood the mysteries of the Super Scion? Sabasan, Dodariazan, give me all your men, go to Dallas Star Gang Kitone 1. No, forget it, I'll go and take a trip myself. After thinking about it, Frisia still abandoned the slow-moving army and chose to strike personally. That's right, Sabasan. When I'm not sitting here, you go and maximize the power of the newly developed large combat power detector and help me locate all the other people with high combat power, including that scion. This time, I won't let any threatening scions escape. After instructing Sob, Frisia quickly came to a slightly small, but overall shuttle-shaped spaceship and sat down. Soon, the somewhat small spacecraft soared into the sky, following the readings from the probe towards Dallas. At this time, on Dallas, Gok and Leekum had already clashed. Gok, who was full of combat power, almost burst the detector in the ears of Leekum and the others at the moment when he burst out of his body's breath. Only the combat power detector in Gnu's ear clearly shows his combat effectiveness at this time. 4W7000. The surging aura constantly surrounded the body, like an invisible blade, scraping everyone's cheeks painfully. Peng's voice sounded. With the sound of the earth cracking, Gok's figure with all his strength was like a ghost, bringing countless after-images to Leekum. Immediately after, an iron fist smashed the yellow dragon. The surging force of a tsunami exploded in the upper layers of his cheeks, and Leekum's figure was caught off guard almost instantaneously. 10 years ago, Leekum only had more than 30,000 combat power, whereas Gok's opponent. Almost from the very beginning of the battle, Gok had completely suppressed Leekum. The hemp-like arms swung one after another, but the force that struck was enough to collapse the mountain. A succession of booms rang out between the warring sides, and even the entire land sank layer by layer with the continuous confrontation between Gok and Leekum. Of course, it is not so much a confrontation as Leekum being beaten unilaterally with his thick skin. It's not a trivial matter for the Galaxy Patrol and the Scions to join forces. If you can catch the two of them, it will definitely be a great achievement. Bart, guys, you two go up together, make sure to capture that Scion and the Galaxy Patrolman. After thinking about it, seeing that Leekum alone was not the key button of Gark's opponent at all, the key button hurriedly signaled Bart and guys next to him to step forward. Receiving Gnu's order, the two immediately nodded eagerly. The figures suddenly blurred, and two different figures, one red and one blue, were like a whirlwind, and suddenly joined the battlefield of Gok and Leekum. Years of joint fighting have allowed Leekum and Gisbrth to cultivate an unprecedented tacit understanding. With the three of them joining forces, even Gok, who had previously gained the upper hand, couldn't help but feel a little tricky at this time. In particular, Bart, who is known as the fastest speed in the universe, is so fast that people can't capture it at all. So fast. Obviously, the strength is far inferior to me, but the speed is much faster. It was as if a blue electric light flashed in front of his eyes, bringing countless raging winds howling by. Gark didn't expect that Bart, whose combat power was even about 70% of his own, was still above his own speed. If it weren't for his eyesight being beyond ordinary people, under Bart's restraint, Gok would have been completely defeated at this time. Rao is so, because he has never been able to catch up with Bart, and whenever Gak deals with Leekum and Guth, the blue shadow like an electric light will take the opportunity to rush up, leaving a scar on his body. He does not have a scion or frozen demon-like body, and can exchange injuries for injuries, nor will it be an angel and destroy God's free will, and can calmly deal with all enemies. Calm down, Gark, your strength should be more than that. It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied with Gak's performance, and even Wang Chen couldn't help but remind. Indeed, Barth's speed is still above him. But sometimes, the theory that the world's martial arts can only be fast and unbreakable simply does not work in Dragon Ball. After getting Wang Chen's suggestion, Gak, who had regained his confidence, quickly calmed down and was no longer confused by the heavy after-images brought up by Bart. Recalling that in the past few days since he came to Dallas Star, Wang Chen taught him the method of controlling the vitality, Gok's heart suddenly had some understanding. Countless milky white vitality flows continuously around the body as the center of the circle. The surging energy was constantly surrounding the body like a tidal wave, turning into a small realm of yuan qi covering an area with a radius of more than 10 meters. Although these chaotic vitality could not enhance the slightest bit of Gok's strength, under his control, Bart, who was already almost to the point of only an afterimage, couldn't help but receive the influence of the vitality gradually slowing down. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 082. Good boy, this is deliberately disrupting the flow of vitality to limit Bart's speed. It seems that I underestimated him before. Suddenly seeing Gak's movements that made him feel a little surprised, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In a sense, Gok's control of Genki is not much lower than his. From the moment he got the method of using the Yuan Qi bomb, Wang Chen was thinking. Is this kind of move that absorbs the vitality and free energy of living beings like Malou really only has the purpose of condensing into projectiles and then launching? Apparently, he didn't think so. The influence from the Scion bloodline made Wang Chen unwilling to give up any path that could make him stronger. In addition, in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball, Goku's practice of defeating 13 by absorbing Genki bombs to increase his strength gave him an inspiration. That is to incorporate these vitality into your body, further strengthening your strength, speed, and resistance to blows. Further, he could even use these vitality to transform into his own physical strength and heal his injuries, thus abandoning his dependence on immortal beings. And this method was named Yuki Fist by Wang Chen, which means to gather the vitality of heaven and earth. But at this moment, Gok's use of vitality is obviously on a different path. That is to manipulate the vitality of heaven and earth directly outside the body, so as to transform it into weapons or fields to fight the enemy. To be honest, this way of using vitality is quite the style of a realm king god. It's a pity, whether it's Yuki Fist or this kind of Yuan Qi realm, it is too dependent on the concentration of external Yuan Qi, and if the person who comes is Frisia, the effect of this move is too poor. Gok's approach is undoubtedly another inspiration for Wang Chen's development of the Yuan Qi bomb. But in contrast, he prefers the vitality of Yuki as an auxiliary means. Because in his opinion, the most trustworthy person in this world can only be his own fist. Without mentioning Wang Chen, who was turning his mind, the battle between Gok and Bart on the side also began to have results. With the help of the Genki realm, Bart's speed is almost getting slower and slower. Later, the whole person was even more mired. What the hell is this? Countless milky white vitality was like a silk thread that was difficult to see with the naked eye, firmly bound under the control of Gok, and Bart, who had never seen vitality, couldn't help but panic. As Gok became more skilled in his use, and finally completely used by him, even Likum and Guys began to be traumatized and could no longer hold on. Seeing this, Jinyu couldn't sit still. A bunch of useless things. It seems that it is still on your own. Just when Jinyu was about to personally strike and capture Wang Chen, he saw a fierce light flash in Harris's eyes behind Wang Chen. Is this kid? As if in response to G Button's thoughts, taking advantage of Wang Chen's attention to the fore of Gok, Harris took the opportunity to cautiously approach behind Wang Chen. Immediately afterwards, there was a fleeting cold sword light. I thought you could put up with it a little longer. Harris was ecstatic with the sword he stabbed, and his fantasies of wealth and power almost made him flutter. But what came was not the feeling of entering the flesh he imagined, but Wang Chen's indifferent voice. You didn't inherit the Scion's passion for fighting, but you learned 10 to 10 of their fierce and brutal personality. Wang Chen's eyes were full of indifference and disdain, like a god looking down on all living beings. Sorry, my subordinates don't need a capricious villain like you. Kicked Harris, who was still delusional to escape, directly exploded, and Wang Chen finally let go of all the suppression of his own breath. Even Havid, who was on the side, was torn to pieces by the bursting aura on Wang Chen's body. So, everyone give me an attack. No matter how many people they hide on this planet, just kill all the people on this planet. Seeing that Wang Chen's aura was finally no longer concealed, Jinyu was a little flustered. He suddenly found that neither he nor Frisia seemed to underestimate Wang Chen too much, so that he had made a big mistake. Wait! Wait, if I can take the opportunity to take his body. Inadvertently seeing Wang Chen's indifferent look, Jinu's heart suddenly moved. If Wang Chen didn't know his ability, maybe he could take away Wang Chen's powerful body in turn. If this goal can be achieved, Jinu suddenly felt that this plan was worth a try. Instead of focusing too much on the body of a small knot, Wang Chen's gaze kept looking at the Frisia army in the sky that began to gradually disperse. The planet Dallas is in the midst of war because of himself, and although he is not related to them, he cannot sit idly by and watch the otherwise indisputable planet fall into ruin. Let's try the inheritance of Phoenix. The brilliance like an immortal bird emerged behind itself, and the wings of the wings spread seemed to cover the entire firmament. The scorching heat swept in all directions along with the blowing wind, and the heat it emitted, even the knobs on the side felt as if it had turned into ashes. As Wang Chen's body jumped high, the phoenix phantom that rose from behind him also seemed to emit a phoenix sound. Immediately, the wings that burned with red flames burst apart, and the plumes that split from the phoenix wings turned into countless heavenly fire meteors that burned the void. Phoenix wings Tianxiang. With Wang Chen's shout, countless phoenixes turned into flame meteors. Scattered, the vast sea of scorching phoenix feathers almost swept the entire sky, turning the azure sky dome into a crimson color. If it is necessary to select the most powerful move of group attack among all the mysteries of the 5 small powers, Wang Chen at this time will definitely not hesitate to recommend the strongest mysteries of the Phoenix Seat Phoenix Winged Tianxiang. The noble figure that spread its wings and soared was like a mythical immortal bird descending into the world. The scorching sun-like brilliance radiating around him lit up countless starry skies along with countless meteors. Everywhere you look, countless howling and rolling Frisia troops are falling from the sky to the earth one after another. Tens of thousands of Frisia troops, under the burning of Wang Chen's phoenix wings in the sky, only supported for less than a moment, and turned into countless flaming torches. The next moment, these figures wrapped in flames turned into dust that disappeared with the wind, leaving only the residual temperature that had not yet dissipated, as if to highlight the brilliance of the immortal bird. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 083. All extinguished. With shocked eyes fixed on the ashes still floating in midair, Jinu and his party couldn't even believe what they were seeing. No one expected that Wang Chen's blow to the phoenix wings Tianxiang would burn tens of thousands of Frisia army and the spaceship to ashes. This is not some mortal army. Among these Frisia troops, there are even many elite combatants with combat effectiveness of more than 1,000, or even 1,000. The power of its joint efforts is even enough to destroy the entire Dallas Star under the feet of several people in an instant. But in the face of Wang Chen's phoenix-winged Tianxiang, these armies that made Frisia complacent were no different from babies. After all, they can't compare Frisia to a baby and proudly say that I have more ashes, right? In fact, Wang Chen was able to wipe out tens of thousands of Frisia's army in one move, even Gark, who had been following him. And Guise and Likum, who had been completely suppressed by Gok, were even more wary at the moment, and they just wanted to escape from this hell that brought them endless panic. Escape? I finally put you in this urn, and if I let a few of you escape, wouldn't I be very faceless? Without looking at the 3 people who were left with fear in their hearts, Wang Chen just casually flicked out the flames rising from his fingertips. Immediately afterwards, the 3 clusters of flames that flew out from the fingertips rose to the wind, completely engulfing the 3 of Likum. The combat strength of 30,000 is simply vulnerable. But at the moment when the 3 of Likum turned into ashes, Jinu, who had been carefully hiding on the side, found an opportunity. Exchange! Lang Buting's loud shout exploded, and almost at the first moment when Jinu roared, the strange light that burst out from his body had already hit Wang Chen. In the next second, a distorted face had already risen from Jinu's body and flew towards Wang Chen, and it seemed that in the next second, he would be able to obtain Wang Chen's terrifyingly strong combat power. But in the face of the shackles of this exchange power, Wang Chen sneered in his heart. Want to exchange bodies with me? Sorry, then you may really be thinking badly. The phantom that belonged to the phoenix rose from behind again, except that this time the immortal bird was not covered in crimson flames like the sun. On the contrary, the ink-like black figure seemed to feel like it came from the netherworld. Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist. The pitch-black flame from the immortal bird swirled around the right fist, and with the strength of Wang Chen's fist, a pitch-black light path burst out to completely envelop the base button. Although his Phoenix Illusion Demon Fist was not able to hurt or even destroy souls like the accumulation nether wave. But correspondingly, the cause of the spirit made Kinnick's soul involuntarily wail in pain in mid-air, as if it had encountered some incomparably terrible hallucination, soul and body separated. Immediately afterwards, as Wang Chen stretched out his finger, countless heaven and earth vitality began to converge at the tip of his finger, turning into a milky white vortex, and at the same time, Ji Niu's original body couldn't help but come over and collide with the soul in mid-air. A miserable howl sounded again. But the sound that came out changed from the soul body in mid-air to the base button that was sucked by Wang Chen. Obviously, the moment it touched its original body, Ji Niu's soul returned to its own shell again. Immediately afterwards, the scorching light rising in Wang Chen's palm covered his heavenly spirit. Sorry, I really don't want to see you in Dragon Ball Super again, Captain Kida. The raging flames of fury rose to the wind almost instantly, enveloping Ji Niu's entire body, like a humanoid torch that was burning wildly. The blazing heat frantically licked the skin, muscles, and even tendons and bone marrow of the Ji button, making him can't help but let out a painful wail. But his pain lasted less than a few breaths, and it ended completely with the last drop of brain pulp being roasted dry. Phew, it didn't do much damage to this planet. Looking at the mess on the Dallas star, Wang Chen also breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Frisia's army is numerous, under the scorching of his phoenix wings, in addition to the damage to the surface of the planet, the casualties are only the unfortunate Frisia's group. Let's go, Gark. It was hard to clean up these miscellaneous soldiers, and it would not be good to attract Frisia himself again. I believe that after the news of the two of us leaving spread, Frisia's people did not dare to come to this planet casually. Patting Gok, who was still stunned, on the shoulder, Wang Chen was ready to leave. He believes that with his own deterrent, those who want to move the Dallas star must at least weigh whether they are qualified enough. As for Frisia, have you ever seen a leader personally carry a gun into battle and go to kill a few insignificant passers-by from far away? The spaceship belonging to the two soon landed in front of them. Before leaving, Wang Chen also used the principle of the Phoenix Illusion Demon Fist to send the basic cultivation method of Qi into the minds of many Dallas Star natives. Only those who have power can control their own destiny. Keep that in mind. Taking a deep look at these Dallans who had just recovered from their nightmares, under the adoring gaze of countless Dallas Starmen, the spaceship on which the two were riding quickly disappeared into the sky. Phew! I really didn't expect that I still have a day to play against Team Kainuit. The powerful power of the spacecraft made the two quickly leave the star field around Dallas. But thinking back to the battle just now, Gok still had palpitations. Not to mention Team Keynote, even the Scions were the ones he could only look up to. But today, he can easily defeat 1 against 3. Hee, don't worry. The few of the Kainu's special operations team are just stepping stones. If you're really determined to keep following me, Gark, then you should look to the longer term. The current achievements are far from your limit. As if seeing the excitement in Gaki's heart, Wang Chen couldn't help but remind. After returning to the Galaxy Patrol this time, you will talk to the Galaxy King and ask him to give you a long vacation temporarily. I believe there is a place where you can become stronger. Recalling the two cricket-like antennas of the Realm King, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile heartily. Limit? Sorry, not only does he not need this thing, but also his subordinates. __ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 084. In the boundless starry sky, the Galaxy Patrol spacecraft is almost instantaneous. Nearly 2 days have passed since the two left Dallas. But as time passed, an invisible dark cloud began to surround Wang Chen's heart. What's going on? This sense of foreboding is even stronger than the last time Carrick 2 summoned the Demon Star. The ability from the sixth sense was ringing alarm bells almost non-stop. But it stands to reason that apart from the Frisia people, he should not have this sense of crisis that is even like a death declaration. That's right, Frisia. It must have been the change in the Dallas star that attracted the attention of Frisia himself, so his intuition kept warning. After thinking about it, Wang Chen was almost aware of the threat from Frisia. And as he was convinced of the reason for the sixth sense reminder, it seemed that a powerful aura came from the distance at the right time. Is that a breath that belongs to Frisia? As for why Frisia was able to accurately find the location of himself and Gok, Wang Chen was not surprised. The technology of the Frisia army has almost always been proud of the entire galaxy, which gathers an unknown number of talents from various planets, and being able to lock on the spaceship that he and Gark are riding on is not a rare thing at all. After just confirming that the person who came was not someone else, it was Frisia who made him jealous, Wang Chen's gaze couldn't help but become solemn. Obviously, he also knew that at this time, he was qualified to wrestle with the other party at best, but if he said that he would defeat Frisia at this time, Wang Chen was really not sure. Gark, our ship has been locked by Frisia. You yourself first put on a spacesuit and go to a desolate planet to hide for a while. After I lure Frisia away, you'll use the prepared second spaceship to escape to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, and then wait for my news, understood? After noticing that Frisia's aura was approaching almost straight towards where he was, Wang Chen hurriedly ordered him to hide as quickly as possible so as not to harm the pond fish. Fortunately, before coming, in order to prevent this from happening now, Wang Chen had the Galaxy Patrol prepare several spaceships with different uses and carry them in large space capsules given by Boomer. It's just that I didn't expect that the preparations I made for just in case really came in handy at this time. Without having time to say more, after watching Gark use the propulsion device on his spacesuit to hide in the shadow of an asteroid, the spacecraft carrying Frisia had already entered Wang Chen's line of sight. Immediately after, the small body appeared in front of him. Oh, I didn't expect to survive in the universe, aren't you a scion? Suddenly seeing Wang Chen, who seemed to have been prepared, Frisia's face couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. When did those scion monkeys survive in the universe like frozen demons? Is the intelligence wrong? Forget it, whether it's a scion or not, it's coming. Raising his hand and randomly shooting a lilac light straight at Wang Chen's face, Frisia didn't even bother to watch his end, and his person was already turning around and about to leave. But what he gave high hopes to even the small universe around Wang Chen had turned intangible without piercing. At the same time, Sob's report sounded from the detector in his ear. King Frisia, beware! The combat power of this scion is as high as more than 500,000. What? The shock to Wang Chen had only just risen. The next moment, Frisia only felt a pain on his face, and the whole person had flown out uncontrollably like a comet. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless meteor-like rays of light roared out from the right fist, submerging Frisia's body like a torrent. Caught off guard by Wang Chen's successive heavy blows, Frisia didn't even have a chance to adjust the situation, all the punches from the meteor fist. It's just that his physical strength is close to the level of 100 million, and although the power of the meteor fist is strong, it cannot bring him fatal damage. Rather, this level of power can only be counted as a scratch for Frisia. Damn, a scion can actually have more than 500,000 combat power. The footage transmitted from Sob in the probe allowed Frisia to confirm that Wang Chen was the scion who openly opposed him on Dallas. But what made him unexpected was that Wang Chen's strength was able to match his own in the first form, or even stronger. It's just a wild monkey. As a cosmic emperor, his dignity burned Frisia's fragile heart almost like a flame. Soon, with a roar, Frisia had completely abandoned the small body of the first form. A burst of swollen muscles continued to sound, and the originally petite figure turned into a strong man's body full of muscles in an instant, and even the double horns on his head became extremely thick. Of course, the most important thing is that his aura has almost doubled. This is the second stage. A little stunned to look at Frisia, who had changed his appearance in front of him, Wang Chen also smacked his tongue slightly. It seems that his identity as a scion has attracted the attention of Frisia's heart. But even in the face of the second form Frisia, Wang Chen was not afraid at all. With 2 flames of purple and 1 white rising from the warring sides, the two soon began to collide again in the second round. The shock wave splattered by the collision of countless fists and feet, almost turning the surrounding starry sky into a large area of death. Countless meteorites torn apart by the shock wave scattered in all directions, making Gark, who had just fled, even more revenant. Although the second form of Frisia liberated more of his breath, his physical fitness became stronger. But in the face of Frisia's onslaught, Wang Chen did not fall behind in the slightest. Rather, he seemed more relaxed. Why, the appearance has changed so much, but the increase in strength is only so much. Grabbed Frisia's kicked right leg sharply, Wang Chen just casually rounded, and the burly body that exceeded the speed of sound dozens of times was thrown out like a shooting star falling into the sky, shattering all the stars that stood in the way. Immediately afterwards, a steel fist like a Stuka bomber diving, impartially printed on Frisia's chest. And what about 1 million combat effectiveness? The world's martial arts, all invincible, only fast and unbroken. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 085. Guha. A large mouthful of lilac blood spewed out from Frisia's mouth, and even his burly figure fell deep into an unnamed planet on the side after smashing countless meteorites. He didn't expect that Wang Chen, who only had 500,000 combat power, would effortlessly suppress his second form self. The linkage of breath and small universe has far exceeded anyone's imagination. It's not over yet, Lushan ascending dragon overlord. A cyan dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind it, and the lifelike scales seemed to reflect a cold light. With Wang Chen's right fist, the dragon shadow that stared at all things soon flew out, impartially hitting Frisia's chest, making the body that was already deep in the dirt directly crashed into the center of the earth at this time. Beating the falling water dog has always been Wang Chen's style when facing strong enemies. It's just that although the dragon-shaped phantom hit Frisia's body impartially, this time, he did not feel the slightest weakening of the other party's breath. Rather, compared to the previous second form, Frisia's aura at this time began to increase significantly. It's getting stronger again, a purple aura that was even richer than before rushed forward, like an invisible storm, annihilating all the meteorites scattered around Wang Chen. Perhaps in response to Wang Chen's surprise, Frisia wrapped in purple chi quickly burst out of infinite energy, directly exploding the asteroid under his feet. Among the countless scattered rubble, a body that was even bullier than before, but already extremely ugly, gradually appeared. 4 thick bone spurs were borne on the back of the head that protruded backwards like an alien, and the stronger muscles were better like armor, enveloping the body firmly. Frisia, the third form. Stinky monkey, I want you to die without a place to be buried. The hideous body was almost fleeting in front of his eyes. After the aura doubled again, Frisia, who was originally far inferior to Wang Chen, was like a phantom flicker at this time. With a gap of more than 4 times the combat effectiveness, even Wang Chen did not react to Frisia's attack, and the whole person was hit in the lower abdomen with a punch, and his curved body was like a bow shrimp. But the pain in his lower abdomen did not make Wang Chen shake in the slightest, but the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his heart. He's excited. Because at this time, Frisia finally had the qualifications to compete with him. The hands that clutched Frisia quickly appeared countless icy freezing chi, and in the other party's surprised gaze, Wang Chen's brain door had already hit Frisia's forehead. Two skulls that were thousands of times harder than a stubborn stone splattered a tuft of blood almost at the same time. Immediately afterwards, when the ice that held Frisia shattered, the two who freed their hands hit each other almost at the same time. Bang! A collision that tore the earth apart exploded. Wang Chen and Frisia, who fought fist to fist, almost flew back, and their upside-down bodies shattered many innocent meteorites. But from the distance back, Wang Chen is obviously the more inferior side. A fourfold combat effectiveness gap. Kind of interesting. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, without waiting for Frisia to attack again, countless silver-white chains had appeared around Wang Chen's body. Nebula chain. Greeting Frisia's wind-like breath, Wang Chen's body swooped forward again. The entwined silver chains around him stretched out like an open sparrow screen. If you are a Saint Seiya who is familiar with Andromeda, you must know what kind of murderous intention is hidden in that beautiful chain. But Frisia, who couldn't understand the Saint Seiya's moves at all, didn't put these chains in his eyes at all, but just puffed up a more ferocious aura and slapped over like a wave, as if to crush Wang Chen's body directly. But in this way, these seemingly inconspicuous chains have already taught him to be a new man. In the case that Wang Chen completely ignored the consumption of the small universe to urge the nebula chains, the endless silver chains like stars almost scattered and collapsed under the power of Frisia that was enough to explode the stars. But in the next instant, chains that were several times more than before once again surrounded the reef like waves, locking Frisia firmly. What trick is this wild monkey playing? Countless purple chi flames surged wildly in midair, like a small sun that was releasing its own light and heat. As if sensing the danger posed by the nebula chains, Frisia had to shoot out countless flames of light from the pores around his body, turning into a fiery barrier that wrapped his body and shattered all the surrounding chains. But he finally stirred up all his strength to tear the chains that wrapped his body, but a cold light suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Thunderous waves. Countless chains that penetrated the space almost followed, and the cold light that was as fast as electric light left a trail of blood in just an instant. The strange thing was that the aura barrier wrapped around Frisia's body was actually penetrated by these elusive chains without hindrance. What? Suddenly baptized by 10,000 arrows piercing his heart, Rao Frisia couldn't help but howl miserably. But what made him more concerned was these strange chains that completely ignored his defenses. Is it? A terrible conjecture suddenly appeared in my mind. Next, the purple shield wrapped around the outside of the body began to shrink rapidly, until it just wrapped the skin under the surrounding body, like a lilac gauze dress. Almost at the moment when the aura barrier shrunk, another wave of nebula chains almost followed. Unfortunately, this time, the strange chain could no longer penetrate his defenses. Sure enough, this scion mastered something similar to spatial penetration. A touch of clarity rose in his heart, and Frisia, who saw through Wang Chen's moves, suddenly felt confident in his heart. On the side, seeing that his thunderous waves did not make meritorious achievements again, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little disappointed. As he guessed, Thunder Wave, also known as Nebula Lightning Wave, was originally a move to ignore, or penetrate, space to attack. In the case that the small universe is strong enough, this move can even cross the distance of countless light years and dimensions to directly smash the yellow dragon. However, although the thunder wave changes strangely, the only drawback is that it cannot directly penetrate the enemy's body to attack. But it's only now that I understand it, isn't it a little too late? Although the attack of the thundering wave did not work again, Wang Chen's disappointment only lasted for a moment. Just because around Frisia's body, there was already an extra transparent airflow like a nebula. Nebula airflow. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 086. Countless transparent air currents circulate around the body, and the faintly flowing lilac halo is like an eternal aurora floating above the North Pole. Because he had suffered a big loss of contempt for Wang Chen before, this time, Frisia did not touch these gorgeous auroras at will, but kept pouring out more chi to strengthen his body. But as time passed, sensing that these translucent purple currents began to increase, Frisia also had to make up his mind. Wang Chen, who did not give Frisia too much chance to think too much, also noticed that the nebula airflow had begun to increase, and soon danced the chain in his hand again. As the hovering began to change, more and more nebula currents gradually obscured Frisia's barrier. But in the deepest part of that purple barrier, an incomparably hideous figure had already begun the next round of changes at this time. Nebula storm. Countless aurora-like nebula airflows began to flow rapidly along with Wang Chen's mind. The originally calm aurora airflow began to rotate rapidly like a pushed roller at this time, and countless transparent airflows began to converge continuously, turning into a galloping wildland. Countless surging air currents turned into pieces of invisible blades, tearing apart everything visible in front of them. Although before this, Frisia had spent quite a bit of breath to strengthen the barrier. But in the face of the biggest mystery of Andromeda, the nebula storm, Rao's combat effectiveness gap has widened to more than 4 times, and the shield of the Nova impact is also shattered in an instant. This move can defeat the turtle sect Qigong head-on, but this does not mean that it can also defeat the nebula storm. Boom! Accompanied by a roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, the breath that had been transformed in the small universe was transmitted in the void. The high-speed airflow from the nebula storm finally exploded at this moment, turning into a purple scorching sun, shining in the boundless darkness. Nebula storm. Whoever sees who falls moves. Originally, this move should be able to predict the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, I came across a wall hanging. Taking a deep look at the center of the explosion that was filled with purple mist because it hit the nebula storm, Wang Chen was not the slightest bit happy. Although because of the fragmentation of the nebula storm, Frisia's aura was greatly disturbed. But after surviving that momentary extreme explosion, Frisia's aura clearly became stronger by nearly half more. A violent airflow swept forward, allowing the airflow that was still left in place to completely blow away, while also revealing the figure wrapped in purple smoke. That is, Frisia's final form. Good risk. If you hadn't just chosen to turn into your final form, the skin torn from the nebula storm was still faintly painful, and the scars on his body that had penetrated several inches of flesh were even more shocking. At this time, Frisia was extremely happy, if it were not for the last moment, decisively chose to enter the next stage, perhaps even if he did not die at this time. But it's a pity for the wild monkey, it seems that the last killing move. The surrounding nebulae had completely dissipated, revealing Wang Chen's figure and the chains on his hands that had gradually weathered after breaking every step of the day. Nebula storm. Failed. Witnessing the failure of Wang Chen's killing move, Frisia's scarred face was full of cruel smiles. But in the same way, his opponent did not mean to be discouraged in the slightest. Sorry, you're not the only one who is hanging up. Pegasus Holy Vestment. A shimmering silver constellation of Pegasus appeared in front of him, turning into large and small armor parts and dressed in his body. The blessing from the 13 stars of Pegasus made Wang Chen's small universe regain its activity even stronger than before. When Frisia's body once again ignited an even more violent arrogance, Wang Chen also raised his right arm at the same time. Pegasus Meteor Fist. With the sudden flash of brilliance of those 13 stars, Wang Chen's Tianma Meteor Fist also seemed to respond, radiating 10 times more brilliant brilliance. Even though countless light years away from the Milky Way, the shining stars of the 13 lessons had already sent their blessings towards Wang Chen. Countless meteor fists shining with azure blue brilliance were almost instantaneous, and Frisia, who was able to use 60 million combat power without scruples after the final form, couldn't help but be shocked at this time. Purple beams of light burst out from slender fingertips, colliding with the continuous meteors and dissipating into invisibility. With the lessons of the past, Frisia would no longer let any of Wang Chen's weird moves get close to him by half a point. But before he could even completely annihilate the meteor fist that came first, Wang Chen, who was flashing with red chi, had already arrived in front of Frisia. Realm King Fist. 10 times. The blood-red aura attached to the periphery of the body like a gauze robe, like a burning torch. The sudden blow to the iron fist in the lower abdomen transmitted a force that was enough to shatter the stars, making Frisia's body like a curved bow. Immediately afterwards, 5 slender fingers pressed on Frisia's face unsparingly. Zero-distance phoenix wings soar in the sky, often the taste of hellfire, Frisia. The red flame ignited from Wang Chen's palm, and then it completely covered Frisia's body like a burning fire. Rao is his body strength and vitality are outrageously high, and in front of the greatest mystery of the Phoenix constellation, he can only turn into a terrifying whale. It's just that Frisia is Frisia after all. The combat power of 120 million is almost more than 200 times that of Wang Chen at this time. The flames that licked around his body didn't even last for 2 breaths, and the purple flames from his body completely extinguished it. The howling purple aura burst like a wave rising into the sky, and the wanton impact was like an invisible big hand slapped on Wang Chen's body. Rao was always shrouded in the arrogance of the tenfold realm King Fist, and at this time, he couldn't help but hear the sound of Dao bone cracking. Obviously, Frisia's nearly 60 million combat power under anger is too strong. This monster. While secretly cursing Frisia's perversion in his heart, he felt that the bones around his body began to transmit an overwhelmed sound, and Wang Chen had to quickly swallow a fairy bean to recover from his injuries. Soon, these re-energized forces in his body once again turned into his fighting intent. It's not over yet. Lushan 100 Dragon BA. Realm King Fist. 20 times. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites. Recommendations. Chapter 089. Just a single person detector can detect millions of total combat power. So is it possible that there are more advanced detectors in the Frisia army with a larger detection range? In Wang Chen's view, the 2 different directions of portability and strategy are completely enough to have thousands of times the performance gap of the same item. Even he suspected that Frisia's positioning method was not just a test of combat effectiveness. This is troublesome. It seems that it is no longer advisable to run away directly. In his thoughts, Wang Chen's figure had already come to Frisia's face. It was only to the other party's surprise that this time Wang Chen did not take any offensive measures, but instead grabbed Frisia's arms, and the whole person flew quickly in anger. In the state of the 20-fold realm King Fist, Wang Chen's speed was almost instantaneous. By the time Frisia reacted, the 2 had already left the distance of tens of thousands of miles from Kazita. Do you want to keep these natives in this way? Caught off guard by Wang Chen's arrest, even Frisia didn't check for a while. But soon, as Frisia increased his strength to 50% again, the combat power of up to 60 million quickly stopped the momentum of retreat. Unfortunately, the more you want to protect the planet, the easier I can destroy it. The aura that lingered on his fingertips quickly turned into a large gas bomb with a black arc wrapped around it, and the rumbling thunder light was like a blazing flame, causing countless scorched blacks to appear around Wang Chen. Last time, because he didn't expect Wang Chen's ability, he gave this wild monkey a chance to play himself. But this time, he decided to change the target of his planet-destroying bomb. Perhaps Wang Chen did not expect that his kind actions would bring disaster to the Kazita starman. The purple air bomb flashing with black light was speeding at a speed nearly twice as fast as when the 2 of them came, and almost instantaneously approached the outer star field of Kazita star. How powerful was Frisia's all-out blow? Even Wang Chen himself did not dare to say that he could link this blow with the nebula lock when he cast the 20-fold realm King Fist. Because the distance was too short, Wang Chen, who had no time to use teleportation, had to wrap himself in a burst of red chi and chase after the air bomb in front of him. But even if Wang Chen behind him desperately accelerated, he couldn't catch up at all, but because his attention was attracted by the star destruction bomb, Frisia had an opportunity. Wild monkey, where do you look? Suddenly kicked Wang Chen's lower back, and the sudden power almost turned Wang Chen's body into a shooting star. When he adjusts his posture again, what came into view was the scene that Wang Chen didn't want to see. The planet-destroying bomb wrapped around the black thunder light only penetrated the thousands of kilometers thick formation of Kizita star in just a moment, and hit the red star core impartially. What happens if the source of life of a planet is destroyed by powerful energy from outside? Almost in less than 2 years, Kizita was on the verge of collapse. As far as the eye can see, there are constantly erupting magma, layers of cracked earth, and scattered people. Although Giles and others did not die in the initial earthquake and volcanic eruption because of their relatively good strength. But even if they were tens of thousands of miles apart, Wang Chen could still clearly see that the eyes of several people were already a dead ash. Because of Kizita star, it's over. Frisia. The red flame of light that was even more blazing than before rose again, and Wang Chen's figure swooped towards Frisia almost without hesitation. Driven by endless anger, Wang Chen didn't even find that he had quietly raised the Realm King fist to 30 times. At this time, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, he slaughtered this bastard in front of him. Although the star of Kizita did not collapse instantly. But he knew that the core of Kizita star was completely destroyed by the planetary destruction bomb, and the planet was even less than minutes away from destruction. He also knew that with Frisia's strength, even 10 Kizita stars would only collapse in an instant. The reason for this is simply to torture himself with the tragic death and despair of the Kizita starman. In fact, Frisia did exactly that. Hey, the wild monkey also wants to kill me? I don't know where the confidence comes from. The body flowed in the scarlet halo, and the iron fist like a comet suddenly struck out, bringing up a surging tide of energy. But even with the blessing of the 30-fold Realm King fist, the gap between Wang Chen and Frisia was still a world apart. Wang Chen's fist only stretched out in the air, and it was already firmly taken by Frisia. The slender 5 fingers seemed to be as stable as Mount Tai, and no matter how hard Wang Chen tried, he could not shake that figure by half a point. On the contrary, the strength of the iron hoop-like 5 fingers became stronger and stronger, making Wang Chen's fists a little deformed. Next, dragging Wang Chen's right fist, Frisia's right elbow was already printed on his face. The robust body flew out upside down in the blink of an eye, falling into the earth of Kizita like a meteor in the sky. In the next one, an orange-red gas bomb appeared in Frisia's hand, emitting an incomparably hot temperature. It's just that compared to the previous planet-destroying bomb, the orange-red gas bomb in Frisia's hand is now extremely huge, like a supernova that is expanding wildly. It's only been a few days, and this wild monkey is actually much stronger than before. Science, what a terrible race! However, I won't give you another chance this time. Without hesitation, he threw the supernova in his hand towards the Kizita star at his feet, and Frisia's eyes were almost unblinkingly fixed on the gradually sinking earth. At the same time, the probe installed in the ear also locked the entire Kizita star, paying attention to any change on the planet. If Wang Chen wanted to use teleportation like before, Frisia's speed of finding him again would only be faster, and he would never give Wang Chen a chance to breathe again. In the next instant, as Frisia's 5 fingers clenched violently, the supernova that had completely fallen into the land of Kizita star exploded instantly. There was an earth-shattering bang. In an instant, the boundless starry sky was shaken by the swarming violent energy, and countless fires burst into view, and only the incomparably brilliant fireworks were left in the eye. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 090. Frisia this bastard. On an uninhabited nameless planet, Wang Chen, who had received different degrees of burns from all over his body, suddenly appeared from an illusory ripple. At the last moment of the destruction of Kizita, he finally escaped using the ability to teleport, and did not get involved in the Big Bang. It's just that the scene when Giles and the others died was like an invisible blade, firmly engraved on Wang Chen's heart. He knew that if it weren't for his escape to the planet Kizita, the people on this planet would not have been targeted by Frisia and would have been destroyed. Therefore, in Wang Chen's heart, he has always felt that he owes incomparably to those innocent and tragic creatures on this planet. So he decided that he would not return to Earth until he killed Frisia and avenged the countless creatures on the planet Kazita. Not only because of hatred, but also because of Frisia's mysterious tracking methods, which has made Wang Chen dare not have the slightest luck. Although Wang Chen was able to move through teleportation and move across a large starry sky in one breath, but with his combat power at this time, let alone be unable to make teleportation across the galaxy without relying on spaceships. Even light-year-level movement is afraid that it is not enough. And as long as he didn't move out of a certain range in one breath, Wang Chen had to consider the possibility of being found by Frisia again. He did not dare to gamble with the comfort of the Earth and his loved ones. There is not much time left for me, although the wounds on his body were still faintly painful. Wang Chen, who only had 20 immortal beans, could only lie silently on this dead and silent 5 planets, silently using the small universe to treat his injuries little by little. When he and Gaku were sent to Earth, they were seen by Frisia and Kvira. Once Frisia remembers that he may be one of the Scion children sent to Earth back then, the final showdown between himself and Frisia will inevitably come. Wang Chen only hoped that before things entered the worst stage, he could use this limited number of 20-odd immortal beings to raise himself to the level of being able to compete with Frisia. If you can become a Super Scion, you should at least be able to compete with Frisia. After a while, Wang Chen, who noticed that his injuries had improved, stood up from the cold ground and began to think about how he would defeat Frisia, who was far more than 10 times stronger than himself. He didn't know that it would take a few days for Frisia to come after him this time. But before that, Wang Chen already had a vague plan in his heart. That's transforming into a Super Scion. Although the combat power of the super race is calculated as normal, and it cannot fully exert 50 times the combat power in the first form. But Wang Chen, who is familiar with the plot, has a way to quickly improve his strength. Super Scion Full Power. In the state of a Super Scion, he can't beat Frisia. Wang Chen doesn't know. But he was 100% sure that once he reached the realm of Super Scion Full Power, Frisia would never be his enemy. The so-called Super Scion Full Power is actually just the result of the body adapting to this change in the Super Scion. In other words, during the period of promotion to the full power of Super Scion, the body will gradually increase to 50 times the previous strength because it adapts to 50 times the combat power as the norm. Silently recalling the characteristics of the full power of the Super Scion, Wang Chen's heart gradually had the confidence to deal with Frisia. Although after transforming into a super competition, the process of advancing to full power takes nearly a year or two. But with Frisia, the best practicer, he believed that the process would be shortened to an extremely short time. Trying to let his mind temporarily abandon everything, Wang Chen began to focus on using the small universe to treat his injuries. Perhaps because he is closer to Pegasus than the Earth, Wang Chen's speed of healing injuries with the help of the 13 stars of Pegasus is also much faster. A few hours later, when the azure halo on his body gradually dissipated, the injuries on Wang Chen's body were almost invisible. He took out a piece of clothing from the carry-on space and put it on, and then adjusted the gravity ring that Boomer had prepared for him to 200 times the gravity. Then the cells in the body burst into a state of infinite vitality due to the new birth, and Wang Chen soon plunged into a new round of cultivation. Cultivating day after day, he knew that unless he ran out of the galaxy, the possibility of being found again by Frisia was quite high, so this time Wang Chen did not choose to go to a more distant planet. And this time, after less than 3 days, Frisia found Wang Chen again. As he expected, the Frisia army, which occupies most of the galaxy, is simply the most terrifying war machine in the world. In order to completely eradicate him, a scion who has brought a great threat to Frisia, countless super-large probes began to be built on countless planets under Frisia's rule, and one spaceship after another began to shuttle through the universe, trying to find his traces. It can be said that even if Wang Chen escapes to the ends of the Earth, as long as he does not go beyond a certain range of the galaxy, he will definitely be found by Frisia. What a haunted guy! Looking at Frisia, who appeared in front of him again, Wang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Wild monkey, it looks like you've become a lot stronger again. The data in my ears has climbed to a new level again. To be honest, looking at Wang Chen, who was eager to try in front of him, Frisia couldn't help but drop a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Although he was confident that Wang Chen could not escape his palm, the speed at which the other party became stronger was far beyond his estimate. Now, did he force Wang Chen into a corner first, or was he surpassed by Wang Chen first? This race against time depends on who can last until the last moment. P.S. Regarding the full power of the super race, I can only say that in the setting of the Daquan collection, Little Goten and Little Trunks are the level of normal and number 18 mutual corner. At that time, the two of them alone were far less than the many Gohan who had regressed. Including Dapla's perception, as well as Vegeta's cognition, the normality of several scions is stronger than that of Bic and Bu. It can be seen that the transition stage of full power has indeed increased the normality of scions by 50 times. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 091. Just as the so-called enemies were very red when they saw each other, at the moment of meeting, Wang Chen's body once again burst out with the red flame of the 30-fold Realm King Fist, and suddenly punched out towards Frisia. After another struggle between life and death, Wang Chen, who has completely adapted to his current strength, has gained a lot of improvement. Rao is that Frisia has already exerted nearly 50% of his strength, and at this moment, he can't help but feel a sour feeling in his palm. Obviously, Wang Chen's combat power is already more powerful than before. Damn, can't give this wild monkey another chance. Secretly surprised by Wang Chen's improvement speed, the movements in Frisia's hands were not slow at all. With both hands exerting force and clasping Wang Chen's arms at the same time, Frisia's body soon swelled again with more than one punch, completely transforming into a muscular man. The next moment, Frisia, who was facing Wang Chen, suddenly opened his mouth and protruded a golden beam of light, which hit his face. Although Wang Chen relied on the perception of the sixth sense to turn his head and avoid this sudden attack at the moment of the attack, the subsequent knee hit made his body involuntarily rise into the air. Is it the final form of full strength? It seemed that he sensed Frisia's increasingly strong killing intent towards him, and it was hard to do it in midair. With his current basic combat strength, it should be around 400,000 and 1 million. Under the increase of 30 times the Realm King Fist, Wang Chen was actually able to compete with Frisia by 50%, which was why he was confident to stay and wrestle with Frisia. But in the face of Frisia's full-strength final form, he doubled his combat power again, but Wang Chen had no power to fight back. And this double gap, the result is likely to be lightning deal. What? An afterimage wrapped in purple chi suddenly appeared in front of him, and Wang Chen almost subconsciously punched out. However, he did not expect that the figure in front of him was just a flicker, and his fist had been completely empty. Almost instantly, Wang Chen, who missed the blow, felt that he was attacked behind him. A click sounded. Under Frisia's unsparing heavy blow, Wang Chen even felt that his spine was almost broken by a blow, and the severe pain almost made Wang Chen almost back. Under the absolute combat power gap, neither his sixth sense nor his normal senses that had been polished to the limit were far from being able to keep up with Frisia's terrifying speed. Fortunately, despite the damage to his spine, he could hardly move his limbs. But the layers of silver-white nebula chains were key to protecting Wang Chen's back, giving him the opportunity to eat fairy beans to recover from his injuries. I don't believe you have broken spine, and you can teleport unscrupulously. Not paying attention to the silver chains that stood in front of him, Frisia's fists almost danced. His idea was simple. That's to hit, keep fighting. Abandon all time-consuming moves, focus all your energy on the most basic punches and feet, and never give Wang Chen the slightest chance to use teleportation. He believes that in his full final form, as long as he is careful, this wild monkey will definitely not be able to turn over any wind and waves. As Frisia thought, the nebula chain that wrapped Wang Chen completely broke almost in an instant, revealing Wang Chen, who was only half recovered from his injuries. No matter how good the effect of fairy beans is, it will take at least a moment. Frisia's fist, on the other hand, is far faster than the so-called instant. The iron fist wrapped in purple chi almost set off a terrifying tide of energy, and the infinite power that was as heavy as 1,000 instantly poured into Wang Chen's back again. The sturdy figure fell to the ground like a shooting star. Under one blow, Wang Chen was even directly bombarded into the core of this nameless planet, and he had just healed less than half of his spine, and even his internal organs seemed to rupture in an instant. Rao is how strong the Scion vitality is. Just hit Frisia's all-out blow, Wang Chen only felt that his eyes were black, and the whole person almost fainted. No, I can't just die here. At the moment of life and death, forcibly holding back the severe pain transmitted to all parts of his body, Wang Chen's brain cells were rotating wildly at an almost unprecedented speed, thinking about any possibility that might bring him a glimmer of life. Finally, at the moment when Frisia's next punch was about to hit, Wang Chen, who had a flash of light in his mind, suddenly rose a burst of rich cyan light. Lushan dragon flying. Wrapped in the dragon shadow flowing in the blue light, Wang Chen, who could not move, almost crashed into a mountain peak in the distance. Even Frisia could not have imagined that in this electric flint, Wang Chen, who could not move, could think of a way to use aggressive moves to drive his body to move, and let his most deadly blow completely fail. The nameless planet, which could not withstand Frisia's all-out blow, soon exploded with the vigor of its wanton fist, bringing countless flames that soared into the sky. The energy tide from the shattering of the planet turned into an unparalleled impact and swept over, making the two people at the center of the explosion stunned. And it was this short moment that gave him an incomparably valuable glimmer of life. In Frisia's stunned expression, Wang Chen's figure disappeared again. "Wu, it's so dangerous, this time I really almost died." A figure whose body was almost as shattered as defeat appeared from the void again. Rao is how tough Wang Chen's heart is, and at this time, he can't help but feel a pain in his heart, as if an invisible heavy hammer is hitting his heart. But despite knowing that the duel with Frisia was extremely dangerous, Wang Chen had no choice. Dying is already his last hope of defeating Frisia. The injuries on his body were restored with the help of Sendu. Soon, Wang Chen once again entered the practice of Super Saiyan, trying to make himself truly transformed. It's just that Frisia's pursuit continues. In an endless cycle of reincarnation, whenever Wang Chen made some slight progress, Frisia who followed him could always chase his hind feet to the door and attack involuntarily. What only made Wang Chen puzzled was that at first he was still riding on the shuttle-like spaceship, as if he was not ready to give him the slightest respite. But when I got to the back, I don't know if Frisia was really haggard or some other reason. When Wang Chen saw Frisia again, what came into view was an incomparably huge spaceship. P.S. Solemnly remind. The next chapter Wang Chen officially transformed into a super race, a series of high-energy plots are coming, please prepare your own tissue _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 092. Located in a living planet under Frisia's rule, 2 figures wrapped in red and purple chi constantly collided, and the transparent shock wave was like an invisible blade, cutting the earth under the feet of the 2 out of the bottomless rift. Obviously, Frisia and Wang Chen, who met again, soon began a new round of confrontation. Phew, phew. Wild monkey, it seems that you have reached the limit. Looking at Wang Chen, who was like Xiaoqiang in front of him, Frisia couldn't help but feel a trace of exhaustion in his heart while he was extremely angry. This is already how many times he has found Wang Chen, nor does he know to fight with the other party. Rao is how Frisia dislikes the Science, and at this time he can't help but feel a black in front of his eyes. He was so tired that when he saw Wang Chen again, his whole body had already begun to feel nauseated. But what made Frisia happy was that this time when he met Wang Chen again, it was as if he had finally reached a limit, and his combat effectiveness had not grown as rapidly as before. This made Frisia, who had pursued countless times but never completely killed the other party, see a glimmer of light. Finally able to kill this annoying fly yourself? Immersed in the fantasy of about to kill Wang Chen, Frisia at this time did not even realize that Wang Chen's combat power had quietly surpassed him. Now he is only using a tenfold Realm King Fist. Wild monkey, it seems that the battle between you and me is finally about to come to an end. A hideous smile appeared on his face, and Frisia only felt that his strength seemed to have increased a few points for no reason. Yes, if nothing else, this is really your and my last combat strength. Looking at the relieved Frisia in front of him, Wang Chen's mood, which had also been suppressed for months, suddenly became relieved. Although his short-term potential has been fully developed, his combat power has grown more and more slowly, and the whole person seems to have entered a bottleneck. But now, he has finally gained the power to surpass Frisia. It's time to end this tiresome battle, Frisia. The golden electric light of the Dao Dao burst out from Wang Chen's body, like countless golden electric snakes wrapped around his body. After countless attempts, finally, Wang Chen found the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan in a balance between anger and calm. Because of this time Wang Chen did not choose to fight with Frisia on an uninhabited planet again, but specially chose the planet where Frisia's army was stationed. Because from today onwards, he will completely erase the planet where Frisia's army is stationed from the universe, and together with Frisia, he will sacrifice those innocent souls on the planet Kazita. Ha! As Wang Chen drank, countless raging golden flames suddenly appeared, lighting up the heavenly dome like a torch. Blonde hair rising into the sky, cold turquoise eyes like ice. At this moment, Wang Chen finally transformed into the legendary posture that Frisia has feared all his life, Super Saiyan. What? Suddenly glimpsed Wang Chen's change, the fear that came from the ancestral bloodline. At this moment, Frisia, who was suddenly blessed with his heart, finally understood why this wild monkey would rather risk his life to challenge himself repeatedly than choose to escape. It turns out that everything is in his calculations. It's over. Frisia. Wrapped in golden aura, Wang Chen's figure was almost flashing like electric light. Without even giving Frisia the slightest time to react, the 5 fingers of Wang Chen's left hand had already pressed on Frisia's face. In the state of the Super Saiyan, not only Wang Chen's breath, but even his small universe has received the same degree of blessing. Coupled with the interaction of the small universe and the breath, it can burst out a power that is far more than usual. How strong Wang Chen is at this moment, even his own is immeasurable. This punch is for Father Bardock. The figure full of determination suddenly appeared in his mind, countless anger turned into a golden electric arc wrapped around his right arm, and Wang Chen's punch full of anger almost completely penetrated Frisia's body. He can never forget that his life, who was born with a life hanging by a thread, relied on Bardock to get rid of the crowd and let himself recuperate in the sanatorium for nearly 7 years before he could recover a small life. For this reason, Bardock even did not hesitate to bear the stigma of using power for personal gain, and was spurned by countless scions who were jealous of him. As if the power of the planet's explosion was transmitted from the lower abdomen to the internal organs, Frisia even felt that his bile was blasted out by Wang Chen's blow, and the whole person almost fell to his knees. However, in the next instant, Wang Chen's figure had already approached him again like a death announcement. This punch is for Mother Jimena. The fist that burst out like thunder hit his cheek, and Frisia even felt as if his skull was shattered, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably, smashing a mountain peak along the way. Because of his weak and sick body since childhood, Wang Chen had never even seen his parents, and his young body had been left in front of the orphanage. If it weren't for the inheritance in his body that had always held a glimmer of life for him, Wang Chen wouldn't even be able to take a look at this world. But compared to his previous life, he felt that he was extremely happy in this life. Although he and Bardock and his wife always looked at each other across the sanatorium, the concern from Gnei became one of the only warmth in the young Wang Chen's heart. But all of this turned into flying ash at the moment when Frisia destroyed Vegeta Star. This blow is for Kazita Star, and all the creatures who were brutally killed by you. The body that jumped high suddenly fell towards the ground, and the clenched fists smashed down like a heavy hammer, and together with Frisia's whole person, he fell into the center of the earth. Countless golden auras gushed out from Wang Chen's fists, transforming into a golden sword blade that slashed into the center of the earth, and the roaring flame of light almost instantly detonated the entire center of the earth. In an instant, countless flames that soared into the sky surged out from the cracked cracks in the ground, and almost the entire planet exploded in Wang Chen's angry blow, like blooming fireworks, radiating endless light towards the boundless starry sky. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 093. Because of Wang Chen's energy catalysis, the collapse and explosion of the planet did not last long, and the universe in which the two lived returned to calm. But the sight in front of him gradually became clearer, but Wang Chen suddenly found that Frisia, who had repeatedly suffered heavy injuries from himself and then fell into the explosion of the planet, had only received far from fatal injuries at this time. On the contrary, the blood dripping from his body and the scars all over his body made Frisia, who was filled with anger, look even more hideous. At this time, he could understand why he couldn't even beat two Super Blue Brolys so easily for an hour, not even a golden skin. And Kvira was sent to the sun by Wukong's Qigong, and only half of his head was left, and he was able to survive until he was transformed by a mechanical planet. It is enough to see that unless it is to cut his brain in two, or completely destroy it with destructive energy, it is almost difficult to kill a small strong like Frisia by conventional methods. It's really tenacious enough vitality. It seems that relying on fists and feet alone will not bring him enough fatal damage. Looking down at Frisia, who was covered in scales because of the explosion of the planet, Wang Chen couldn't help but have a little headache. However, soon Wang Chen's palm condensed countless red flames of light, and the rising high temperature almost distorted the void. His idea is very simple. Since it is difficult to kill each other with fist and foot kung fu and ordinary mysteries, he might as well try to burn it directly to ashes with Phoenix Wing Tianxiang. It's over, Frisia. The divine bird surrounded by red flames of light quickly condensed from between Wang Chen's palms. As the distance between the immortal bird and Frisia became closer, the fire around it became more and more brilliant, threatening to completely engulf Frisia. But what Wang Chen never expected was that at the moment when he was about to be engulfed by the phoenix-winged Tianxiang, Frisia's body suddenly rose with a hint of golden light. Not good. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared, and Wang Chen almost didn't think about it, and then blasted another Tianma meteor fist towards Frisia's location. The azure meteor light shower fell one after another, followed by the footsteps of the immortal bird. However, what was greeted was a purple aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than before. Don't. So carried away, wild monkey. Countless purple flames of light rose up from Frisia's body, surging like a tsunami, completely drowning the phoenix-winged Tianxiang and the Tianma meteor fist in the blink of an eye. But in the next instant, these purple auras burst apart, leaving Frisia wrapped in golden brilliance all around. This is Golden Frisia. Suddenly seeing the amazing changes that occurred in Frisia, Wang Chen couldn't even believe his eyes. Isn't the Golden Frisia a form that will only appear more than 20 years later? Countless doubts echoed in Wang Chen's heart, and Frisia's sudden change almost made Wang Chen wonder if he was hallucinating. But not long after, Wang Chen's brain suddenly opened up. Frisia's body already contains potential abilities. Why can't he cultivate the Golden Frisia's anti-heavenly form in advance, but have to wait for the Dragon Ball Super period step by step like an NPC whose behavior is prescribed? This is trouble. Staring at Frisia wrapped in golden brilliance, Wang Chen only felt a sea of pressure rushing in. Although Frisia's body at this time only appeared a faint gold, it was far from the demeanor and oppression of the later golden Frisia. But that breath that has become more than 10 times stronger, but it can't be fake at all. Not to mention the 100-fold increase of golden Frisia, just now this semi-complete body has once again surpassed him. As if satisfied with Wang Chen's extremely shocked expression, the golden Frisia who changed into a semi-complete body did not rush to attack, but stood in place with great interest and observed Wang Chen's reaction. 3 days, King Ben only practiced for 3 days to cultivate this change. Originally, I thought that with my strength, I should not be able to use this form, but I didn't expect that because King Ben's carelessness gave you an opportunity, I almost planted it in the hands of you, a wild monkey. But it doesn't look like it's too late. The body wrapped in golden glow flashed away. Even in the state of a super scion, he only felt a flash in front of him, and there were already more than a dozen piercing pains in his chest. But before he could raise his strength to fight back, Wang Chen's body was already wrapped in a pale golden transparent film, falling uncontrollably towards an unknown planet next to him. Like a comet in the sky, Wang Chen also quickly enjoyed the treatment of Frisia before, and the whole person was directly smashed into the star core. Because of the influence of Frisia's superpower, Wang Chen couldn't even teleport, and the whole person was completely submerged in the afterglow of the star explosion. I already knew that you were able to move in space, wouldn't King Ben think of a way to restrain you? Staring at Wang Chen, who was completely submerged by the firelight, Frisia's expression did not become relaxed. He knew that this scion would not die so easily. Damn, I already knew that I should have found an opportunity to use the nebula storm to seriously injure him, and I was thinking of a way to completely break it. At the very least, I only need to face a badly injured golden Frisia. Then under the cover of the planet's explosion, Wang Chen, who took the opportunity to swallow the next fairy bean to recover from his injuries, was hiding behind a small meteorite, quietly observing Frisia's movements. He didn't expect that his desire to quickly end the battle and use the phoenix wing Tianxiang gave Frisia the opportunity to struggle. But if you think about it, this is actually an unsolvable problem. It is precisely because it is difficult to completely kill the other party even with his fists and feet alone, he will choose Phoenix Yi Tianxiang who can leave no consequences. But once it took time to gather qi, it gave Frisia the opportunity to transform again. Similarly, if Wang Chen did not use the means of near-death recovery, he would not be able to defeat the original Frisia, so how could he kill the other party? But once the other party was stimulated by its rapid growth, it promoted the birth of golden Frisia. Perhaps fate is like this, he will always quietly choose to oppose you without you knowing. P.S. About Frisia, I can only say that Frisia can be rubbed, knocked down. But want to kill him Either like Trunks, use more than a few times more than 10 times the strength. Use a sharp weapon to directly behead, and it cannot be a horizontal slash, you must cut the left and right brains vertically. Or it is the all-out blue-haired all-out turtle school Qigong, and the ordinary form with almost no physical strength is hit head-on, and it is directly crushed strongly. Otherwise, the end will be like a child who has died a father, beaten alive for an hour without shedding paint. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 094. No, Frisia must not be allowed to leave alive. The overwhelming breath almost overwhelmed Wang Chen. Knowing the terrifying thing about golden Frisia, Wang Chen only felt that his nerves had been tightened to the limit. Perhaps because the golden form is not complete, although Frisia, who is wearing a golden energy cloak at this time, is already extremely terrifying, this improvement is gradually increasing like a charge. But precisely because he sensed the possibility of Frisia's progress again, Wang Chen was even less able to let him leave alive. In this era, except for the god of destruction, even if you search the entire universe, you can't find an existence that can match the golden Frisia. The golden aura rose up around him again, and Wang Chen, who knew that he could not be promoted again, did not choose to run away again, but chose to face it bravely. No matter what his final outcome is, at least, he can't let Frisia survive. Nebula Chain. Layers of silver-white chains continued to emerge from all around his body, enveloping Wang Chen's body at the same time, and the whole was like a drill with a sharp aura that kept swirling. Not only the nebula chain, but at the moment when Wang Chen launched his dash, a cyan giant dragon shadow also condensed and formed around Wang Chen. Lushan Dragonfly. Wrapped in the two mysteries of Andromeda and Draco, Wang Chen's small universe burned almost to the extreme, moving towards where Frisia was. Correspondingly, the golden flame of light that suddenly erupted like a volcano on Frisia's body, condensed into a shield, collided with the oncoming Lushan Dragon Fixiang. But to Wang Chen's surprise, the moment he touched the golden flame, the cyan dragon shadow shattered, and even Wang Chen himself flew out upside down at a faster speed than when he came. If it weren't for the nebula chains protecting his body, I'm afraid this collision would have been enough to establish Frisia's victory. On the contrary, Frisia, who was like a child, took advantage of the situation and pushed forward with one palm, and the overwhelming flame-cracking wave almost drowned Wang Chen in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Wang Chen, who was in a hurry, hurriedly raised his hand and punched out an ice coffin in front of him, temporarily blocking the wave of flames surging in front of him. Just sensing the strangeness in that golden brilliance, Wang Chen said badly in his heart. This is breath of God. He didn't expect that instead of being physically exhausted by the use of the golden form, Frisia's power was gradually mastering this great power known as the God of Evil over time. There was no time to think about the changes in Frisia's body, the figure wrapped in golden aura had already approached him again, and the red light condensed on his fingertips was like a rain curtain. Helplessly, Wang Chen had to raise his right arm to shoot out countless Meteor 1, facing the flying death ray. But obviously in the face of Lisa who has mastered the divine qi, even the Pegasus Meteor Fist is still unable to resist. As the Tianma Meteor Fist continued to collapse under the impact of the death ray, Wang Chen's body suddenly appeared blood-colored scars that were visible in the Dao Dao. Wild Monkey's move failed. Sensing that Wang Chen's mysterious meaning that made him extremely jealous was actually no match for the death light he casually shot. And did not know that he had stepped into the realm of gods with half a foot, Frisia, who was tainted with a trace of God's breath, was a little stunned. However, the hatred and killing intent towards the scions made Frisia quickly put this doubt behind him, and instead raised his hand again to shoot out countless scarlet rays of light, pointing directly at Wang Chen's body. Oh, wild monkey! The humiliation you tasted on you before, this time King Ben will get it back. It's like a cat catching a rat, obviously he has overwhelming absolute strength, but at this time, Frisia has no idea of directly killing the other party. Instead, it was Wang Chen's embarrassed figure that made Frisia's twisted heart extremely satisfied. Fortunately, Wang Chen is still in the state of a super scion, and he is far stronger than the Realm King Fist that cannot increase the amplitude of the small universe with the same strength. Therefore, in the face of Golden Frisia's teasing, although the injuries on his body became more and more serious, Wang Chen still tenaciously persevered. Abominable! Caught off guard, another small beam of light penetrated his calf, and the sudden pain made Wang Chen couldn't help but curse secretly. Under the influence of the Super Scion, the incomparably angry anger in his heart almost consumed Wang Chen's sanity. But soon, the state of mind he had gained from years of practice made him finally suppress this evil fire in his heart and start instead. If nothing else, facing Frisia with his current strength, there is not even a slight chance of victory. Especially when the near-death resurrection is temporarily ineffective due to overexploitation of potential, except for comprehending the so-called ultimate small universe, the seventh sense, Wang Chen can no longer think of any other way to defeat Frisia. Damn, if I can comprehend the seventh sense, how can an incomplete Frisia make me so embarrassed? The overwhelming death light almost covered Wang Chen's field of vision, and the increasingly dense attacks had already overwhelmed him. He knew that soon, Frisia, who had begun to get tired of his heart, would not hesitate to kill himself after he was tired of playing. Before that, his only way to survive was to comprehend the seventh sense, which could burst out the speed of light, so that he could defeat Frisia. Can comprehend the seventh sense, what is so easy? You can't see that there are 88 Saint Seiya who can pass the Saint Seiya trial and obtain the constellation inheritance. However, only a very small number of the 88 Saint Seiya of the past were able to comprehend the seventh ethereal feeling by chance. The so-called seventh sense, that is, human beings in addition to hearing, vision, olfaction, touch, taste. In addition to the six senses of the mind, the human perception of time is the perception of time. To be honest, comprehending the vague concept of what time is felt has always been Wang Chen's most painstaking thing. If he were in a place like the Spirit Time House, perhaps the difference in the speed of time could make him comprehend this ethereal concept faster. But now at this critical juncture, Wang Chen can think of only one way to quickly comprehend the seventh sense. That is what Ruiwei did when facing Sagia, the six senses of closing the self. He believed that in the face of an extremely desperate situation, his scion bloodline would not let him down. Live to die. This is both the fastest path to hell and the only gateway to heaven. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 095. The original burning aura suddenly dissipated, and even the golden hair ends turned back into inky blue silk and fell again. After deciding to close his six senses, Wang Chen's small universe and aura almost fell to the bottom, leaving only to stay. Even if Frisia did not know the skill of feeling the breath, he could vaguely sense the power that had plummeted in Wang Chen's body at this time. Not to mention the super scion, Wang Chen, who stopped running in the small universe, even weakened his breath at this time to the point that it was less than the previous by. Oh? Looks like you've given up on your fearless struggle? Looking at Wang Chen, who suddenly stopped fleeing in front of him, Frisia, who was surprised, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What the hell is this wild monkey doing? In Frisia's limited understanding of Wang Chen, almost every time this wild monkey made an accident, he would eat a loss. Therefore, when he suddenly saw Wang Chen's resignation to his fate, Frisia, who was jealous, stopped. Obviously, what Wang Chen wants is his paranoia, so as to buy himself valuable time. At this time, Wang Chen, who was located in Wang Chen's inner space and closed the five senses and even the sixth sense, was anxiously looking for the so-called seventh sense. The so-called seventh sense, that is, the person's own sense of time. But this feeling is even more ethereal than the sixth sense of the mind, and it is already difficult to recognize his existence personally, so how can we talk about grasping the feeling of bursting the seventh sense? Because of the closure of the five senses, Wang Chen, who was immersed in the deepest part of the sea of knowledge, did not even know how long had passed in the outside world. In other words, even if Frisia slowly dismembered him, Wang Chen would not react in the slightest. The uneasiness to the outside world was like a spark in Wang Chen's heart, and he was like an ant on a hot pot. But he knew that the more anxious he was, the lower the possibility of comprehending the seventh sense. Calm down, since any human being in the mythical era has a seventh sense, it means that the seventh sense itself is a potential ability in the body, and it is impossible for me to comprehend it. He tried hard to calm his mind, but the more compulsive the psychological hint, the more Wang Chen felt as if he was living like a year. Perhaps because of the closure of the six senses, he even felt that during the time he was here, several years had passed outside. In less than 10 seconds, in his perception, it seemed that he had already walked through the vicissitudes of the sea. Wait, the vicissitudes of the sea? By the way, it's this difference in cognition in time. Suddenly capturing the most critical place to comprehend the seventh sense, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In the Super Scion state, Wang Chen's small cosmic strength is already in the category of normal seventh sense, and it can be said that he has comprehended and adapted to the seventh strength in advance. What I lack now is just an opportunity to break out. The golden aura soon reappeared from all around, and a steady stream of powerful aura was injected into it, making Wang Chen's small universe begin to spin rapidly. The difference in perception of time is constantly clear, coupled with the extremely active small universe in the Super Saiyan state. Following this power acting on his own small universe and perception at the same time, Wang Chen seemed to see an incomparably small heartstring, connecting the time consciousness hidden in himself with his own small universe. The sudden feeling made Wang Chen feel as if as long as he gently plucked this thin string, he might be able to obtain unparalleled power. Turning the perspective back to the outside world, as the aura on Wang Chen's body rose again, Frisia, who was hesitating, also moved in his heart. Hey! Becoming a Super Saiyan again. In fact, it has only been less than a minute since Wang Chen fell silent until now, and it is only because of the abandonment of the perception of the outside world that Wang Chen's thinking speed has broken through the limits of conventional feelings, which will make his thinking turn sharply like lightning. But just a minute had already made Frisia impatient. After carefully retreating for a distance, ready for Wang Chen's counterattack, Frisia's fingertips quickly condensed a red light mass. In the next instant, this red light cluster condensed into a thin ray of light that penetrated the void and shot towards Wang Chen. Unexpectedly, this light penetrated Wang Chen's left arm in the blink of an eye, but Wang Chen, who was suddenly hit hard, did not react at all. Seeing this situation, Frisia almost couldn't help but slap his head. Good opportunity. While secretly cursing his previous hesitation, after noticing that Wang Chen seemed to have fallen into some strange state, Frisia raised his arms almost without hesitation. First, golden and purple electric arcs emerged from the center of the palms, and then, at the intersection of the arcs, a slightly golden orange-red light cluster suddenly rose. With the infusion of countless breaths, the light mass in Frisia's hand became more and more powerful. The expanding photophore expanded to 10 times its previous size almost instantly, like a supernova raised high, emitting endless scorching sun. It seems that because of absorbing a trace of the breath of God, compared to the planet destruction bomb that once destroyed Kazita, the central god of this supernova also rose a golden flame the thickness of an index finger. Die, stinky monkey! A cold light appeared in his narrow pupils, and Frisia, who sensed the condensation of the supernova, almost did not hesitate to throw the ball of light in his hand. He had already poured energy enough to kill Wang Chen more than a dozen times in this move, and the burning aura that rushed to his face was like that eternally burning fireball, and even the surrounding void was constantly trembling. If Wang Chen still wanted to use teleportation to escape like before, then he believed that this supernova that exploded in an instant would definitely make this stinky monkey experience what is called true despair. With a roaring shock wave and high temperature, the sun-burning supernova came to Wang Chen almost in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that it only took a short moment to tear his small body. But at the moment when the supernova was about to completely engulf Wang Chen, Frisia seemed to faintly hear a cry that resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Pegasus! Comet Fist! In the next moment, the incomparably brilliant blue light has completely turned into the only one in heaven and earth. P.S. Ahem, in this book, for the effect. The void can use energy and the small universe as a carrier to transmit sound, don't compare the real universe as a vacuum. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 096. What? A rushing blue light came in the blink of an eye. In the face of this huge force, Frisia even felt that he was as fragile as a mortal facing the great flood. But at the moment of crisis, the restless divine breath in his body suddenly made endless anger rise in his heart. He is not some lowly weakling, but the Universe Emperor Frisia. The arms of the Dao Dao Kingji pushed forward, firmly containing the oncoming blue light. The unwillingness from dignity made Frisia's strength seem to increase for no reason. In Wang Chen's slightly surprised gaze, the Pegasus Comet Fist he had punched earlier was actually crushed into pieces by Frisia. Ha! Ha! It seemed that the power of the Pegasus Comet Fist was too strong, and Frisia even felt that his arms after colliding with it no longer belonged to him. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Chen was full of even more manic killing intent. Obviously, Wang Chen's improvement has far exceeded common sense, making Frisia's already incomparably disgusted scion mentality even more violent. "Ha, I really have to thank you, Frisia. If you hadn't put such a lot of pressure on me, maybe it would have been a few years before I reached this level." He didn't put the killing intent in Frisia's eyes at all, but Wang Chen's gaze contained a strong sense of provocation. Like a golden thunder light flashing away, Wang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and the iron fist that suddenly struck out was as unstoppable as a dragon out of the abyss. Seeing this, Frisia, who was startled by this sudden attack, also hurriedly punched out. The two roaring fists completed the collision in only a thousandth of a second, and the scattered impact was like an invisible blade, shattering all the planetary remains within a radius of 100 miles. Feeling a stronger force than before, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little secretly frightened. But then his mind calmed down again. Even if Frisia's divine aura was strengthened again, it was still too far from him now. Especially, that comes from the true power of the seventh sense. Fist of light speed. I said, have you ever tried to be punched in the face at the speed of light? The sudden arc of the corner of his mouth made Frisia secretly scream in his heart, and before he could even make the slightest reaction, the whole person flew out upside down like a kite with a broken line. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Like a meteor shower, a dense iron fist suddenly bloomed. In the case of the outbreak of the seventh sense, this form of mysteries from Pegasus is already a true fist of the speed of light, and the power contained in almost every punch is enough to tear the earth and destroy the stars. In just the blink of an eye, countless distorted and deformed fist marks appeared on Frisia's body, and the blood that was vomited wildly almost dyed Wang Chen's Pegasus holy robe scarlet. It's just that none of the two people present. After absorbing Frisia's blood, the Pegasus holy robe on Wang Chen's body faintly began to flow with a halo that he had never had. In a sense, the semi-complete Frisia can already be regarded as the weakest demigod. On the side, after enduring dozens of consecutive strikes from the Pegasus Meteor Fist, Frisia felt that his whole body was no longer his own. But although the physical pain was painful, Frisia's heart was more anger and killing intent towards Wang Chen. The increasingly violent emotions even made him lose his mind. Without paying attention to Frisia, who had faintly shown signs of violent escape, in the distance, feeling the seventh sense of increasing instability in his body, Wang Chen also began to feel that time began to be pressed. The effect of the seventh sense cannot be used for a long time, and it seems that it must be solved quickly. After slightly estimating the time that he could still use his seventh sense, the movement of Wang Chen's hand was not half a minute slower. Not ready to give Frisia the slightest time to fight back, the next moment, countless silver-white chains turned into a life-threatening sharp knife and penetrated the void. Thunder wave. Countless silver chains continued to move through the void, and then attacked Frisia's key points at strange and tricky angles. Having learned the previous lesson, Wang Chen no longer had the luxury of gathering enough power to kill Frisia at once, but instead planned to weaken Frisia to the extreme before seeking anything else. Therefore, according to Wang Chen's plan, even if this move could not bring heavy damage to Frisia, the enveloping nebula airflow would bury endless killing opportunities. When the right moment comes, these nebular currents lurking around Frisia will suddenly change, turning into terrifying nebula storms and completely engulfing them. It can be said that in his opinion, this plan is already foolproof. But this time, he miscalculated. The golden aura that was constantly burning on his body burst out at a more violent speed than before. In Wang Chen's surprised gaze, in the face of the thunderous wave of perseverance, Frisia, whose heart had been completely consumed by anger, did not even look at these chains that passed by him, and the whole person had already rushed towards Wang Chen without hesitation. Unparalleled potential, in exchange for more violent power. Completely igniting all the latent energy in his body, Frisia's body even began to burn like a golden torch. "Damn, are you crazy?" Suddenly sensing that Frisia began to burn life, the majestic energy transmitted from the void made Wang Chen also feel shocked. From his teleportation, near-death resurrection, to the unfathomable potential of golden Frisia, to his seventh sense and life burning now. The duel between the two has gone on so far, and it can be said that both he and Frisia have given each other too many surprises. Crazy, yes, I'm really crazy. But it's no one else driving me crazy, it's you, you disgusting wild monkey. The hideous face of gritting teeth fell with red blood, making Frisia like a demon in hell. He only had a grudge against Wang Chen left in his heart, and he had already abandoned all reason. What cosmic emperor, what Frisia army? He now has only one purpose. That is Wang Chen must die. Completely unable to understand where Frisia's monstrous resentment came from, Wang Chen, who knew that he had reached the last moment, did not flinch at all. Countless nebula-like auras circulated in the palm, accompanied by Wang Chen's clenched 5 fingers, turning into countless earth-destroying impacts. At the last moment, Wang Chen still chose his initial and most familiar move. Pegasus Meteor Fist. At the same time, the flying Frisia finally lit up the last glimmer of light in his life. Supernova Strike. Wrapped in the golden-orange divine spirit, it collided with the azure meteor shower falling from the sky. In an instant, in the entire starry sky, all existing things were completely shattered by the force that tore the heavens and the earth, and only the golden-orange and azure light turned into eternal light. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 097. Anyway, where have I been? A little dazedly got up from the bed, looking at the extremely unfamiliar environment around him. Wang Chen was a little stunned. This was somewhat similar to an ancient Chinese-style room, which made him wonder if he had crossed into some strange world again. Shaking his somewhat chaotic brain, Wang Chen's mind suddenly emerged from the previous memory. It was at the last minute of the confrontation with Golden Frisia. Sensing that the power that bloomed from the all-out fight between the two was far beyond his control, Wang Chen, who had a bad heart, immediately made a decision and prepared to escape with teleportation. However, at the moment when he was about to move, Frisia, who had already been prepared, rushed up against the broken Pegasus meteor fist and grabbed Wang Chen's arms. Frisia, who had completely lost his mind, didn't even say a word of nonsense, and the supernova blow wrapped around his body exploded. In less than an instant, Wang Chen was completely overwhelmed by the impact of Frisia's self-explosion. Even the incomparably strong Pegasus holy robe on his body was almost completely torn apart by the shock wave. Wrapped in endless waves of fire and chi, due to the aftermath of the collision between the Pegasus meteor fist and the supernova strike, coupled with the impact of Frisia's self-explosion. In this way, Wang Chen, who had eaten Frisia and blew himself up with all his strength, was directly sucked into the spatial rift that led to nowhere. At the last moment, he only had time to transfer the life after the broken Pegasus holy robe to the Sagittarius golden holy robe, and the whole person lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was already in this unknown place. Hey? I'm wearing the golden holy robe of Sagittarius. Suddenly, feeling that his limbs were a little rising, Wang Chen, who stood up and sat upright, suddenly found that he was wearing a Sagittarius holy robe. It's just that he still remembers that after he cast the holy robe, he would spend a lot of time carefully wiping it almost every day, so that the two holy robes would never be stained with a trace of dust. But at this time, the Sagittarius golden holy clothes on Wang Chen's body were full of shocking cracks. So it is. In the spatial rift, is it this golden holy robe that protects me? Silently stroking the Sagittarius holy robe covered with scars on his body, Wang Chen knew it in his heart. The shooter holy robe fused with Kazan steel is even harder than the original shooter holy robe. If it weren't for the terrifying spatial turbulence in the spatial rift, what else could have damaged the incomparably strong Sagittarius holy robe so badly? A little distressed took back the golden holy robe, placed it with the almost completely shattered Pegasus holy robe, looked at the last 4 immortal beings left. Wang Chen decided to make plans later on the surrounding environment. After walking out of the room quickly, he reflected a small courtyard that seemed a little simple and elegant. Trying to rise into the sky, the sight that came into view made Wang Chen frown a little. Empty, incomparably empty. Except for the small courtyard where he is, almost all that remains in the whole world is endless grassland and a few hills. It was obviously still daylight, but above Wang Chen's head, many asteroids could be seen hanging high with the naked eye. This is by no means a normal planet of life. As if in response to Wang Chen's doubts, just as he began to try to further observe around this strange planet, 2 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the small courtyard where he was before. This is the realm king god of the 10th universe, Gervas and Zamas. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Wang Chen only felt a mouthful of stuffy blood rushing up his throat. He thought that his journey into a world that might be special was already unexpected. But he didn't expect that he had come directly to the 10th universe, and he was still the realm king god realm of the 10th universe. If you think about it, the realm king god realm was originally set up in a space independent of the universe where it was located, and I was afraid that when I was wandering in the spatial rift, I happened to bump into the realm king god realm of the 10th universe. Looks like you're recovering well. Not to mention Wang Chen, who had mixed tastes in his heart, he looked very happy to see Gervas, who had woken up from the coma. You saved me. All the scars on his body have completely disappeared, because of breaking through the limit of Super Saiyan. Wang Chen at this time can even feel the cells in his body, almost all the time spraying a powerful aura. Apparently, during the period that he passed in a coma, someone had treated the injury in advance. No, it's not me who treats you, but my disciple Zamas. That day, I happened to be patrolling the universe with my disciple Zamas, but I didn't expect to come back and found that the space of the realm king god realm was disordered. When I arrived, I met you who had passed out and floated in the outer space of the realm king god realm. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen that human beings can rely on their own strength to come to this king god realm. Recalling the scene of meeting Wang Chen that day, Kvaz also remembered it vividly. Perhaps because of the instinctive effect in the coma state, even in the spatial rift, Wang Chen subconsciously turned on the state of the Super Saiyan. Coupled with the increase in the golden holy robe to the small universe, even if Wang Chen was completely unconscious at that time, the powerful power still left a deep impression in Kvas's heart. I didn't expect that it was just a human being, but it could have the power of the realm king god level. Looking Wang Chen up and down in front of him, Kvas's eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't his own disciple who was not a weapon always look down on human beings very much, thinking that human beings are a creature that cannot be edified? Young man, if you don't mind, can you do me a small favor to the old man? Sensing that Wang Chen's existence was the best refutation to Zamas's erroneous perception, Kvas's mind suddenly had a plan. Hey! Wang Chen was a little stunned. I, the immature disciple Zamas, have always regarded myself very highly all these years, and I look down on you human beings. Kvas suddenly sighed and said. On weekdays, I remember that he is still very young, so I have always tolerated it, but I just blindly persuaded him to correct his mentality. But today I happened to meet you, a rare strong man among the human race. I thought, how about you two give it a try, so that Zamas can change his bad problem of looking down on people. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 098. What? Lord Kvas, you want me to fight this human? Suddenly listening to Kvas's suggestion, Zamas immediately couldn't sit still. How can a human being compete with him, the future king god? Lord Kvas, I don't think a human can qualify and... Zamas. After stopping Zamas, who still wanted to say something, a serious look suddenly appeared on Kvas's face. How many times have I said that both humans and gods should be humble, and do you take all this as a deaf ear? Or is it that even me, the master, is no longer in your eyes? I have to say that although Kvas usually looks kind, his majesty as a master has not diminished in the slightest. At least for Zamas, who has not yet completely fallen into madness, one look from Kvas is more effective than almost any means. At this time, a scowl suddenly appeared, and even Zamas had to choose to give in. Seeing that Zamas finally relented, Kvas, who nodded secretly, turned back to Wang Chen and asked, "How? It's just a small contest that won't take up much of your time. Since you said so, why am I embarrassed to refuse?" Faced with Kvas's request, Wang Chen of course chose to agree. It was just a fight, and he had no reason to go back and refuse a request from a lifesaver. What's more, Wang Chen also wanted to know how much strength Zamas had today. Quickly came to stand in front of Wang Chen. Zamas's face was like a frost that would not melt for 10,000 years. "Human, I said it beforehand. I will give my all in this competition, and if I don't want to die, I will admit defeat early." Perhaps in his opinion, the human in front of him chose to compete with himself, which is itself a stupid approach. However, compared to Zamas's confidence in all human beings, Wang Chen's self-confidence comes from the recognition of the power of both sides. Unfortunately, I also think that if you don't want to lose face, you might as well strike directly at the beginning. Seeing this, Wang Chen was also unwilling to show weakness. The golden aura that soared into the sky soon shrouded Wang Chen's body. No matter what Zamas's strength is, he has decided to go all out at this moment. Soon, along with countless blue light masses condensing in the palm, Wang Chen's right fist burst out thousands of meteor-like chi almost instantly. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The super science aura that suddenly increased by nearly dozens of times made Zamas stunned. And after being slightly stunned, the Tianma Meteor Fist that rushed to his face was already close at hand. Helplessly, Zamas, who had no time to dodge, had to stretch his hands forward and support a lilac barrier in front of him. But at the moment when the shield was raised, the meteor fist that shrouded Zhou's body converged like a stream, turning into an incomparably shining comet. Pegasus Comet Fist. Almost in the blink of an eye, the incomparably furious force completely penetrated Zamas's shield, and the remaining comet fist hit the chest impartially. I didn't expect that Wang Chen, who was a human being, would be able to exert such a powerful power. Under the carelessness, the defenseless Zamas almost seemed to hit a train, and the whole person flew out almost upside down like a defeat. After sliding on the ground for nearly hundreds of meters, Zamas's embarrassed figure showed signs of stopping. But he easily hit Zamas with one blow, but Wang Chen had no intention of keeping his hand. Wang Chen, who knew that people like Zamas were not faceless, wrapped in golden chi, and only wanted to hit the face, turned into a golden electric light and came to the top of the pit where Zamas was. The right leg that bounced up in an instant emitted a boom that resounded for 100 miles, like a battle axe that split the mountain and broke the mountain. A loud bang erupted. With the moment Wang Chen's right leg hit Zamas, in Zamas's howl, countless smoke and dust rushed into the air under the action of huge air pressure, and bottomless cracks were transmitted in all directions with the center where the two were located. With just one blow, the originally peaceful realm King God realm had already received heavy damage. I. Oh my realm king! Looking at the ground in front of him with a big hole in distress, even Kvas couldn't help but feel distressed. He was not the terrifyingly strong fat man of the king god of the seventh universe great realm. Only one of the realm gods created by the elderly Kvas was far inferior to the realm king god star in the seventh universe in terms of strength and size. Countless smoke and dust filled the field, so that Kvas could not see the situation clearly for a while and a half. Fortunately, when the arrogance on Wang Chen's body broke out again, completely blowing away all the dust, the figures of Wang Chen and Zamas appeared in Kvas's sight again. "You take it for granted, Zamas?" Condescendingly stepped on Zamas's chest, Wang Chen's eyes were extremely indifferent. Just because I'm human, you have unwarranted contempt for me. So much so that from the very beginning, you have already lost this battle. Don't think that you are the genius realm king of the 10th universe, you can underestimate the world. Even if it is a god of destruction, it is impossible to stand on the top of the strong forever. Recalling the figures of Golden Frisia, Hit, Topo, and even Jillian, Wang Chen, who knew that he was far from being a strong man, interrogated himself almost every day. Is he a strong man? And the answer he gave was yes and no. A truly strong person should have confidence in his own strength while retaining a humble attitude. Blindly seeing yourself as an unclimbable peak, the end result is that when the height of others plunges into the sky, you still stay where you are. Obviously, when Zama's falls to the point where he needs to rely on occupying Goku's body in the future, this result is already obvious. It's just that Wang Chen's teachings are not only not chicken soup for the soul for Zama's, but like an invisible big hand, slapped on his face again and again. A human being. Dare to talk to me in such a tone. Countless lilac auras continued to burst out from Zama's body, like a volcanic eruption straight into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen, whose sixth sense was frantically rattling, had already jumped back sharply. And in the next instant, an air sword burning with purple aura had already slashed towards where Wang Chen was standing before. Chapter 099. This is Air's Aber? Suddenly seeing the sharp blade of qi constantly slashing on the edge of Zama's palm, Wang Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. In fact, although there are not many people in Dragon Ball who can do this trick, it is not impossible. Trunks, Zama's, and Shaiza, and even Goku and Klin, will all condense their breath into a sword blade move. It's just that each of them uses different breaths, and the effects they exert are similar. The most conspicuous thing is that Shaiza, who has only 170,000 combat strength, was able to force Vic to flee in embarrassment after the return of Namex. It's a little interesting, it depends on how far your so-called air blade can achieve. The clothes on his chest instantly split in two in the edge of the air sword, and Wang Chen seemed to be able to see a trace of blood faintly emerging on his chest. It can be seen that Zama's at this time has a killing intention of him. Zama's, this is just a competition, not a life and death duel. Suddenly, seeing the outbreak of Zama's, he made a deadly move such as the air blade, and Kvas, who was watching the battle, also quickly opened his mouth to persuade him to stop. However, Zama's, who had completely fallen into madness, not only did not heed his advice, but swung the air sword in his hand more and more vigorously. Countless purple sword chi shot continuously with the swing of Zama's right palm, tearing the surrounding mountains and rocks apart. The dense sword chi was like a dense large net, covering all the key points around Wang Chen's body. It seems that when the next moment comes, Wang Chen will be unloaded in 8 pieces. Gee, it's like a mad dog. Sure enough, Zama's is actually more Broly than Broly. However, Wang Chen, who was in it, was like a swimming fish without strength, always able to swim through the gaps in the net of sword chi, and commented with interest from time to time. Obviously, unless it has absolute speed suppression, this attack wants to hit Wang Chen, who has reached the limit of the 6 senses, which is simply a fool's dream. Forget it, I won't play with you. Shaking his head, it seemed that seeing that Zama's had exhausted his donkey skills, Wang Chen didn't bother to tease the other party anymore. Zama's current strength, if you have to calculate, is probably slightly stronger than mechanical Frisia, about 200 million combat strength. If he hadn't been able to transform into a super race before, he might still pose a mortal threat. But now. But it's really not enough to see. There were many meteor-like rays flashing in his clenched right fist, and Wang Chen, who was tired of playing, had already planned to end this battle completely with the Tianma meteor fist. But at the moment when his right fist was about to strike, Wang Chen's heart was alarmed. Die, human! The next moment, under the manipulation of Zama's, the sword chi that flew into the sky actually closed from all directions like long eyes, surrounding the group of Zhang Wangchen. So that's the case, do you want to catch turtles in the urn? The purple sword chi that spread all over the sky almost arrived, completely enveloping Wang Chen, who had too late to dodge. Looking at Wang Chen, who was stunned, Zama's smile was full of hideousness. Zamas, what have you done? Also seeing this amazing scene, Gervas, while drinking Zamas with a scowl on his face, raised his hand to shoot a light golden light in his hand to save Wang Chen. It's just that whether it is his voice or the shield struck out of his palm, it has already slowed down more than a step at this time. Poof! In the countless chopping sounds, Wang Chen's figure shattered into tens of millions in the blink of an eye, and countless red blood almost stained the entire land red. Haha, this is the end of annoying me. Looking at the stump that had been placed on the ground, Zama's maniacal laughter was almost filled with pleasure. But as an indifferent voice came, all cruelty and pleasure turned into unwillingness. Should I return this sentence to you? Pathetic guy. The coolness that suddenly appeared on the back of his neck made Zamas, who was still full of madness before, instantly sober up. Looking back incredulously, what came into view was Wang Chen, who was unharmed. Obviously, what was cut into tens of thousands of segments was just a stand-in left by Wang Chen casually with material manipulation. And the real him, as early as a second before the sword chi was added, left the place, standing quietly behind Zamas to watch his clown-like performance. How could anyone burst out so much blood, idiot? A hand knife hit Zamas's neck hard, and without looking at Zamas, who was completely fainting, Wang Chen complained speechlessly. He didn't expect that a prank he left behind before teleporting was stunned to fool this bumble. 20 years ago, Zamas, was it too tender? You, are you all right? The sudden reversal of his eyes in front of him made Kvas, who was also fooled, unable to believe his eyes. He even wondered if Wang Chen in front of him was a person or a ghost. Hee, don't worry. Zamas's strength doesn't hurt me. Kicking the unconscious Zamas in front of Kvas, Wang Chen secretly withdrew his right fist. Originally, according to his temper, from the moment Zamas killed him, Wang Chen would not hesitate to open a hole in his head. But due to Gervas's face and the consideration of returning to the 7th universe, he still chose to endure it for the time being. However, compared to the narrow-minded Zamas, Kvas, who found Wang Chen safe and sound, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this time. Patting the dirt on Zamas's body, Kvas couldn't help but sigh at the same time as he was annoyed. This disciple of his own still disappointed him after all. He thought that his repeated persuasion would make this disciple prodigal son turn back. But the reality was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Shouldn't I consider changing the way I educate Zamas? Although his heart was full of loss for Zamas, Kvas still collected his mind and quickly said apologetically to Wang Chen. It's okay. I didn't expect that Zamas, a non-grade thing, would be so heavy in the competition. This time the competition was so ill-conceived that you almost got into such a dangerous situation. Young man, I really don't know how to compensate you. It's just casual. Thinking of the saving grace of Kvas's master and apprentice, Wang Chen immediately prepared to refuse the so-called compensation. But after thinking about it, he suddenly changed his words. That if I wanted to go back to Earth in the 7th universe galaxy, could you do it? P.S. Flower's monthly passes have risen so slowly recently. Is it because I didn't ask for a flower ticket, or is this book really ugly? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 100. 7th universe? Aren't you from the 10th universe? Suddenly hearing Wang Chen's request, Kvas was also stunned. He also thought that Wang Chen had broken into his own realm, King God realm, by mistake. Unexpectedly, this person in front of him turned out to be from the 7th universe. Ahem, I just happened to use the technique of space movement in the confrontation with a strong enemy, So that's the case, is it the move that teleported just now? Indeed, the spatial barrier between the 12 universes is not too thick, if it is given enough impact at a specific space point. Upon hearing Wang Chen's narration, the experienced Kviz immediately roughly understood what happened. Drifting along the space rift to other universes is also really a talent. But despite this, Wang Chen in front of him still scared him. It seems that in the battle just now, he is far from exerting his true strength. Secretly rejoicing in Wang Chen's subordinates, Kvas's heart also had a lot of gratitude. If you just go back to the 7th universe, there won't be much of a problem. In less than a year, Lord Rumsey, the god of destruction, will bring his master, Wabni, to the realm of the King God realm to discuss some work matters with me. At that time, I can help you borrow the space movement blocks of our 10th universe. After thinking about it, Kvas still gave an affirmative answer. Upon hearing that it would take a year to return to the 7th universe, Wang Chen was suddenly a little annoyed. I already knew that it was better to use my face to hurt in the first place, in case it came down. Fortunately, he also knew that this kind of thing was completely impatient, let alone change because of his own will, so Wang Chen did not show any impatience. Forget it, 1 year is 1 year. It happened that he had so many life and death duels with Frisia, and there were still many potential powers in his body that needed to be developed. It was a year of practice. In Wang Chen's opinion, the most dangerous golden Frisia has been solved by himself, and the Earth of the 7th universe will not have too strong a threat in a short period of time. No matter how bad it is, there is Gaku they are not. He believes that even without himself, Gaku will definitely be able to take up the burden of protecting the Earth. Waiting for the arrival of the destruction god Rumsey, with the good living environment provided by Kvas, Wang Chen soon temporarily settled in this 10th universe realm King God realm. Of course, it is inevitable that in these days, Zamas, an unconvinced guy, will come to the door almost every day to want a shame. At the beginning, Kivas would strongly stop and condemn. But later, after seeing that Wang Chenban had no intention of avoiding the war at all, he also took office. According to Wang Chen's words, it is. What kind of joke, the sandbags delivered to the door every day, why did I refuse? On the one hand, the visible improvement of combat power, on the other hand, the happy feeling of completing the big boss of the super era, Wang Chen suddenly felt that his pressing character had improved a lot. And I have to say that with Zamas's best sandbags coming to the abuse every day, Wang Chen is almost making rapid progress. At the beginning, he also needs to use the Saint Seiyai and Super Saiyan transformation to defeat the Mad Zamas. But later, Wang Chen even only needed to use 20 times the Realm King Fist, that is, less than 2 or 3% of his strength was enough to deal with Zamas's provocation. The increasing strength is exchanged for even higher enthusiasm. Almost every day, Zamas, who has recovered himself to full blood, comes to the challenge. Then in Wang Chen's smiling eyes, Zamas, who was full of bags and blood, would leave in embarrassment. And so it went on for an unknown few months later. Finally, one day, seeing Zamas, who was still enthusiastic and challenged him, Wang Chen couldn't resist his curiosity. I said, Zamas, you come to me every day tirelessly to challenge, haven't you realized that the gap between you and me has become bigger and bigger? Shut up, what do you understand as a human being? Human beings are just a race created by God, how can they be stronger than me as God? It seemed that Wang Chen's casual attitude was irritated, and the movements on Zamas's hands also sped up by several points. However, the absolute strength gap cannot be made up with extreme emotions. Yes, so what are you now? Suddenly, he bounced his right foot and followed the gap between Zamas's moves, hitting Zamas's throat with great precision. Victory and defeat have been scored. You. A little stunned to look at the toes less than an inch from his throat, the cold sweat on Zamas's forehead slipped down unconsciously. Himself was defeated by this human again. Why, I've practiced hard, why can't I compare to a human being? His trembling fists were just as complex as his heart. Strong anger and unwillingness, as well as remorse for his own weakness, these extreme emotions made Zamaz's breath show signs of violent departure again. Countless thicker black-purple auras wrapped around the body, and the ground where the two of them were located cracked layer by layer. Even the clouds in the sky were dyed dark by Zamaz's rich negative emotions. It seems that the end of the world will be ushered in the next second. But this time, Wang Chen did not get used to him again. Like a headless fly, you don't understand your goal or what you're fighting for. What's more, you're still clinging to the ridiculous theory that people are necessarily weaker than God. Zamaz, when you understand the true difference between man and God, come and challenge me. The calf that was pointed in the throat turned again like lightning, and was suddenly kicked in the abdomen by Wang Chen. Zamaz only felt a sharp pain coming from the lower abdomen, and the whole person fainted uncontrollably. Only Wang Chen's words when he left still echoed in his heart. Mankind. Is it really inferior to the gods? Zamaz, who had been completely unconscious, did not have a chance to think about the answer to this question again. Because the suddenly appeared Kvas had already appeared beside him, hugging his disciple with a complicated face. Zamaz, when will you understand that the greatest difference between man and God is not at all the difference in strength and the so-called nobility of life? Looking at Zamaz, who still had a little reluctance on his face, Kvas fell into a long sigh. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 101. In Gervais's view, the reason why God was born with divine power is like the high salary and incorruptibility in the previous life, and what he did was only to enable God to better abandon material desires and better specialize in his duties. There is no such thing as a God necessarily more honorable than man. Even the most supreme God of destruction in the universe still does not even dare to breathe more in front of the whole king. What is the difference between him and ordinary humans? This is his understanding of being the king god of the realm for millions of years, and it is also the real answer to the difference between man and God in Wang Chen's heart. Not to mention the extremely complicated kivas in his heart, Wang Chen at this time is maintaining the state of super competition, carrying out the most basic training. In fact, except when dealing with the challenge of Zamaz, Wang Chen will almost always try to maintain the state of the super scion so that his body can adapt to this force. It's just that this kind of improvement takes a lot of time, and even Goku, who has transformed into a super race for several years, has spent nearly a year, Spirit Time House, to adapt to this state. Therefore, after a few months, Wang Chen has only initially adapted to the state of continuously turning on the super scion in less than 3 hours. Phew, if it weren't for Zamaz's challenge every day, I really wouldn't have been able to improve so fast in the past few months. It's a pity that the strength is too weak, and I can't even tickle me now. I couldn't help but glance back at the small courtyard behind me, and felt that the breath in my body had almost consumed more than 90% of the breath, and Wang Chen, who was helpless to lift the super race state, sighed. To be honest, if it weren't for the diminishing benefits of training with Zamaz, he wouldn't be kind enough to mention the other party. In line with the idea that even the enemy should completely squeeze out his use value, Wang Chen has been almost deliberately knocking out the opponent in a more or less contemptuous way these days. In order to make Zamaz stronger through constant stimulation, so that he can further fulfill his duties as a sandbag. From the beginning, Wang Chen's vision was not limited to a small Zamaz, but even a more powerful god of destruction. Bearing the inheritance of the entire Saint Seiya world, especially Saturn, a time and space overlord who has transcended the multiverse, Wang Chen will never allow him to stop at the realm of the gods. Even the future fit Zamaz is just a small stepping stone on his road to becoming stronger. Speaking of which, this kid is so stimulated, maybe he can surprise me a little when we meet again next time. To be honest, although Wang Chen hated Zamaz's mentality of thinking that he was superior, the other party's potential ability was still not said. At least Zamaz, who was born as a realm king, actually started quite well. If he can straighten his heart, maybe the breakthrough of his state of mind will make him improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. As if he was really moved by Wang Chen, the next good day, Zama's almost kept his room in the room, and did not take half a step out of the door. Only by using the ability to perceive the breath, Wang can feel the other party's sometimes violent and sometimes calm breath every day. Almost as soon as this situation continued on the morning of the fifth day, Zama's, who looked a little haggard, came to Wang Chen's door again. "People! That's not right, Scion Wang Chen. I, Zama's, challenged you again. This time, I must take back God's dignity." "Oh? Looks like you're confident." Looking Zama's appearance up and down, Wang Chen said with great interest. Although Zhengziu's face was full of seriousness, this time, Wang Chen did not capture madness in Zama's body. "Is this really converted?" Wang Chen was a little surprised. If the future indirectly destroyed the Zama's quilt of countless creatures in the 12 universes, is this considered to be an unintentional savior of the future world? Shaking his head and putting all the thoughts that made him extremely funny, Wang Chen quickly followed Zama's to a clearing outside the house. Standing at a distance of more than 10 meters from each other, wrapped in a purple and a gold arrogance, the two quickly entered a state of battle. What surprised him a little was that Zama's breath had been mixed with many milky white points of light, and at the same time, the once tyrannical feeling had completely disappeared, but instead it was like the other party's calm breath like a lake, which made Wang Chen a little confused for a while. If it was the impetuous Zama's before, it should not exude such a calm aura. Without giving Wang Chen too much time to think, Zama's, who took the lead in attacking, just raised his right arm high. In the next instant, a purple-white air sword that had stretched more than 10 times suddenly flashed above Wang Chen's head, and it slashed down from top to bottom with a matchless edge. So fast! Moreover, this sword chi is several times stronger than before. With the roaring wind, the extremely sharp sword chi was almost instantaneous. Rao is that Wang Chen has tried very hard to dodge, and he will inevitably be cut off a few hairs at such a close distance. The earth on which he stood before cracked a long, bottomless gap. He could even catch a glimpse of the sand and gravel trees on the side that had not been affected in the slightest. Obviously, the condensation degree of Zama's sword chi now far exceeded his previous self. And the next moment, countless rain-like dense air bombs had already occupied his entire realization, and Zama's, who was closely behind, had a cold light on his hands. It's kind of interesting, if you don't even have this level, it will be really disappointing. Diamond Star Fist. The cold chi that froze through the bone marrow and the tornado that swept in all directions surged out wildly, freezing all the air bombs, and the ice picks that spread all over the sky were also surrounded by Zama's under the control of Wang Chenian's power. Although he did not expect that the air bomb he used to contain turned out to be self-defeating, in the face of the dense and sharp ice pick, Zama's eyes did not have the slightest panic. On the contrary, the tiger's fierce arms kept dancing like phantoms, and an incomparably dense sword net completely blocked the surroundings. "Within 3 feet, I am invincible. Don't think I'll be the same as before." The moment countless ice picks were shattered, accompanied by Zama's roar, a more tyrannical aura rose up than before, but it was pressed by Zama's, who had round eyes, like a sword blade. Countless sword chi smaller than silk continued to swim on the sword in Zama's palm. And the blade that seemed to tear the sky was pointed directly at Wang Chen. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 102. The icy sword light seemed to cross an endless distance in an instant, and suddenly saw Zama's air sword burst, but Wang Chen was not shocked and rejoiced. "Let's see if your air sword is powerful, or if my freezing chi combat method is stronger." Countless snow-white comets continued to condense in the palm, and as Wang Chen struck out his right fist, he fearlessly met the indomitable sword chi. Incorporating the freezing chi combat method of Shiratori, Wang Chen's comet fist is already more powerful than before. No one likes to stay put, and Wang Chen is no exception. Countless sword chi in the center of the battlefield of the ice comet constantly collided, setting off waves of sound that resounded in all directions. The place where the two stood was even more sunken layer by layer, and countless cracks continued to spread in all directions, as if to completely break through the entire realm King God Star. Every moment passes, countless sword chi will be destroyed by the comet, or the comet will be torn apart by the sword chi. With the mentality that no one wants to lose to anyone, Wang Chen and Zama's almost did their best. Isn't it enough to add the Tianma Comet Fist with the freezing chi combat method? How about trying this trick again? The azure arc of electricity accompanied by icy freezing air circulated in the palm of the left hand. It seemed that he didn't want to hold on with Zama's endlessly. Looking at the realm King God Star that was getting more and more affected, Wang Chen immediately punched out his left fist at the same time. Aurora thunder and lightning strike. The howling cold wind wrapped in a thunderbolt of electric light and forged ahead, and in Zama's incredulous gaze, the unimaginable low temperature froze the sword chi one after another. And in the next instant, the ice comet that shattered the sword chi interception came to Zama's in the blink of an eye. Not good. The weakened sword chi could not tear these frozen chi at all. It seems that sensing Wang Chen's thoughts, Zama's heart is not good immediately. Because of the continuous collision with the ice comet, the temperature of the battlefield where the two are located is already dropping wildly, and it seems to have transformed into the home of the frozen gas warriors. And his own sword chi was constantly weakened by the collision with the comet fist. Under one after another, the two of them made a high judgment. It's like being hit by a heavy tank. Hit by countless ice comets, Zama's body was swept into the air in less than a blink of an eye, and the pain and stiffness that came from all over his body made him completely lose his combat effectiveness. Rumble. A sound sounded. The moment Zama's high abandoned body fell to the ground like this, setting off countless smoke and dust, the golden aura wrapped around Wang Chen's body also disappeared. Phew, it's more powerful than I thought. It seems that Zama's potential is also underestimated. To be honest, the changes in Zama's not only did not make Wang Chen feel threatened, but stimulated his interest even more. He knows very well that the physique of science is strong when it is strong. If Zama's really stays where he is, it really sucks. However, after this battle, Wang Chen also found that Zama's had become much calmer than before. Not only was he calmer and more decisive when making moves, but his convergent aura did not show the slightest madness before. Such Zama's will undoubtedly be more terrifying than the crazy appearance before. Just as Wang Chen was thinking about Zama's changes, on the other side, when the frozen air on his body was gradually melted by the breath, Zama's, who had recovered his mobility, also jumped up from the pit. Taking a deep look at Wang Chen on the side, Zama's didn't even say a word, and chose to turn and leave. The sudden change in nature made Wang Chen a little surprised, but since Zama's had no intention of speaking, he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to it. It's just that the next day, and even in the following days, Zama's will try Wang Chen as before. And after each defeat, he would silently choose to leave and come to them on time the next day when the sun rose. Day after day, the cycle goes on and on. Finally, one day, after eating defeats for nearly 2 months in a row, looking at Wang Chen, who had once again distanced himself from him, Zama's couldn't help but speak. Human, why have I cultivated so hard, but I am still far from you. The arms that forcibly resisted the Pegasus meteor fist trembled slightly. Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, Zama's eyes were full of doubts. There is no doubt that Zama's at this time is several times stronger than when he first fought against him. But he was extremely surprised to find that the gap between himself and Wang Chen had not narrowed, but had further expanded. At first, Zama's thought it was his own state of mind, so it took a long time to straighten it out. But now, he has completely stopped holding this kind of luck mentality. Why do you think you're going to win? Zama's, do you still hold the ridiculous view that God must be able to overcome man? Hearing what Wang Chen said, Zama's was a little stunned. Seeing this, Wang Chen sighed slightly, but also said seriously. If God is really destined to be stronger than humans, why would God bother to create and guide mankind? Human beings and God are inherently interdependent, like parents and children. Because of this, your master Kviz will tirelessly guide and protect the reproduction of human civilization again and again. Don't you understand this truth in front of you? Humans and gods, is it the relationship between parents and children? Looking at Wang Chen in front of him, and then at Kvas, who appeared beside him at an unknown time, Zama's fell into endless contemplation. As Wang Chen said, the realm gods and humans are really like parents and children. Nurture life, protect life, guide life. The so-called realm king god was born for this, wasn't it? Think about it, your true duty as a realm king, or the next realm king god. After patting Zama's shoulder and nodding to Kvas on the side, leaving this pair of complex-looking masters and apprentices, Wang Chen walked quickly towards the small courtyard where he lived. It has been less than a month since the arrival of the god of destruction mentioned by Kvas. If the destroying god of the 10th universe does not give Kvas this face, he must think of other ways to return to the 7th universe. I hope that during my absence, nothing will happen to the 7th universe. Looking at the sky, which was completely different from the earth, Wang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 103. With my strength, it is impossible to forcibly snatch the universe with moving blocks in front of the god of destruction and the angels. If the god of destruction doesn't give Kvas face, could it be that I have to cross the universe by smuggling away like the last time? Some were lying on the grass a little anxiously, and Wang Chen felt that his brain was about to explode. The closer he got to the arrival of the god of destruction, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. But if he were to let him float in the spatial rift again, it would be difficult for Wang Chen to say that he would make the same choice. It's not that he's afraid of death, it's that it's almost impossible for him to even find a powerful opponent comparable to Golden Frisia. Being able to fight against himself who had increased the increase in the seven senses outbreak, the unfinished version of Golden Frisia at that time had at least reached a strength close to the second order of Shailu, that is, a combat power of nearly 10 billion or more. In this 10th universe where talent has withered, where can he find an opponent who can be comparable to the second order of Shailu? Just as Wang Chen was thinking about how he was going to return to the 7th universe, Zama's, who happened to be passing by, couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw his anxious appearance. You look annoyed. I have to say that compared to the poker face of the past, today's Zama's has indeed changed a lot. At least Wang Chen really felt the change from his state of mind, which turned Zama's personality upside down, and the aura that completely transformed into milky white was not fake. If you don't mind, how about telling me? Walking to Wang Chen and sitting down, Zama's face had a rare smile on it. You? Zama's, if I had been a few months ago, I wouldn't have thought you were talking to me. The enemy who was once bent on killing himself would sit down and chat so calmly, and Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a burst of novelty. But even so, he didn't mean to hide anything. Actually, you should also know that I was originally from the 7th universe. It was only by chance that he drifted to this 10th universe. But now when I think of whether I can return to the 7th universe or not, and it depends on the mood of the destruction god, I feel bottomless in my heart. As soon as he thought of the strange character of the 10th universe destruction god, Wang Chen felt a chill. The devil knows if this product will really be so good to talk to. Putting eggs in a cage is not his style. So it is, if it is a moody destroyer, it is difficult to do. However, I do not believe that those who can defeat me will not have a plan in their hearts. After some silence, Zama's showed an expression that you must have planned. Obviously, after being defeated by Wang Chen 3 times, Zama's has already raised Wang Chen to an extremely high position in his heart. Of course I have a preparatory plan, but I can't find another person of similar strength to me to be able to implement it. Sighing helplessly, Wang Chen, who explained the reason, was greeted by a look like a fool. Then Zamaz pointed to himself and said, "I said, are you such a big living god? You? Help me?" Looking at Zamaz in front of him with some stunnedness, Wang Chen couldn't even believe his ears. Although Zamaz's strength is still a little worse than that of Frisia, who burned life before, it is not a completely untouchable gap. If he was really willing to help himself, at least he was sure to cross the universe again. I think that in a sober state, with the protection of the golden holy robe, the possibility of relying on the constellation traction to find the seventh universe is at least 3 to 5%. But will this product be kind enough to help itself? Wang Chen expressed great doubts. Just as a gift from me in return. In the past, I was too obsessed with the contradiction between man and God, but I ignored the inseparable connection between man and God. I didn't expect that this mentality of high self-esteem became a shackle that bound me. You are right, there is no such thing as saying that God will necessarily be stronger than humans, whether it is a man or a god. In fact, there are infinite possibilities. As if sensing Wang Chen's suspicions, Zamaz was a little grateful. It's just the so-called blindness. After breaking the barrier that covers your heart, many things in front of you will suddenly open up. If it weren't for Wang Chen's reminder, he didn't know how long he would have to be trapped for his stupid thoughts earlier. The consequences of not being able to face oneself and one's opponents squarely and blindly settle for oneself in a wrong perception are of course obvious. The more frantically he wanted to kill Wang Chen and destroy humanity, the more Zamaz lagged behind him. On the contrary, it was the improvement of the state of mind over the years, and Zamaz's original potential power was also developed. In less than a year, it has increased its strength by nearly 10 times, which is almost a speed of progress that Zamaz cannot imagine. However, while I acknowledge that it is possible for humans to surpass God, but as, the next time we meet, I won't lose to you again. Although he admitted to helping Wang Chen, Zamaz's obsession with defeating him did not dissipate by half a point. It can be seen that Zamaz still cares about his tragic record of not winning Wang Chen once. Haha, you can try it if you have the opportunity. However, I guess the biggest possibility is that you'd better get beaten up by me. Unexpectedly, he could get Zamaz's promise, and Wang Chen was also very happy. Although there is no 100% guarantee that he will successfully return to the seventh universe. But this situation is already the best ending. It seems that they have a tacit understanding with each other, and in the following days, the sparring between Wang Chen and Zamaz has become a lot more frequent, and even Wang Chen's mastery of the full power of the Super Saiyan has accelerated a lot. And poor Zamaz still has a 0 win rate. This situation continued until a colorful pillar of light fell from the sky. This feeling. Obviously, he couldn't feel a trace of breath, but the coercion that emanated invisibly made people tremble for it. Looking at the 3 figures who came out of the pillar of light with some stunnedness, Wang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The destroyer of the 10th universe, and the angel of the 10th universe. Knowing that his current strength realm is simply a younger brother compared to the strongest god of destruction in the universe. The invisible pressure pressed on his body, looking at the destruction god Rumsey flying towards the small courtyard, Wang Chen only felt that the cold hair involuntarily stood up. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 104. Hey? Kvass, how can there be humans in your residence? Also catching a glimpse of Wang Chen on the side, Rumsey was also surprised. The particularity of the Realm King God realm was no worse than his Destruction God realm. It is also surprising that a human being can come to this special space, which is almost independent of the universe. But when he thought of the Wabni beside him, Rumsey didn't find anything strange. Not long after, Kvass, who took Zamaz out to tour the universe every day, also returned to the realm of the Realm King God realm, and met Rumsey and Keth, the lowly angel of the 10th universe, who had just landed. Isn't this Lord Rumsey? You're always on time. Kvass said with a smile. Of course, the duty of being a destroyer must not be forgotten. Completely ignoring the foolish look in Kessa's eyes, Rumsey said proudly. Of course, there was a bit of weakness in this pride, but really only he knew it. The fact that the work is discussed only once a year is already the result of Kvas's strong dissuasion. Otherwise, this red-skinned elephant in front of you will really teach you what it means to be lazy in the god of destruction. Knowing Rumsey's nature, Kvas did not mean to ink with him, and quickly presented the information collected in the past year in the form of a cosmic star map in front of Rumsey. Lord Rumsey, in the course of this year, I have reviewed nearly 783 star systems, of which there are about 8,452 planetary systems that need to be corrected and destroyed, specifically. Probably you'll need to destroy 9,702 planets and 34 black holes. What? As soon as he heard the figures reported by Kvas, Rumsey couldn't help but complain like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Kvas, you give me such a lot of work every year, do you have a feud with me? Pointing to the star map with a large circle of red in front of him, Rumsey almost pointed at Kvas's nose and yelled. If he just destroys a large galaxy, his power as a god of destruction is just casual. But to go deep into the planetary system to destroy the planet, the workload is not known how many times. Otherwise, Beerus would not have deliberately raised Frisia to conquer and destroy the planet for himself. Rao is the strongest speed that Kessie around him has travelled through the universe in half a day, and Rumsey can't help but feel a pang of distress in his heart. This is because you don't finish your work on time and in quantity every year, so it accumulates more and more. Seeing Rumsey's jumping feet, Kvas also smiled bitterly in his heart. According to Rumsey's efficiency, I am afraid that in less than tens of thousands of years, he will be able to step down with the other party. Okay, don't be like an old man BBBB, isn't it 8,452 planetary systems, can't I go? Waving his hand impatiently, Rumsey said a little unhappily. It seems that if it weren't for the whole king pressing on it, I'm afraid that this product really doesn't know to what extent it has neglected its duties. No wonder the All-Kings will choose to hold a power conference, the destruction gods of the 8 universes are really incompetent. After watching the argument between Rumsey and Kvas, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel in his heart. In terms of the quality of your work, Chuan Wang does not want to beat people. But speaking of which, the destruction and creation of a universe is only left to 2 people to balance, this setting. Should I say that the whole king is worthy of being a child? Shaking his head, Wang Chen also sighed secretly in his heart that the god in Dragon Ball was really unreliable. On the side, Rumsey was a little impatient to let Keth save the star map in Kvas's hand and prepare to leave directly. But he had only taken half a step when Kvas's almost maddened voice sounded again. That? What else? Looking back, Rumsey's unkind eyes made Kvas's heart jump. If you can you lend me a space movement block? Hey? Kvas, what are you doing with the cosmic moving blocks? Rumsey said with some curiosity. Actually. Pointing to Wang Chen on the side, Kvasdeo said the agreement between him and Wang Chen. Hearing Kvas's narration, Rumsey raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Chen with some curiosity. Oh? Can you break the cosmic barrier? It's just luck, I happened to receive an energy impact when using teleportation, so it is, even this is already rare. However, since you are not from my 10th universe, why should I borrow the space to move with blocks? Nodded, while affirming Wang Chen's strength, Rumsey turned to show a treacherous smile. If Kvas hadn't assigned him so much work, he might have borrowed it if he was in a good mood. But now, seeing Rumsey's reaction in his eyes, Wang Chen said badly, but also further confirmed his conjecture. God of destruction, every reliable one. Sure enough, I knew that the moody god of destruction could not count on it at all. While feeling lost in his heart, Wang Chen, who had prepared early, was not too discouraged. The god of destruction is unreliable, he also has a more reliable Zamas. I think I'm practicing with him. However, just as Wang Chen was about to activate Plan B, Rumsey changed his tone again. Of course, it's not impossible to lend you a movement block. Provided that you can defeat the Wobney beside me. Victory over Wobney. Can't help but look at the tall figure with bitter melon-colored skin behind Rumsey. Wang Chen was a little stunned. Only then did he remember that the person in front of him who made him feel a little familiar was not the Wobney who had been scaring for a while in the power conference. Being able to compete with the Divine Rice, and it is also the Divine Rice in the Super Chapter, this person named Wobney is by no means simple. I just don't know how strong he is at this time. Looking solemnly at Wobney, who also stepped forward quickly, Wang Chen suddenly smiled. Isn't this the perfect time to help yourself completely complete the full power of Super Saiyan? P.S. I feel that the world view of Dragon Ball is really, and the latest setting actually has only 28 life planets. There are 1,000 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way alone, and trillions of galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. I don't know how many trillions of stars, only 28 living planets. Does Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, really not cry? There is no way. I can only transform the world view of the Dragon Ball world according to my own understanding. I hope all book friends understand. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 105. The powerhouse of the seventh universe, stared solemnly at Wang Chen, who was standing in front of him. Although Wang Chen had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could feel the powerful aura on the other party's body, like a vast sea. How about Wobney, are you sure? As if seeing Wobney's solemnity, Rumsey couldn't help but frown. Because the god of destruction's divine power was too powerful, the induction of breath was not too deep, and Rumsey could not detect Wang Chen's strength. Don't worry, Lord Rumsey, I am of similar strength to him. But with the help of the Phantom Gong, the final winner is definitely me. Although Wang Chen's strength was almost the same as his own in perception, Wobney still showed great confidence. Just because he has full confidence in his secret technique, the Phantom skill. An invisible aura floated around, and the golden aura of the Super Saiyan and the white aura of the Wobney collided with each other, like a storm that was brewing in all directions. After standing relatively for more than 10 steps, Wang Chen, who was anxious to return home, took the lead and launched an attack. As usual, a Tianma meteor punch was punched, and countless star-like fists were like floods passing through, crushing and shattering the ground in front of him. The blinding blue light almost completely filled half of the sky. But what surprised Wang Chen was that when the meteor fist roared vigorously, the Wobney in front of him did not mean to dodge, but let the meteor-like light run through him. It can be seen that the other party has disappeared in place as early as the moment Wang Chen punched. Interesting, the secret method of manipulating the breath. Sensing that Wobney disappeared from sight, Wang Chen immediately released his 5 senses to capture the other party's traces. The tremor of the earth, the flow of the wind, and the fleeting wind in your ears. As if sensing something, Wang Chen slammed his fist behind him. The high-speed moving fist was like a shocking storm, and the moment the fist raged on, an invisible force gushed out, tearing the earth apart. But what surprised Wang Chen was that this punch was still empty. At the moment of slight surprise, a powerful wind was caught off guard and flew from the left side. Only before he had time to cross his arms in front of his chest, Wang Chen's body was already thrown far away. Did you hide my 5 senses? It seems that it is not a simple breath doppelganger. A turn in midair re-established, but in Wang Chen's field of vision, Wobney's figure had disappeared again. Try to let go of yourself again. This time, he almost felt more than 10 presence. Obviously, Wobney's breath control was even able to allow him to create an aura doppelganger that existed like a shadow doppelganger. Whether it is the 5 senses or the induction of breath, it is impossible to distinguish in high-speed combat. This time it is. As the earth under his feet exploded, his raised right leg met Wobney's iron fist almost instantly. Bang! A sound of fists and feet clashing sounded, and the ripples formed by the collision of chi and chi were transmitted in all directions, as if setting off a strong storm of level 12. Looking at the somewhat stunned Wabni, Wang Chen showed a confident smile. The loss of effect of the five senses is not terrible, with a more acute sixth sense. Wang Chen must be able to sense the direction of the crisis before he hits himself. It seemed that he did not believe that Wang Chen could see through his attack, and the unbelieving Wabni only flashed slightly in midair, and the whole person had disappeared. Just like Bart in the past, if Wang Chen is a balanced explosive flow fighter, then Wabni is a boxer dominated by Minlai. Countless phantom-like figures flew up and down, like an entire army waiting in strict formation, surrounding Wang Chen. And Wang Chen, who was under siege, threw punches and kicks unhurriedly, calmly following every attack of Wabni. It is true that relying on the passive reaction of the sixth sense makes Wang Chen almost unable to gain the upper hand. As a defensive side, Wang Chen, who has no flawless moves, only needs to patiently stalemate for less than half an hour to defeat Wabni, who is physically exhausted. Of course, he can even try the crossover punch that Gohan once used, and win by exchanging injuries for injuries, and with his strong body that surpasses Wabni several times, Wang Chen believes that the last person standing will also be himself. But in the end, Wang Chen did not choose either of these two options. I originally thought that this state was enough. Once again, he repelled Wabni's futile fist, but the golden aura that was constantly burning on his body suddenly dissipated, making Wabni, who was about to attack again, slightly stunned. The next moment, an even more brilliant light suddenly burst out, and the surging momentum set off an amazingly strong wind that swept in all directions. Even Zamas and Kvas on the side had to exert all their strength to resist the oncoming wind. Only Rumsey and Angel Kurz, who had always seemed to be fine, stared at Wang Chen and didn't know what they were thinking. The muscles that swelled for nearly a circle made Wang Chen extremely burly. The wind blew almost the entire sky golden, wrapped in an even stronger golden light, and Wabni, who was facing Wang Chen, even felt that he was as insignificant as a boat in the waves. Super Saiyan Phase 2. In the Shalo chapter, it took Vegeta nearly a year to cultivate the advanced form. Although this form is not as good as the full power of Super Race, which can increase the normal combat power. But because the body has adapted to the injection of a large amount of breath, although the consumption of the second order of the Super Race is very terrifying, whether it is the ability of hand-to-hand combat, or the power of energy output in a short period of time, it has been greatly improved. Pretend to be a ghost. Sensing the explosive increase in Wang Chen's aura, Wabni only flickered before approaching him again and punching out. The more powerful fist cut through countless strange arcs, making it impossible to find out where his true body was. But in the face of the strong wind, Wang Chen swept his legs unhurriedly. The crescent moon-like aura swept in front of him, shattering all the phantoms from Wabni in front of him. When Wang Chen continued to sweep with his left foot as the axis, the body that finally appeared behind him only had time to stop his figure at the last moment, and a blood mark torn by the toe suddenly appeared on his chest. It only takes a little more distance for Wang Chen to easily knock down Wabni. P.S. There is no name for Wabni's technique in the original work, so I gave a more characteristic one. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 106. It was incredulous that Wang Chen not only adapted to his attack in a very short time, but also made a deadly counterattack, and Wabni's face was full of shock. Was his phantom skill cracked by a stranger in less than 2 minutes? Wabni had no doubt that with Wang Chen's current posture, he would lose at least more than 30% of his combat power if he only needed to hit one punch. Therefore, he has begun to lose confidence in this competition. Go on. The battle between you and me is not over. Seemingly dissatisfied with Wabni's hesitation, Wang Chen said with some dissatisfaction. Looking closely, Wang Chen's face was not worried about defeat, but showed a look of enjoyment. He actually used his opponent as a material for his own cultivation. Countless were enough to reappear as false illusions, and the overwhelming chaotic aura constantly disturbed Wang Chen's five senses. But in the phantom surrounded by layers, Wang Chen just unhurriedly resisted Wabni's figure, while frowning slightly as if thinking about this. Just like Duguchujian, Wang Chen is looking for his own rear strike move. It's not just about countering with a faster pace, it's about incorporating other changes. Countless fists swung the strong wind, but in addition to using the sixth sense to barely parry, Wang Chen did not do the slightest mortal level. Only a trace of milky white aura constantly surrounded Wang Chen. Obviously, after watching the battle between Gluck and Bart last time, he also began to enter the realm of controlling the vitality of heaven and earth to attack and defend around him. But what he wants is not a realm of vitality that cannot fight the strong. After countless vitality emerged from the surrounding body, they all merged into Wang Chen's body. The whole land is withering at a rate visible to the naked eye. The vitality in his body is accumulating more and more, but Wang Chen still has no intention of punching, but is trying to accumulate more and more vitality. Finally, after sensing that the vitality that was circulating endlessly in the body had reached a critical point. When the sixth sense of the small universe roared, when the white vitality that appeared on the fist was struck out by Wang Chen's fist like a cannonball, the vitality like a white silk thread actually hit Wabni before his fist. Although Wang Chen's condensation of this wisp of vitality could not hurt Wabni. But because this trace of vitality was controlled by Wang Chen, after entering Wabni's body, instead of restoring his cell vitality, it was an extremely disordered vitality, making Wabni's breath begin to run poorly. Although it was only a momentary sluggishness, it made up for the gap between him and the other party. After the first flaw, Wang Chen's punches became more and more frequent. More and more vitality was entered into Wabni's body like a cannonball, and in Wang Chen's eyes, these vitality even had a trace of connection with the vitality in his body, like a white silk thread connecting Wang Chen and Wabni's body. This is. Sensing that he was becoming more and more disordered, Wabni finally noticed the white silk thread connecting him and Wang Chen. It was obviously just a white silk thread thinner than spider silk, but Wabni felt a great sense of danger from it. The sharp aura wrapped around the palm of his hand and slashed out towards the silk thread without hesitation. But what came into view was Wang Chen's rapidly approaching figure. "Sorry, you don't have that time." Although Wang Chen knew that the channel of Yuan Qi after being condensed by himself could not be cut off with a random palm knife. But the moment Wabni waved his arm, Wang Chen's fist still arrived one step ahead of him. Hurriedly raised his arms in front of him, Wabni only felt a surge of power pouring into his arms, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably. But Wang Chen, who was 3 points faster than him flying upside down, was already sticking like a dogskin plaster. The successive heavy fists roared like thunder, bringing with them a roar that resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. After being seized by Wang Chen and stormed, Wabni could not even perform a trace of counterattack, and the whole person had been repelled by one iron fist after another. In particular, the increasingly strong xenovitality in the body makes Wabni's resistance more difficult. In this way, even if he does not use the stupid method of exchanging injuries for injuries, he can still buy himself more time in the case of later and others. Even the role of Genki is far from that. "Hey? Was Wabni's breath pumped by me?" Sensing Wabni's increasingly weak aura, Wang Chen instead felt that his energy was becoming more and more abundant. I think that the role of this vitality channel can not only play the role of disturbing the breath of others. In a sense, this is simply Wang Chen's Dragon Ball version of the star-absorbing Dafa. More and more energy poured into the body, replenishing Wang Chen's consumption at the same time. It was also rapidly burning the breath of Wabni. Burning unscrupulously, Wang Chen even felt that his body's adaptability to the Super Saiyan state was getting stronger. Finally, as if breaking through some hidden shackles, Wang Chen only felt that while the swollen muscles in his body disappeared, there was also an indescribable feeling of relief around his body. In Wang Chen's own hard-to-believe, he only felt that his aura was actually 4 times stronger than before. In just a moment's effort, it swelled from 30 million combat power to nearly 150 million. This is almost equivalent to all the power that Goku can have during the Battle of Nameki's. Super Saiyan full power? I didn't expect it to be really done. The consumption in the Super Saiyan state was almost compressed to the extreme, and Wang Chen even felt that even if he maintained this state at 24 o'clock, his consumption would not exceed the speed of normal recovery of his physical strength. In other words, the so-called Super Saiyan is no longer a burden for him, but has truly become the norm. It can be said that until this moment, he finally mastered the power of Super Saiyan. Not to mention Wang Chen, even Wabni, who had begun to pant on the side, was a little shocked by the changes in his body at this time. This is what you call full power form? The breath condensed, really powerful, also mastering the profound breath control secret method. Wabni saw the extraordinary of the Super Saiyan full power almost at first glance. The whole body seems to be filled with endless power. Wang Chen even felt as if his small universe had been inspired, as if he was only a thin line away from truly comprehending the seventh sense. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 107. Since the full power of the Super Saiyan has been achieved, you might as well break through even the seventh sense today. The incomparably dazzling little universe flickered behind him, sensing that he was only one step away from the seventh sense. Wang Chen immediately prepared to strike while the iron was hot. Inject all the incomparably strong aura in the body into the small universe. With the help of an aura that was almost equal to the strength of the 7 senses, the activity of Wang Chen's small universe was also increased to an unprecedented level. At the same time, his 7th sense, Shiju, became sharper and sharper under Wang Chen's spiritual pouring, like a blade that had been polished thousands of times. Finally, with the full power of the previous breakthrough super race, Wang Chen only felt that his 7th feeling had established an incomparably close connection with the small universe. Next, a cosmic wheel like a river of stars had slowly emerged behind Wang Chen. Under the impetus of the 7th sense, a meteor that flashed like an electric light kept flying from the right fist, turning into a torrent of light that destroyed the world and the earth. Wang Chen, who burst out with all his strength, was 10 times stronger than before. With the exception of the god of destruction and the angels, almost no one present could capture the fist of light that was moving like electric light. At this time, Wabni had been completely drained of all the breath in his body, and he was unable to resist at all. The brilliant meteor roared almost instantly, and the powerful sense of oppression that rushed to his face made him close his eyes tightly. In the face of this force, Wabni even felt like a lonely boat in the waves, incomparably small and extremely fragile. Fortunately, at the last moment, the flash-like meteors finally bypassed Wabni's body and tilted towards the sky behind him. Thundered. A series of explosions continued to sound, bringing soaring fires and chi waves. When Wabni came back to his senses, Wang Chen had already walked up to him and clasped his hands into fists. Admit it. No, I really lost this time. I didn't expect that in other universes, there would be such a strong person as you. The proud phantom skill was casually broken by Wang Chen, and the strength of years of hard practice was even more worthless in front of the other party, which made Wabni, who was once extremely proud, almost dead. His ability to cultivate for nearly 100 years was not this young man's enemy? Lord Rumsey, I failed. Walking quickly to Rumsey, Wabni bowed deeply with apologies written on his face. No, you've worked hard. There is no pity for this failure. It's the human being of the 7th universe. What luck did Dabaruz go, he actually cultivated such a strong person, waved his hand indifferently to show understanding, and observed the battle between Wang Chen and Wabni, and Rumsey couldn't help but feel a little envious that Beerus was really a good fortune. In his opinion, a strong person like Wang Chen must be a subordinate cultivated by Beerus. But in the next moment, he denied his own conjecture. Wait, that power just now. Although it was only for a moment, it was undoubtedly something that possessed the rudiment of the divine power. Will Beerus allow an uncontrolled threat to grow? At the moment when Wang Chen's seventh sense completely exploded, Rumsey almost truly experienced the power that was growing rapidly. The small universe is a deteriorated version of the ultimate power, and the ultimate power is the ultimate existence above the will of the gods, and it is no worse than the strongest of the angel family, the great priest. Can a single Beerus cultivate an existence comparable to a great priest? Even if it's just a possibility. Almost subconsciously, he raised his arm to aim at Wang Chen, and in the other party's astonished gaze, a purple-black destructive energy was already bred in his palm. Just in case, Rumsey was almost ready to directly erase Wang Chen's existence. But at this moment, the inheritance small universe located in Wang Chen's body emitted a roar that resounded through the ages. A momentary trance flashed in his mind, and Rumsey actually felt that he was hidden behind Wang Chen and saw an incomparably terrifying shadow. It was an indifferent man with long blue hair and golden-orange armor. Although he didn't want to admit it, Rumsey, the god of destruction, only felt that his heart was filled with a feeling called panic. It seems that as long as he dares to make a move, the next moment, what awaits him is only death. Catching a hint of death threat from a human being, Rumsey could hardly believe his perception. But this feeling was so strong that he had to be convinced that he was indeed threatened between life and death. Forget it, the people of the seventh universe will give the seventh universe a headache. Shaking his head, he seemed to think that it was really stylish for the god of destruction to do something to a mortal who he didn't know. Or maybe it's because of the sense of crisis coming from Wang Chen's body, which makes Rumsey can't help but be afraid of it. In the end, he still didn't choose to do it. Some reluctantly handed over the space movement cube, and in the strange eyes of the 10th universe angel Kes, the two quickly turned into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. Finally mixed up. He kept staring at Rumsey's figure until the other party left completely, and Wang Chen exhaled a long breath. If the other party really disregarded the dignity of the destruction god just now and fought with himself in the realm king god realm, in addition to inheriting the small universe, Wang Chen really couldn't think of anything in his body that could pose a threat to the god of destruction known as the strongest in the universe. But the breakthrough of the seventh sense is not something he can control, not to mention that he does not know that the god of destruction is so jealous of the existence of the small universe. Fortunately, the end of the matter is still happy. Fortunately, it was over, and the cubes finally arrived. With a palpitation, he stepped forward and touched the moving square the size of a living room, and a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. At this moment, he can finally return to the earth that he thinks about day and night. Like a wanderer who was anxious to return home, Wang Chen never thought that he would one day miss returning to Earth, a planet that had been spent for decades. As if glimpsing the nostalgia in Wang Chen's eyes, Zama's also stepped forward to congratulate him. It seems that you don't need my help anymore. He also couldn't help but step forward and knock on the moving square that he had seen for the first time, and Zama's face was full of smiles. He was sincerely happy for Wang Chen. Since he was awakened by Wang Chen, Zama's has given up the idea of being hostile to Wang Chen, and has turned to a mentality of learning from the scriptures, while training with him and studying by Wang Chen's side. Even now, the two have unknowingly established a deep enough bond. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations.